Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 248, Transfiguration. Bolts of lightning shot out from the wands, and with the help of the fire dragon's ramming force, they finally tore open a breach in the protective shield. We will repay the humiliation we once suffered 100-fold. Avada Kedavra. In the next second, over a dozen dark green spells surged straight toward the one-eyed elderly goblin, forcing his furious cries and ambitious declaration back down his throat. In a panic, he yanked hard on the reins of the fire dragon, pulling it in front of him to shield himself from the oncoming curses. Gruar. Even a fire dragon couldn't endure being hit with over a dozen Avada Kedavras. With a miserable screech, it beat its wings and retreated. At the tip of one of Hogwarts' towers, 5 old wizards in mismatched robes were excitedly waving their wands, unleashing powerful dark magic. If Edward had been there, he would have recognized them immediately. They were none other than Grindlevault's 5 old comrades. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I had this much fun. Fun, my foot. You've been casting spells for half a day and haven't taken down a single one. Hey, if Mr. Grindlevault hadn't told me to stand guard here, I'd have gone out there long ago and cut those little punks down. Yeah, stop bragging. Just don't throw out your back later. By the way, where's Mr. Grindlevault? No idea. Probably hiding in some corner, waiting to ambush someone. The old witch let out a sly laugh. Dumbledore finally convinced him to come help. Of course, he's gonna make a splash so he can claim the credit. Quick. Looks like they're launching a second wave. Fire. Hit them hard. Meanwhile, in the room where the Mirror of Aist and the Philosopher's Stone were kept, Edward was anxiously pacing, both of him. Although he knew that Dumbledore had entrusted him with protecting the Philosopher's Stone only after making thorough preparations outside, now that the battle had truly begun, Edward couldn't help but worry. He tossed coins repeatedly for divination, and if they hadn't consistently shown everything was fine, he would have already rushed out to join the fight. Invisible, Edward wrestled with himself. He had come back this time to uncover the truth behind his memory loss. He also knew that today's battle would ultimately end in Hogwarts' victory, but he wasn't sure whether that outcome required intervention from his future self to be completed. It shouldn't, otherwise, Dumbledore would have warned me. Ah. Suddenly, terrified screams rang out from all corners of the castle. They were from Hogwarts students. Not just one person, a whole group. The Death Eaters have infiltrated the castle. The Edward of the past didn't hesitate. He disapparated instantly. Invisible Edward followed closely behind. A few minutes earlier. Inside the Slytherin common room, the students had huddled together, listening to the distant booms rumbling from above. They whispered anxiously, torn between curiosity and fear. The Demstrang students gathered in another corner. Led by Victor Crumb, the boys looked eager, as if ready to charge out and join the fight. You think, it's the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters attacking? Who else would dare strike Hogwarts? If we go out there and fight the Death Eaters, maybe we can clear our names and go home. Are you crazy? In the middle of the discussion, a few girls suddenly noticed that Emily, their usual pillar of support, was uncharacteristically quiet. Her head was bowed, her face full of tension and fear, as if something terrifying had happened to her. What's wrong, Emily? The girl with the pet toad asked softly. Pain flickered through Emily's eyes. I can't say. What? The girl blinked. Can't say what? Emily's fingers clenched tightly, her face growing paler by the second. I must. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and looked around the common room. Audrey, where is she? Where is Audrey? She went out early this morning, remember? She and that Edward guy, they seem to have some kind of special privilege. Damn it. I need to get out. I have to. Emily stumbled toward the exit of the common room, pounding on the door. Let me out. Open the door. A ghost covered in blood poked his head through the door. Apologies, Miss Larson. Orders are that no one is allowed in, or out. Then go tell the Hogwarts professors. Tell them. Her eyes began to bleed faintly, her skin reddening as if scorched by something unseen. What's happening to you, Miss Larson? The Bloody Baron looked bewildered. Are you trying to trick me into opening the door? Tell them, the Death Eaters are. Ah. Suddenly, a scream rang out behind them. The girl with the pet toad was staring in horror at a green human hand that had just emerged from her pocket. A few seconds later, she realized what was happening and quickly grabbed the limb, yanking it out and throwing it across the room. It was the toad. Except now, one of its legs had transformed into a human hand. The moment it hit the ground, the toad let out a loud croak, then began to contort and expand at an alarming rate. Its remaining 3 legs rapidly morphed into human arms and legs. Within 10 seconds, it had become a hooded figure clad in black robes. A Death Eater. Ah. As a second scream followed, a nearby owl also twisted and expanded into another black-robed Death Eater. Then a third. Then a fourth. The Demstrang students stood frozen in shock. How was this possible? How could their pets suddenly turn into people? A few minutes later, there were already 7 or 8 Death Eaters in the Slytherin common room. They pointed their wands at everyone present and barked, "From this moment on, you're all our hostages." A white-haired Death Eater grabbed a girl who was trying to escape by the hair, then looked over at Emily and laughed wildly. "Heh, thanks for all your hard work these days transforming our people, Miss Larson. Barty really is a genius. Ha ha ha. But, why couldn't you just behave? If it weren't for the binding vow, you'd have ratted us out long ago, wouldn't you? We truly underestimated you. That binding vow Barty cooked up any thought of disobedience, and it immediately punishes you. The curse doesn't allow you to contact the professors, so you went to that damned Edward instead. The curse doesn't allow you to reveal the truth, so you altered your own memories, trying to guide others to the truth through transfiguration. Again and again. Again and again. Emily kept retreating, but after only a few steps, she had nowhere left to go. Suddenly, she raised her wand. Fiendfire. The white-haired Death Eater swatted away the flames with ease, then strode forward quickly and grabbed Emily by the throat, slamming her against the door of the common room and lifting her up. He pressed his wand to her forehead. "Trying to die, are you? Then die. You think I'm afraid?" The Death Eater slapped her hard across the face. "Did you forget? Your father was also a Death Eater. He was killed in the last war by Dumbledore's people. My father was forced into it." Emily's eyes burned with hatred. You're the real murderers. You'll all be punished. Crucio. A red curse hit her square in the chest, and an all-consuming pain instantly flooded her body. She screamed in agony, her limbs convulsing uncontrollably as tears and mucus streamed from her face. The younger students were terrified, curling up like frightened quails, while the older students, from both Slytherin and Demstrang, quietly observed the room, watching for an opening. Then, at a certain moment, their eyes met. Traitor. Traitor. Crucio. Crucio. The white-haired Death Eater shrieked as he continued casting the Cruciatus curse on Emily, while the other Death Eaters laughed cruelly. Now. A Slytherin student suddenly shouted. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Serpensortia. Incendio maxima. More than 20 spells shot from different directions toward the 8 Death Eaters in the room. They hadn't expected the students to dare fight back. One of the Death Eaters took several spells to the chest and collapsed unconscious on the spot, while the others scrambled to raise shield charms and dodge. At that moment, the Bloody Baron burst through the door and shouted, "Hurry! Get out, now!" The students hesitated only for a moment before they rushed toward the exit in a frenzy. The upper-year students grouped up, launching spells at the Death Eaters while slowly retreating toward the door. Just then, the students who had made it out suddenly came running back, eyes filled with terror. A second wave of Death Eaters had arrived. Idiots. You let a bunch of brats overpower you. The new Death Eater barked, striding forward with his wand raised. His face twisted into a cruel smile as he looked at the frightened young witches and wizards. I was going to wait until I could kill you all in front of Dumbledore. But since you're so eager to die, I'll gladly oblige. His eyes glinted with malice as he cast a spell. Avada Kedavra. Death Eaters had really infiltrated Hogwarts Castle. Both versions of Edward, past and present, rushed toward the source of the screams, simultaneously cursing Dumbledore's supposed reliability. From how confident he had sounded while making his arrangements, Edward had thought Dumbledore had everything under control. And now? Barely into the battle, and the outer defenses had already been breached. If Dumbledore had heard Edward's complaints, he would have been utterly exasperated. Even if I had 10 heads, how could I possibly guess that the Death Eaters would sneak in like this? Bloody hell. From a distance, they saw a group of Death Eaters herding over a dozen terrified Ravenclaws. The past Edward immediately cast a disillusionment charm to hide himself and dashed forward. Magic is prohibited in this area. He decisively cast the anti-magic field, then used theft several times in quick succession to steal the surface thoughts of the Death Eaters. In the brief moment of mental blankness, he pulled out his revolver and shot down 4 Death Eaters, 1 bullet each. While Hogwarts Castle used to prohibit firearms because of Peeves, Edward had arranged with Dumbledore to lift that restriction to support his anti-magic field. Looking at the stunned children, Edward asked loudly, "What happened? How did these Death Eaters get in?" They turned from owls," one of the kids stammered. "All of them, owls. Since when are animagi so common? And they just so happen to all be owls. Edward couldn't make sense of it. He found a nearby classroom and beckoned the children inside. Get in and stay put. No one leaves until the professors arrive. The children scrambled inside. Edward then used Transfiguration to seal the windows and doors. If they all turned from owls, that means any owl inside the castle could be a Death Eater. No. I need to warn Audrey. He took a step forward, his form warping and vanishing. Slytherin common room. Avada Kedavra. The green flash of the killing curse bathed the entire room in eerie light. A few upper-year students stared in horror, eyes wide, trying to retreat or dodge, but there was no escaping the curse's range. The rest of the children closed their eyes and screamed in terror. Bang. Suddenly, a table shot upward, transforming into a goat that blocked the curse for the students. The instant it took the killing curse, it reverted back into a table and exploded into splinters. In the next moment, the Death Eater who had cast the spell was engulfed by a deep green light and fell to the ground, dead, his face still frozen in shock. Chapter 249, Swarm of Patronus. A white-haired old wizard in a black robe appeared out of thin air. He walked with a leisurely air, as if strolling through a garden. With each step he took, he lazily flicked his wand and fired off several killing curses. The Death Eaters had no time to react, each was struck by 3 Avada Kedavras in quick succession. Thud. 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 Seconds later, the Death Eaters dropped like flies, expressions of shock and terror frozen on their faces. They were dead, completely, utterly dead. The Demstrang students stared wide-eyed, their faces full of awe and disbelief. That man was Grindlevault. Merlin's beard, he actually came to Hogwarts. Did he come just to save us, the younger generation of Demstrang? Aya. Several girls screamed sharply in shock. With a flick of his hand, Grindlevault erased their mouths. He turned back with disdain and sneered, Albus, these are the kind of wizards your Hogwarts churns out. A bunch of hothouse flowers who do nothing but shriek when faced with danger. Dumbledore appeared right on cue, his face calm and kindly as he reassured the crowd. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's all right now. You're all safe. Then he turned to Grindlevault with a serious expression and said, Gellert, if children this young had already grown accustomed to killing and death, then I would be the one who has truly failed them. He paused for a moment before adding, also, why didn't you act sooner, when you saw those Death Eaters attacking that child? I was hoping to hear more useful information from them. Grindlevault shrugged, then tapped his wand on the wall. Finite incantatum. A pulse of white magic spread outward from him, washing over the entire room. Immediately after, several parrots and toads began rapidly morphing back into human form. Before they had fully transformed, Grindlevault casually waved his wand again and fired off more killing curses, each person got a few. Dumbledore opened his mouth to stop him, but didn't make it in time. Grindlevault scoffed, don't tell me you still feel some pointless sympathy for these Death Eaters. No, Dumbledore said calmly. I just wanted to find out where Barty Jr. is. Well then, Grindlevault said, a bit awkwardly. That just proves it was wise of me not to act too early. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that girl was being forced. He glanced around at the pile of Death Eaters sprawled across the floor. Still, maybe double-check if any of them are still breathing. Hidden under his invisibility cloak, future Edward rolled his eyes, seriously. With your habit of triple-casting Avada Kedavra on everyone, even Voldemort himself would have dropped dead on the spot, let alone these idiots. Unless they were giants or dragons or trolls with sky-high magic resistance, they wouldn't stand a chance. By the time Edward had arrived, the battle was already over, there hadn't even been a chance to make a dramatic entrance and show off. Honestly, it's hard to pull off a proper hero moment when you're working with folks like Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They always steal the spotlight with their ridiculously overpowered magic and sharp strategic minds. So that's why Dumbledore was so confident, he thought. Even if he hadn't predicted exactly how the Death Eaters would sneak in, he'd already made contingency plans, namely, the joint strike force of the 2 legendary archmages, the White and Black Dark Lords. From the moment Barty Crouch Jr. started hunting Karkaroff, he had laid out his plan: use a magical contract to coerce Emily into transfiguring the Death Eaters into pets and smuggle them into Hogwarts, intending to sabotage the school from within. That plan, already delicate, was now a complete failure before it even had a chance to begin. Suddenly, a thought struck Edward: what if Barty's true goal was to sacrifice those Death Eaters all along? To tie up both Dumbledore and Grindelwald. If that was the case, then all this was just a diversion. His real target might be the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore gently helped Emily lie down, a look of guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry, Miss Larson. We arrived too late. Emily's face was pale, her eyes still full of pain. No. I'm the one who should apologize. The Death Eaters got inside because I kept transfiguring them, helping them. I know you were forced, Dumbledore said softly, his eyes burning with anger. To control you, they even twisted the unbreakable vow into a one-sided, restrictive form of dark magic. He placed a comforting hand on her forehead. But it's over now. It's all over. You're safe. Grindlevault strolled over. I thought you'd be guarding your chosen one, Harry Potter. You said yourself Voldemort is after both him and the stone. Harry is unique, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. I've already asked Aberforth and Fawkes to keep an eye on him from the shadows. And with Edward on the move as well, nothing will go wrong. You've never even trusted me that much. I trust his abilities. Boom. The protective enchantments around Hogwarts Castle finally shattered. Death Eaters, goblins, and giants surged through the breach like a flood. Within moments, the sky was crisscrossed by streaks of spellfire raining down upon the castle. Fall back. The defending wizards of Hogwarts began retreating while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Past, Edward arrived at the 8th floor corridor where Audrey was retreating with Lupin and the others. Without a word, Edward activated Distortion, reflecting all incoming spells right back at the attackers. Edward. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be guarding the Philosopher's Stone? They figured out a way to sneak in, transfigured into owls and other pets. I couldn't leave you unprotected, Edward explained quickly. Wait, so the Philosopher's Stone is unguarded now? Come with me to keep watch over it, Edward said firmly. Audrey shook her head. No, I need to stay here and help. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If this were a straightforward battle, I'd agree. But who knows what tricks Barty might still be hiding. You should be thinking about the bigger picture. Edward sighed and said, don't you know me by now? I've never cared much for the big picture. What matters most to me is making sure you don't get hurt. You. Audrey wasn't sure whether to be angry or moved. She took a deep breath. Edward, if you keep doing this, I'll never get the chance to grow. You can't always be there to protect me. Edward fell silent. Of course, he understood this. He used to roll his eyes at characters in shows, movies, or books who insisted on shielding their loved ones, be they lovers, children, or parents, at all costs, thinking it was overly sentimental and impractical. But now that it was his turn, he realized he couldn't bring himself to let go, not when it came to Audrey or Lilith. But still. Audrey gently held his hand and lifted her other hand, the one wearing the Resurrection Stone ring. Didn't you give me this ring for a reason? Just trust me this once. Besides, Lilith and Susie will protect me. Lilith immediately chimed in, absolutely. Susie, on the other hand, let out a very serious bark. Woo-woo. Suddenly, an aged and rasping horn sounded across the battlefield. The one-eyed old goblin stood tall with a twisted grin as he blew into the horn again. He raised his arms and shouted with manic excitement, awaken, awaken my kin. Today is the day we take back everything. Charge. Kill every wizard you see. One by one, goblins began apparating into view, joining the frenzied assault on Hogwarts. Their pupils glowed red, madness filling their eyes as they charged forward, howling with wild, primal fury. At the same time, the ground beneath Hogwarts Castle began to tremble, softly at first, then building into a roar. It was the statues and suits of armor of Hogwarts. Under Professor McGonagall's command, they surged to meet the incoming wave of Death Eaters and goblins without a shred of hesitation. Goblin spells had limited effect on the massive stone statues and armored suits. In contrast, every sweep of the enchanted weapon sent goblins flying, limbs and blood scattering. Counterattack. Professor Flitwick's magically amplified voice echoed across the castle. The witches and wizards who had retreated into the castle now surged out once more, firing spells with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, a new shimmering white shield had formed around the castle, once again blocking enemy curses. Flitwick stood deep within the castle, one hand pressed to the Book of Admittance, pouring all of his magical power into it. The Book of Admittance didn't just bring new students into Hogwarts, it was also meant to protect every student within its walls. Soon, the outer courtyard was soaked in blood. The warm liquid melted the snow, forming winding crimson rivers across the battlefield. Not enough, still not enough. The one-eyed goblin growled, standing atop the head of a dragon. Where's the Gringotts lot? Why haven't they arrived yet? He lifted the horn again, puffed his cheeks, and blew with all his might. Woo-woo. A second blast echoed. Another wave of goblins apparated in, throwing themselves into the fray. Still not satisfied, the old goblin raised the horn once more and blew a third time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This time, no more goblins came. But the sky turned black. A frigid, soul-chilling despair descended upon the battlefield like a tidal wave. Dementors. It's the Dementors. The swirling black clouds descending over Hogwarts were no mere weather, they were swarms of Dementors, so many that they blanketed the sky. And the despair they brought didn't care who was friend or foe. The moment the Death Eaters saw the swarm of Dementors descending, they turned and fled. Those monsters didn't care if you were a Death Eater or a student. They only cared about feeding on happiness. Even the giants, known for their brute ignorance, hesitated. They stopped mid-charge, eyes fixed on the approaching darkness with dread. The Dementors are here. Those who know the Patronus charm, to the front. Everyone else, fall back. Woo-woo, woo-oh. The Dementor's screeches merged into a single, howling storm as they surged down, crashing through the white shield with terrifying force. In a heartbeat, they were pouring into the castle, heading straight for any living soul they could sense, ready to administer the Dementor's kiss. Many witches and wizards who had been too close to the front collapsed instantly upon contact, drained of joy, stripped of strength and will, left motionless on the blood-soaked ground. The Dementors, tasting the blissful emotions, became even more ecstatic and ferocious. Expecto Patronum. Snape was the first to step forward, wand raised high. The first cast only produced a silver light. Undeterred, he marched forward into the storm, his black hair whipping around him in the wind. He raised his wand again and shouted with fierce determination, Expecto Patronum. A moment later, a brilliant silver doe, pure and luminous like moonlight, burst from his wand. She raised her elegant head, stepped lightly onto the air, and leapt into the sky, directly into the heart of the Dementor swarm. Instantly, the Dementors screamed and scattered before her. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. All around, silvery Patronuses began to bloom. Horses, cats, goats, dogs, lynxes, wolves, rabbits, lions, hyenas, and countless more undefined shapes of silver light, rose up to meet the invading darkness. Dementors craved happiness, but feared it even more. And now, with each Patronus, each concentrated burst of joy and hope, diving into the swarm of Dementors, it was like pouring ice water into a pot of boiling oil. The sky exploded into chaos. Chapter 250, Chapter 250, I Want to Be a Hero Too. The Dementors scattered in all directions, desperately fleeing from the Patronuses. Just moments ago, they had been so eager to pour through the breach in the barrier, now, they were fleeing just as frantically. Woo, woo, woo. The one-eyed old goblin blew the horn for the fourth time. His already sparse hair turned instantly snow-white, and the skin on his face shriveled like bark. Only his single eye gleamed with uncontainable excitement. The Dementors gradually ceased their frantic flight. Drawn by the sound of the horn, though still afraid of the Patronuses, they no longer fell into chaos from fear. They began merely avoiding them. As the Patronuses became surrounded one by one, more Dementors unaffected by their light began diving toward the castle again. They stretched out hands like waterlogged, scabbed limbs and unleashed Dementor's kiss without restraint, sucking not only happiness but also the very life from their targets. Shriek. Two silver-white phoenixes spiraled into the sky, wings spread wide as they met the oncoming wave of Dementors. Unfortunately, empowered by the horn's call, the Dementors recovered from their momentary confusion and resumed their assault. Two Phoenix Patronuses were simply not enough to hold back such a flood. Everyone could only watch as the Dementors drew nearer and nearer. Retreat into the castle. Professor Flitwick shouted with all his might, trying to erect another barrier. 8th floor of the castle. Edward took a deep breath and was about to step forward to cast Prohibition, but just the sheer number of Dementors this time, several times more than at Azkaban, meant that one casting could nearly drain his spirituality dry. Audrey gently pulled his hand and led him back toward the window. Edward, let me tell you a little secret. She smiled faintly and said, sometimes, I want to be the hero everyone looks up to, too. She turned to face the black swarm of Dementors, raised her dragonbone wand high, and called out with clear determination. Expecto Patronum. She stared at the looming tide of Dementors, and in her mind, countless joyful images flashed past, her father, mother, brother, Edward, Susie, Lilith. Expecto Patronum. Boundless silver-white mist poured out of her wand, then rapidly coalesced, until it took the form of a massive silver dragon. Scales. Claws. Fangs. Slitted pupils. A dragon's majestic head. Roar. The dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, unleashing a roar that sent rippling waves of silver light in every direction. Everywhere the light touched, the Dementors evaporated like snow under sunlight, vanishing into wisps of black mist. The sight left all the wizards utterly stunned, except for Snape, who stared up at the silver dragon, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I knew it, I knew it. Audrey then gave her wand a hard swing. Roar. The dragon bellowed once more, flapped its mighty wings, and dove straight into the ranks of Death Eaters and goblins. In the very next moment, all the fire dragons the goblins were riding went berserk. No longer afraid of the pain from whips, they flipped in the air, tossing the goblins off their backs and turning around to attack their former masters. The Death Eaters were consumed by fear and despair, descending rapidly into chaos. Counterattack. Professor Flitwick's voice rang out again, and the wizards of Hogwarts finally snapped out of their daze and shifted from defense to offense. Audrey turned back, sweating profusely, and gave Edward a bright smile. "Edward, now go do what you need to do. Be careful." Edward nodded. In the next moment, his figure twisted and vanished. Audrey staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. The Patronus charm she had just cast had been fused with the psychiatrist's traits of frenzy and mass chaos, an immensely effective combination, but it had nearly depleted all her spirituality. She stuck out her tongue mischievously at the stunned wizards in the room and whispered, "Don't tell Edward, okay?" "Woo, woo." The one-eyed old goblin blew the horn again and again, barely managing to regain control over his fire dragon. His face twisted with rage. No. Impossible. How can a wizard possess such power? No retreat. Everyone, charge. Woo. Black-red blood seeped from all 7 of his orifices, and the horn in his hand began to crack. The sound it emitted grew increasingly hoarse and deep. The goblins and Death Eaters, shaken and frenzied by the earlier onslaught, began to recover under the horn's call. Even the Dementors, who had fled from the Dragon Patronus, regrouped once more. Just then, a blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, striking directly into the heart of the newly gathered Dementors, igniting the final blaze of their destruction. It was Edward, from the future. Elsewhere, a little more than 10 minutes earlier, Harry, Ron, and Hermione once again stood before the door to the forbidden room on the 4th floor. But unlike before, fear and panic now gripped each of their faces. "What are you waiting for? Go in." A voice came from nowhere. "Harry Potter, if you don't want your 2 friends to die, then take me straight to the innermost chamber and get me what I want." "Harry, he's an evil Death Eater," Hermione said, her voice trembling but determined. "Even if we do what he says, he'll never let us go." Ron tugged urgently at her sleeve. "Hermione, please, don't say anything." Harry struggled to keep calm. You're after the Philosopher's Stone. What do you think?" The unseen voice let out a low, cold laugh. "My time is limited. If you're stalling in hopes someone else will show up, the result will be simple, you'll all die. But the trapdoor is guarded by a giant 3-headed dog. We can't get past it. Don't worry. I've already dealt with that dumb mutt. Now move." Harry felt something poke sharply into his back. It was the tip of a wand. He had no choice but to push open the door. Just as expected, the dim room inside held the massive 3-headed dog, now sound asleep, snoring loudly on the floor, revealing the trapdoor behind it. The trio tiptoed nervously past the slumbering beast. They crouched by the trapdoor, pulled the iron ring, and heaved it open. It was pitch black below. Nothing could be seen. "There's nothing visible in there. Jump. We'll be killed. I can kill you right now." Harry exchanged glances with Hermione and Ron, then exhaled and slowly lowered himself into the trapdoor, hanging by his fingers. After 10 seconds, he let go. The cold, damp air whistled past his ears as he plummeted. Falling, and then thud. With a muffled crash, Harry landed on something soft, almost plant-like beneath him. Before he could adjust to the darkness, Ron and Hermione slid down one after the other, crashing into his back with enough force to bring tears to his eyes. Who's grabbing my leg?" Ron shouted in panic, and then realized it wasn't just his leg. Something slippery and rubbery was slithering all over his body, quickly trying to cocoon him like a mummy. "Help me." But when he looked back, he saw Harry and Hermione caught in the same situation. Hermione yelled, "Don't move. It's Devil's Snare, the more you struggle, the tighter it wraps. Its weakness is." Before she could finish, searing flames erupted through the air. The Devil's Snare recoiled under the intense heat, loosening its grip and retreating, finally letting all 3 of them go. "Its weakness is fire, right?" A figure in black robes flickered past them, then vanished again. "Clever girl. Pity I can't award you points. Now move along." They reached the end of the corridor and came upon a brightly lit chamber with a tall, arched ceiling. Countless dazzling, jewel-like birds fluttered around the room. Ron muttered, "Are those birds meant to stop intruders? Their beaks and claws could tear through us like paper." The Invisible Man chuckled. "No. The keys they carry are what matter. Just a little game." Harry felt a pair of eyes watching him. Then the voice said, "This part was clearly designed just for you, Mr. Savior. Be my guest. There's a fleet of enchanted brooms prepared. Find the correct key, and it'll open the next door. You have 5 minutes. Any longer, and I'll blast my way through using something like Bombarda or Fiendfire. If your friends get caught in the crossfire, don't blame me." Harry clenched his fists and grabbed 3 brooms from the wall, handing one to Ron and Hermione each. Mounting his own, he hesitated, then glanced toward the voice's direction. "Why do you need us to go in with you? Is it just to stop others from interfering?" but bringing us clearly slows you down. You'll understand soon enough. A pause. You now have 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Ron couldn't wait. He kicked off first. Harry, less talking, more chasing. Harry shot into the air and dove into the swirling chaos of keys. He circled twice, scanning quickly, then shouted, "It's the one with sky blue wings, with all the feathers pointing the same way. I need you both to help box it in. Ron, block it from above. Hermione, cover the bottom. I'll catch it from the front. Go." At Harry's call, the three of them darted through the air, closing in on the target key from 3 directions. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Past, Edward, having witnessed Audrey's brilliant display with the dragon-shaped Patronus, apparat straight to the Philosopher's Stone chamber. The place was still and empty. Without hesitation, he pulled out the invisibility cloak, wrapped himself in it, and shrank into a shadowy corner to wait for prey to bite the hook. Soon enough, he heard distant echoes and movement. Someone was making their way through the trials. Is it Barty Crouch Jr.? He's actually going through the challenges one by one. These should be nothing but child's play for him. Something felt off. Where there's abnormality, there's trouble. Edward instantly activated concealment, phasing through the wall toward the sound, and arrived at the giant chessboard room, the very spot where Ron had his first major moment in the original story. Unfortunately, that moment wasn't likely to happen this time. And then he saw Ron, mounted on a knight's back, commanding the game. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, The Tarot Club's off-the-books member. Wait, what? The Golden Trio still showed up. How did they manage to sneak past Aberforth and Fawkes? Or, could this be part of Dumbledore's grand plan as well? But if the commotion had been caused by those three, then where was Barty Jr.? At that moment, Ron stared fixedly at the White Queen on the chessboard and said in a low voice, "There's only one way. I have to be taken." Harry and Hermione shouted at the same time, "No. This is chess." Ron barked. "Sacrifices are always necessary. If I move forward, she'll take me. Then you can checkmate the king, Harry." "But." "No buts." Ron shrank his neck a little. "You think this is a multiple-choice question? That invisible man already said he'll kill us if we lose." Hidden Edward froze for a second. Wait, was he talking about me? No. His gaze turned sharp instantly. There was another invisible person here, Barty Jr. Was he seriously just playing house with the kids? And where was Aberforth? Was he hiding invisibly nearby as well? Maybe he hadn't made a move yet because he was waiting. Waiting for Voldemort to appear. He's right. A voice chuckled from the shadows, "You don't have a choice." But he's also wrong. I don't intend to kill you, yet. Just that the spell I'll use to destroy the chessboard mechanism might accidentally injure you. How was that any different? Ron suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and shouted, "I'm going. The rest is up to you." He stepped forward. The White Queen instantly pounced and smashed a heavy stone fist into the knight's head, then dragged Ron aside. Harry moved swiftly, delivering the checkmate and defeating the White King. As the white chess pieces bowed and stepped aside to clear the path, Harry and Hermione glanced at Ron and were about to move into the next room. In truth, leaving Ron here was safer, at least he wouldn't be under constant threat from the invisible stalker. But the invisible figure seemed to see right through Harry's thoughts, his languid voice drifting through the room, "Bring him with you. I'd rather not lose one of my bargaining chips. That bastard." Harry's eyes were filled with resentment, but he had no choice. With Hermione's help, he used a levitation charm to slowly drag Ron along as they trudged into the next chamber. The moment they stepped in, a putrid stench hit them full force, so intense it brought tears to their eyes. Not far away, a grotesque, hulking creature was staggering around clumsily, wielding a massive club. A troll. Hermione's face turned pale. Are we supposed to defeat it to get through this room?" Harry swallowed nervously. "Looks like it, it's seen us." The troll had spotted them and was now charging with a roar, club raised. The two didn't hesitate, they grabbed Ron and ran. Unfortunately, that only excited the troll further, making it charge faster with larger strides. "We're not gonna outrun it," Hermione cried, her voice trembling. Harry yelled, "Back to the chess room. Let the pieces handle it." "Great idea." The hidden man chuckled. "I was just about to help, but seems I don't have to anymore." Harry wanted to slap himself, brilliant thinking, Potter. Too late for regrets now. The two of them, dragging Ron, bolted back to the giant chessboard room. But to their dismay, the pieces had returned to their original positions and now stood motionless, completely ignoring the intruders, as if lifeless. Rayararg. The troll crashed through a wall and charged into the room, instantly tainting the air with its unbearable stench. "It's attacking the king and queen." Harry shouted mid-sprint. The knights, castles, chariots, and pawns immediately turned their heads, but instead of acting, they all looked to the king and queen for orders. The two monarch pieces exchanged glances, displaying unexpected intelligence. It's not targeting us. Hold your positions. Harry was stunned. Since when can they talk? Fuck. What now? Just as he turned to ask Hermione, he saw her raise her wand at the White King. Hermione, what are you doing? Expulso. Boom. The White King exploded into countless shards. Expulso. Then the Black King followed. The kings have been assassinated. Lock down the scene and capture the culprits. At the Queen's command, the chess pieces began to move, but this time, their targets were Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Hermione, are you trying to increase the number of enemies we have? This is the only way. Quick, lead them to the troll. The two made a sharp turn, dragging Ron toward the troll. Over 20 chess pieces stormed after them. Use the conjunctivitis curse. Hermione shouted and swung her wand again. Harry quickly joined in. Unfortunately, the troll had sky-high magic resistance. The first 7 or 8 conjunctivitis curses barely tickled it. They were closing in. The stench was overwhelming. Finally, just as they were about to collide, the spell took effect. The troll screamed, dropped its club, and clutched its eyes in agony, stumbling blindly. Harry and Hermione took the chance to dart around it, dragging Ron with them as they made for the next room. The pursuing chess pieces also tried to go around the troll, only for the blinded beast to charge straight into them, crushing a queen and 2 rooks under its massive weight. The rest flew into a frenzy, abandoning the trio to gang up on the troll. The troll roared back in anger, swinging its fists furiously. A chaotic battle broke out between the monster and the stone soldiers. Ha 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 ha. Oh, this is far too entertaining. The hidden figure clapped gleefully. But remember, you're on borrowed time. That troll will eventually crush all the pieces, and come after you again. Harry and Hermione, panting heavily on the ground, quickly scrambled to their feet and rushed with Ron into the next room. Whoosh! Just as they crossed the threshold, a wall of fire whooshed up behind them, sealing the entrance. At the same time, a black flame ignited at the doorway ahead, trapping them inside. The room was empty save for a single table, upon which sat 7 oddly shaped bottles. Hermione picked up a roll of parchment placed next to the bottles. Oh, this looks like a logic puzzle. Let me see. Harry glanced at it and immediately felt dizzy. He recognized every word, but together they made 0 sense. Hermione, however, quickly deciphered the clues and pointed to the smallest bottle. This one will let us pass through the black flames. But, there's only enough for one person. Harry picked up the tiny bottle and glanced around the empty room. Sir, are you sure you want me to drink this? From the shadows, a laugh echoed. Ha 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 ha. That voice chuckled and said, in fact, there's really no need to go through all that trouble. The figure reappeared from invisibility and waved his wand at the black flames. Within seconds, the flames slowly extinguished, revealing a dim doorway beyond them. This time, he did not recast the disillusionment charm, so everyone present could now clearly see his appearance. The man was indeed Barty Crouch Jr. But his entire body was in tatters, the exposed skin riddled with signs of decay. Most horrifying of all was the left side of his face. Through the pale, rotting flesh, one could clearly see the bare, gleaming white bone underneath. At this moment, he looked just like a zombie from a horror film. Ah! Hermione screamed and ducked behind Harry in fright. Why you, what are you? Harry pointed his wand at him, summoning his courage as he shouted. Me. I'm someone who died, and then came back to life. It's a pleasure to meet you, the boy who lived, Harry Potter. As Barty spoke, one could see his yellowed teeth opening and closing through the exposed flesh of his cheek, eerie and grotesque. Edward's mind raced. Something's wrong with Barty. Is this the side effect of Voldemort possessing him? But in the original, Voldemort possessed Quirrell, and he didn't look like this. Or is Voldemort in a different state this time, or using a different method to possess someone? Edward silently phased back through the wall to the innermost chamber and flipped his coin again. Voldemort is currently possessing Barty Crouch Jr. Number side up. No. Voldemort is here in this room. Head side up. Yes. Edward instinctively looked around. So Voldemort is also here, hidden under a disillusionment charm. Which meant, what seemed like, the trio's adventure, on the surface was actually being watched by at least 4 invisible people the whole time. If that's the case, what would happen if I forcefully cancelled all magic in this space? Would Voldemort be forced to reveal himself? At that moment, Barty had already led Harry and Hermione into the final chamber. There was nothing inside, except for one object standing in the center. The Mirror of Aist. Heh. I finally found you. Barty stared at the mirror with a disturbing smile. Now then, Harry, can you tell me where the Philosopher's Stone is? He gently placed his rotten, skeletal hand on Hermione's shoulder, his voice soft. Harry immediately shouted, "How would I know? Why don't you go take a look in the mirror?" Harry hesitated, then stepped in front of the Mirror of Aist. His reflection appeared pale and frightened, but soon, a faint smile spread across his mirrored face. Then, a man and a woman appeared behind him. The man looked very much like Harry, while the woman had striking green eyes. They were gazing at him with gentle, affectionate smiles. A tremor ran through Harry's heart, he instantly recognized who they were. He slowly lifted a hand, wanting to touch the mirror, but just then, their figures began to fade. In the next moment, Mirror Harry reached into his pocket, pulled out a vivid red stone, winked at him, and put the stone back in. At the same time, Harry felt a solid weight drop into his real pocket. The Philosopher's Stone. "What did you see, Harry Potter?" I saw my mom and dad," Harry said, half-truthfully. "Ha ha ha, of course. Naturally." Barty burst into laughter. "Of course you'd see your mom and dad. But what else did you see?" "And nothing else." "Really?" Barty's hand now rested lightly against Hermione's soft, slender neck. "Are you sure you saw nothing else?" Harry's body trembled. He didn't want Voldemort to get the stone, but he also couldn't bear to watch Hermione be harmed before his eyes. Slowly, he began to reach toward his pocket. If handing over the Philosopher's Stone means Hermione and Ron will survive, Professor Dumbledore would forgive me, right? He would. He definitely would. His fingers touched the hard surface of the stone. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Suddenly, Ron, who had been lying motionless on the ground, sprang up and yelled as he crashed into Barty's back. He had lost his wand long ago, shouting the spell names was just a bluff to distract Barty. With a loud thud, Barty stumbled forward. "Go. Run." Ron lunged, grabbed the stunned Hermione, and started dragging her back toward the exit. "Harry, move." Harry snapped out of it. Expelliarmus. Seeing Barty regain his balance, Harry whipped out his wand and cast the disarming charm he'd just learned. Boom. But Barty had long since cast a shield charm. The spell bounced off and knocked Harry's wand out of his hand, sending him flying onto his backside. "Harry!" Hermione shouted in panic. "Forget me. Go get Professor Dumbledore." Ron grabbed Hermione's wrist and dragged her away at top speed. Harry gritted his teeth and scrambled back to his feet, flinging himself in front of the door to block it. Barty looked at him calmly, unbothered. "I just let your friends go, didn't I? So, would you kindly hand me the Philosopher's Stone now?" Harry froze, then it dawned on him. That's right. This guy is a Death Eater, why would he let two first-years just run away so easily? Barty extended a hand. "Come now, Harry. Give it to me." Harry's expression flickered rapidly. He slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out the red stone. Barty's lips curled into a smile. "Interesting. Are you going to use it to bring Voldemort back?" "You could say that. Why? Why would you all serve someone as cruel and evil as him?" Barty replied in a flat voice, "Harry, this world is far more complicated than simply good and evil. Sometimes, what you think is justice might be the real evil. Sometimes, even what you see with your own eyes might be an illusion. You're spouting nonsense." Harry yelled in defiance. And besides, Barty took another step forward, his smile widening, "Who said I'm giving the stone to Voldemort? Why can't I use it for myself? No matter who it is, I won't let you succeed." Without hesitation, Harry raised the red stone to his mouth. And swallowed it whole. It wasn't just Barty. Even Edward was stunned. Holy sh. Harry, are you actually this reckless? Chapter 252, Chapter 252, The Mirror of Aist. Barty Crouch Jr.'s face darkened at once. Gripping his wand tightly, he strode toward Harry. "Very well, you really are full of surprises, Harry. Just like." Harry could only retreat step by step. At that moment, Edward knew he could wait no longer. He immediately shouted in Ancient Hermes, "Magic is forbidden in this place." Barty's footsteps faltered, he clearly froze for a second, then, without hesitation, took a step back. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Yet after invoking Prohibition, Edward felt a moment of stunned confusion. This empty room, no Voldemort, no Aberforth, no Phoenix Fawkes, nothing happened besides magic being suppressed. It had only been Edward's guess that Voldemort might be hiding under an invisibility charm, but what about Aberforth and Fawkes? Why weren't they here either? Just then, Barty gave a wide, eerie grin. "Are you looking for Dumbledore's brother in that phoenix?" Edward didn't respond. Something was wrong, very wrong. This Barty was absolutely not right. Without hesitation, Edward drew his revolver and fired 5 consecutive shots. The weapon's immense power drove Barty back again and again. His head, neck, heart, and shoulder blades were all pierced by smoking bullet holes, and black-red blood gushed out. But Barty didn't die. As if he didn't feel pain, he forcefully stabbed the dagger into his own palm and lunged straight at Edward. Distortion. Edward twisted his movement mid-leap, then pulled out a few coins and hurled them. Magnify. The magnified coins became far more lethal than ordinary bullets. They shattered both of Barty's legs, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Still, Barty tilted his head back and grinned. Do you know why I worked with goblins and brought so many Death Eaters to attack Hogwarts? If I acted alone in secret, wouldn't it have been much harder to detect? Edward frowned deeply, pulling out more coins. Sorry, I'm not interested in your evil monologue. Barty chuckled hoarsely. Hogwarts Castle, it's not just a fortress. It's a magical construct. A seal. He gave a chilling grin. Guess what it's sealing? You're not Barty Crouch Jr. Edward suddenly said in a low voice. Barty froze. Blood tears began to trickle from his eyes. I am him, and yet I am not. I'm someone who died, and lived again. Then, he abruptly changed the subject and chanted a string of words that sounded like a name, Aist stra eru oit ube kafra oit on wosi. Edward instantly recognized the phrase. It was the inscription carved onto the Mirror of Aist. But its correct reading was meant to be reversed, I show not your face but your heart's desire. But now he realized, who said the reversed version was the true one. Edward's heart jolted. Without hesitation, he flung the coins in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Barty's head exploded like a watermelon, followed quickly by his entire body. Edward lifted the prohibition, raised his wand, and cast Fiend Fire, ensuring Barty was completely erased from existence. Just then, Harry let out a shrill, agonized scream, clutching his head. Ah! From his forehead, a grotesque, baby-like face seemed to be trying to tear through his skull and crawl out. Voldemort. He had been hiding inside Harry this whole time. No wonder Barty had gone to such lengths to bring Harry all the way here. Ah! Harry and Voldemort screamed in unison as a translucent figure began to separate from Harry's body. Pale, noseless, and utterly distorted, it looked like a monster. Light of holiness. Golden, illusory flames surged forth, clinging to Voldemort's body like maggots on rotting flesh. Magnify, Avada Kedavra. The deep green killing curse struck true. Voldemort let out a final, harrowing shriek, and was annihilated. Voldemort is dead. Edward couldn't help but doubt it. Voldemort had been notoriously hard to kill in the original story. Suddenly, the Mirror of Aist lit up, emitting a faint glow. The fading Voldemort seemed to be caught in an invisible force, and in an instant, he was sucked into the mirror. A second later, the mirror's surface turned pitch black, and then, like a doorway, it slowly opened inward. From within, countless pale, corpse-like arms reached out, accompanied by the wails and screams of who knew how many people. What the hell is this? Edward instinctively took a step back, only to see Harry, like a puppet, walking stiffly and expressionlessly toward the mirror now teeming with grasping hands. Magnify, distort. Edward tried to distort Harry's path, but it was useless. Harry kept walking toward the mirror at a steady, unwavering pace. Flavido. With no other choice, Edward pulled out a random object from his pocket, transfigured it into a chain, and hurled it at Harry, binding him tightly and forcefully pulling him back, buying a little time. Apparition. Just as Edward was about to flash over and grab Harry to leave, he suddenly felt his spirituality tremble violently. Countless voices seemed to scream inside his mind, "Don't go near. Don't go near. Magnify, Fiend Fire." A crimson flame burst out of thin air and surged toward the Mirror of Aist. The pale, corpse-like arms reaching out from the mirror were either reduced to ashes under the blaze or hurriedly retracted in fear. Fiend Fire quickly crawled across the surface of the mirror. But even with the power of Magnify added to it, the fire that was said to destroy anything did not leave a single mark on the Mirror of Aist. Instead, a vortex inside the mirror swallowed the cursed fire completely. And then, the retreating white arms surged outward once more. Edward conjured a metallic dome and slammed it down over the Mirror of Aist. But the dome lasted less than a few seconds before it was violently corroded, fractured, and sucked into the mirror as if devoured. What the hell is this Mirror of Aist? Shock flooded Edward's heart. Suddenly, the chains in his hand went taut. Before he could react, he was yanked forward. Harry had started pulling him toward the mirror. Edward looked up to find another Voldemort face emerging from Harry's scarred forehead. Two Voldemorts. No, Edward instantly understood. The one he had killed earlier must have been the soul fragment embedded in the Horcrux. Light of holiness. Avada Kedavra. He prepared to repeat his earlier tactic, aiming to kill Voldemort again. But the moment Voldemort detached from Harry's body, he didn't hesitate at all, he darted straight toward the Mirror of Aist. Ha 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 ha. Success. It finally worked. Ha 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 ha. The golden flames and green killing curse struck him simultaneously, turning his laugh into a shriek of agony, but it did not stop him. Voldemort plunged straight into the mirror. At the same time, Harry seemed to be dragged by some invisible force, stumbling after Voldemort and lurching toward the mirror. Damn it. Edward twisted space and appeared in front of Harry, seizing his arm, ready to apparate again. But he failed. An overwhelming suction force erupted from the mirror. Dozens of ghastly white arms shot out, grabbing Edward's limbs and clothes, dragging him in bit by bit. No teleportation allowed here. No dragging others. Magnify, distortion. He quickly tried all sorts of abilities, none worked. Bloody hell, I don't want to be a self-sacrificing hero. With all his strength, Edward shoved Harry away. And the next second, he was completely pulled into the Mirror of Aist, engulfed by those pale hands and the dreadful force. Bang. The door within the mirror slammed shut. The faint glow on the mirror surface vanished. The Mirror of Aist returned to its original, ordinary state. As if nothing had happened. Minutes later, the future Edward stepped out of invisibility, his face grim. He stood silently in front of the mirror, his expression complicated. He had almost intervened just now. But his spirituality had screamed at him not to. If he had rushed in, he too would have been pulled into the mirror. He had prepared to use Madman to the right to reverse the outcome, but then he remembered Dumbledore's warning before returning. Always listen to your spiritual intuition. On top of that, he recalled several recent divinations, visions of a pitch-black mirror, a black door. Wasn't that exactly what he had just seen inside the Mirror of Aist? So I was pulled into the Mirror of Aist, and that's why I lost my memory. The me that Audrey and the others saw in the past few days was actually the future me who returned afterward. I'm not changing the past. I'm fulfilling it. So this is what that means. Everything suddenly clicked into place. But one question remained. Where exactly does the Mirror of Aist lead to? What happened to me inside? Why did I lose 5 days of memory? Then it hit him. Voldemort. The way he behaved during his second appearance made it abundantly clear, he had always been aiming for the Mirror of Aist. He and Barty Jr. had gone to such lengths not for the Philosopher's Stone, but to get into the mirror from the very beginning. Combined with previous theories from the Chamber of Secrets incident, Voldemort had always wanted to find the dwelling of the gods. He wanted to become a god. So the world inside the Mirror of Aist could very well be the dwelling of the divine spoken of by Salazar Slytherin. The Mirror of Aist equals the gateway to the divine realm. Just then, Harry suddenly sat up, glancing around in a panic before spotting Edward. Ah. You're. Edward immediately reverted to his original appearance. It's me, Harry. Edward. What are you doing here? That Death Eater. Taken care of. What about Voldemort? Harry's face went pale, his eyes filled with fear. I felt it just now, he was hiding inside me the entire time. Voldemort escaped. Ah. Edward walked over and helped him to his feet. All right, let's get out of here. He paused for a moment, then tucked the Mirror of Aist into his pouch. Just then, Harry suddenly blurted, Edward, just now, to stop Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone, I swallowed it. Edward gave him a thumbs up. Nice. True Gryffindor spirit. Bold and brash. Whether the sailor pathway known for its recklessness suited Harry, Edward wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. The Tarot Club would definitely suit him. Harry flushed with embarrassment. No. I mean, my stomach really hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Chapter 253, did I read a fake version of Harry Potter? Whoa. The Death Eaters are escaping. The Death Eaters and goblins are on the run. Don't let them get away. After them. The Hogwarts side wizards chased the goblins and Death Eaters beyond the castle grounds. The moment the anti-apparition wards no longer restricted them, the Death Eaters operated away at once. By then, it was too late to cast anti-apparition charms again. Amid the chaos, over a dozen Death Eaters were still left behind. Thus, the battle for Hogwarts finally drew to a close. The Death Eaters suffered a crushing defeat and fled in disarray. Hogwarts claimed an overwhelming victory with minimal casualties, thanks in no small part to the Black and White Dark Lord duo who had been tirelessly putting out fires and blocking who knew how many killing curses. Cheers erupted across the castle courtyard. Wands waved in the air as everyone let out the adrenaline and excitement pent up in their hearts. Did you notice, Albus? The Death Eaters didn't seem very eager to fight. If not for that bizarre horn, the goblins would have scattered much earlier. If we manage to get our hands on that thing, would you mind letting me study it for a bit? Grindlevault pocketed his wand. You're really just leaving the Philosopher's Stone to that kid? Dumbledore spread his hands. What do you expect us to do? If we'd followed them, and Edward activated that magic blocking field of his in a duel, what would us two old geezers be good for except getting in the way? Bloody hell. What kind of rogue magic is that anyway? That's not magic. It's a potion. I'll call it whatever I damn well please. Are you still a child? Just then, Snape hurried over. He first glanced warily at Grindelwald, then pulled up his sleeve. My dark mark reacted just moments ago, at the exact same time the Death Eaters began to retreat. So Voldemort ordered the retreat. To be honest, even though the battle had turned decisively in their favor, if the Death Eaters had decided to fight to the death, Hogwarts would have undoubtedly paid a steep price, even if they still emerged victorious. This probably means Edward's side has reached a conclusion as well. Just as he finished speaking. Help! Help us! Hermione and Ron came scrambling over, tumbling in their rush. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape. Help! Harry's been captured by a Death Eater. They forced him to hand over the Philosopher's Stone. We barely managed to escape. Harry stayed behind to stop them. Please. Save him. Snape's expression turned grim. Where? Just behind the moving panel on the 4th floor. What were you doing there? We didn't go there on our own. The Death Eater made us go. Snape's face darkened as he sprinted off without another word. Not even 30 seconds later, Edward appeared with Harry in tow. Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Grindelwald. Harry. Hermione and Ron charged toward him, nearly knocking him over. Harry quickly raised his hands and backed away. Wait, don't touch me. I'm about to lose it. What's wrong? Did the Death Eater hurt you? Are you okay, Harry? Edward shrugged. To stop Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone, Harry just swallowed it whole. Oh, Merlin. Dumbledore blinked in disbelief before quickly recovering. Get him to the hospital wing at once. No. Harry clearly had his own priorities. I think I need to go to the bathroom first. The two kids half-dragged, half-carried him as they rushed frantically toward the nearest toilet. Edward's expression grew serious. Professor Dumbledore, you assigned your brother and Fawkes to protect Harry directly, correct? That's right. Where are they? I didn't see them. Which means, from the moment Barty Jr. kidnapped the three of them, they might have been completely unprotected. Dumbledore's face changed dramatically. That's impossible, even if Aberforth isn't a match for the Death Eaters, Fawkes should have been able to escape with them. Don't tell me they. With a burst of fire, Fawkes appeared midair with a rather battered Aberforth dressed as Discount Dumbledore. Bloody hell. Aberforth landed and cursed immediately. That bastard. I don't know what he did, but he somehow made me and Fawkes apparate straight to bloody America. Then he turned and glared at Grindelwald. What the hell is he doing here? Grindelwald replied coolly, Albus asked me to help. Bullcrap. Aberforth snorted and muttered, those kids, are they all right? They're fine. Good. I just saw the Death Eaters get routed too, so I'm off. Can't stand the sight of you. With that, Aberforth turned and left without a second's pause, clearly unwilling to share airspace with Grindelwald. Fawkes fluttered onto Dumbledore's shoulder and started chirping incessantly. Dumbledore could only stroke his feathers and soothe him gently before turning to Edward and asking. Did everything go well on your end? Not exactly smooth sailing, Voldemort escaped. Edward shook his head. And it wasn't just a simple escape. It seems his plan actually succeeded. He paused there, glancing at Grindelwald. Grindelwald let out a cold snort. What, I'm not allowed to listen now. Fine, I'll leave. Stay, Dumbledore sighed. If this matter warranted you using a time-turner to come back specially, then it's clearly no simple incident. Grindelwald paused in surprise. Edward blinked. How did you know? I happened to be watching when you intervened earlier, Dumbledore replied calmly. There were two of you at once. What other explanation is there besides a time-turner? Come. Let's go to my office. Hogwarts Castle, 8th floor, Headmaster's office. Edward recounted the events in detail to the two older wizards. So, I used the time-turner you gave me, Professor, and returned to the afternoon of the 19th. I kept a close eye on my past self because, initially, I suspected he might have somehow traveled through time. But that wasn't the case. This morning, I woke up normally, had breakfast, and followed the plan to reach the room where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. On the way, we heard cries from some students, and curiosity got the better of us, we both stepped out to investigate. That's when we discovered Death Eaters had infiltrated the castle. Dumbledore's expression was heavy with guilt. I'm sorry. I never imagined that the Death Eaters could infiltrate Hogwarts like this and remain hidden for over 10 days. Past me, concerned, went to find Audrey. Meanwhile, I couldn't resist stepping in to take care of the remaining Dementors. Afterwards, both of us returned to the room one after the other. Not long after, Barty Jr. showed up with Harry and the others. Barty's condition was incredibly bizarre. His body was severely decayed, some parts exposed his internal organs and bones. Coupled with his strange mannerisms and behavior, I asked him directly, "You're not really Barty, are you?" He seemed to confirm it, but also not quite. Then he slit his palm and chanted the incantation carved into the Mirror of Aist. The surface of the mirror immediately revealed a black door. That was how my past self was pulled into the mirror. Everything returned to normal after that. Edward paused briefly before continuing. Voldemort's true objective seems to have always been gaining access to the inside of the Mirror of Aist, and in the end, he succeeded. Based on our previous theories, that black door inside the mirror might actually lead to the dwelling place of some kind of deity. The two elderly wizards fell silent for a long moment. It was Grindlevault who finally spoke, shooting Edward a sidelong glance. You sure held your nerve. Just watched yourself get dragged into an unknown world and didn't lift a finger. My spiritual intuition warned me in time, Edward said. If I'd intervened, I might have gotten pulled in too. He thought for a moment and added, besides, when I returned, Professor Dumbledore gave me a specific reminder, you're not changing the past, you're fulfilling it. I had a hunch at the time that he was being deliberately cryptic. Dumbledore's eyes lit with understanding. So, it was because of this conversation today that I went out of my way to tell you that on the 25th. That's what I suspect. Edward paused again. Oh, and Barty, whoever or whatever he was, asked me a question. It might have just been a distraction, but it was still a fair point. He asked, why bother teaming up with goblins and summoning so many Death Eaters to storm Hogwarts? Wouldn't it have been stealthier to act alone? He said that Hogwarts Castle isn't just a school or a magical construct, it's a seal, containing something inside. Edward turned toward Dumbledore. Professor, what's your take on that? Dumbledore mulled it over for a while, then spoke with some hesitation. Judging by the outcome, what was sealed might have been the Mirror of Aist itself. Exactly. By his logic, Edward continued, the magical array embedded within Hogwarts was originally designed to contain the mirror. But when the Death Eaters and goblins attacked, Professor Flitwick diverted the castle's defenses to repel them, weakening the seal. Then, Barty recited the incantation and opened the world within the mirror, achieving their goal. TCH. Grindelwald suddenly scoffed. Albus, do you remember why you came to me 11 years ago? Dumbledore looked slightly exasperated. Must you always emphasize I came to you? I'm just stating facts, Grindelwald replied coolly. Back then, a strange and dangerous magical creature appeared in the castle. You asked for my help. We dealt with it together. Edward raised an eyebrow. What kind of magical creature would require both of you? It wasn't that powerful, per se, Grindelwald replied. But it was incredibly elusive, lightning fast. Albus was afraid that if it got startled, it might injure others nearby. At the time, Hogwarts had just endured a Death Eater attack. I assume you used the castle's magical array for defense then too, didn't you? Dumbledore seemed to connect the dots. Are you suggesting that creature had something to do with the Mirror of Aist? Considering what happened today, it's a distinct possibility. Grindelwald cast Edward a sideways glance. Oh, and the stone embedded in your ulna, the one we extracted. That came from inside one of those magical creatures. Edward instinctively looked at his arm, a strange thought occurring to him. That stone, it really does feel like the kind of magic core you'd find in fantasy novels. Could it be that the world inside the Mirror of Aist is some kind of magical fantasy realm? What the hell? None of this was in the original story. Did I get thrown into a bootleg version of Harry Potter? Dumbledore turned to Grindelwald. This matter is far from over. Gellert, I need you to remain at Hogwarts a while longer. Grindelwald's lips curled faintly into a smirk. Very well. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 426 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Ancient Magic. At that moment, Grindelwald's 5 old comrades approached. The old man in militaristic attire was holding a cracked horn in one hand, and in the other, dragging along a limp, soft-bodied short figure, it was the one-eyed elderly goblin. Mr. Grindelwald, we caught this wretch, the old man said as he casually flung the goblin onto the ground. Unfortunately, by the time we caught him, he was already on his last breath. He died on the way here. Grindelwald took the horn and examined it, sneering. This thing is a dark magic artifact that demands life as its price. When he blew it, it drove the goblins and Dementors into a frenzy, fearless and berserk. That power didn't come without a cost. So that's it, more or less like the negative effects of a sealed artifact. Dumbledore asked, Edward, do you need to? Yes, let me try. With that, Edward picked up the goblin's corpse and disapparated. All right, we'll be off then. I don't want to see that guy for even another second, the militaristic old man said with a glare at Dumbledore. Even if Grindlevault had long since let go of the past, they still held a grudge. All Dumbledore could do in response was shrug helplessly. On the other side, Edward appeared in the room of requirement and immediately set up a ritual for necromantic summoning. Fortunately, the goblin's soul hadn't yet dissipated. Why did you attack Hogwarts? The one-eyed goblin's spirit stared blankly and answered on instinct, to reclaim what belongs to us goblins, to let goblins rule the world. What thing? A mirror. So it really was the Mirror of Aist. What does that mirror do? According to records passed down from our ancestors, it can take us back to our homeland, and grant us mastery of ancient magic. Ancient magic. Edward vaguely remembered a game from his past life called Hogwarts Legacy. It had mentioned something about that. When he first arrived in this world, he'd even thought about trying to learn it, but sadly, he'd never found any way to do so. Where is it? I don't know. Edward paused, then asked, is it the dwelling place of the deity? Perhaps. You goblins came out of the dwelling place of the deity. What is your connection to this god? We are the gods chosen. This god really had questionable taste, choosing to favor these creatures. Edward then used dream divination again and saw the same vision he had the previous 2 times. So, the darkness the goblins were kneeling to, that's the exit of the god's dwelling place. Which means it's the Mirror of Aist. Unfortunately, the one-eyed goblin had no knowledge of that either. 20 minutes later, Edward returned to the office and shared all the relevant information with Dumbledore and Grindlevault. Professor, you really had no idea that the magical formation of Hogwarts was sealing the Mirror of Aist. Dumbledore shook his head. No, at least I've never come across any records of it. Not even about a seal, truthfully, I know very little about the Mirror of Aist itself. I only found it by chance in the room of requirement. So that means continuing to investigate the Mirror of Aist is basically a dead end. Not necessarily. Dumbledore furrowed his brow in thought. Give me a few days, I'll go visit an old friend. He might know something. All right. It was over an hour later when Edward finally saw Audrey. After the Battle of Hogwarts, Audrey had joined the rescue efforts, mainly responsible for comforting those who had been drained of happiness by Dementors and had fallen into despair. Lilith and Susie stood guard at her sides, as dutiful as ever. The moment Lilith spotted Edward, her eyes lit up and she dashed over, leaping into his arms. Edward. Miss Lilith has been doing a great job protecting Audrey. I haven't left her side at all. You're amazing. Lilith and Susie's great too. Edward handed Lilith a dried fish snack and gave Susie a piece of dried chicken, equal treatment all around. Susie took the chicken in her mouth and looked at Edward curiously. How did things go on your end? Did you catch Voldemort? Edward shook his head. It's complicated. I'll explain everything in a bit. All right. Audrey had just finished consoling the last person, a wizard leaning against the wall whose color was finally returning to his face. She let out a sigh of relief. That was the last one. Let's go. The 2 of them walked back toward the castle side by side, and along the way, Edward filled her in on what had just happened, omitting, of course, the part about him using the time turner. The fewer people who knew about his trip to the past, the better. So Voldemort might already have reached the place Salazar Slytherin referred to as the dwelling place of the god. Audrey froze for a moment. Then, the next time he appears, will he really have become a god? I don't know. That was the same question he had just discussed with Dumbledore and Grindlevault, but they hadn't been able to come up with any useful answers either. There was simply too little reliable information about gods in this world. But at the very least, nothing had changed in himself since returning from that place. In fact, he couldn't even remember anything about what had happened inside. For now, the only thing we can do is to improve our sequences as quickly as possible. That way, even if Voldemort does return one day, we won't be left helpless. MHM. By 3 in the afternoon, Hogwarts had returned to calm. Thanks to the mending spells, it was as though nothing had ever happened. After being cooped up for 2 days, the children were finally free again. But instead of showing their usual cheer and energy, they remained subdued. After all, they had just gone through a terrifying ordeal at the hands of Death Eaters. Though most of them hadn't been physically harmed, the psychological shadow remained. To help them recover, Dumbledore announced during dinner that the Hogsmeade ban would be temporarily lifted. For the next week, anyone could go have fun at any time. At last, smiles began to return to the children's faces. Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Harry was once again lying in his all-too-familiar bed, while Ron sat at his side, bubbling with excitement about their upcoming trip to Hogsmeade. Hee hee, just wait until George and Fred get back. Let's see how they try to brag next time. Hermione, however, said faintly, I heard all the fun things in Hogsmeade cost money, Ron. Are you sure you can afford it? Ron immediately glared at her. Hey, Hermione. Did you have to kill the mood like that? I'm just worried that the higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. Thanks for the concern. Ron grumbled. Luckily, my mom and dad are here at Hogwarts. Worst case scenario, I'll just ask them for a little cash. Heh. Seeing the two about to start bickering again, Harry quickly spoke up to diffuse the tension. Come on, anything's better than being stuck in bed like me, right? I already told Madame Pomfrey that I'm fine now, it was just an upset stomach. But she insists I stay here under observation. Well, of course, Harry, Hermione said, you swallowed a philosopher's stone, after all. That's an extremely dangerous alchemical object. Ron jumped in right away, dangerous. I think not. Who knows, maybe now Harry will get a long life, maybe even be able to turn things into gold. Just then, Edward and Audrey walked in, followed by a large black dog padding silently behind them. Good evening, Harry, Hermione, Ron. Good evening. The trio quickly greeted them, though their curiosity was immediately piqued by the black dog. Is that your new pet? Ron asked. Edward chuckled and shook his head. Oh no, definitely not. He didn't keep them guessing for long. Stepping aside, he gestured at the dog and said, Harry, this is actually your Christmas gift, Sirius. Originally, Edward had intended to wait until Christmas to reveal Sirius and let them reunite, but with the current situation stabilized, Sirius had grown too restless to wait. Even if Edward hadn't brought him here, Sirius would have surely snuck over on his own. Huh. All three of them were stunned. Harry blinked, puzzled. You're giving me a dog. But I already have Hedwig. Then the realization struck him. He stared in disbelief. No, wait, you said last time that my godfather, so you mean my godfather is a dog. Hermione was the first to figure it out. Animagus. He's an animagus, isn't he? What? Ron and Harry both looked lost. Hermione blurted out the explanation in a rush, it's an advanced form of transfiguration, allows a wizard to transform into an animal at will. Remember? Professor McGonagall can turn into a tabby cat. So this black dog, he must be a person too. Oh my goodness, Harry, you have a godfather. 10 points to Gryffindor, Edward said with a grin, giving her a thumbs up. Then he turned to the dog. Sirius, don't you think it's time to change back? The black dog's body quickly twisted and grew. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a scruffy man with long, tangled hair and a beard. Compared to the last time they met, Sirius had at least changed into a clean set of robes, but otherwise looked much the same. He looked at Harry a bit nervously. Evening, Harry, I'm Sirius. Edward's probably mentioned me to you before. I was one of your dad's closest friends, and your godfather. Wow, you really do look just like James. Harry was at a loss for words, unsure how to process the sudden reunion with the godfather he never knew he had. Audrey stepped in gently. All right, Hermione, Ron, I think we should give them some space. These two haven't seen each other in years. Hermione and Ron quickly caught on. We'll head out, then. Good night, Harry. The four of them stepped out into the corridor. Just as Ron and Hermione were about to part ways, Edward called out, Ron. What is it, Edward, Professor? Compared to Hermione and Harry, Ron's relationship with Edward and Audrey was noticeably less close. Edward held out a brand new wand toward him. Ron Weasley, this is in recognition of your bravery and quick thinking today. Consider it a reward, and a Christmas present. Ron's eyes lit up. A new wand. Then he hesitated. But I can't possibly accept. Don't worry. This is Hogwarts' way of honoring you. Take it. Edward smiled. Oh, and you and Hermione just earned Gryffindor another 50 points. The light in Ron's eyes all but blazed. Meanwhile, the next day, when Dumbledore arrived at the Ministry with solid proof of Fudge's collusion with the goblins, he made an official declaration. Fudge was out. In fact, Dumbledore had anticipated this scene the day before. Since he had failed to appear at the scheduled time for the election, the rules dictated that his candidacy be considered forfeit. If no one else ran, the position would automatically return to Fudge. But when it came time to vote, over 70% of the members agreed to postpone the election and wait for Dumbledore's arrival. Fudge had flown into a rage on the spot, but it was useless. Even Umbridge, normally his most loyal supporter, had gone completely silent. It was then Fudge finally understood the bitter truth: Dumbledore had always been the uncrowned king. Becoming minister was merely a formality for him, a vote that barely mattered. Dumbledore valued due process because he respected the rules. Fudge clung to the process because he had deluded himself into thinking the pureblood's support made him untouchable. Cornelius Fudge, Scrimgeour announced with a stony face, I regret to inform you that, as of now, you are no longer the Minister for Magic of the United Kingdom. Furthermore, you are to be formally charged with conspiring with goblins and Death Eaters to incite an unlawful war. Your trial will be held during the first week after Christmas. Wait. Fudge turned deathly pale and stammered, I didn't collude with the Death Eaters. I didn't start any war. I just helped the goblins a little. All I did was gain their support, that's all. Regardless, Scrimgeour replied coldly, at 10 a.m. yesterday, goblins and Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts. Fudge collapsed into his seat, panic-stricken and limp, unable to respond as two Aurors stepped forward and removed the plaque from his office door. Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. He knew then and there, his future would likely be spent rotting in Azkaban. No. Scrimgeour, Dumbledore, you can't do this to me. I didn't know what the goblins were planning. I swear. I swear. Take him away, Scrimgeour ordered with a wave of his hand. The Aurors swiftly dragged Fudge out, while Scrimgeour strode into the minister's office and began rummaging through the drawers. At 7 p.m., Edward arrived alone at the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was seated behind a large desk, buried in a thick stack of files. By the fireplace, Grindlevault sat in a rocking chair, lazily swaying back and forth while inspecting the cracked war horn, the same one the one-eyed goblin had blown. TSK. They weren't even trying to be discreet anymore, were they? The portraits of past headmasters on the walls looked positively scandalized. Professor, you wanted to see me. Dumbledore looked up, his expression solemn. I believe you have a problem. What is it? You told me the time turner was something I recovered from Fudge's office and gave to you, Dumbledore said gravely. But, Scrimgeour just finished turning that office inside out. There's no trace of the time turner anywhere. Chapter 255, Ariana. Edward was momentarily stunned, this was, quite the surprise. Either something unexpected happened and the time turner that was originally supposed to be there was taken away, he said slowly, or the time turner was never found there in the first place, and my future self made it up. Grindelwald spoke up at that moment. Actually, those two things are one and the same. As long as you find another time turner before you meet Albus on the 25th, there won't be any problem at all. Edward immediately understood what he meant, still the same principle. The past, as long as it's unknown, is equal to never having happened. And even if it's known, it might not be true. All you have to do is make the outcome match what the future you remembers. I think I get it. Edward took out the time turner and sat down on the sofa, pulling out a quill and a piece of parchment. He began to write the divination prompt. The origin of this time turner. The origin of this time turner. The origin of this time turner. He repeated it 7 times in a murmur, then leaned back, and slipped into the dream. As always, darkness came first. Then a faint light appeared, and the dream slowly formed into a blurry image. The view zoomed in gradually, it was a lavish manor, the Malfoy estate. The scene shattered and shifted. Edward entered the Malfoy manor and spoke to Lucius, who looked visibly surprised by something he said. The image shifted again. A woman in a white dress appeared. She walked toward him slowly, smiling as she spoke a few words and pulled out a golden hourglass-shaped device. Snap. The vision shattered completely. Edward jolted awake, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. That woman in the dream, she looked exactly like the woman who called herself Cecilia, the one he'd met in Godric's Hollow, who resembled a grown-up version of Ariana Dumbledore. How could it be her? She's the one behind Lucius. Is that her true appearance now? If it is, what does it mean? And if it isn't, what is she trying to do? Question after question flooded Edward's mind, making it impossible to keep a calm expression. What did you see? Grindelwald asked, eyes narrowed with curiosity. Though he'd already heard from Dumbledore about Edward's divination talent, this was his first time witnessing it in action. Compared to his own vague prophecies, this method, usable anytime, anywhere, was fascinating. I know where to get the time turner now. Where? Edward glanced at Dumbledore, hesitating. Should he tell the truth? Then it struck him, on the 25th, Dumbledore had claimed he found the time turner in the minister's office, not the Malfoy estate. Didn't that mean his future self had chosen to hide the truth from Dumbledore and made up a story? Professor, why do you think, on December 25th, you told me the time turner was found in the minister's office? Dumbledore immediately caught on. That must have been something we agreed on today, because you weren't supposed to tell me where it was really found. My thoughts exactly. Edward nodded. But I won't know the full picture until I get there myself. You didn't tell Audrey about going back in time? Dumbledore suddenly asked. Not yet. Grindelwald scoffed and muttered, You're the kind of cold-blooded brat who can lie even to those closest to him. Dumbledore, why does it feel like you're throwing shade at me? Edward sighed inwardly. One of them constantly warned him, those who meddle with time will be undone by it, while the other stood on the sidelines making snide remarks. This couple really was something else. Well then, I'll head out now to retrieve the time turner. He decisively chose to make his exit. He would go to the Malfoy estate and see that Cecilia again, then decide what to do next. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. Edward had barely stepped through the gate when Dobby appeared. The house elf looked just the same as before, his large eyes filled with surprise and delight. Mr. Edward, sir, you've come. Yeah, did Lucius send you to meet me? Yes, sir. Master is preparing for bed, he's changing clothes right now. All right. Take me in. Edward handed Dobby a few nuts. The elf hesitated for a few seconds before giving in and accepting them. Money wasn't the point. What mattered was the gesture, the feeling that his value was being recognized. His steps instantly became livelier. When they arrived at the massive front doors of the manor, Dobby raised his hands and pushed them open with great effort. Please come in, sir. Thank you. As soon as Edward stepped inside, he saw Lucius descending the grand staircase, dressed in his usual black suit and wearing a smile. Welcome, Mr. Edward. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. Edward gave him a slight nod. Where are Mrs. Malfoy and Draco? They've already gone to bed. Lucius stepped forward and gestured for Edward to sit. Can I get you something to drink? A glass of milk, please. Lucius snapped his fingers at Dobby. So, what brings you to us so late tonight? His tone was mild and courteous, as though he'd entirely forgotten the humiliation of being questioned under the Imperius Curse not long ago. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Thanks to your information, Hogwarts was able to prepare in advance and fend off the attack from the Death Eaters and Goblins. At those words, Lucius's expression shifted slightly. But I heard, the Dark Lord still escaped, didn't he? Regretting it now, are you? Lucius's expression shifted uncertainly. After a brief pause, he said coolly, regret won't help anymore. Since I chose to betray the Dark Lord, I can only keep walking this path to the end. He paused again. At least I'm better off than those who were either killed or captured at Hogwarts yesterday. According to Dumbledore, no fewer than 6 or 7 pure-blood families were likely to be purged. These families didn't just have 1 or 2 Death Eaters, they could almost be called Voldemort's martyrs with their entire clans. What pained Lucius most was that among them were even some Hogwarts students. He continued, now that Fudge has fallen, and Dumbledore is all but guaranteed to become the new Minister for Magic, the Malfoy family will give him our full support. Our only hope is that he shows some mercy to the Malfoys. I'll pass along that request to the professor. At that moment, Dobby came over with a steaming glass of milk for Edward and poured Lucius half a glass of red wine before silently retreating. Lifting his wine glass, Lucius asked, so, what else brings you here tonight, Mr. Edward? The second reason is that I'd like to borrow something from you, Mr. Malfoy. Oh. What is it? A time turner. Lucius froze. A time turner? Isn't that something that's always been under the Ministry's control? Why would I have one? His response seemed genuinely surprised. Edward gave him a thoughtful look and said, you could have one. What does that even mean? If I don't have one, I just don't. What do you mean I could have one? Was Edward deliberately provoking him? But logic told Lucius there was no reason for that. He furrowed his brow and replied, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're implying. Edward wrapped his hands around the milk glass and took a small sip. How about, you ask your new backer? Lucius's heart gave a jolt, though his face remained a mask of confusion. What new backer? I've already pledged myself to Dumbledore. If anyone's my backer now, it's him. No. I'm talking about a woman in a white dress. Lucius's pupils shrank visibly, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His tension was clear. I don't know what you're talking about. Click. 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 Soft footsteps rang out as a slender figure appeared. It was a woman in her 20s, clad in a flowing white robe. Her golden curls cascaded down her back. She wasn't especially beautiful, but her skin was so pale it was almost paper white. It really was her. The woman who had appeared in Godric's Hollow, the one who claimed to be Cecilia, and looked like an adult version of Ariana Dumbledore. The moment she appeared, Lucius sprang to his feet as if burned, then stepped aside and bowed his head respectfully. As she walked past, Lucius bowed even lower. Mistress. We meet again, Mr. Edward. She sat gracefully in the seat Lucius had vacated. Your friend didn't come with you? No. Edward eyed her cautiously, quietly raising his guard. Should I call you Cecilia, or something else? A name is just a label, she said with a soft smile. But if you really must ask, I suppose you can use the first name I ever had. Ariana Dumbledore. Edward's expression changed. It really is her. And she's admitting it so easily. But, how was this even possible? Just like he had told Audrey before, even if Ariana hadn't died, she'd be well over 100 years old by now. How could she look like she was only in her 20s? Could it be like Nicholas Flamel? Had she used the Philosopher's Stone? No. The stone grants immortality, but not eternal youth. Or maybe he was overthinking it. Perhaps her current appearance was due to Polyjuice Potion or advanced transfiguration. You really are Ariana, Professor Dumbledore's sister. The smile disappeared from her face. What do you think? Edward didn't want to guess. He didn't want riddles either. He took out a galleon and flicked it into the air. The woman in front of me is Ariana Dumbledore. Clink. The coin landed in his palm, heads up. Confirmed. He flicked the coin again. Ariana's current appearance is her true form. Heads up again. So, not only was Dumbledore's sister alive, she had also found a way to remain young forever. No wonder you knew I was here. The woman claiming to be Ariana smiled. Looks like even without the Malfoys sending word, you'd still have known about the Death Eater and Goblin attack ahead of time. Her words reminded Edward of something. Then why did you have Lucius Malfoy send a warning to Hogwarts? From the way you spoke before, and how you talked about the Dumbledore brothers, it seemed like you hated them deeply. That was for your sake. For me. She held his gaze for a moment, then smiled faintly. In fact, I should have said this to you back in Godric's Hollow. It's been a long time. Edward was stunned, then realized what she meant. You're saying we met before Godric's Hollow? Of course. She nodded gently and spoke the words that sent a tremor through Edward's mind. 16 years ago, I was the one who personally delivered you to Grindlevault. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Sleeping with Clothes On. It took Edward quite a while to fully digest what she had just said. His heart surged like stormy seas, several old mysteries that had long puzzled him unraveled one after another, only for a whole new set of questions to rise in their place. So this is why Grindlevault was so convinced I carried Dumbledore blood. Ariana brought me to him personally. And I'm a born obscurial. When you put those two facts together, it actually starts to make sense. Then, does that mean I'm the child of Ariana Dumbledore? A strange unease crept into Edward's heart, making it hard to meet the woman's eyes. He felt guilty. After all, he wasn't the original Edward. He was a transmigrator, an intruder, who had taken over this body, and perhaps even destroyed the original soul in the process. You're my. It took Edward some effort before he could ask the question aloud. Ariana paused, then chuckled. No. Relief washed over Edward in an instant. Of course. If I were her biological child, that would mean she gave birth at nearly 100 years old. How would that make any sense? Well, if she really does look this young, maybe it's not that outrageous. She could be a long-lived species, after all, but when did Ariana become immortal? But in a certain sense, Ariana added with a light smile, I suppose I still count as your mother. Edward's lips twitched. He resisted the urge to do another divination and simply waited for her to explain. She laughed softly. Because from the moment you were born until the day I handed you over to Grindlevault, I was the one taking care of you. I fed you, changed your nappies, held you when you cried. If that doesn't make me your mother, I don't know what does. Then who are my biological parents? No idea. You're joking, right? Ariana shook her head. Unfortunately not. I lost all memory of the time before I found you. At first, I assumed you were mine. It wasn't until fragments of my memories began to return that I realized you weren't. Why did you lose your memories? If I knew that, she said dryly, would it still count as memory loss? Edward fell silent. I hadn't actually planned to meet with you again so soon, Ariana said with a hint of resignation. I knew the moment we met you'd start asking questions I couldn't answer. I figured it would be less frustrating for both of us to avoid the reunion entirely, but I didn't expect you'd use divination to find me. Edward gave it some thought before asking, if we're not related, then why do you care what happens to me? Because through you, I might find the reason for my memory loss. Then why did you give me to Grindlevault? Wouldn't it have been easier to keep me by your side? She glanced at her wine glass, seemingly falling into memory. Because I realized you were a born obscurial. I was afraid that keeping you with me would lead you down the same path I once took. And Grindlevault, whether out of guilt or because of his research into obscurials, was someone I trusted to take proper care of you. But he turned around and dumped me in an orphanage. His people kept an eye on you from a distance. Their gazes locked in a moment of heavy silence. Then Edward's brow furrowed, his expression turning odd. Wait, so Grindlevault knew at least 16 years ago that you were still alive. But he kept it from Professor Dumbledore all this time. That's right. Heh. Edward sneered inwardly. And he had the nerve to call me cold-hearted. Look who's talking. Did you tell him not to? Yes. Why? Ariana's eyes took on a touch of bitter irony. Because the spell that triggered the magical outburst and my supposed death came from their wands. In other words, they were the ones who killed me. But, you didn't actually die, right? She looked down. I didn't not die, I simply came back to life. She paused. Don't ask me how. I don't remember. Right. Always when we get to the important parts, convenient memory loss. Do you take me for an idiot? TCH. Should I try legilimency or the Imperious Curse? I'd feel a little guilty doing that to old Dumble's sister, but, I am trying to help him here. The thought flashed through Edward's mind and was gone. Instead, he said, but you know they didn't mean to hurt you back then. Sadly, all I remember from that moment is the overwhelming hatred right before death. Whether it was intentional or not, does it matter to someone who died? But, you didn't actually die. Edward almost blurted that out again, but decided against it, it would only loop the conversation back around. That's why I don't want you to tell the Dumbledore brothers anything about me. I'm afraid that if they come looking for me, I won't be able to stop myself from killing them. There was no emotion on Ariana's face as she said this, she might as well have been stating the weather. Edward had no doubt about her power. After all, she had managed to get Lucius to betray Voldemort and call her mistress without hesitation. Still, he hadn't forgotten that when he once divined her nature as a witch, the answer had been, no. If she's not a witch, then how does she have this kind of power? And how does she stay young and immortal? A beyonder, maybe. Just then, Ariana pulled a small golden timer from her pocket and placed it on the table. This is the time turner you wanted. Edward immediately looked up, snatched it without ceremony, and tucked it away. Where'd you get it? I stole it from the ministry last month. His jaw dropped. You were the one who took the entire batch of time turners the ministry was relocating. Ariana just smiled. Why? I've been trying to recover my lost memories. And what better way is there than to witness the past with your own eyes? You tried it. She nodded. I did. But I failed. So far, time turners can only take you back a limited distance, at most, a couple of months. That's utterly useless to me. Useless to you maybe, but incredibly useful to me, thank you very much. You want them? She seemed to read his mind and said generously, once I've finished studying them and confirmed they're no use, you can have all of them. Edward suddenly found her much more agreeable. With that, she rose from her seat. All right, that's enough for tonight. Go home. And remember, if you want the Dumbledore brothers to stay alive, don't tell them anything about me. She paused. Or, if you prefer, you could try fighting me instead. Edward spread his hands. You must be joking. How could I possibly raise a hand against my mother? Then, after a brief pause, he added, but I do want to ask you something, you're not a witch, right? Correct. Then how did you gain the kind of power that could even kill Professor Dumbledore? After a short silence, both she and Edward spoke at the same time. I forgot. You forgot. She stared quietly at Edward, and after more than 10 seconds, she took a step back and tore open the air, then vanished. That wasn't apparition. Was that spirit world traversal? Edward didn't even need to divine it, he was almost certain now, Ariana was a beyonder. There were actually real mystical beings in the world of Harry Potter. This realization hit Edward like a ton of bricks. He had been working to gradually introduce potions into this world, but always under the premise that everything remained within his control. Yet now, a potential high-sequence beyonder had appeared out of nowhere, instantly throwing all his plans into chaos. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Could it be? Could it be that he had used a time turner to travel to the past, saved Ariana, and given her a potion? But she'd just said that, for now, the time turner could only go back at most 2 months, the gap from over 100 years ago was far too wide. Maybe, Ariana herself would eventually figure out a way to travel further back in time. Just then, Lucius, who had stood silently on the side like an invisible man this entire time, spoke up, Mr. Edward, is there anything else I can help you with? How long have you known Ariana, your mistress, I mean? 3 years. Have you ever seen her make a move? Of course. Lucius's eyes sparkled with excitement. Compared to the might of my mistress, both Voldemort and Dumbledore are nothing more than jokes. A true fence-sitter, through and through. He flattered whoever was stronger with absolute devotion. Edward snorted, but her being powerful, what does that have to do with you? Lucius's expression froze. With a crack, Edward disapparated. By the time he returned to Hogwarts, it was already quite late. Edward didn't go looking for Dumbledore, mainly because he still hadn't figured out how to explain everything that had happened tonight. In truth, what he needed more right now was someone who could help him think things through, someone to ease the mess in his heart. But Audrey was probably already asleep. Lilith, forget it. She'd been bouncing around all evening and probably worn herself out. Better to let her sleep. Edward sat at his dormitory desk with his chin in hand, the notebook before him scribbled full of chaotic notes about tonight's events and his speculations and theories. Just then, Audrey's voice came from his pouch. Edward. Lilith immediately perked up. I heard Audrey's voice. Edward picked her up. You went out earlier to find Audrey, didn't you? Yep, Edward has something on his mind. If he won't tell Miss Lilith, then of course he'd go tell Audrey. She wrinkled her little nose. Humph. And I knew Edward first. Then from now on, I'll always come to you first when something's wrong, okay? Okay, you better mean it. If you lie, your nose will grow longer. Edward rubbed her head affectionately, then opened the pouch and placed it on the floor. A moment later, Audrey crawled out from inside. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Did you need something? Audrey walked over and sat on the bed. I've been waiting for you. Where were you tonight? I went to the Malfoy estate. She didn't ask why he hadn't brought her. Instead, she got straight to the point. What happened? Your emotional state seems unsettled. As she spoke, she gave Edward 2 calming placates. The turmoil in his heart immediately began to settle. I met with Ariana, the woman we encountered in Godric's Hollow last time, Cecilia. Audrey was surprised. You're calling her Ariana, so, she really is that Ariana? The sister of the Dumbledore brothers. That's what divination tells me. But that's not what's really throwing you off, is it? Edward nodded. She's Lucius Malfoy's new backer, or rather, his new mistress. And, she's very likely a high-sequence beyonder. Audrey's eyes widened. That's impossible. Now you understand how I feel, right? She bit her lip and thought for a moment. Did you ask her how she gained her extraordinary powers? Yeah. She said she forgot. Then Edward suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Ariana told me that it was she who brought me to Mr. Grindlevault 16 years ago. That's why he believed I had Dumbledore blood. No way. Audrey's mind was reeling. Edward's revelations just kept coming, each more shocking than the last. So she's your... She said she wasn't. But she also doesn't know who my real parents are, because she forgot. She reached out and held Edward's hand, clearly worried he might be upset over his unknown origins, but Edward honestly just felt mild curiosity at best. You think she's deliberately using that excuse to brush you off? Edward nodded, then shook his head. But my later divinations told me she wasn't lying. She really has lost her memories, forgotten a great deal. The two sat in silence for a moment, then Audrey suddenly tugged him toward the bed. All right now, moping over this won't get you anywhere. You need to get a good night's sleep. Who knows, maybe the answer will pop up on its own tomorrow. Half reluctantly, Edward let her push him onto the bed. Audrey ruffled his hair. I'll stay with you for a bit. Now close your eyes. Be a good boy. The moment he shut his eyes, a wave of exhaustion surged through him. His consciousness quickly blurred, and he began to drift into dreamless sleep. Suddenly, Audrey's musing voice reached his ears. If Ariana met with Mr. Grindlevault 16 years ago, then maybe he knows something too. Edward instantly jolted awake. Ah. Audrey quickly covered her mouth. Sorry. Edward pursed his lips, just about to speak, when Audrey leaned down and gently hugged him, whispering softly, Go to sleep. In that instant, they both clearly heard the sound of the other's heartbeat. Neither said a word. Both closed their eyes. Lilith sat crouched on the desk, head tilted as she watched the two of them. Her fluffy tail swayed up and down, and she muttered, going to bed, without even undressing. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 566 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 257, Nicholas Flamel. Early the next morning, Dumbledore went off to deal with the mess left behind at the Ministry of Magic in Gringotts, the latter being the bigger issue. Thanks to the prior arrangements made by Edward and Dumbledore, the goblins at Gringotts had no chance to rebel before being swiftly suppressed. But the fact that they had ill intentions was undeniable, and there was no way they could be allowed to continue holding the wizarding world's economic lifeline. This marked an enormous shift in power. Still, considering that the average wizard was utterly clueless when it came to economics, Dumbledore didn't go so far as to completely root out the goblins. Taking various suggestions into account, he decided to let a small number of the more obedient goblins stay on and co-manage the bank alongside wizards, for now. The condition was that these goblins must recognize their position, they were working for wizards, to atone for their part in the attempted rebellion. From this point forward, goblins would only retain limited managerial authority at Gringotts, with no power to make decisions. Those who failed to acknowledge this reality would be expelled immediately, and their crimes of treason pursued indefinitely. As for the 3 ringleaders, there was no chance of escape for them. They were thrown into Azkaban right away to await punishment. Most of the Dementors at Azkaban had been killed in the recent assault, and those who survived had been so thoroughly terrified that they now did whatever they were told, pitiful and broken. Edward didn't rush to question Grindlevault about Ariana. He doubted he'd get any useful answers. Think about it, Grindlevault still believed Edward had Dumbledore blood in his veins. It was unlikely he knew more than Edward did. Around noon, Sirius came by with the trio who had returned from a fruitful shopping trip in Hogsmeade. He brought Edward and Audrey a pile of gifts to thank them and invited them to spend Christmas Eve at the Black family home. Sirius then left with the 3 to return to the ancestral Black Manor and prepare for the Christmas Eve feast. That afternoon, Edward and Audrey traveled to France. First, they acquired a large stockpile of food, then borrowed some high-tech documents from a few relevant institutions. After that, they arrived at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, located in the Pyrenees. Throughout the journey, Edward remained in character as the scribe. By the time they returned to Hogwarts that evening, the potion for the scribe pathway was almost fully digested, just one final push remained. A trip to 2 more different locations should complete the process. And with 1 week left before his departure to the world of the Lord of the Mysteries, time was ticking. Edward planned to begin preparations for the special coordinates required for the Sequence 5 advancement ritual as soon as the potion was fully digested. When Edward arrived at the headmaster's office, Grindlevault was still lounging in his rocking chair. The horn that had been in his hands was tossed aside, replaced now by a newspaper, filled with articles about Dumbledore in varying degrees. But Dumbledore wasn't there. Grindlevault glanced up at him. "You got the time turner?" "Yeah, I got it last night. But it was too late, so I didn't come by to bother you," Edward shrugged. "Then I came by this morning, and he was gone." Grindlevault chuckled and held up the newspaper. "Of course. He's been very busy lately. He's not even officially the Minister for Magic yet, but he's already working harder than any minister ever has. Have you read today's paper? They're practically calling Albus the greatest wizard of all time. I bet he paid them handsomely for that praise." Edward made a strange face. Which paper was that?" "Let me see, the Daily Prophet." Well, that explained it. If Rita Skeeter's previous praises of Dumbledore and digs at Fudge and the pureblood families were motivated by Edward's threats, then now, with Dumbledore's rise to power a done deal, she had every reason to sing his praises even louder. Grindelwald folded the paper and gave Edward a curious look. That face of yours, so, did you come to me for something?" Edward thought for a moment. "Want to go for a walk?" Grindelwald's smirk deepened. "Now this is interesting. Planning to talk about something you don't want Albus to hear?" Edward said solemnly, "Ariana." The smile vanished from Grindelwald's face. He stood up and said simply, "Let's go." By the Black Lake, the 3 of them walked through thick snow in silence, 1 old man, 2 younger figures. Audrey had originally been in the common room, treating Emily's psychological trauma left by the Cruciatus curse, when Edward came to fetch her. After learning why Emily had repeatedly tried to get close to Edward, Audrey was genuinely impressed. Despite the Death Eater's control and threats, Emily had endured the pain inflicted by multiple binding vows to discreetly signal to Edward, who possessed powerful transfiguration abilities, that something was wrong. According to Dumbledore, she had been cursed with over 20 different contract spells, each cast by a different Death Eater, effectively sealing off any possibility of her revealing the truth. Even just thinking about betraying them triggered the same soul-piercing agony as the Cruciatus curse. Yet she still hadn't given up seeking a way out. Audrey thought to herself that if she had been in Emily's position, she definitely wouldn't have been able to endure that. At that moment, Grindelwald stopped walking and asked, "So the time turner came from Ariana?" "That's right," Edward replied, rubbing his frozen hands together. "You knew 16 years ago that Ariana was still alive, and you chose to keep it secret from Professor Dumbledore all this time. You've got some serious restraint." Grindelwald let out a cold snort and exhaled a plume of mist. "That's because you didn't see her back then." He paused, then continued, "When she brought you to me, the feeling she gave off, she wasn't human. More like a thing. Yes, a thing, or even a monster. She was Ariana, and yet, she wasn't the Ariana I once knew. Toward Albus and Aberforth, all she had was pure, unfiltered hatred. I'm certain that if she ever saw either of them again, she wouldn't hesitate to kill." Grindelwald gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I even thought about capturing her and bringing her to Albus. But in the end, you lost to her." "That's right." He nodded. "She came to see me a few more times afterwards, always asking about events from the past. It seemed like she was trying to recover her memories. I could tell her emotions were slowly returning, but her hatred for Albus and his brother never faded. So, I had no choice but to keep her existence a secret until now. So she really did lose her memories? I believe so, Edward replied. At that moment, Audrey spoke up. Mr. Grindlevault, do you know anything about the powerful force Ariana possesses? He shook his head. For the longest time, I thought she was like cretins, harboring the power of an obscurial. But not long ago, Albus shared with me another kind of magic. Only then did I begin to suspect something else. Edward's expression darkened, so Grindlevault, too, believed Ariana might be a Beyonder. Which pathway could she be? Amnesia. If we ruled out external manipulation, the only pathway among the 22 known to cause memory loss was the Death Corpse Collector pathway, specifically, Sequence 4, Undying. So, Ariana was a demigod-level Beyonder. Grindlevault read the thoughts in his eyes. You're worried, aren't you? You're worried that someone else in this world has mastered the kind of magic that only you were supposed to know. Edward nodded frankly. Exactly. The problem here wasn't just the potential leak of potion pathways, it was something even more serious. Where did Ariana, and possibly other Beyonders, even get their potions? Could there really be someone else in the Harry Potter world capable of crossing between worlds? Author's note, no, there isn't. This novel won't be written in that sort of irritating twist. Grindlevault chuckled. Then besides Ariana, have you found any other traces of that sort of magic? No. Exactly. Think about it, this world has already seen both myself and Voldemort plunge it into chaos on 2 separate occasions, yet there's been not even a whisper of that kind of magic. Either the person who possesses it is incredibly good at hiding, staying buried and unseen for decades without ever revealing themselves, or they simply don't exist at all. Ariana is just an exception. Edward was silent for a moment before speaking. When I found out it was her who stole all the time turners, I did wonder, what if it was me in the future who traveled far into the past with a time turner, saved Ariana from the chaos she should have died in, and taught her about Beyonder potions, but so far, time turners definitely don't have the power to go that far back. Grindlevault let out a laugh. But that's magic, isn't it? The marvel of magic has never truly been in its strength, it's in how it can turn the impossible into possible. Then, his expression turned serious. That's why, I've always felt, the idea that magic is weaker than Beyonder abilities, it just doesn't sit right. Edward froze for a moment. He suddenly remembered that Will Septon, the Snake of Mercury, had once said something similar. The reason magic seemed inferior to Beyonder abilities wasn't because of magic itself, but because of those using it. But what exactly was the problem with the people? Was it that I myself am too weak to bring out the true power of magic? Then again, the difference in world levels was a real factor. It was only natural for mid-tier magic to lose against high-tier Beyonder power. Alright, we're straying off topic, Grindlevault said, drawing things back. As for Ariana, are you planning to tell Albus? Of course not. This time, it was Audrey who answered, this sort of thing should really come from you. If you're still choosing to keep it from Professor Dumbledore, then Edward and I can only go along with it. After all, this concerns the professor's very life. Heh. Crafty little girl, Grindlevault chuckled. Still, I doubt we can keep it from him much longer. Last week, when he came to me for help, he was already subtly asking about your origins again. Edward suddenly understood. It must have been because we ran into Ariana in Godric's Hollow. Then later, he saw that painting in the Hog's Head, and it made him suspicious. No wonder. Grindlevault suddenly reached out and clapped Edward on the shoulder. Listen, I hope that, if Albus does end up going to find Ariana, you'll help him. You don't want to see him get killed by her, do you? Edward twitched his mouth, then nodded. I understand. When the three returned to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was already back. But there was someone else with him, an elderly man, frail and thin, white hair cascading down like snow, his very presence radiating the scent of decay. Oh, not this flavor again. The old man made a face as he chewed on a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. You always give me these when I visit. Not once have I gotten a good one. Dumbledore burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Then how about a toffee instead? Wonderful. Turning around, Dumbledore spotted the three entering and greeted them warmly. Oh, you're back. This is my old friend, Nicholas Flamel, the original owner of the Philosopher's Stone. I imagine you've heard of him. Good evening, Mr. Flamel, Edward and Audrey said at once, quickly offering their greetings to the 600-year-old legendary alchemist. Grindlevault, on the other hand, simply nodded. Ah, hello there, Flamel replied with a gentle smile, looking every bit the kindly elder. Edward asked curiously, Professor, is Mr. Flamel here because of the Philosopher's Stone inside Harry? That's part of it, but not the whole reason. Dumbledore smiled, then turned to Flamel. Nicholas, go ahead. I'm here for the Mirror of Aist. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Christmas Eve. Huh. Heh, I never thought I'd hear that name again before I died. Nicholas Flamel spoke in a frail voice. Actually, the last person to discover the Mirror of Aist was me. That was more than 500 years ago. I was already approaching the end of my life, and I wanted to spend my final years traveling the world. During those years, I visited countless places, and by chance, I arrived at Hogwarts. Many people believe I was able to create the Philosopher's Stone because an angel appeared to me in a dream and gifted me a book, the Book of Abraham the Jew. But the truth is, that's not exactly how it happened. After years of traveling, I became more and more reluctant to leave this world. Driven by the desire to find a way to achieve immortality, I accidentally stumbled into the Room of Requirement, and found the Mirror of Aist. When I stood in front of it, I saw myself and Pernelli, my wife, happily enjoying a long life together. I saw myself crafting an alchemical artifact that could grant eternal life. So, I secretly brought it home. Nicholas fell into a long silence, immersed in memory. You all know, of course, that what the Mirror of Aist shows is nothing more than the deepest desire in one's heart, illusory, unreal. But the very next day after I brought it home, I found a red stone inside the mirror. The very one that would become the Philosopher's Stone. This revelation left not only Edward and Audrey, but even Dumbledore himself visibly stunned. It was clearly the first time he'd heard this. Of course, at that time, the stone was just a prototype. It couldn't yet grant immortality, but it gave me a direction. After more than 2 years of tireless research, the Philosopher's Stone was finally born. Once I extended my life, I had more time to think about other things, like where exactly that red stone came from. Did it really come from the mirror? And where did the Mirror of Aist itself originate? So I returned to Hogwarts to investigate, and eventually determined that the mirror had been secretly left behind by Salazar Slytherin himself, after he broke ties with the other founders and left the school. Edward and Audrey exchanged a glance. It all made sense now. The secret Slytherin left behind was about the existence and location of a god. And the Mirror of Aist was very likely the entrance to that so-called god's domain. He seemed to fear the mirror deeply. He even used the castle's magical array to seal it away, turning it into an ordinary mirror. After learning this, I felt deeply uneasy. Just think, something that even the great Slytherin feared so much that he had to seal it, could only mean serious trouble. My first thought was to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Please forgive an old man who had just gained immortality, his greed for life. He chuckled at himself, then continued, but I did return the Mirror of Aist to the Room of Requirement and strengthened the seal, until Albus rediscovered it a little over a decade ago. At that moment, a thought occurred to Edward, and he asked, Mr. Flamel, by your account, does taking the Mirror of Aist out of Hogwarts mean breaking its seal? The old man nodded slightly. That's correct. Then something was off. If that was the case, why hadn't Barty Jr. tried to steal the mirror outright? That would have been far more straightforward than everything else he'd done. After all, everyone believed his target was the Philosopher's Stone, not a mirror. Was it because Voldemort was hiding inside Harry? But even then, he could have kidnapped Harry and taken him out of Hogwarts. There were simpler, safer, more effective ways, so why choose the harder route? Something wasn't right. Just as the thought struck him, Edward suddenly froze. He realized that, because he didn't know when his past self might emerge from the mirror, he'd been carrying it around with him for the past few days. That could be incredibly dangerous. At that moment, Flamel began coughing violently. Dumbledore quickly handed him a glass of water. Take a rest, Nicholas. Thank you. The elderly man cradled the cup in his trembling hands and took a small sip. That's all I know about the Mirror of Aist. After returning it to Hogwarts, I tried to follow the traces Slytherin left behind to learn more. Unfortunately, I found nothing. After placing the mirror back, it was as if Slytherin vanished into thin air. All right, old friend, Dumbledore said gently. I'll take you to rest now. Once Harry returns, I'll be needing your help to check on him. No problem, Nicholas sighed. In the end, both the Philosopher's Stone and the Mirror of Aist began with me. It's only right that I see this through. A few minutes later, after settling Nicholas Flamel in, Dumbledore returned to the office. What are your thoughts? He asked. Audrey spoke up first. Could it be that Slytherin didn't disappear, but entered the world inside the Mirror of Aist? The others nodded in agreement. But if he was so afraid of the mirror, why would he go in? She added. Grindlevault glanced at Edward and chuckled. Isn't it possible that he was forced to go in? Audrey narrowed her eyes. Mr. Grindlevault, are you implying something else with that statement? Grindlevault. This girl's instincts were far too sharp. Edward quickly cut in. Based on the information we have now, we can be fairly certain that the Mirror of Aist is the entrance to that so-called god's domain. The remaining question is whether there really is a god inside. And if there is, what kind of existence it is, and what power it holds. Grindlevault stroked his chin. Why don't we go in and take a look ourselves? If Voldemort dared to enter, why should we be afraid? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, then said, that's a last resort. Let's wait a little longer. Edward and Grindlevault immediately understood what he meant. They were waiting for the past version of Edward to return from within the mirror. He might bring back valuable information about what lay beyond. Even Audrey, though not a seer, could tell the three men had reached a silent understanding. She puffed her cheeks and lightly punched Edward on the arm. Morning of December 24th. Edward and Audrey visited St. Mungo's Hospital again. This time, Neville was with them. As soon as he saw them, Neville ran over excitedly, blurting out a stream of gratitude. Over the past few days of the holiday, he had spent most of his time at his parents' bedside. Compared to before, his parents were clearly doing better. They could recognize him now. His mother, Alice, could even utter a few words. She was trying to talk to him. Lady Longbottom took the opportunity to invite Edward and Audrey to spend Christmas Eve with them, but they had already promised Sirius, so they had to politely decline. Afterwards, Audrey spent more than 2 hours performing treatment on the Longbottom couple. Unfortunately, they were still stuck at the final, critical stage, the so-called messenger. Regrettably, they hadn't learned much from Luna last time either. She had only seen the Raxpert once, on the day her mother died. Still, comparing two seemingly unrelated cases allowed them to make a tentative guess. The appearance of the Raxpert seemed to be associated with death, or being close to death. But during the defense of Hogwarts, on the 20th, many people and goblins had died, and yet there was no sign of the Raxpert at the scene. So the matter remained at an impasse. By evening, Edward and Audrey, along with Lilith and Susie, arrived at number 12 Grimmauld Place in northwest London. However, for most people, muggles and wizards alike, this place didn't exist. When one arrived, all they would see were number 11 and number 13. But once granted access, all it took was standing between 11 and 13 and silently thinking, number 12 Grimmauld Place, for a shabby, worn-down door to suddenly materialize between the two buildings, as if an extra house had inflated from thin air, forcing the others to squeeze aside to make room. Hi, welcome. Sirius stood at the doorway with the three kids, arms wide open, beaming with enthusiasm. Good afternoon, Sirius. And hello, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Good afternoon, Edward, Audrey. After exchanging greetings, the two adults, one cat, and one dog followed the group into the ancestral home of the Blacks. Thanks to what was clearly a thorough pre-cleaning effort, the house no longer resembled the filthy, dark space described in the original book. The wallpaper and carpets looked freshly replaced, everything had been cleaned with magic, and instead of the musty odor of long abandonment, a faint pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Still, the wall leading to the staircase was draped in an enormous sheet that clashed awkwardly with the otherwise refreshed surroundings. Edward knew what was behind it, the portrait of Sirius's dearest mother. The sheet was meant to keep her from being woken, because once she would begin screaming in the most blood-curdling voice imaginable, cursing everyone around her and trying to rouse the other portraits to join in. Unfortunately, just before her death, Sirius's mother had placed a permanent sticking charm on the painting. No matter how much Sirius despised it, he couldn't remove it. Edward had always thought, back when reading the original book, that if he were Sirius, he would have just torn down the whole wall. What are those? Audrey suddenly recoiled in shock, pointing to the grotesque row of house elf heads mounted beside the stairs. Sorry, Sirius said grimly, clearly disgusted. Those are the heads of the house elves who served the Black family all their lives. Pure-blood families often keep that revolting tradition, thinking it somehow proves their noble lineage. I wanted to take them down, but that mutt creature went absolutely mad. I was worried he'd smear filth all over the house we worked so hard to clean, so I had to let it go. He shrugged. Oh, creature's another house elf. He thinks getting his head mounted here after death is some kind of great honor. Ron muttered under his breath, you really don't want to meet that nutjob, Audrey. Hermione instantly took offense. Creature's not crazy. Then what is he? His life goal is to be like his mother, decapitate himself and stick his head on a plaque. If that's not crazy, what is? He's just been brainwashed for generations. Oh, great, a brainwashed lunatic. Still a lunatic, isn't he? You. Harry, used to their bickering, simply turned to Edward and Audrey with a helpless shrug, as if to say, yeah, this is normal. Soon, the group reached the dining room, which had been carefully and festively decorated. Small decorative lights sparkled everywhere, and a towering Christmas tree almost touched the ceiling, adorned with glittering ornaments and surrounded by neatly stacked gifts. On the table sat a massive roast turkey and a spread of other delicious dishes. These were all ordered from top-tier Muggle restaurants. They should taste great, Sirius said, clapping his hands. Now, even though it's not quite dinner time yet, I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's feast. Thank you all for coming. Everyone clapped in response. At that moment, a very old, bloodshot-eyed house elf shuffled into the room, wearing nothing but a grimy rag tied around his waist. He looked utterly worn out. After a brief glance at Audrey and Edward, he muttered under his breath, "More filthy strangers." Then he plopped down under the Christmas tree and spaced out. Every once in a while, he would suddenly slam his head into the wall or burst into pitiful sobs. This behavior was a little different from what Edward remembered, most likely because Dumbledore had already taken the locket that once belonged to Regulus. Sirius quickly lost patience. "Creature, get out of my sight, now." The elf stood with agonizing slowness and began shuffling off, muttering as he went, "Oh, my poor mistress, if she knew what kind of filth they were letting into her house, what would she say to poor old Creature? Such disgrace, what can he do?" Once Creature was gone, Sirius took a deep breath and forced a smile back onto his face. "Sorry about that. That mutt picked up every single one of my pureblood-obsessed mother's horrible habits. He's just a house elf, yet he looks down on everyone." Naturally, Edward and Audrey chose not to comment on that. "Well then, please, everyone, have a seat." There were 6 people in total, yet Sirius had set the table for 8. Harry and the others had thought someone else might be joining, but Sirius seriously invited Lilith and Susie to each take a seat. Lilith immediately warmed to him. Miss Lilith approved. Susie, meanwhile, was surprised. This was her first time ever being invited to dine at a table. "Edward, Audrey," Sirius said, producing 2 gift boxes, one large, one small. "These are for you, Christmas presents. I asked Professor Dumbledore for suggestions. I hope you like them." Inside Edward's box was a small knife, and inside Audrey's was a travel case. The knife's an old find from Nocturne Alley. "I heard you've been collecting things like this." "The suitcase, I got it through Dumbledore, from Newt Scamander himself." "Thank you," they both said sincerely. Then Sirius handed out 2 more gift boxes to Lilith and Susie. Each contained a miniature wand. "I heard you 2 are learning magic. These are the smallest wands I could find. Maybe they'll be useful to you." Lilith accepted hers gleefully, while Susie blinked in surprise but offered a grateful nod. Harry and Ron were stunned. "What? Even cats and dogs can learn magic now? Is there any hope left for underachievers?" After that, Edward, Audrey, and the 3 kids exchanged gifts. Even though Edward had claimed Harry's gift was, technically from Sirius, he still gave him a revolver along with 15 rounds each of purification and anti-demon bullets. Ron's wand had already been gifted earlier. Hermione received a thick magical tome. The trio's gifts to Edward and Audrey were some chocolates and candies. Edward then looked at Sirius. "Audrey and I have a gift for you as well." "No," Sirius cut in. "You already gave me the best gift, getting me out of Azkaban." Though they had heard the story from Sirius before, the 3 kids couldn't help but marvel again. So it was really Edward and Audrey who broke into Azkaban last time. "That's insane." "It's different," Edward said with a small smile. "And I believe you'll need this gift." "Oh." Sirius looked mildly surprised. He truly couldn't imagine what he might need, not because the Blacks were wealthy, but because, other than raising Harry well, he honestly had no other desires. "It's related to your brother, Regulus." Chapter 259, Regulus. Regulus. Sirius was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed coldly. "That fool who joined the Death Eaters. I don't think I need to know anything about him. He was Voldemort's lapdog, the pride of my parents, their little hero, but to me, he was just a disgusting bastard." Later on in Azkaban, I heard that he tried to back out of the Death Eaters because he was scared and cowardly. Naturally, that wasn't possible, so he died. Sirius rambled on, clearly expressing his deep dissatisfaction, and even hatred, towards his younger brother. But beneath his sharp words, there was a lingering emotion that hinted he still cared. After all, they had grown up together, and their relationship in childhood had once been quite close. Edward spoke up calmly, "But what if Regulus wasn't the kind of person you thought he was?" Sirius furrowed his brows. "Don't forget, Sirius, in the past 10 years or so, everyone believed you betrayed Harry's father and joined Voldemort's ranks. But only you knew what really happened." Hearing this, Harry immediately turned his head to look at Edward. Sirius fell silent for a moment before muttering, "So, you're saying Regulus was misunderstood too?" Edward thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, Creature knows the truth better than anyone else. Unfortunately, he will never tell you." "That damned mutt." Sirius immediately stood up. "I'm going to ask him right now." Edward and Audrey exchanged helpless looks. They had probably chosen the wrong moment. This really should have waited until after dinner. Judging from the atmosphere now, it looked like tonight's meal might not happen after all. Soon, Sirius's angry shouting echoed through the hallway, mixed with Creature's screeching curses. The trio quickly rushed over, just in time to see Sirius kick Creature, sending the elf flying 2 or 3 meters. He pointed at the elf furiously and shouted, "I want you to tell me everything you know about Regulus. All of it." "No. Creature will not betray Master Regulus, not to you, a filthy little blood traitor hated by Mistress herself. I am your master now, and I command you, speak. Creature instantly fell into a painful inner conflict. He suddenly turned and slammed his head against the wall. Useless creature, worthless creature. Lost what the young master entrusted to me, and now I'm being forced to betray him by the Black family traitor. Creature is scum. Creature deserves to die. Creature. No banging your head, no smashing the floor, no hurting yourself in any way. Stop everything you're doing and tell me what happened with Regulus. The elf immediately froze. He slowly turned his head and lay stiff on the cold stone floor, tears streaming from his sunken eye sockets. Master Regulus came to me about a year after joining the Dark Lord's ranks. He said the Dark Lord needed an elf. Creature began sobbing as he recounted how Voldemort had taken him to hide a locket, and how Regulus had later brought him back there to steal it. He told of the moment Regulus was dragged into the lake by the Infri after ordering Creature to switch the real locket with a fake one. Master Regulus took a locket from his pocket, looked just like the Dark Lord's. Creature wept, tears pouring down both sides of his long nose. He told Creature to take it and, when the potion was gone, to switch them. He ordered Creature to leave, not to worry about him. He told Creature to go home, to destroy the locket, to find a way, any way, to destroy it. Then he drank the whole potion. Creature switched the lockets, and then Creature watched as Master Regulus was dragged under the water. As he spoke, Creature slammed his head against the ground again. Useless creature. Worthless creature. Audrey couldn't help but admire Regulus's courage and resolve. According to Edward, that potion didn't just cause pain, it also made the drinker reject the rest instinctively. Even Dumbledore had struggled and only managed to finish it with Harry's help. But Regulus, he'd done it alone. Sirius's expression grew darker and darker. Enough, you idiot. Continue. What happened after that? What about the locket? I went home and tried everything I could, but I couldn't even leave a scratch on it. Creature lifted his head again, blood now staining his wrinkled forehead. So I hid it away, but then, last month, it suddenly disappeared. Disappeared. Sirius's face darkened, veins bulging from his temples. Edward quickly intervened. Don't panic, Sirius, Professor Dumbledore came and took it. Creature's bulbous eyes turned on Edward instantly. Dumbledore. Dumbledore was the one who stole the young master's locket. He screamed wildly. Give it back to Creature. Give it back to Creature. Edward spoke calmly. Professor Dumbledore already destroyed it, Creature. The task Regulus gave you, you've completed it. Creature went silent, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. After a few mumbles, he fell into a daze. Sirius also remained quiet for a long while. He had never expected that the brother he despised, hated, and always considered a coward, had, without anyone knowing, accomplished such a heroic act. Suddenly, he recalled what Creature had said, that while Sirius had left the Black household in protest of its pureblood mania, seeing it as rejecting darkness for light, wasn't that also a form of escapism? Regulus, upon learning Voldemort's true nature, had chosen to stand up and fight even if it meant dying. It proved he was never the coward Sirius thought him to be. If Sirius had never left the Black family, if he'd stayed and been there to guide Regulus, maybe things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. The three young ones stood quietly to the side, feeling a deep sense of regret for the men they had never met. He had clearly resisted Voldemort in silence, yet even after death, he was still misunderstood by everyone, including his own brother. Harry hesitated, then asked, Creature, where is that cave? Creature immediately snapped, Creature will not allow anyone to disturb Master Regulus. But, don't you want to bring his remains home and bury them in the Black family's graveyard? Creature froze at that, his expression wavering with uncertainty. Sirius said in a low voice, Take me to that cave, Creature. Creature said nothing more, but his silence seemed to signify agreement. Edward then spoke up, If you want to retrieve the locket Regulus left behind in the stone basin, you'll need to think carefully. I'll drink it, Sirius said without hesitation. That's not really necessary, is it? Audrey interjected. Sirius didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Edward, a suspicious look on his face. Why do you know all of this so well? According to Creature, only Regulus, Voldemort, and Creature himself were ever involved. The three young ones chimed in unison, because Edward can see prophecies. Prophecies. As one of the least respected subjects at Hogwarts, divination had long been dismissed by Sirius and most of the saner students as complete rubbish. But now, it didn't seem so useless after all. Well, perhaps it was useless for most people. When someone like Edward took up divination, it worked. That crazy fraud Sybil Trelawney, on the other hand, was clearly a joke. At least the kid's response saved Edward from having to invent another cover story. Seems his previous performance as an astrologer had left quite the impression. Harry, Ron, Hermione, you three stay here. We'll be back soon. All right. Though the three little lions were brimming with curiosity, they behaved themselves obediently. Let's go, creature. Edward and Audrey clasped hands, and Edward placed his other hand on Sirius' shoulder while Sirius gripped Creature's wrist. Lilith, Susie, you two stay out of trouble, all right? Meow. Woof. Crack. The next moment, they arrived on a small island in a dim cave. Or rather than an island, it was more like a large slab of black stone in the middle of a pitch-dark underground lake. There was nothing on it except a stone basin a few meters away, glowing with an eerie green light like a pensieve. Ah. Audrey gave a startled cry. She had seen the endless black water surrounding the island, filled with countless floating corpses, and her scalp prickled with dread. This is the place, Creature said, staring dumbly into the black lake. Tears streamed down his sunken cheeks. Oh, Master Regulus, where are you? Creature is so useless, woo-woo. Shut up. Sirius snapped. They're inferi. Do you want them to drag us down with them? He scolded Creature but also found himself staring into the water, probably wondering whether Regulus was among the corpses. Then, taking 2 long strides forward, he approached the stone basin. Inside was a basin full of bright green liquid, gleaming with phosphorescent light. This is the potion, huh? He muttered, reaching out a hand to touch it, only to find an invisible barrier blocking him. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't get through to the liquid. Creature stepped forward and leaned in, preparing to drink. Master Regulus, Creature has come to retrieve what you left behind. Back off, you idiot. Sirius shoved him aside roughly. This has nothing to do with you. No. Creature must take back Master Regulus' locket. I already said, I'll drink it myself. Sirius pulled out a crystal goblet he had prepared and scooped a full cup of the emerald potion. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to down it in one gulp. Wait, Sirius. Edward suddenly reached out and stopped him. What, you want a taste too? Of course not. Edward shook his head. I was just thinking, this enchantment that prevents you from touching the potion and only allows drinking, doesn't it count as a kind of magic? Sirius frowned. Of course it does. But I've never seen this kind before, and I don't know how to break it. So I have no choice but to obey the rules. That was true. Even in the original story, Dumbledore had no solution other than to drink the potion after several failed attempts to bypass it. You don't happen to have a counter-curse for it, do you? Nope, Edward replied cheerfully. But I do know how to flip the table. Sirius. Magic is forbidden in this place. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 730 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, Greatest Regret. In an instant, the green glow from the potion in the basin visibly dimmed. Before Edward could even reach for the locket, Sirius exclaimed in shock, "What did you just do?" "I just disabled the magic in this area." As he spoke, Edward reached into the potion. At the same time, he used distortion to push the liquid aside in reverse, retrieving the locket from the bottom of the stone basin. He then lifted the restriction on magic and flipped the locket over. As expected, there was a folded piece of parchment where a portrait was usually kept. He opened it, glanced at the contents, and handed it to Sirius. To the Dark Lord. I am dead by the time you read this, but I want you to know, it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I am willing to die in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Sirius silently read his brother's final words over and over again. His grip on the parchment grew tighter and tighter until, after a long pause, he murmured, "Good job, Regulus, well done." He thought for a moment, then passed the parchment to Creature, who had been staring with wide eyes. "Here, take a look. Don't smudge or tear it." Creature hurriedly tried to wipe his hands clean on the filthy rags he wore, only making them dirtier. Audrey summoned a stream of clear water that poured directly over his hands. Creature glanced at her and muttered, "Thank you." Then he took the parchment, reading while tears streamed freely down his wrinkled face. Sirius patiently waited for a few minutes before retrieving the parchment, carefully folding it back up and slipping it inside the locket. He held it tightly in his hand. "Thank you, Edward. If it weren't for you, I might have spent the rest of my life misunderstanding Regulus." Edward replied earnestly, "A hero like your brother shouldn't be forgotten or misjudged. Once things stabilize at the Ministry, Professor Dumbledore should apply to award him the Order of Merlin." Sirius nodded quietly. Titles meant little to him now that his brother was gone, but Regulus would have been happy. His gaze drifted back to the inky lake. What he now cared about most was, whether it was possible to recover Regulus' remains. Just then, a rustling sound began to rise from all directions. Fiendfire. Edward swiftly raised his wand and cast a massive blaze of fire, illuminating the entire cave. All around the island, the lake's surface began to bubble as if boiling. From the black depths, countless corpses began to rise, heads, arms, lifeless eyes, men, women, even children, all floating toward the island with hollow, sightless gazes. Soon, they started crawling ashore, stumbling closer with stiff, jerking movements. Creature screamed, "Run! We must run." Maybe it was because he had helped retrieve Regulus' relic, but he didn't flee immediately. Instead, he reached for Sirius, trying to apparate them all away. "You all go back first." Edward refused Sirius' offered hand. Under his stunned gaze, Edward said calmly, "These inferi, most of them were innocent victims murdered by Voldemort. If no one does anything, they'll remain trapped here forever, unable to rest." He took a step forward. "It's time to set them free. You plan to burn them all with fiend fire. I'll help you." Sirius drew his wand. "No. I'm going to purify them." With that, Edward leaned back, arms spread wide as if embracing the sun. In the next moment, a massive, pure, and blazing pillar of light descended from the heavens, slamming into the mass of inferi. Light of holiness. The nemesis of filth, darkness, and the undead. Magnify. Edward followed up with multiple casts of Magnify, pouring more holy light into the cave. The radiance turned the cavern as bright as midday, instantly desiccating any inferi it touched. Those struck directly by the beam disintegrated on the spot. Expecto Patronum. Audrey raised her wand, and a massive silver dragon Patronus erupted from it, filling the cave. With a thunderous roar, it charged into the ranks of inferi, cutting them down like wheat under a scythe. Sirius and Creature both stood dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. They stared at the blazing beams of light and the enormous dragon, then looked down at their own wands with a strange sense of helplessness. So that dragon who annihilated the Dementors attacking Hogwarts the other day, that was Audrey's Patronus. Merlin's beard, I want to file a complaint. This is cheating. No one knew how long it lasted, but eventually, the silver dragon dissolved into a flurry of light, vanishing into the air. Edward finally lowered his arms. After the onslaught, the Black Lake had grown still again, the inferi all but annihilated. Sirius gazed silently at the lake surface. It even felt like the water level had gone down from evaporation. Phew, Edward exhaled. That nearly drained my spirituality. He turned to Sirius. Sorry, Regulus' remains might have been. Creature immediately burst into sobs, but after witnessing Edward's overwhelming power, he dared not complain, only cried and wailed in grief. Sirius shook his head. It couldn't be helped. We can't dig through thousands of inferi, one by one, looking for him. He put away his wand, then slipped the locket safely into his pocket. Shut it, Creature. Do you want Regulus to remain here forever, a damned corpse? Creature's cries paused, tears still welling in his eyes. But didn't you just say, you were going to bury Master Regulus, in the Black family graveyard? Ah. Edward paused, then transformed his wand into a divining rod. Maybe I'll try dowsing for it, who knows, maybe Regulus wasn't among those corpses just now. Clack. 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 Before he could finish, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from the darkness. Edward instantly pulled Audrey close, casting a magnified Protego totem that enveloped them all. Clack. 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 Ripples began to form on the previously still surface of the Black Lake, drawing closer from the distance, yet nothing could be seen with the naked eye. Edward and Audrey exchanged a look and simultaneously activated spirit vision. There, lightly treading upon the surface of the lake, was a grayish-black creature. It had a pair of gently curved horns and a noticeably prominent nose. It was a crumplehorn snorkack. It stopped about 7 or 8 meters away. With a graceful swish of its long tail, a black hole-like vortex opened up behind it. The next moment, translucent human figures began to rise from the lake. These were the souls of the inferi. Each of them wore a peaceful, relieved smile as they surged toward the dark vortex. Some paused briefly, bowing toward Edward and Audrey in silent thanks before moving on. Both Edward and Audrey stood there in awe. Was this crumplehorn snorkack truly a psychopomp, an escort of the dead? Could that black vortex behind it be the realm of the dead, the underworld? What are you two seeing? Sirius couldn't see anything, but as a wizard, his intuition told him something supernatural was happening. It seems, a messenger of the underworld is guiding the souls of the departed. A messenger of the underworld. A reaper. Edward shook his head. I don't know. But I don't think the Grim Reaper looks like this. Soon, fewer and fewer souls emerged from the lake, only 2 or 3 every few seconds. Then the crumplehorn snorkack turned its gaze to the 3 people on the island, its eyes lingering longest on Audrey. Those intelligent eyes shimmered faintly with light. Just then, a young man with black hair emerged from the lake. He appeared slightly frail but wore a radiant smile on his face. He flew directly toward the vortex, but then suddenly stopped midair. His eyes swept past Edward and Audrey before landing on Sirius and Creature. There was a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. Then, he turned to the crumple-horned Snorkack. After seeing it give a gentle nod, he drifted toward the island and landed silently, weightless. Sirius was frowning deeply at the air in front of him when he noticed Edward and Audrey both turning to look behind him. "What is it now?" he asked, puzzled. "I think Regulus is here." "What?" Creature stumbled forward. I feel him. I feel Master Regulus, he's right here." He gingerly reached out, trying to touch the invisible Regulus, but found only empty air. "Master Regulus." Audrey hesitated, then softly asked the crumple-horned Snorkack, "Could you let them see him?" Clack. 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 The crumple-horned Snorkack stepped forward onto the water. As it approached, a gleam flashed in its eyes. Regulus's spirit was immediately enveloped in a soft, faint glow. And at that moment, in the eyes of Sirius and Creature, the long-dead, long-lost, young master and brother began to take form before them. "Master Regulus." Creature burst into tears and rushed forward. "You've done well, Creature. You didn't let me down." "Woo." Regulus reached out with his translucent hand, trying to pat Creature on the head, but it merely passed through him. Then he turned to Sirius. "Has Voldemort been defeated?" "MHM. He was taken down by James's son, my godson, when he was only a year old." Regulus blinked, then chuckled. "How ironic. But he made multiple Horcruxes, that means he had multiple lives." "Don't worry. They were all found and destroyed." "Good." Regulus smiled. "That's good." Sirius's eyes reddened slightly. The man before him was his only blood relative in the world. They had once been close, inseparable brothers, until diverging beliefs drove them apart. And now, their reunion happened only in death. "I didn't disappoint you, did I, Sirius?" "Of course not. It's me who disappointed you." Sirius clenched his fists tightly. If I had been there for you, we could have found another way. You wouldn't have had to." Regulus quietly listened to his brother. "I know. I've always known." Watching the two brothers, Edward felt a deep pang in his heart. He suddenly remembered a question he'd once seen on Reddit back in his past life. What is the greatest regret in Harry Potter? Answer: not knowing. Lily and James didn't know their child would survive the killing curse. Sirius didn't know that the brother he once called a coward was actually a hero. Aberforth nearly hated his brother for a century, not knowing Albus had spent the rest of his life repenting for their sister's accidental death. Snape didn't know that Voldemort would soon fall, and that the boy he silently protected all those years would one day let go of his disdain and vindicate his name. Dumbledore didn't know that Grindlevault, imprisoned in the tower, would, in his final act, protect his tomb from Voldemort's desecration. And now, with his presence here, Edward seemed to be slowly mending those regrets. Perhaps this is the true meaning of my arrival in this world. Chapter 261, Beware the Taint. Alright, it's time for me to go. Regulus smiled gently as he floated a step backwards, his body once again rising into the air. Creature cried out and rushed forward, trying to grab hold of his master, while Sirius stood still, holding back his emotions, watching his younger brother fade into the distance. Thank you both. Take care. With those words, Regulus turned around and resolutely stepped into the black vortex, vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, the crumple-horned Snorkack gave a gentle sweep of its long tail, causing the vortex to dissipate into nothingness. Then it turned around, preparing to leave. Wait. Edward quickly called out and shot out several rapid questions. Is the underworld real? Are you truly its emissary? Does death really exist? Have you heard of the abode of the gods? The crumple-horned Snorkack's footsteps halted for a second. It gave them a sidelong glance, yet said nothing. TSK. Should he try to stop it by force? But the creature had just shown them goodwill, giving Regulus and Sirius a final reunion. Attacking it now would be downright disgraceful. Audrey also stepped forward and asked, "Do you remember me? We met in Alice Longbottom's mental world. Could you tell me, when will they return to normal?" "Soon." This time, the crumple-horned Snorkack actually spoke. A low, resonant voice rang out. Then it quickened its steps and vanished into the darkness. Sigh. Edward let out a long breath. Let's head back. Audrey reached up and patted his head gently, offering a small smile. Maybe it doesn't know the answers either. But at the very least, it did give us some good news, didn't it? Yeah. Sirius's voice was hoarse as he spoke next. I don't even know what to say to thank you both. He bowed deeply. Thank you. Creature was sobbing and sniffling as he also gave a clumsy, grateful bow. Thank you, woo, Master Regulus. 10 minutes later. They had returned to the Black family's old manor. The Golden Trio immediately rushed over, curiosity in their eyes. But Sirius was in no mood to tell stories right now. So Audrey took over that task, recounting their strange and wondrous experience to the children, as well as to Lilith and Susie. Hermione was left stunned. So the underworld actually exists. I thought that was just mythology. Ron scoffed. Come on, there's magic and wizards, but the underworld is too far-fetched. Harry, however, murmured quietly, so, does that mean my mom and dad were also taken to the underworld by that emissary? Is there a chance I could see them again? Lilith leapt onto Edward's shoulder, muttering in frustration, I should have gone with you. Why? Because I want to be just as amazing as that so-called emissary. Edward laughed. You'll be even more amazing than it someday. Really? Of course, because Lilith is the smartest kitty in the whole world. She happily wagged her tail. That's right. Half an hour later, Sirius reappeared with a more composed expression and a smile. He called everyone over for dinner. Around 9 p.m., Edward and Audrey returned to Hogwarts. After walking Audrey back to her dormitory, Edward immediately sensed something. The Mirror of Aist was reacting again. Without hesitation, he apparat to the room of requirement, summoned the mirror, and sure enough, its surface was glowing faintly once more. Edward quickly backed away to a safe distance, tensing his body and preparing for anything that might happen. After a full 10 minutes of flickering light, the dark door appeared again on the surface of the mirror. Is it happening? Is it really time to go back? Truth be told, Edward was nervous. Though he'd acted calm these past few days, continuing with his daily tasks, it had all been to mentally prepare himself after hearing everything Audrey had told him about the past. What if he couldn't come back? What if something went wrong in the process? What if some step had been messed up these past few days? His mind was spinning with anxious thoughts. Suddenly, the door inside the Mirror of Aist creaked open, not with the emergence of those ghastly pale arms as before, but Edward still didn't dare lower his guard. Moments later, the mirror's surface rippled like water. A dark figure slowly approached from within. Then a hand reached through. No, that wasn't a hand. It was a pale, skeletal claw, stripped of all flesh. And then the entire figure emerged into reality, cloaked in black robes with a hood, holding a massive scythe. A Grim Reaper. Edward froze. Even though this figure looked exactly like the Reapers from Western mythology, his intuition screamed, this is the one, the being I glimpsed through the crack in the door when I advanced to Sequence 6. The Reaper seemed to sense Edward's gaze and turned toward him. The blue flames flickering within its hollow eye sockets pulsed once. Its jawbone clicked twice. Was that a smile? Despite lacking flesh, its skeletal expression somehow conveyed a strange familiarity to Edward. At the same time, his spirituality surged violently. Danger. 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 For over 10 seconds, they stared at one another. Then the Reaper slowly extended its bony left hand from within its sleeve, clutching a wand. It thrust both the hand and the wand into the Mirror of Aist. A wand. Edward blinked. Then a thought struck him, could it be the Elder Wand from the Tale of the Three Brothers? Dumbledore once said the Elder Wand had been lost long ago. Is this the wand? Then, with a powerful tug, the Reaper pulled something out of the mirror, another Edward, unconscious, breathing steadily. So, this was how he had returned. After completing this task, the Reaper turned and walked back toward the mirror. Are you deaf? Edward couldn't help but ask. Crack. Crack. The creature's jawbone moved. Yes, and no. Then, with one final step, it vanished back into the watery mirror. The black door sealed shut behind it. Snap. A crisp sound rang out. In the next second, the Mirror of Aist shattered, splintering into countless shards and crashing to the floor. The Mirror of Aist just broke like that. Just then, Lilith wriggled out from Edward's arms, her eyes still drowsy. Edward, what happened? She yawned. Huh. Crap. He had forgotten about Lilith. Should he stuff her into the leather pouch now? But she had already seen his past self, there was no point. And it wasn't like he could just cast an obliviate on her. Forget it. His past self was back anyway, so the matter was pretty much settled. Thinking that, Edward briefly explained the situation. Lilith's eyes widened instantly. So, after using the time turner, there were two Edwards. That's right. Then, if Miss Lilith used the time turner, there would be two Liliths too. Edward's eyelid twitched. He quickly said, Lilith, that's not necessarily a good thing. If you went back and did something that disrupted the timeline, it could cause huge problems. Oh. She nodded. Miss Lilith doesn't understand. Then why even pretend to understand? Edward shook his head helplessly and walked over to his unconscious self. Lilith stared in awe. Wow. There really are two Edwards. She lightly leapt down and padded over to the other Edward, first sniffing him, then stepping on his face with her soft little paws before turning back. Exactly the same. Of course they're the same. All right, Lilith, I have something very important to do. Stay to the side and keep watch for me. Okay. In the original text, Daly had once explained that channeling meant allowing one's own spirituality to enter another spiritual world, thereby witnessing some of the experiences the other had gone through. Normally, the targets of such channeling were the deceased, since their lingering spirituality was purer, free from the clutter and chaos of conscious thoughts. Living people could also be channeled, but that required the channeler's will to overpower the subjects, otherwise it could be dangerous. But channeling oneself, sending his own spirit into his own spiritual world, that didn't sound quite right. Edward took out a bottle of draught of living death and poured some into his past self's mouth, just in case he suddenly woke up. Then, he brought out the materials for the channeling ritual and began the setup. In the faint mist, he stepped back 2 paces, then solemnly chanted in Hermes. I beseech the power of the night. I beseech the power of secrecy. I beseech the goddess's favor. I beseech you. Allow me to communicate with the spirituality of Edward, the Beyonder beside me. As the string of incantations echoed, Edward saw darkness slowly seep outward from the candle flames tinged with a dim, eerie glow. He didn't avoid it. Didn't resist. He allowed this deep night to envelop him. In an unusually clear state of mind, he felt his spiritual body drift away from his physical shell, entering a cosmic void, boundless, silent, and pitch black. Above him, the sky was filled with transparent, indescribable figures, brilliant bands of color containing unfathomable knowledge. Then, he saw another version of himself, hazy, dazed, and translucent. It worked. He had successfully channeled himself. This experience was probably the first of its kind in all of history. This was completely different from when he had tried to divine his own fate last time. Edward adjusted his breathing and asked, "These past few days, where did you go?" The past Edward murmured, "The mirror world." "When you entered the Mirror of Aist, what did you see?" "Oceans. Rivers. The Reaper. And..." His expression twisted slightly in pain. "I forgot. That Reaper-looking guy, was he really death?" "Yes, and no." "Is the Mirror of Aist really the dwelling of a god?" "No. There are no gods in this world." Edward froze. No gods. That completely contradicted what Slytherin had told him. "Why do you say that?" The channeled Edward looked increasingly tormented. Then, his expression went blank. "Forgot. What exactly did you encounter in there?" "Forgot." "Why is your memory missing?" "Forgot." "Damn it. What the hell happened inside the Mirror of Aist? What exactly did that Reaper want? If he had malicious intentions, why return him unharmed? If he didn't, why drag him in at all?" Edward believed that any intelligent being, especially one as exalted as a supposed god, should have a reason behind their actions. Otherwise, what would someone of that level get out of playing games? Then, a thought struck him. Wait, that was entirely possible. The best example was Amon. Wait a second. Ariana was like that too, wasn't she? He had suspected before that she was an undying who had revived multiple times and lost her memories each time. But now, was it possible that she had also entered the Mirror of Aist? He fell into deep thought for a long while. "You really remember nothing?" The past Edward hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. "Yes." Edward's eyes rippled slightly. "Is there anything you want to say to me?" The past Edward fell silent. After about half a minute, he murmured in a vacant tone. "Be careful of contamination." Chapter 262, Chapter 262, A Discussion on Time. Be careful of contamination. In the next instant, everything before Edward's eyes shattered and vanished. He returned to the room of requirement, where his past self still lay unconscious before him. Edward stared blankly at his other self, momentarily dazed. He hadn't expected his past self to actually answer that final question. What surprised him even more was that the warning had nothing to do with the Mirror of Aist or the divine domain he had speculated about. It was simply a sudden, unexpected warning. Be careful of contamination. But why contamination? Ever since becoming a Beyonder and acquiring dullness, Edward had never worried about contamination. That was why he had always regarded dullness as his strongest, external plug-in. But now, after visiting what might very well be a divine realm, the only clue left to him by his past self was still to beware contamination. What was going on? Suddenly, Edward remembered the description of his pathway's sequence 9, Fool, after his pathway had changed. You became a fool because you once endured high-level contamination, and thus can no longer be contaminated. He had never given it much thought before, treating it like a typical, game-style ability description. But now, looking back, maybe the phrase, once endured high-level contamination, wasn't just empty rhetoric. Could it be that the dullness he had always seen as his greatest protection was actually a gift left behind by some high-level contamination? That it wasn't that he couldn't be contaminated, but that all the contamination he had encountered thus far was just too weak. Even the box of Great Old Ones, which was suspected to be polluted by the cosmos, possibly a Great Old One, was afraid of him in return. Then how high was the rank of the contamination he had once endured? Was the warning to beware the being who had caused that high-level contamination? Or, was it possible that he had been contaminated again, this time during his encounter with the Mirror of Aist? Edward fell into a spiral of confusion. Phew. After a while, he exhaled a deep breath and forcibly calmed his chaotic thoughts. For now, I'll just have to take things one step at a time. If the sky falls, let gods hold it up. I'm just a humble sequence 6 beyonder at the peak of my level. He called Lilith back, brought his past self via apparition back to the dormitory, and placed him gently on the bed. Lilith sat on the edge of the bed, stared at the unconscious Edward for a while, then turned her head and asked, "Edward, will there be 2 of you from now on?" "Of course not." Edward shook his head. "He'll probably use the time turner tomorrow to return to 5 days ago." Lilith blinked. "Oh, I get it now." "You do?" Edward raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you get?" "Well." She tilted her head, deep in thought. "Susie told me a few days ago that you seemed a bit weird, but she couldn't put her finger on why. Turns out it was because someone else had taken your place." Edward picked her up and said helplessly, "Didn't I just explain all this to you earlier?" But Miss Lilith didn't understand it at the time. "Exactly. All you remembered was that if you go back in time, there'll be 2 Liliths." "Correct." Edward playfully hooked a finger under her nose and said, "Just don't slip up tomorrow." "Ugh." Her gaze shifted. "When I went back to the past earlier, that Lilith didn't let anything slip." Lilith's eyes widened instantly. "Then I won't either." "Great. It's a deal." "It's a deal." Edward gently put her down. "Then I'll leave it to the cleverest Miss Lilith. Don't forget, when you see me tomorrow, you're supposed to scare me a little." "Okay. Good night." Edward took a step back and disapparated. Lilith laid down at the edge of the bed again, rolled over, and snuggled herself past Edward's head. In a whisper, she said softly, "Good night, Edward." Hogwarts, 8th floor, Headmaster's office. By the time Edward arrived, Dumbledore and Grindlevault were already waiting. Today marked the latest point that Edward's past self was supposed to return. If anything had gone wrong, it would have been very bad. "He, the other me, is back." With the very first sentence Edward said, both men visibly relaxed. Grindlevault curled his lips in a smirk. "See? I told you. Nothing would go wrong. No need to worry." Dumbledore chuckled. Yes, quite right." "I feel like you're being sarcastic," Grindlevault muttered under his breath, then turned to Edward. "Before you arrived, Albus and I were discussing something." "What is it?" "We were wondering whether using a time turner can actually change the past, and if it can, what would happen afterwards." Edward scratched his head in confusion. He didn't quite follow. Grindlevault continued, "You already know Albus's theory. He believes that once you travel to the past, you become part of that past. You're not changing it, you're completing it." "Right, that's also what I've been going by all along. But I believe," Grindlevault smiled, "that the past is eternally immutable. The moment you travel back, no matter what you do, whether to alter or ensure an event, it won't change anything. Because the past you saw in the future already included the part where you went back and did those things." Edward froze for a second, then realized what Grindlevault meant. It was just like what many time travel movies in the future had suggested, like Terminator. You think you're going back in time to stop Skynet's creation, but it turns out Skynet only came to be because you went back in time. Dumbledore then added seriously, "To some extent, I agree with Gellert. But that doesn't mean traveling back in time gives you free reign. When it comes to time, there is one principle I hold to. Those who toy with time will eventually be toyed with by time itself. That's why," he concluded, "I've always kept a respectful distance from time turners." Grindlevault curled his lips. "Then let me ask you, if you had the chance to return to Godric's Hollow and save Ariana, would you take it?" Dumbledore's pupils quivered. After a long pause, he sighed. "I don't know." Edward shot Grindlevault a helpless glance and interjected, "All right, that's enough philosophical debate about time. I have something far more urgent to discuss." Both of them immediately turned toward him. "The past version of me was sent back by someone who might be Death." They said in unison, "Death." "That's right." Edward pulled out the pre-prepared The Tales of Beetle the Bard, flipping to the illustration in the Tale of the Three Brothers, the one that depicted Death, a figure in a hooded black robe, skeletal from head to toe, wielding a massive scythe. Grindlevault tugged at his beard. So the Mirror of Aist truly leads to the domain of the gods. And this so-called god is actually death. Dumbledore asked, "Did you speak to this death?" Yes. At the time, he felt incredibly dangerous, so I only dared to ask him one question: "Are you death?" His answer was, "I am, and I am not." TCH, Grindlevault clicked his tongue. Why do all these big shots insist on talking in riddles? Heh. Aren't you exactly the same when playing the role of a big shot? And then he returned into the mirror. After that, the Mirror of Aist shattered. Edward pulled out a large sack of shards. It's all here. Does this mean the door has been shut to prevent anyone else from entering? Dumbledore pondered. What about Voldemort? Wasn't he sent back as well? No. He quickly added, "At least, I didn't see him." Then let's assume he wasn't, Dumbledore said gravely. Could this mean that Voldemort's soul remained in that world, while your body, your living self, was returned? In that case, we can infer that the god's domain is likely the world of the dead, the underworld, Grindlevault nodded. Which aligns perfectly with the idea of death. Edward hesitated for a moment. But that hypothesis relies on several highly subjective assumptions. That's called bold conjecture, followed by careful verification. Fair enough. Speaking of the underworld, I have something else to report. We just encountered Sirius Black's younger brother, Regulus. To be precise, it was his soul. Oh. Edward then recounted everything that had occurred in the cave. From the looks of it, that magical creature was a guide for souls entering the underworld, and the black vortex it opened was likely a gateway to that realm. Dumbledore and Grindlevault exchanged glances, both clearly astonished. The legend of death had been passed down for generations, but that unknown, magical creature. That was something neither of them had ever heard of. I'll contact Newt first thing tomorrow. See if he's come across anything similar, Dumbledore said. Oh, right, Professor. Edward suddenly recalled the wand in Death's left hand. I just remembered, Death's left hand was holding a wand. Could that have been the Elder Wand you lost? Dumbledore frowned deeply. Edward pressed on, when exactly did you lose the Elder Wand, and under what circumstances? About 3 years ago. Right here in this office, Dumbledore replied. One morning, I woke up and found it gone. Nothing had happened. It was as if it had simply vanished into thin air. Edward was stunned. So, Death himself came to take it. I honestly can't think of anyone else capable of stealing your wand without you even noticing. Well, to be fair, it wasn't exactly on me, Dumbledore admitted with a sheepish grin, scratching his head like a mischievous child. Before bed, I usually just toss it wherever I last used it. As you said, I never thought anyone could take it before I noticed. Grindelwald gave a low grunt. That wand should have been his. Only after losing to Dumbledore did it become his wand. He had always believed that whether it was in his hands or Dumbledore's, it made little difference, yet this old man had managed to lose the most powerful wand in existence in his sleep. Ahem. Whatever the case, Dumbledore coughed, brushing past the topic. If that really was the Elder Wand in Death's hand, then perhaps, it's returned to its rightful owner. I actually prefer my current wand anyway. Trying to steer the conversation back on track, he asked, did you attempt to communicate with your other self? I did. Edward then recounted the seance. Upon hearing the line, there are no gods in this world to begin with, both older men were stunned into silence, clearly baffled. However, Edward deliberately left out the final warning, beware of corruption. Because once the topic of pollution was broached, it would inevitably lead to discussions of outer gods, the cosmos, and a slew of things that Dumbledore simply wasn't equipped to comprehend. Considering that one day he might very well take these two old men to the world of the Lord of the Mysteries, it was better to hold off for now. After all, if he had to obliviate them later, who knew what effect a memory charm might have on 2 centenarians? He wouldn't want them accidentally developing magical dementia. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 890 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 263, An Apple. After a long moment of silence, Dumbledore offered a gentle smile. Let's not dwell on such heavy things for now. Enjoy Christmas tomorrow, and then, I suppose, it'll be time for you two to head back over there again. At that moment, Edward pulled out a gift box and handed it to Dumbledore. Merry Christmas, Professor. Dumbledore unwrapped it with a smile. Inside was a pair of thick wool socks and the formula ingredients for sequences 8 and 7 of the Mystery Prior Pathway. Oh, I absolutely adore these socks. His eyes twinkled with delight. I'll wear them first thing tomorrow. As long as you like them. Grindelwald extended a hand. And mine. Shouldn't an old man like you give the younger ones a gift first before asking for one? Humph, did Albus give you something too? He grumbled under his breath and pulled out his pockets. What do you expect an old man who's lived in a cell for decades to give you? After thinking for a bit, he said, all right, how about this, I owe you one favor. No matter what it is you ask me to do, actually, forget the conditions, anything is fine. So long as it doesn't endanger Professor Dumbledore, right? Edward handed him another box. Here, this is for you. Inside was a pair of socks identical to Dumbledore's, along with the formula and materials for the Hunter Pathway. Mr. Grindlevault, are you sure you want to choose war? Oh, absolutely. Grindlevault gave the formula a glance, then waved the socks at Dumbledore. Albus, yours aren't nearly as stylish as mine. Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter. The drowsy phoenix, Fawkes, was startled awake by the sudden noise and gave an annoyed squawk. December 25th. Christmas. Edward woke up early and immediately sensed the festive atmosphere. Whether it was the common room, the corridors outside, or the great hall, everything had been decorated in vibrant, colorful displays. But in the face of all this joy, he felt as if he'd plunged into an icy abyss. A chill ran through his whole body. How was it already the 25th? Where did the 5 days between the 20th and 24th go? Wah! Suddenly, a black blur launched itself into Edward's arms with a strange shriek. He was so startled he stumbled back several steps. Ha ha ha. Miss Lilith pulled it off again. Lilith looked smug and proud. Audrey stepped forward and asked, what's wrong, Edward? Edward asked in a low voice, what day is it today? December 25th, Christmas, she replied with a bright smile. Everything seemed to play out all over again. They returned to the headmaster's office. Under Dumbledore's guidance, they retrieved the time turner and made their decision. Well then, see you in a minute. Tick. The moment Edward released the golden timer's dial, he vanished from the office. But before a full minute had passed, the door to the headmaster's office was knocked upon, and Edward stepped inside. Long time no see, everyone. Lilith threw herself into his arms with a triumphant smile. Miss Lilith didn't blow her cover. Impressive, very impressive. Hee hee, of course I am. Audrey stood with arms crossed, letting out a sharp humph. So, Edward, everyone else knew. But I was the only one left in the dark, wasn't I? I'm sorry. I was just worried that your concern for me might lead you to, well, lose your judgment. She put her hands behind her back and walked closer, her lips pressed into a line. So you think someone who cares this much about you wouldn't notice you'd been switched out halfway through? Huh. She stepped even closer. Even if it's still you, it feels different. Even Susie could tell. You think I couldn't? Edward was dumbfounded. So in the end, I was the only one who didn't know. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to pretend I didn't know? I'm a spectator, not an actor. Humph. Let's see if you dare keep something like this from me again. I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't. Dumbledore watched them, resting his chin on one hand, smiling gently. Ah, youth. How wonderful. At noon, Harry had just returned from Sirius Place when Snape brought him to the headmaster's office. He was still confused when an elderly man with stark white hair and a frail figure slowly approached him, holding what looked like a magical version of a doctor's stethoscope, running it down his chest in small increments. Professor Dumbledore, who is this gentleman, and what is he doing? Harry asked in bewilderment. Audrey smiled. Weren't you all just recently investigating information about him? Harry froze. You're the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Oh, that's me, child. Nicholas Flamel spoke gently. Are you feeling any discomfort? Discomfort? No. Harry scratched his head, then suddenly realized something and hastily apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to swallow your Philosopher's Stone. At the time, I didn't want the Death Eaters to. I understand, child. Flamel patted Harry's head. That's not why I'm here. I came to check whether swallowing the stone had any effects on you. You're very brave, Harry. At that point, Dumbledore asked, well, Nicholas, what's the verdict? The Philosopher's Stone is gone. Snape frowned. Gone. Impossible. I'm certain Potter didn't vomit or excrete it. Harry's eyes widened in horror and turned to stare at Snape. What the hell did you do to me while I wasn't looking? Nicholas Flamel's voice held a note of uncertainty. So I suspect, the Philosopher's Stone has been completely digested by this child. Snape asked grimly, what consequences might that bring? I don't know, he shook his head. In fact, over the past few centuries, I've used the Philosopher's Stone to brew many elixirs of life for myself, but I never once considered swallowing it whole. Before Snape could say anything, Dumbledore interjected. Madame Pomfrey conducted a full examination on Harry. Her conclusion was, Harry is actually even healthier than before. Edward raised his hand as well. My divination results also confirmed that ingesting the Philosopher's Stone is not only harmless to Harry, it's actually beneficial. But, it's still an unknown, isn't it? Dumbledore sighed. But what's done is done. All we can do now is observe Harry carefully and hope that he remains unharmed. Nicholas Flamel looked at Dumbledore. I'm sorry, Albus, that I wasn't able to be of more help. No, I should be the one apologizing. After all, you're the one who suffered the loss. Hey, it's fine. I had already decided to embark on a new journey with Pernelli the moment I handed over the stone. The worried expressions on the adults around him made Harry feel uneasy. He muttered nervously, I didn't cause more trouble again, did I? Dumbledore gave him a warm smile. Oh, of course not, Harry. As Nicholas said, you were brave and decisive. Though reckless, your actions were commendable, and worthy of 50 points to Gryffindor. Harry's eyes lit up at once. However, since the consequences of ingesting the Philosopher's Stone remain unknown, we'll need to observe you more closely in the coming days to ensure your safety. Is that all right? No problem. Excellent. Dumbledore turned to Snape. Severus, I'm entrusting Harry's care to you. What? Harry looked as though he'd been struck by lightning. Wouldn't Professor McGonagall be more appropriate? I'm afraid not, Dumbledore said apologetically. Minerva will be preoccupied with helping me manage the school. Don't worry, Severus will ensure your safety. But. Before he could finish, a shadow loomed over him. Snape loomed close, his face like a thundercloud. What is it, Potter? You have an objection? No, sir. Harry felt despair descend on him like a thick fog. This is the end. My life is over. It was common knowledge that the witch hunts of the Middle Ages had been driven by the Church. Countless witches and wizards were killed during that movement, and since then, wizards and the Church had become sworn enemies. And yet, every year, wizards still celebrated Christmas. There was something almost darkly humorous about it. The Hogwarts Christmas feast was even more extravagant than the start-of-term banquet. Plump roast turkeys covered the tables, piled high mounds of roast meats and boiled potatoes, platters of savory little sausages, bowls of buttered peas, and thick, rich gravies and lingonberry sauces in dish after dish. Every few feet along the table, brightly colored wizard crackers lay waiting, inside them, little gifts that anyone could claim. As more of the students who stayed for the holidays arrived, Dumbledore raised his goblet high and proclaimed, Merry Christmas. After that, everyone was free to dig in. Audrey, Edward, and Harry sat together, listening to Harry complain about his bleak future under Snape's supervision. Ron was eating with both hands, tearing into his food with gusto, while Hermione leaned in to ask Edward about the great battle on the 20th. Lilith and Susie flitted around the Great Hall, popping wizard crackers one by one. If they found something they liked, they would tuck it away into the little pendants hanging around their necks. Not long after, Hagrid arrived. He was exhausted. After all, in the aftermath of the Death Eater attack, the surviving giants had been placed in his care. The Golden Trio immediately rushed over to chat with him. Professor Edward. Miss Hall. At that moment, Emily Larson from Demstrang walked over. She handed each of them a small gift box, then turned to Edward and said, I'm sorry, Professor Edward. I didn't mean to disturb you those previous times. Edward quickly responded, No, I should be the one apologizing. If I'd had more patience, maybe I would have realized you were trying to reach out for help. I'm sorry, it was ultimately because of me that the Death Eaters were able to remain hidden for so long. Audrey smiled and chimed in, Okay, that's enough apologies. What's done is done. The ones at fault were the Death Eaters and Voldemort, not any of us. Emily nodded and excused herself, returning to her fellow Demstrang students. What's on your mind? Audrey asked gently. Edward shook his head. I'm just thinking, when I divined the Demstrang students, I used 3 statements: the Dark Mark is related to them, they are under the influence of the Imperius Curse, and they pose a threat to Hogwarts. All of them came back negative for Emily. Emily wasn't under the Imperius Curse, and she didn't cause any harm to Hogwarts. Exactly. But it's a reminder that, even with genius on the left, divination isn't omnipotent. The outcome depends entirely on the accuracy of the divination phrases. If your phrasing isn't precise, you can end up with misleading results, just like in Emily's case. It was like that time at the Malfoy Manor, when he divined Draco's new backer. Even after using Madman on the right to reverse the result, he didn't meet Ariana until days later, sandwiched between a time travel event. As they spoke, Snape suddenly got up and left the hall. Moments later, he returned with someone, Igor Karkaroff. The Demstrang students erupted in quiet murmurs of excitement. Karkaroff looked noticeably thinner than before. After exchanging a brief greeting with Dumbledore, he He sat down stiffly beside him, though his arrival didn't seem to affect the feast much. Everyone continued enjoying the food, exchanging gifts, and lingering until around 9 p.m. before gradually dispersing and returning to their dormitories. Edward and Audrey strolled side by side through the castle corridors. The walls were lined with festive decorations, and even the portraits had donned Christmas attire, lending the entire castle a bright and cheerful atmosphere. When they reached the fork leading toward the Slytherin common room, Audrey stopped. She raised her chin slightly and held out a pale hand. "Where's my Christmas present?" She wrinkled her nose. "Just because we don't celebrate Christmas in our world doesn't mean you can skip giving me one." Edward scratched his head sheepishly. I wasn't sure what to get you." "Oh so." He hesitated for a moment, then took out a beautifully wrapped apple. Audrey blinked in confusion. "Ahem, in my hometown, my real hometown, people give apples on Christmas Eve. It's a symbol of peace." Chapter 264, Chapter 254, Teacher and Student. "Ahem, in my hometown, I mean, my real hometown, it's traditional to give someone an apple on Christmas Eve as a symbol of peace." He said this in Chinese. Audrey blinked. "Oh, but today's already Christmas, isn't it?" Edward opened the box to reveal a bright red apple. He cleared his throat. "So, while it looks like an apple, in reality." He gave the apple a light tap, and it transformed into a transparent crystal orb. "It's a memory orb," he explained. Audrey narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Are you implying my memory's not good?" No. It's not like Neville's Remembrall. This one's real. I asked Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Nicholas Flamel for help and created it based on the pensieve. It's an actual memory storage orb." Edward scratched his head awkwardly. "It contains all the memories from the time we met. I know, it's super cheesy, kind of boring, and really uncool, but..." Audrey took the crystal ball with a smile. "Not at all. These are your memories. There aren't many things in the world more precious than a person's memories, right?" She leaned in closer. "Be honest, did you specifically pick memories that made you look smart and heroic?" Aside from the ones that were too dangerous or corrupted, I crammed them all in." "Wow. Even ones of you in the bath." "Crap. He might have included those." Edward lunged to snatch it back. "Wait, let me edit it first." "Nope. You can't take back a gift once it's given." Audrey gave his shoulder a firm slap and said with all seriousness, "Relax. I promise I'll go through them very carefully." Edward let out a sigh of relief, then mimicked her earlier gesture and extended his palm. "So, what about my gift?" "I was just waiting for you to ask." Audrey beamed, stepped even closer, and fixed her eyes on Edward's. Her gaze inched nearer and nearer. Then, she stood on tiptoe. Edward could feel her breath brushing his cheek. Her face was getting closer and closer. His heart skipped a beat. Was she about to? But just then, she tilted her head slightly, brushing past his cheek and whispered into his ear with a chuckle, "You didn't actually think I was going to kiss you, did you?" Audrey stepped back and handed him a small notebook. "Here. This is the keepsake I made for you." Edward opened the book and saw that between every few pages, there were 1 or 2 magical portraits of Audrey. She was dressed in all sorts of different outfits and striking all sorts of poses. Each image was playful, vivid, and beautiful. Ahem. She cleared her throat. "Come to think of it, it looks like we had the same idea. We both gave each other memory-themed gifts." Edward laughed. "Great minds think alike." "Humph. Go to bed, you." She stepped back on tiptoe, walking backwards while saying, "Oh right, some things should not be initiated by the girl, you know." With that, she turned and headed toward the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Edward was left standing there, stunned. Suddenly, Susie stepped out of the shadows nearby. She sighed helplessly. "Seriously, watching you two is frustrating." She stared at Edward for a moment, then shook her head and chased after Audrey. Edward scratched his head, dazed. Did a dog just look down on him? Ottery St. Catchpole. Xenophilius Lovegood was slumped on the couch, clutching a bottle of sherry. He had drunk himself into a stupor and fallen fast asleep. He wasn't usually a heavy drinker, but on holidays like this, meant for family gatherings, he'd often get drunk enough to sleep straight through to the next day, as if nothing had happened. Luna, holding a small shovel, was struggling to clear a narrow path through the day's snowfall from their front door. She exhaled a long breath and turned back to look at her home. The house, which resembled a giant chess piece, was now covered in a variety of strange decorations. Some blinked with lights, some twitched and moved on their own, and some whistled and chimed with the wind. Somehow, it looked even weirder than usual. Luna propped the shovel against the wall, stomped the snow off her boots, and was just about to go inside. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Footsteps echoed in the snow. She turned, and froze. Somehow, without her noticing, a creature had appeared in the snow. It was grayish-black and had 2 curved horns and a slightly oversized nose. If not for its body shape, it almost looked like a monkey with antlers. A crumple-horned snorkack. Luna's eyes widened. She thought she might be hallucinating. She rubbed her eyes. Nope, it was still standing there. It really is you. Joy sparkled in her eyes at first, but then she remembered something. Her expression fell into panic. Wait. Are you here to take Mum away? No. You already came once, you can't come again. Go away. Shoo. She grabbed her little shovel again. You're scaring her, came a voice. The crumple-horned snorkack stared at Luna for a moment, then slowly backed away and vanished into the darkness. It's gone. Luna let out a breath of relief. But then she felt a bit regretful. Maybe she shouldn't have chased it off. Maybe it could have helped her see her mother again. Wait a second, that voice just now. Just as she realized, a swarm of Rackspurts appeared in her vision. And then, a woman with long blonde hair and a flowing white dress emerged. She wore a gentle smile as she slowly approached. You're Luna, aren't you? Why yes. Luna didn't know why, but her heart suddenly started racing. She swallowed nervously. Who are you? Me. The woman smiled gently. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ariana. Ariana stopped 3 or 4 meters away from her. She smiled as she looked past Luna, toward the house behind her. Would you like to see your mother again? With your own eyes. Luna's pupils contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, yes. Very well. If you're willing to become my student, I can teach you a special kind of magic. A magic that will allow you to see your mother and speak with her. Really? Of course. I'm willing. I want to be your student. Ariana gave a slight nod and drew out a crystal, clear and gleaming in the moonlight. Smiling, she said, then come with me. In the days that followed, Hogwarts remained steeped in the joy of Christmas, though, admittedly, this was limited mostly to the students. Dumbledore was running back and forth between the Ministry of Magic and the school. Every time he saw Edward, he would sigh and lament his decision to run for Minister of Magic. Some professors were helping Dumbledore, while others were using the time to dive into their own roles. Oddly enough, they were busier now than before the holidays had begun. Meanwhile, Edward and Audrey had just returned from visiting several vastly different cultures around the world. He had finally completed the full digestion of the scribe potion. In other words, he was now ready to advance to Sequence 5, Wandering Mentor. The Traveler's Potion and the Shepherd's Beyonder characteristics weren't difficult for Edward to acquire. The true challenge was setting up the 4 unique anchor points across different worlds. The Harry Potter world was one. The Lord of the Mysteries reality was another. The spirit world counted as the third. But what would the fourth be? The astral plane, where the gods resided. The dream world. Or perhaps the bizarre world of Grozel's travels. He would have to try each one in turn to find out. 2 days before his planned return to the world of Lord of the Mysteries, Edward successfully set one of the coordinates within the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Over breakfast, Audrey and Susie walked into the Great Hall to find Edward scribbling something into a parchment notebook. When she leaned in for a closer look, she realized he was copying content from a textbook, specifically, a Hogwarts second-year charms book. Lilith was seated beside him, struggling to hold a tiny wand with her paws, muttering softly as she waved it around. Edward, are you personally writing a magical study guide for Miss Lilith? Audrey asked. Edward looked up. It is a study guide, but not for Lilith. Oh. Then who's it for? Ahem, I plan to offer it up along with the rest of the sacrifice. Audrey immediately understood. I'm able to gain feedback through the knowledge I pass on, right? So I thought, if a being of that level learns magic, wouldn't the return be even more amazing? Audrey stared at him, stunned. You're really trying to con a god into studying magic for your own benefit? That takes guts. Ahem, it's just an experiment. I don't think they'd be opposed to the idea. Edward closed the notebook and took out a long list of items. Now, the only things left on this list are some larger mechanical devices, and a few rather outrageous ones like the F-35 fighter jet. Their recent travels had proven fruitful. In truth, technical and theoretical books on things like nuclear fusion, fission, or even atomic bombs weren't as classified as Edward had first thought. Most of them were publicly available. What made such things hard to recreate wasn't the theory, but the actual manufacture and execution. Judging by your expression, are you actually thinking of bringing some of those things back with you? I'm considering it. From what I've found, while there's no F-35 yet, there are F-15s out there, some of the most advanced fighter jets currently in service. If I could get my hands on one, that would be quite the achievement. Wasn't it impractical before because Professor McGonagall's trunk wasn't big enough? Exactly. But Sirius just gifted me a bigger one. It would be a waste not to put it to good use. Audrey paused for a moment. Where would you even get one? Remember the country I visited to buy those dolls? Edward scratched his cheek. Turns out they've got some military bases nearby. Just as he said that, Professor McGonagall strode up to them. Edward, Audrey, Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. Got it. The two of them followed McGonagall down the halls toward the headmaster's office. Professor, Edward asked, we've heard you've been spending a lot of time in the Muggle world lately, playing the role of a spectator. That's right. McGonagall smiled. As far as roles go, the spectator path is actually quite suited for me. I just transform into a cat and find a spot to sit. Each day, I can feel the potion digesting. Audrey chimed in, Professor, the identity of the person you're observing affects the rate at which your potion digests. Oh. You mean observing students and observing someone like Professor Dumbledore would yield different results? Exactly. Does that identity refer specifically to strength? Not necessarily. Susie spoke up then. What Audrey means is, the rate of digestion depends on how likely your target is to notice you observing them. Generally, the stronger the target, the more likely they are to sense it. If you manage to observe such a person without being discovered, your potion will digest much faster. Professor McGonagall nodded in realization. I see. Susie added, but for us, the discovery factor doesn't really apply. No one really notices when they're being watched by a cat or a dog. McGonagall fell into thought. Soon, they reached the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The heads of the other 3 houses were already there, along with Karkaroff and Nicholas Flamel. Edward was surprised and asked quickly, Professor Dumbledore, did something happen? Dumbledore gave them a reassuring smile. Oh, don't worry, it's nothing bad. This morning, the Ministry received a letter from America. From America? Yes, from the American Department of Magic, on behalf of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They'd like to propose a special event, an intercontinental competition among 4 magical schools. Note, as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. Vote if you like the story so far. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Susie's Ambition. Edward was stunned. The 4-school tournament. Isn't it called the Triwizard Tournament? Oh, of course. The Triwizard Tournament is a friendly competition jointly organized by Hogwarts, Demstrang, and Beauxbatons for over 700 years. It was originally held once every 5 years. But due to the high death toll, it was eventually suspended. Dumbledore explained. Originally, I planned to restart the tournament in my 2nd year as minister, next September, but Ilvermorny made the proposal first. Why would an American wizarding school want to get involved in a European magical tournament? You didn't know. Ilvermorny's founder, Isolde Sayer, was a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. They claim that the true legacy of Hogwarts lies with Slytherin, and Slytherin's true legacy lies with Ilvermorny. What kind of nonsense is that? In any case, they've wanted to compete with us for a long time. This time, under the pretense of celebrating my election as Minister for Magic, they requested a 4-school tournament. At this, Dumbledore glanced at Karkaroff. Karkaroff has already agreed. He said he's happy to stay at Hogwarts for another year. Under everyone's gaze, especially Snape's disdainful stare, Karkaroff's face flushed slightly. I only agreed because I heard Ilvermorny is offering Salazar Slytherin's handwritten manuscripts as a prize. Dumbledore chuckled. Of course. That's precisely why I agreed to this 4-school tournament as well. Salazar Slytherin's manuscripts. Edward instantly understood what Dumbledore meant. The earliest clues about the Divine Abode had originated from secrets passed down by Slytherin's heir. Later, from Nicholas Flamel, they learned that the Mirror of Aist, suspected to be an entrance to the Divine Abode, was also placed in Hogwarts by Slytherin. But the trail had gone cold there. Whether it was Voldemort entering the mirror or the existence of potential gods, the unknowns and dangers were too great. Naturally, everyone wanted to seize every possible clue to continue their investigation. And now, the sudden appearance of Slytherin's manuscripts, how could they possibly pass that up? Dumbledore continued, although the 4-school tournament was proposed by Ilvermorny, it still falls upon the 3 European schools to organize it. So we've decided to visit the French Ministry of Magic and Beauxbatons to discuss the details. He looked at Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas is planning to take this opportunity to revisit his alma mater. As for the rest of you, I hope you'll take this chance to explore the Muggle world a little. Snape's expression shifted slightly. Albus, you're not seriously planning to repeal the Statute of Secrecy, are you? The gathered wizards looked surprised, especially Karkaroff, who stared at Dumbledore as if he were mad. Not exactly, Dumbledore replied. I just don't think wizards should remain so isolated from the world. Fear often stems from ignorance. Right now, the only reason we can maintain a superficial peace with muggles is because they still don't have the means to challenge us. Dumbledore sighed deeply. But you all know that while the wizarding world has seen little development over the past few centuries, Muggle society has advanced at an astonishing pace, especially in the last 100 years. You may not realize just how fast. Both Edward and Gellert have predicted that by the time we enter the 21st century, Muggle technology will evolve even further. At that point, wizards will no longer be able to hide simply by avoiding the world. Edward spoke up at the right moment. Imagine this, streets filled with cameras. Something that happens in Britain at 1 minute could be spread across the entire world the next. In such a world, confundus charms, disillusionment charms, memory charms, none of them will be effective anymore. Even if you manage to clean up a magical incident and wipe Muggles' memories, how do you erase the photos and footage that have already gone viral globally? The wizards exchanged confused looks, struggling to understand the concepts Edward described. Of course, I'm not going to recklessly reveal the existence of the magical world, Dumbledore continued, looking at Snape. But I do hope wizards can begin to open their eyes and learn more about the Muggle world. Severus, think about it, even you, a wizard born of Muggle heritage who already understands that world to some extent, are growing increasingly distant from it. Let alone the purebloods. You know, many of them have never even set foot in the Muggle world their entire lives. Snape frowned deeply, but couldn't deny that Dumbledore was speaking the truth. Professor Flitwick raised his hand. Ahem, I'm one of those wizards who's never been to the Muggle world. Phileas, don't you go out to welcome the new students every year, said Professor Sprout. Oh, I wouldn't count that as having been to the Muggle world, Flitwick replied. Dumbledore concluded, all right. What we need to do now is take the first step. Edward and Audrey will serve as our guides, and they'll lead this group of sheltered old professors on a little tour of the Muggle world in France. No one objected after that. In fact, they began looking forward to the day's journey. 11 a.m. The group arrived at the center of Place de Furstenberg in Paris via Portkey, stepping into the French Ministry of Magic. Since they were officially visiting France as Hogwarts staff and students on holiday, they stayed at the ministry only briefly, just long enough to register their information, before heading out into the streets of Paris, the romantic capital of the world. As they walked between towering buildings, they marveled at how Muggles, without the aid of magic, had managed to construct such tall structures. The cars weaving through the streets drew frequent exclamations of awe from the group. They strolled along the Seine, visited the Louvre, Notre Dame Cathedral, and several modern museums, and even ascended the Eiffel Tower to admire the panoramic view of the city. Most importantly, Edward specifically took them to observe Muggle schools, elementary, secondary, and university institutions, exposing them to modern teaching methods and educational philosophies. The experience left the professors questioning their own methods. Edward explained as he guided them, actually, if we want to change how wizards and Muggles perceive each other, the best approach is to start from childhood, and that's something education plays a crucial role in. Nicholas Flamel spoke softly, I've thought about that very same thing long ago. Over the course of my long life, I've even made a few attempts, but the outcomes were never ideal. Audrey asked curiously, why not, Mr. Flamel? Because, fundamentally speaking, wizards and Muggles are two different kinds of people. Wizards are born with their gifts, and no matter what, Muggles can never become true wizards. When they're young, the difference isn't too noticeable, but as they grow older, it gradually leads to an imbalance. Muggles grow envious of wizards, while wizards develop contempt for Muggles. Flamel sighed. There's an old saying I've always liked, it is not poverty that one fears, but inequality. That about sums it up. Edward fell into deep thought. Even if potions were someday truly popularized, it would never reach a point where everyone could become a wizard. Even in the early days of the mystical world, where the population base was much smaller, extraordinary beings remained extremely rare. It was a problem they had discussed before. From the balance between ordinary people and beyonders maintained in the world of Lord of the Mysteries, it was clear that widespread distribution of potions wasn't necessary. It would suffice to open the extraordinary path selectively to the rulers among the common folk. What Dumbledore sought was to avoid a future war between Muggles and wizards. After all, only the ruling class ever had the power to start wars. If the rulers could be pacified, everything else would follow naturally. That afternoon, after a boat tour on the Seine, the group left Paris and headed to the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic nestled in the Pyrenees. Edward and Audrey, however, did not accompany them. Instead, they changed course and traveled to Japan. Yes. Edward intended to put his morning idea into action. It was 6 p.m. in France, which meant it was already past 1 a.m. in Japan. The two arrived at the Yokosuka Naval Base in Tokyo Bay, America's main naval facility in the Western Pacific, which it shared with the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force. Though a military installation and heavily guarded even at this late hour, not even a bird could have flown in unnoticed. But for Edward and Audrey, it was like walking into an empty field. With the use of Confundus charms, Imperious curses, and memory charms, the entire operation passed without a single disturbance. They moved silently, drawing no attention. Following a prepared list, they took 2 of each advanced fighter jet stationed there and casually borrowed all kinds of scientific documents, some they couldn't even understand or tell whether they'd be useful. By early morning, the entire world was shaken by this event. The supernatural nature of the event naturally led to suspicions of wizard involvement. Yet, no trace had been left behind. In the end, Japan and the US could only ask their local magical governments for help. And just like that, time passed unnoticed, bringing them to their final day. December 30th. This was Edward and Audrey's last day in the world of Harry Potter. Having spent so much time with the Golden Trio recently, their bond had grown considerably. Now, upon learning that Edward and Audrey would soon leave again for a month-long study tour, the children were clearly reluctant to say goodbye. So at noon, they gathered at Hagrid's hut, where the half-giant held a simple farewell party in their honor. As they left, Hagrid tearfully begged them to bring the dragon Anna next time, to which both readily agreed. After bidding farewell to the trio, they paid one last visit to Dumbledore, as was their custom. "We're still in the midst of discussing the four-school tournament," Dumbledore informed them as soon as they entered the office. "At the moment, I'm considering scrapping the traditional student competition format altogether and turning it into a contest among professors instead." Edward looked surprised. "That actually sounds more interesting." Dumbledore smiled. "I think so too." Edward's expression turned serious. "What I'm worried about is what happens if Voldemort returns while we're away. No one knows what kind of power he'll have once he comes back." "There's nothing we can do about that," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. He gazed at Edward with his bright blue eyes, voice gentle. "Edward, you must remember this. You may be special, someone capable of traveling between 2 worlds, but you must never let that become a burden. You're not a savior. You owe no one anything, and you're not responsible for anyone else. This world still has the rest of us," Dumbledore said confidently. "It won't collapse. Even if Voldemort does make it into the domain of the gods, so what? Aren't we now walking a path that might lead us to godhood too? I refuse to believe that just stepping into that realm instantly makes one a god. If it were that easy, then godhood would be far too cheap." Edward straightened up. "Understood, Professor." Dumbledore turned to Audrey. "Audrey, I'll leave Edward in your care." Audrey smiled. "Don't worry, Professor. I'll keep an eye on him." Lilith quickly added, "Miss Lilith will too." With a smile, Dumbledore addressed Lilith and Susie. "I've already taught you both the revised basic magic suited to your needs. Whether you can master it now is up to you." Lilith proudly took out her tiny wand from her pendant. "Miss Lilith can already cast the levitation charm." Susie looked a little embarrassed. "My paws aren't as nimble as Lilith's, so I have to hold the wand in my mouth. I'm progressing slowly." "That's okay. Take your time." Dumbledore suddenly tapped his forehead as if remembering something. He handed a small pouch to each of them. "Oh right, here's what you asked me for a few days ago. I got it this morning from Pomona, but I still think it's a bit risky." Edward and Audrey both looked surprised. "What's risky?" Edward took the pouch meant for Lilith and opened it. "Mandrake leaves." He turned sharply to the 2 little creatures. "You, don't tell me you're thinking of becoming animagi." Lilith shook her head. Miss Lilith only asked because Susie asked Professor Whitebeard for it first. "I don't know what it's for." Susie looked nervous and lowered her head. I want to try it." Audrey blinked, somewhat incredulous. "Try what, Susie?" "I was wondering, humans can use the animagus transformation to become animals, so could an animal use the animagus transformation to become human?" Chapter 266, White Feathers. "What the, so Susie, the reason you've been hanging around Sirius so much lately, was because you were researching this?" Susie nodded seriously. "Don't worry, nothing bad will happen." "How can you be so sure?" "Because when the time comes, I'll have Edward do a divination first. I'll only proceed if he confirms it's safe." "Edward, thanks for having so much faith in me." Audrey clicked her tongue. "Oh Susie, I have to say, if you were human, you'd definitely be smarter than most people." Susie wagged her tail. "No, I'm still far behind Miss Lilith." Lilith immediately raised her head proudly. "That's right." Dumbledore watched them with a gentle smile, then clapped his hands lightly and said, "All right, everyone. Then, see you again in 28 days. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Professor Whitebeard." "Farewell, sir." 4:30 p.m. The 2 of them arrived at the room of requirement. They first double-checked the contents of their respective leather pouches, the suitcases. After making sure nothing was left behind, they patiently waited for the time to come. Lilith mimicked them, checking the contents of her little pendant. It mostly held trinkets she had grabbed from the wizard crackers during the Christmas feast, along with her dried fish, dried mice, and a few prank props. Lilith, those mice, where did you get them? Lilith swished her tail and said proudly, Miss Lilith is the cleverest kitty. She's the bane of mice. No matter where they hide, I can catch them all. Then why didn't you just eat them on the spot? Because I'm saving them to roast. They're delicious when roasted. She blinked her big eyes. Edward, Audrey, when the time comes, Miss Lilith won't forget you. Both of them waved their hands in unison. No, no, they're all yours. Edward looked at the little creature, feeling conflicted. If Lilith really advanced to a witch and turned into a human, and still gnawed on mice every other day, just imagining it was absurdly funny. All right, get into the pouches now. Only 10 minutes left. Okay, see you in a bit. Meanwhile, in the cemetery behind the Godric's Hollow Chapel. Two tall, white-haired, white-bearded old men silently approached and stopped in front of the Dumbledore family grave, none other than Albus and Aberforth. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the century, now stood with a swollen red nose, one eye ringed with black, and fresh bruises across his face. Clearly, he had just taken a serious beating not long ago. Aberforth stood beside him, face cold and stern, glaring fiercely at him. Albus, you'd better think this through. If this doesn't turn out the way you imagine, I really will kill you. Dumbledore forced a thin smile. You know I'd never joke about something like this. Aberforth clenched his fists and stared at their sister Ariana's tombstone. After a long moment, he let out a long breath and spoke in a trembling voice. Then, let's begin. Each conjured a shovel, and after another long silence, it was Dumbledore who finally dug the first spadeful of earth. Godric's Hollow was bitterly cold. The cemetery soil had long since frozen rock hard, but the brothers didn't use magic. They dug by hand, one scoop at a time, because Ariana had died due to magic. The two of them dug from dawn till dusk. Even though both were wizards with excellent physical strength, they were over 100 years old. After hours of back-breaking labor in the freezing wind and bitter cold, they were utterly exhausted. When they finally unearthed the deep-buried coffin, both men were drained, hungry, and shivering from the cold. Yet they forced themselves to stay alert, working together to lift the uncorrupted coffin out. Then they fell into another heavy silence. Are you sure you want to open it? Aberforth asked. Yes. Dumbledore gently ran his blistered, bloodied hand across the coffin lid and muttered, I have to see it with my own eyes, one more time. But, we confirmed it back then, over and over, Ariana was dead. We put her in the coffin ourselves and buried her. Why do you think she might have come back? She wasn't a witch, she was an obscurial. Aberforth's suppressed emotions exploded again. Even so. Even if she was, look at someone like Voldemort. He had Horcruxes prepared in advance, and even then, coming back to life was nearly impossible. How could Ariana possibly? Everything in him screamed that it was impossible. But still, a faint glimmer of hope stirred in his heart. Even though he had beaten his brother every time Albus came to him about this, Aberforth knew deep down, his brother would never joke about something like this. The brothers' feelings for Ariana were very different. Albus was steeped in guilt, haunted by his reckless actions that had led to her death. But Aberforth, he had truly loved her. He had raised her himself, even giving up his education to care for her. Come on, we're just one step away. Dumbledore took out a set of tools he had prepared in advance and began prying open the coffin nails, one by one. Aberforth stood nearby, staring blankly, lost in a daze. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Half an hour later, all the nails were removed. Without hesitation, Dumbledore pushed open Ariana's coffin lid. By the faint moonlight overhead, he could see everything inside the coffin. There was no body. No remains. No Ariana. Only a scattering of white feathers, stained with faint yellowish oil and grime, messily covering the bottom of the coffin. Backland, Empress Burrow. Edward returned once more to the small villa he hadn't seen in nearly a month. The moment Audrey emerged from the pouch, she wrinkled her nose. Ugh, the air in Backland really is terrible. Then, a sudden idea struck her. Say, what if we assigned a dozen or two wizards to cast wind-related spells every day to blow away the polluted air? Wouldn't that improve Backland's air quality? Sure, and the people living downwind of Backland will be eternally grateful to your ancestors for 8 generations. Screw you. Audrey gave him a light punch. Anyway, I'm heading home now. All right, and make sure you focus when you get back. She pouted. I know. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly took off the resurrection stone ring from her finger and handed it back to Edward. Here, this belongs to you. Why don't you just keep it? Audrey shook her head. I'm safe staying home all day, I don't need it. You need it more. Edward looked into her eyes for a moment before reluctantly accepting the ring. All right then, goodbye, come on, Susie. Susie wagged her tail at Lilith. Goodbye, Miss Lilith. Once Audrey had walked far enough away, Edward instinctively cast several cleaning spells around the house, then turned to Lilith and said, Lilith, I'm going out for a bit. Okay. She was sprawled comfortably on the sofa, tail swaying lazily. Edward waved his hand, and his figure twisted and vanished. The next second, Lilith, who had been playing the obedient little cat, suddenly sprang to her feet, darted toward the window, opened it skillfully, and leapt out. St. Samuel's Cathedral. Edward arrived just as the congregation was dispersing from the day's gathering. People walked out in twos and threes, no distinction between rich and poor, all with smiles on their faces. Such was the power of faith. Believers provided an anchor for the gods, and the gods, in turn, gave them hope, especially since gods did occasionally respond. How could ordinary people not believe? After greeting Bishop Electra, Edward returned once more to the side library. He lit the candles, sprinkled the essential oils, arranged night vanilla and moonflowers favored by the goddess, and then brought out the suitcase. Inside were not just modern machines and electronic devices, but also a wide variety of technical manuals, an enormous supply of food, gasoline and diesel, and even several fighter jets. Edward suddenly hesitated. If he handed all this over to Stiano, who knew what the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery might evolve into? If he truly figured it all out, he couldn't even begin to imagine how dramatically the world might change. Well, the goddess will probably take that into account. Probably. That cunning old fox wouldn't let herself get the short end of the stick, would she? Edward placed the suitcase on the floor, stepped back, and began chanting softly. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the goddess's grace. This suitcase contains the offerings I bring to you on this return. The items listed have mostly been acquired. Night vanilla, flower of the crimson moon. Please deliver my prayer to the goddess. Moonflowers, blossoms of the crimson moon. Please deliver my prayer to the goddess. The candle flames flickered, and the light in the room grew dim and uncertain. Whoosh. With a sudden gust of wind, the suitcase vanished. A moment later, words formed from dust on the ground. Very good. Well done. Well done. Holy crap, the goddess actually said, well done, to me. Edward nearly teared up on the spot and was ready to pledge his eternal loyalty. Wait a minute. Am I emotionally manipulating myself here? I spent my own money, ran around the world, even broke into a military base, of course it was exhausting. Note, and we are back. 145 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 267, Astral Realm. With that thought, Edward quickly took out the Beyonder characteristic of the secret sorcerer. I pray that the goddess will help me shatter this characteristic. Almost the very next second, the crystalline Beyonder characteristic let out a crisp snap, disintegrating into countless motes of light before swiftly reassembling into 6 new characteristics, each one different in color and shape. They corresponded precisely to Sequence 9 through Sequence 4 of the Apprentice Pathway. Praise the goddess. Edward drew the symbol of the Everknight's holy radiance over his chest, then hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Your Grace, the upcoming advancement ritual I'll be performing requires 4 special coordinates to be set in 4 different locations. And as it currently stands, one of those locations appears to be the astral realm. I wonder if you might. He stared anxiously at the flickering candle flame, leaving the rest of his sentence unspoken. After what felt like an eternity, the flame suddenly flared, and a piece of parchment fluttered down from above. Edward hurried to catch it. The dust on the ground reformed into new words. Pray to me. Edward quickly looked at the parchment, then bowed his head, clasped his hands, and began his prayer. The Evernight goddess stands higher than the cosmos. And more eternal than eternity. The Lady of Crimson. The Mother of Concealment. The Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Mistress of Repose and Silence. I pray that you may grant me the opportunity to enter the astral realm. As he prayed, Edward's mind and body gradually settled into stillness and calm. His awareness slipped into a half-dream, half-awake state. He felt his body grow lighter and lighter, as though he were drifting through time and space, until he arrived in a vast, mysterious domain. Surrounded by endless darkness. At his feet grew patches of night vanilla and moon flowers. The place was so still that even breathing felt like it might disturb the countless souls sleeping in the shadows. Edward instinctively began to observe this miraculous realm. From the depths of the darkness, a figure descended. Even though there was no distinction between sky and ground in this place, the figure seemed to descend from the high heavens of a red moon or the distant stars. She wore a layered yet elegantly simple gown of deep black, speckled with countless dazzling points of light, like the starry sky draped across her form. Her face remained veiled in obscurity, visible only enough to discern that she was female. She was the Evernight goddess, the deepest schemer of the Lord of the Mysteries world. Her presence, gently rippling in the dark, felt oddly unreal. We finally meet. Her voice was like a lullaby of the night. The goddess reached out a hand. Would you like me to give you a tour? No, that won't be necessary. Edward quickly steadied his mind and began to set the coordinates. The special coordinates for a traveler or wandering mentor weren't physical locations but spiritual imprints, markers etched with spirituality that could always be sensed, no matter where one was. Travelers set these coordinates because after consuming their potion, they would uncontrollably begin roaming the spirit world. Once they gained some mastery over their powers, they would often find themselves lost. At that point, these 4 special coordinates would allow them to return to the real world and help preserve their sense of self. The wandering mentor, however, was different. Every wanderer needed some place to rest, whether to heal the body or shelter the soul. The goal of wandering was, in truth, to one day stop wandering. Thus, setting these 4 coordinates was to ensure that whenever exhaustion struck, they would always have a safe place to land. Of course, this was only the known description of these special coordinates. Their true function might only become clear at the moment of advancement. A few minutes later, Edward finished establishing what he considered the hardest of the 4 locations. He pressed his right hand to his chest and gave the goddess a slight bow. Your Grace, the coordinate has been set. She gave a faint nod. Then, a parchment notebook appeared in her hand. It was the magical learning guide Edward had rushed to finish over the past few days. I cannot learn this. Edward blinked in surprise. Why? I have no magic power. But oh. Her body underwent a certain change. Edward scratched his head. So, you mean, you'd have to come back with me in order to learn magic? Yes. Even as a god, you still can't. The goddess's voice remained gentle. I cannot, unless I become a pillar. Edward's heart trembled. He had long suspected one thing: why, ever since the goddess had discovered he could travel between 2 worlds, she had never tried to go to the Harry Potter world with him. Could it be that she had no interest in the other world? That was clearly impossible. Then, perhaps, her answer just now indirectly confirmed it. That unless one became a pillar, even a god could not learn magic, or perhaps even travel between worlds. Could it be concluded that without reaching at least the pillar level, she didn't dare set foot in the Harry Potter world? But, wasn't that world just a mid-tier magical realm? How could it possibly be tied to the concept of the pillar? He couldn't help but ask, can you tell me why? Just think of it this way, every world has its own rules. Not even gods can defy those rules, unless they are more powerful than the entities who made them. I think I understand. Now, it's time for you to return. Staying here too long isn't good for your soul. Edward hurriedly asked, Your Grace, not long ago I asked Adam about joining the Twilight Hermit Order. But his response was that I must first rescue Mr. Door. What do you think about that? I don't know. I am not omniscient or omnipotent. You'll have to find the answers yourself. All right, I understand. He hesitated for a few seconds, then asked. There's a saying I've always remembered, all the gifts of fate have long been secretly priced. May I ask what you intend to gain from me in return? You'll know in time. The next second, the figure before Edward blurred rapidly. The night vanillas and moonflowers beneath his feet took to the air one after another, scattering into the surrounding darkness and transforming into countless dazzling stars. He opened his eyes and saw the dim candlelight and the shadowy room. He was back in the church's library. Shit, there was still something I forgot to ask. Edward immediately spoke up, Your Grace, may I ask whether I'm carrying some form of high-level contamination? Unfortunately, this time, the goddess did not respond. Well, fair enough. She took me to the astral realm and chatted with me for so long, that's already more than generous. He tapped 4 times clockwise across his chest once again. Praise the goddess. Exiting the library, Edward nodded politely toward Bishop Electra, who was smiling at him. He thought for a moment and stepped forward. Bishop Electra, the saint has been away for quite some time now. Did he say when he might return? It wasn't that he had urgent business with Saint Anthony. It was just that, according to Bernadette's earlier prophecy, a disaster potentially resembling the Great Smog might be approaching soon. Without a saint to oversee Backland, who knew what kind of chaos might unfold? Bishop Electra shook her head. Before leaving, the saint only said he was going to preach in the surrounding areas of Backland. He didn't mention a return date. In fact, even the Cathedral of Serenity has sent people looking for him. The Cathedral of Serenity, headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, was looking for him too. Could this mean the goddess had personally assigned him a secret mission? At this stage, the core objective of the goddess should be to find and accommodate the death pathway's uniqueness. What role could Anthony possibly play in that? Just then, Bishop Electra looked toward the entrance and said, "Oh, Lord Sesamir has arrived." Edward turned his head. The young senior deacon looked just as he had during their last meeting, black trench coat over a white shirt, collar turned high to hide his jaw in shadow. Only this time, a red glove adorned his left hand. "Yo, we meet again." Edward doffed his silk top hat in greeting. "Greetings, Lord Sesamir." Crestet Sesamir lazily waved a hand, his face still wearing a faint smile. "Lately, I've been hearing your name quite a lot, from a certain new member of the Red Gloves. Traitor, murderer, schemer, bastard, animal, and a few other dirtier ones I can't really repeat here." He counted off on his fingers as he spoke, most of the descriptions were along those lines. Leonard really hates me that much. Old Man Palez still hasn't told him the truth. Lord Sesamir, surely you know I didn't betray the church." He glanced at Edward's neck. If I hadn't just heard that this morning, I'd probably have used the goddess's sword to lop off your head by now. Thanks for the honesty, I guess. But aside from knowing you're not a traitor, I know nothing else." Sesama stepped closer, adopting a gossipy tone. "So what's the real story? Come on, tell me." Edward immediately entered monk mode. "See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil." "That's classified." TCH. Sesamir didn't seem surprised. He pulled out a pocket watch for a quick glance. "All right then, if there's nothing else, you better be off. Soist's squad is arriving soon." "Oh, the guy who cursed you out with every foul word under the sun. He's in that team." I could actually clear things up with Leonard." The reason he hadn't told Leonard earlier was because of the Time Turner issue. Edward had also told Palez to wait a bit before telling him the truth. But what was the old man thinking, still keeping it a secret even now? "I understand. Farewell, Lord Sesamir." Putting on his silk top hat, Edward quickly left the church. However, just as he turned a corner, he spotted a red glove squad approaching from afar. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Once out of their line of sight, he disapparated. Just as Leonard stepped into the church, the ancient entity residing in his body, Palez, let out a surprised hum. "What is it, old man?" Nothing. Must have been seeing things." "You. A dignified angel getting eye floaters." Palez sighed faintly. "Have you ever seen such a miserable angel as me?" "Fair point." Of course, Palez hadn't seen things. He was quite sure the monocled figure who once frightened him had just passed by, Edward. After the Tingen incident, Leonard had joined the Red Gloves full of hatred, and Palez had honored his agreement with Edward by withholding the truth for the time being. But later, he discovered something unexpected. With that hatred in his heart, Leonard had shed his former laziness and arrogance. He'd become diligent, focused, and grounded. In that case, let Klein and Dunn remain dead for a while longer. What mattered most was his own protégé's strength. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Lilith's Friend. "Leonard, what are you daydreaming about?" Captain Soist's voice rang out from the entrance of the church. "Coming." He jogged over. "HM. This time, the target of our squad's mission is to eliminate a demon hiding in Backland. You'll be in charge of controlling sealed artifact 1 to 42. Any issues?" Leonard immediately replied with a serious expression, "No problem, Captain." "Let's go then, Lord Sesamir is already waiting." While Edward was praying to the Evernight goddess, Lilith was already dashing out of Empress Borough. Midway, she jumped onto a carriage, hitching a free ride all the way to the subway station. From there, she smoothly entered and boarded a train headed to the Cherwood Borough. The moment she exited the station, she began weaving through the crowd again, heading toward a specific street with clear intent. A short figure was standing idly at the entrance of a grocery store, bored out of her mind, kicking pebbles on the ground. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a black cat darting past. She instinctively took a step forward, but a hand clapped down on her shoulder from behind. "What are you looking at, Zio?" Zio stared in the direction Lilith had vanished. "I think I just saw Edward's black cat, but maybe it just looked like it." She glanced down at the small pouch of cigarettes in Fur's hand and frowned slightly. "Furs, your smoking's getting worse. Even as a Beyonder, your body's not going to hold up at this rate." Fur scratched her slightly wavy brown hair and muttered, "You think I want to? I've been pulling all-nighters just to meet deadlines. Without cigarettes, I can't write a single word." Zio crossed her arms and huffed. "Not normal." "What's not normal?" "You suddenly being this diligent is what's not normal." Zio resembled a nosy elementary school detective. "Spill it. What have you been up to lately?" Furs immediately averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact. What do you mean? I just want to earn a bit more money, so that next time I come across a formula or material at a gathering, I won't have to regret not being able to afford it." Really? Swear on my gold pounds. Furs raised one hand solemnly as if taking an oath. It was mostly true, 90%, anyway. She really was working hard to save up for formulas and materials. She just left out the part about the tarot club. Seeing that Zio didn't press further, Furs quietly let out a sigh of relief and handed over the small pouch of cigarettes. Take this home for me, will you? I'm going for a walk to look for inspiration. All right. Don't stay out too long. Furs lit a cigarette and took a deep, satisfying drag. Then she began aimlessly wandering the streets. She really was looking for inspiration, not just making an excuse. Sometimes, inspiration just worked that way. You could sit in front of a desk and rack your brains all day to no avail, but one casual walk might be all it took to find it. Before she knew it, Furs had wandered back to a familiar place. Diagonally ahead stood the Joseph Clinic, one of the first places she had ever worked. It was a fairly large private practice. She stared at it for a while, and memories of the old lady who introduced her to the world of mysticism came flooding back. Turning into a side alley, she took a shortcut and ended up on a nearby street. Hard to believe it's been 3 years already. Thinking about the past slowly sparked some creative ideas. Just then, she spotted an old man wearing a thick wool coat and a mid-height black top hat standing in front of house number 39, pressing the doorbell 3 times. If Edward had been here, he would have immediately recognized the man. It was Lawrence of the Abraham family. Meanwhile, Lilith arrived at a quiet, serene street, definitely one of the best residential areas in the entire Cherwood borough. She soon stopped in front of a townhouse and lifted a paw to scratch lightly at the door, creating a soft rasping sound. A few seconds later, the door opened. Standing there was a young woman in a long black dress. She looked to be in her early 20s, with alabaster skin as smooth as ivory. Her features weren't exactly stunning, but she carried a serene elegance. You're here. She smiled gently and stepped aside to let Lilith in. Lilith nimbly leapt onto the sofa in the living room and said in her clear, crisp voice, I brought you some presents this time. Thank you, Miss Lilith. No need to thank me. Lilith began taking out the items she had stored in the small pendant she always wore. Most were colorful little toys, along with some women's clothing and shoes. Soon, the entire sofa was covered. All of these are for you. The girl stepped forward and picked up one of the thumb-sized paper tubes. With a light squeeze, it burst open with a beautiful, magical firework. She smiled happily. It's lovely. I really like it. Lilith nodded. I'm glad. Keep them all safe. I will. All right then, I'll be heading back now. So soon? Yup. Lilith hopped off the sofa and happily dashed toward the door. Then she suddenly paused, as if something had just occurred to her. Ah. That reminds me. After Miss Lilith is promoted to Sequence 7, can she really become a human? The girl nodded with a gentle smile. Yes. You've seen it before. Something like that. Oh. Lilith pondered for a moment, then asked, do you think becoming human is a good thing? There are good parts, and there are bad parts. What are the good parts, and what are the bad? She replied softly, the good ones, you'll have to experience for yourself when the time comes. As for the bad, you might end up being unhappy. Huh. Lilith widened her eyes in alarm. Then I don't want to become human. All right. Then don't. But, if I stop at Sequence 8, I won't be able to grow stronger. And if I can't grow stronger, I won't be able to help Edward. Lilith looked troubled. I'll head back now. See you next time. See you. And thank you for the gifts, Miss Lilith. Lilith lifted her little paw and waved before pushing the door open and scampering off quickly. A few minutes later, someone knocked at the door again. Come in. Trissy walked in, looking slightly nervous. Lady Chrismona, you were looking for me. The girl, while quietly tidying up the little trinkets left on the sofa, asked in a soft voice, you're investigating the identity of the one who replaced you at Edisac's Manor. Trissy lowered her head. Yes. No need to investigate. The one who replaced you is Panatia. My lady, what exactly are they trying to do in Backland? Chrismona shook her head. I don't know either. But in the end, it all boils down to the same goal, bringing down Cheek. Trissa's face changed drastically. She already knew what Cheek referred to, that was the true name of a deity. And she had just spoken it aloud. Isn't it dangerous to call a god's true name directly? Don't worry. Even if she hears, it won't matter. After a pause, she looked at Trissy and said, Edisac is destined to be abandoned. If you continue to concern yourself with him, you might be dragged back into that whirlpool you just managed to escape. And if that happens, even I won't be able to help you. I understand. Trissy's face had gone pale. I hope you really do. You may go now. Yes, ma'am. After leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, Edward made his way straight to the Aurora Order's base in Backland and found Mr. A. When he arrived, the servants were busy, some were cleaning, some were arranging chairs, and some were preparing a blackboard. It looked like they were setting up for a Beyonder gathering. Where's the box of the great old ones? Mr. A greeted him with a frosty tone as soon as they met. What? Edward blinked, not reacting right away. Mr. A stared at him like a venomous snake. So you do see me as free labor, don't you? Didn't you also say you wanted to get rid of that traitor Bodhi's? We were helping each other, right? Edward spread his hands. As for the spoils of war, do you really think any of it landed in my hands? Of course they went to the powerful folks I invited. Mr. A watched him in silence for a moment before finally looking away. So. What do you want this time? 2 things. Edward held up 2 fingers. First one small, I want to buy a shepherd's Beyonder characteristic. Mr. A narrowed his eyes. A shepherd's characteristic. What for? Let's just say the Lord descended into me last time and allowed me to bask in His grace. So I decided to change pathways in devotion. Would you believe that? If you swallowed a shepherd's characteristic whole in front of me, then maybe I'd believe it. Mr. A snorted. Unfortunately, I don't have one. Edward looked surprised. Why not? The Aurora Order shouldn't be short on mid to low sequence characteristics from the secret suppliant pathway. The Order may not be, but that doesn't mean I'm not. Fair enough. Mr. A was only the Aurora Order's regional leader in Backland and merely one of the many blessed under their god. Well, in any case, could I trouble you to keep an eye out? I'm willing to pay a reasonable premium. Mr. A didn't respond. The second thing has to do with the Aurora Order itself. Edward said, I want to know how the others in the Order reacted to Bodhi's death. During the hunt for Bodhi's, the St. Tenebrous Schisma had also shown up. From his point of view, perhaps it was Mr. A who looked like the real traitor. Of course, Edward wasn't really concerned about how the Aurora Order saw Bodhi's or Mr. A, what he truly cared about was how they saw him. Up to now, he still hadn't figured out the true nature of the true creator. No idea. Mr. A's expression grew slightly troubled. I thought for sure that after clashing with Schisma, the headquarters would respond quickly, but so far, nothing. Not a single message. Not for me, not for Schisma. Edward looked thoughtful. So, it's possible they received divine revelation. Mr. A lowered his eyes to his clasped hands. It's also possible they're still waiting for the descent ritual I'm preparing for the Lord. Edward's brows furrowed. From his repeated interactions with Mr. A, it was clear the man was a devout madman, unwavering in his mission to bring the true creator into the world. In the original story, Klein had destroyed his ritual using the Master Key. But now that he possessed the Master Key, what if he didn't give it to Klein? Could Klein still, coincidentally, ruin the ritual? If not, then the descent of the true creator would surely spell disaster for ordinary people. Even if the Orthodox churches could eventually suppress it, countless innocent lives would be lost in the process. Should he be the one to destroy the ritual, using the Master Key? Or would it be better to take down Mr. A before any of that could happen? Chapter 269, Plans Going Forward. Although Mr. A carried a spawn of an evil god within him and could unleash power on par with a demigod, in a real fight, who knew which side that spawn might choose to help? As Edward hesitated, the air around them suddenly grew cold. A moment later, a piece of parchment appeared in Mr. A's hand. He unfolded it and glanced at its contents, his pupils instantly contracted. What is it? A letter from the headquarters of the Aurora Order. He brought his hands together once more, clasping them tightly. It says another blessed will be dispatched to Backland soon, to assist me. Did it mention who? Miss D. Edward asked again, assist you with the Lord's descent ritual. No idea. Mr. A shook his head. The letter only said I should follow her instructions. Oh ho. That was clearly an attempt to seize control. How interesting. A smile slowly appeared on Edward's face. Then, if this Miss D were to meet with some unfortunate accident on the way, she wouldn't be able to assist you anymore, would she? Mr. A glanced at him. Maybe. After a short pause, he added, I'll keep an eye out for the shepherd characteristic you asked for. Much appreciated. The two exchanged a meaningful look before Edward turned and took his leave. Only then did Mr. A release his clasped hands. The parchment disintegrated into fragments and fluttered to the floor. He muttered to himself. I don't care about power struggles. As long as you don't interfere with my plans, we can coexist peacefully. But if you do... When Edward returned to the small villa in Empress Borough, Lilith was already back. She was sprawled lazily on the couch, playing with her tail as if she had never left the house. You're back. Lilith flipped over and sat upright. You were out for so long. I should have had you go back with Audrey. Then at least you'd have Susie to keep you company. It's fine, she replied nonchalantly. Miss Lilith will keep Edward company. Lilith is the best. That's right. Edward scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom, then gently placed her on the bed. Oh no, I haven't wiped my paws yet. She hurriedly jumped onto the desk. It's fine. Lilith's paws could never be dirty. Mm. Her eyes rolled a little, and her tail started swaying. She had run quite a bit earlier. There was no way they were not dirty. I'll go wash my paws. Edward didn't think much of it. He reached into his pocket and took out the Black Emperor and Red Priest cards, then began a ritual to re-sacrifice them to Klein. To Edward, he had possessed these two blasphemy cards for nearly a month already. But to Mr. Fool, only a few hours had passed. There was no immediate reply. More than 10 minutes went by. Mr. Fool was clearly out on some matter. Perhaps he had found a temporary washroom somewhere to log into his divine kingdom. Once the two cards of blasphemy vanished, Edward stretched out his arms and let himself fall backwards onto the bed, lying down freely. All right, all the most urgent matters I needed to take care of upon returning are done. Finally, I can relax a bit. At that moment, Lilith jumped onto his stomach, a towel held in her paws. Edward, help Miss Lilith wipe her paws. Okay. Edward sat up. With a towel in one hand, he gently picked up Lilith's soft little paw pads one by one, carefully wiping them clean. Only then did he place her back on the bed. All done. You're squeaky clean now. Lilith immediately began dashing back and forth across the bed, running wild a dozen times. Then she did a forward roll and flopped down onto the mattress, eyes gleaming as she looked at Edward. Feeling her gaze, Edward smiled. What are you looking at? Looking at Edward. She crawled over to his side and snuggled up close, then closed her eyes. After a while, Lilith suddenly murmured, Edward. What is it? Are people who lie bad people? Yes. Will they grow long noses like Pinocchio? Not necessarily. That would depend on whether Bernadette had actually turned that story into a miracle made real. Edward looked at her. But I believe Lilith would never lie to me. That's right. Lilith nodded without hesitation. Miss Lilith had only withheld a few things from Edward. That wasn't lying. Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled what Chrismona had said, once you become human, you might not be happy anymore. Ah, life is tough. Even cats have to sigh. Empress Burrow, Hall family's luxurious villa. Even though it had only been about an hour since they last saw their daughter, her sudden wave of affection left Earl Hall and his wife slightly puzzled. Still, since it was heartfelt love from their sweet, thoughtful daughter, they were more than happy to accept it. Father, this is a quill I got for you. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance, it's imbued with magical powers. In the future, you won't have to write by hand anymore. Just speak, and it'll write for you. Mother, these clothes are for you. They're incredibly comfortable to wear at home. And this pendant, put it on. It's not only beautiful, but it will also generate a protective shield if you're ever in danger. Annie, these candies and chocolates, please help me share them with everyone. Standing to the side, Hibbert, who had only recently returned from overseas, felt like an outsider. He let out a quiet humph. What about me? Audrey immediately pulled out two top-tier, branded suits and handed them over. Of course I wouldn't forget you. Hibbert took the suits and gave them a quick inspection. Not bad. Do you have another one of those quills? Honestly, Father rarely writes anything himself nowadays, but I deal with paperwork all the time. I do. Audrey brought out another magical quill and a fountain pen. You can use this fountain pen in front of outsiders. As Hibbert toyed with the pen, he asked casually, Tisk, did you just go on a shopping spree with someone? Earl Hall and his wife both turned their gazes toward her at the same time. Audrey, unfazed, nodded calmly. Yes, I visited his hometown. A nameless little island in the Berserk Sea. Lady Hall remarked, no wonder I found the style of these items unfamiliar, I don't think I've seen them before. Earl Hall raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. This weekend, I'm planning to host a banquet. You should invite him as well. Huh. He added, it's not a family dinner. Just a regular banquet. Oh, all right. Audrey let out a breath of relief. Hibbert smirked. Last time on the ship, the two of you looked so close, forget a family dinner, you might as well throw an engagement party. Audrey chucked a cigar at him. Hibbert, maybe you could try not talking when you're smoking. She hesitated, then added, but there are quite a few people in Backland who want to harm him. A ballroom full of people and prying eyes. Earl Hall seemed to have anticipated this. Doesn't he know how to change his appearance? He only needs to show his real face when meeting me in private. A private meeting. Audrey immediately grew wary. Father, what exactly are you planning? I just want to take a look. Lady Hall, however, smiled. My, I can't believe our little girl has grown up so quickly. As a mother, of course she wanted her daughter to marry someone she liked and start a family. But as the Countess, she also understood that her daughter's marriage wouldn't normally be decided by her. Under traditional circumstances, it would be arranged by her husband, usually to cement a noble alliance. But now, the boy Audrey was seeing was clearly someone she truly liked. And since her husband hadn't voiced any objections, of course she was happy to see this relationship continue, provided, of course, that the young man passed her own scrutiny. Mama. Audrey put on her most adorable, spoiled expression. Father and son exchanged a glance, seeing mutual helplessness and wariness in each other's eyes. Was their precious daughter, sister, really about to be swept away by some kid just like that? The next morning, Edward rose early and sat at his desk, organizing the goals and plans for his time in the world of mysteries. Ideally, this should have been done before his return, but all his time had been spent completing that magical study guide. First of all, the top priority is still advancing to a higher sequence. He muttered as he scribbled away in his notebook. At present, I still need 2 supplementary materials for the Traveler Potion, 10 grams of trapped ghost residue powder, and 80 milliliters of shadowless demonic wolf's blood, along with the Shepherd's Beyonder characteristic. These 2 materials aren't too valuable, but getting hold of them seems like a real hassle. Because to obtain them, he'd first have to hunt down those 2 types of Beyonder creatures. Even the pirate conference hadn't yielded results. The trapped ghost residue powder, maybe I can ask Christine for help. She doesn't want to get too involved with me, but just asking her to buy something shouldn't be too much, right? As for the shadowless demonic wolf's blood, I remember in the original novel, Klein got it from Emlyn. And Emlyn obviously acquired it through the Sanguin, which means, I'll have to deal with the vampires again. Still, since it was just a regular material this time, it probably wouldn't draw too much attention, right? As for the Shepherd's characteristic, if Mr. A can get his hands on it, he probably won't mind selling it to me. But I can't put all my eggs in one basket, and among the people I know, the only one who could probably get something like that is Bernadette. So, ask her for help again. Edward hesitated for a moment before making a quiet decision. Don't approach her proactively. If she comes looking for him, then he'd bring it up. Besides the materials, I also still need 2 coordinates for the advancement ritual. One can be anywhere in the real world. The other's in the spirit world, and I can probably get a messenger to help with that. So just like that, he could easily get all 4 required coordinates for the ritual. Edward muttered in mild disbelief. I'd originally thought I'd have to try the mental world or the book world from Grozel's travels. At this point, Edward tore out the page full of notes and burned it clean. Then, he continued writing. Of course, once I advance to Sequence 5, I'll definitely need to start preparing for Sequence 4 as well. The second goal is to use the next Tarot Club meeting to verify how many of those treasures my 5 senior patrons got me are actually real. Honestly, even if just one of them turns out to be genuine, I'll be happy. Heh. Best case scenario? Give me the sword in the stone that fires an EX Excalibur. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 290 power stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 270, The Spirit World. Third, Edward wrote, muttering to himself, according to Bernadette's previous prophecy, the catastrophe in Backland should occur during this return trip. Though it's unclear whether killing Bodis in advance would alter the outcome, it's still necessary to prepare in advance. For this, perhaps I can start with Mr. A and the soon-to-arrive Miss D. The Great Smog wasn't exactly something dictated by the tide of the times, it served more as a catalyst. It gave George III an excuse to reluctantly implement the new order and laid the groundwork for the war that followed. So maybe the new order itself isn't the point. Maybe the real goal is the war. At that thought, Edward sighed. He didn't have hero syndrome, but the idea of countless ordinary people being dragged into the suffering of war due to a few individuals' ambitions still filled him with a sense of helpless regret. But from the broader perspective of the coming apocalypse, the Russian priest's ascension to godhood was undeniably necessary. Whether for the sake of protecting more common folk or to ensure someone taller stood at the front lines ahead of him, Edward had no reason to stop the war, nor the power to do so. Ugh, thinking about this now is pointless. I should focus on surviving the upcoming disaster first. He put down his pen and stopped writing. Fourth, if time permits, and if the conditions are safe, I want to try to figure out why he wants me to rescue Mr. Dorr. I've had a feeling, ever since I met Christine, it's like I've been subtly led step by step toward that goal. It's just that I suddenly revealed myself to the Twilight Hermit Order, forcing them to change strategies and bait me directly with the blasphemy slate. Rip. He tore off the page he had just written, reduced it to ash in a small flame. Lilith sat squatting to the side, watching with curiosity. Edward, why do you always tear the pages and burn them after you finish writing? Because I'm writing down some very important things no one else should see. Putting it on paper helps me sort out my thoughts, but once I'm done, the notes have to be destroyed. Lilith nodded in sudden realization. Oh, is that what they call destroying the evidence after the deed is done? Edward looked at her in stunned silence. What kind of nonsense is that? Where did you even learn this? Lilith didn't hesitate at all. Susie. Susie taught me that. Is that so? Lying cats' noses grow longer, you know. Lilith took a small step back and looked away. It was something I overheard while acting outside. Edward thought for a moment, then picked her up and cradled her in his arms. Well, to be honest, what you said isn't entirely wrong. If you're dealing with bad people and don't want to leave any trace, this is a good way to eliminate potential threats. Lilith blinked. What's a bad person, then? For you, Lilith, Edward replied seriously, anyone who tries to hurt you is a bad person, and an enemy. It doesn't matter what their background is, what their position is, or who they are. When it comes to enemies, forget destroying evidence, cutting them into 1,000 pieces wouldn't be too much. But you should also remember, if you meet an enemy too strong to defeat for now, it's okay to back off. As the saying goes, a cat's revenge can wait 1,000 years. As long as you're alive, there's always a chance for payback. Got it. Lilith nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I got it. Smart girl. Lilith lifted her chin proudly. Of course. Miss Lilith is the smartest cat in the world. Right. That last part came from Audrey's voice, coming from the leather pouch at Edward's waist. Lilith poked her head toward Edward's side. Audrey, you're here? Yup. First thing I heard when I arrived was Lilith praising herself. Open up. Before Edward could move, Lilith grabbed the pouch with her mouth, hopped onto the bed, and unfolded it with her paws and feet. Audrey climbed out, only to find herself sitting right on Edward's bed. She kicked off her shoes before stepping out of the pouch and sat down. She must have just woken up. She wore a simple long green dress, and her feet were still in soft slippers. Her toes were a soft, pearly white, almost comparable to Lilith's pink paw pads. Lilith leapt into her lap. Morning, Audrey. Morning, Miss Lilith. Edward looked at her curiously. What's the matter? Dropping by so early in the morning. One piece of good news, and one piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Audrey hugged Lilith, smiling with her eyes narrowed. The bad news. My father has invited you to attend the Hall family's evening banquet this weekend. Edward's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. That's supposed to be bad news. Then what's the good news? Audrey continued smiling as she repeated, Father has invited you to the Hall family's banquet this weekend. ? Edward was momentarily baffled, his mind practically popped up a question mark. But he quickly caught on and cleared his throat. Ahem, well, I suppose that does count as good news. Audrey shifted her legs closer. Do you know why I called it bad news? Edward froze. Don't tell me, it's one of those old-fashioned noble drama tropes. The Earl Hall starts by looking down on him. The Countess delivers sharp, scathing remarks. The noble heirs mock him with thinly veiled barbs. It escalates into conflict. And then, bam. The return of the Dragon King. Audrey had no idea what melodrama was playing out in his head. She simply explained, because when the banquet comes, someone's bound to ask me to dance. That someone could be anyone, or it could be you. But, can you even dance? That question caught Edward off guard. His physical agility and flexibility had significantly improved upon advancing to Trickmaster, so learning ballroom dancing would naturally be much easier than for the average person, but that required actually learning. As of now, his dance experience still sat at a solid 0. Realizing this, Edward reached out his hand toward her. Well then, from today onward, I'll be counting on Miss Hall to teach me how to dance, daily. There are still 3 days left until the banquet. For the first 2 days, I'll teach you the steps and rhythm. On the 3rd day, we'll rehearse specifically with the music that'll be played at the ball. Work hard, all right. How about we start now? Audrey pursed her lips. Who dances this early in the morning? Besides, I've got plans later. What kind of plans? It was arranged before I returned to Hogwarts. At noon, I'm visiting the mental hospital in Backland to comfort some of the patients. Comforting the patients was just a cover, the real goal was acting. How much do you have left to digest for the psychiatrist potion? Just the final segment. Audrey frowned slightly, troubled. I've found that the further I go, the slower the progress becomes. In the original storyline, most of Audrey's digestion of the psychiatrist potion had been aided by treating Klein. Back then, Klein was only sequence 5, but thanks to the bonus granted by the Grey Fog, his influence made the digestion much easier. Now, however, due to her accelerated sequence advancement, Klein wasn't even remotely at the stage where he needed psychological help. If not for this return to Hogwarts, with its large number of students and the presence of Azkaban prisoners, Audrey might have ended up stuck at sequence 7 for a considerable period. She went on, but actually, there's no need to rush. The formula for sequence 6 isn't something I'll be getting my hands on anytime soon anyway. The formulas for mid and high sequences in the spectator pathway were firmly controlled by the psychology alchemists. Although they had started reaching out to Audrey, even if she managed to pass the screening and join them, getting the sequence 6 formula in a short time would be difficult. Edward thought for a moment and said, in the coming days, I'll try to ask a few high sequencers. By high sequencers, of course, he meant people like Bernadette and the saints of the Church of Steam and Machinery. If you finish digesting the psychiatrist potion and still haven't found the formula, I'll find a mid-sequence beyonder from the psychology alchemists and pry the formula out of them. Audrey hesitated. Isn't that a bit risky? Don't worry. I'll always prioritize my own safety. Edward snorted softly. The old man who attacked me during the Bodhi's hunt was almost certainly a demigod from the psychology alchemists. I haven't even started repaying that debt. All right then. Just be careful. If you ever need gold pounds, you can always come to me. No problem. After a few more reminders, Audrey finally left. Lilith followed her, saying she wanted to play with Susie. The room instantly fell quiet. Edward felt oddly unaccustomed to the silence. After a pause, he recited silently in his heart the summoning phrase for his messenger bird. A moment later, the crimson-feathered bird tore through space and descended from the spirit world. It had grown larger now, and hovering midair by flapping its wings would make it look more like a giant electric fan. So, it simply landed on the desk, keeping its long tail feathers suspended midair. It looked at Edward and asked, "What do you need?" "I want you to take me to the spirit world." "Where to?" "Ah, the same place you took me last time." "Okay." It flapped its wings, ready to take off, when Edward suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know about shadowless demonic wolf?" The messenger bird nodded. "Yes." A flash of disgust briefly passed through its eyes. They're an unwelcome species in the spirit world. Nomadic, invasive, and constantly causing trouble by intruding on others' territory. But because they're fast and capable of short-distance teleportation, most creatures can't do much about them. And you? They're no match for me. It sounded confident at first but quickly added, but if they flee, I can't catch them either. Do you think your headless friend could catch a shadowless demonic wolf? Yes. The bird hesitated. But creatures like that never provoke someone like her. So they were just typical bullies who only picked on the weak. I see. Thanks. Let's go. The bird flew to Edward's side, gripping his clothes in its talons. The world around them suddenly turned vivid and intense, melting into a whirl of surreal hues. A moment later, Edward arrived in a realm filled with dreamlike, semi-transparent entities of ungraspable form. All the colors were vivid and distinct, yet they layered over each other in a strange harmony. A gray mist diffused subtly, enveloping everything. In the distance, in the sky above, 7 radiant streams of light slowly floated. They seemed to possess sentience, each holding within it infinite, arcane knowledge. These were likely the 7 lights of the spirit world. Although they hovered high above, painting the sky with their glow, Edward could also see them beneath his feet, to his left and right, ahead and behind, an apt reflection of the spirit world's intrinsic chaos and disorder. As they traveled forward, Edward could constantly feel countless vague gazes falling upon him. He wisely avoided eye contact. Klein had warned that making eye contact with certain spirit world creatures might be seen as a challenge, leading to unnecessary trouble. He didn't know how long they had been flying when the scenery began to shift. The creatures populating the area grew fewer and fewer, until a massive city outline appeared in the distance, and all around fell eerily silent. A city. Edward froze. He suddenly remembered that during his last visit to the spirit world, he had indeed passed through crumbling walls, like the ruins of some grand structure. Back then, he hadn't given it much thought. But now that he considered it, in the entire spirit world, there was really only one place that fit this description. Calderon City. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, The Withered River of Eternal Darkness. That was once the divine kingdom of the Phoenix ancestor Greggrace, the former god of the death pathway. It was said that any living being who entered Calderon would naturally begin to transform into the dead, eventually becoming a spirit of the deceased. But the last time I was here, I stayed for quite a while and didn't feel a thing. Oh, right, I remember now. I was planning to explore a bit back then, but my spirituality immediately stopped me. Getting too far from the messenger would have been dangerous. Thinking about it now, this messenger of mine is clearly extraordinary. Could it really be a descendant of Greg's race? Or even, her reincarnation? While he was still pondering, the messenger bird had already carried him through the outskirts of the city and now hovered above Calderon City. From the darkness below, he spotted what looked like a nearly dried-up river, its desiccated riverbed swarming with countless wandering souls. On either side of the river, he could vaguely make out enormous pale stone pillars, similar to the ones found inside Calderon, but even more exaggerated in scale. Edward's expression shifted dramatically. Could that be a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness? But why would it be withered? We're here. At that moment, Edward's feet landed on solid ground again. They were back at the same crumbling wall they'd visited last time. He quickly asked, "Do you know about the river running through this city?" "I do." "What about its waters? Why has it dried up?" "I don't know. When I first saw it, it was already like this." "When was that?" The messenger bird thought for a moment, then shook its head. "Can't remember." "Damn. If that really is the River of Eternal Darkness, then this is huge news. Could it mean that the Evernight Goddess plan, to accommodate the death pathway and kill the god of combat, has ultimately failed? Without a Sephiroth, she would never ascend to the level of the Great Old Ones. But, does she know about this yet? Should I tell her? If she finds out that her grand plan of millennia ends like this, she might go insane, right? No. No, she won't. A schemer like the goddess wouldn't break down over this. Besides, the river isn't completely dried up yet, there's still something left in it. Calm down. Focus. Let me finish what I came here to do first. A few minutes later. The coordinate marking ritual for the spirit world was complete. The moment it was done, Edward could clearly sense its existence in his mind, just like he could sense the coordinates for the astral realm and the Harry Potter world. But that was all. He could only perceive its existence. Nothing more. Edward hesitated, then asked, "Can you take me closer to that river?" "No. That place is too dangerous." The messenger bird shook its head. "Even for me, it's risky. For you, it'd be far worse." "Makes sense. That's a Sephiroth we're talking about. Didn't Medici end up getting corrupted just from making contact with the City of Calamity? Even the goddess, who's so desperate for the River of Eternal Darkness, doesn't dare retrieve it in person. Ah, wait a minute. I'm immune to corruption though." But just as the thought surfaced, Edward suddenly recalled what his past self had said through the seance, "Beware of contamination." "Right. Let's not go looking for death." "All right. Please take me back." The messenger bird gave him a curious look, eyeing the location he had just marked. After a moment's hesitation, it asked, "What did you just do?" Edward blinked in surprise. This thing is actually curious now. When it was first summoned, the messenger bird showed almost no signs of intelligence, only an instinctual obsession with phoenix feathers. Its behavior was unpleasant, even obnoxious. After munching on feathers for a while, it began provoking Lilith, and when it succeeded, it even showed pride. With time, and more feathers, it learned to curry favor with Edward to earn its next treat. Then, after consuming a critical mass of feathers and evolving once again, its personality underwent a complete transformation. It became calm and obedient. While the resurrection stone likely played a role, it also meant the creature had learned to regulate its emotions. And now, it was expressing curiosity towards something unrelated to feathers or resurrection stones. It felt like it was gradually regaining its humanity. "What did you just do?" it asked again. "Oh, just set up a special coordinate here. It's part of a ritual I need for my advancement." The bird nodded and didn't question further. It flapped its wings, grabbed Edward by the collar, and with a sharp tear through the air, brought them back to Edward's bedroom. "We're back. Thanks." Edward handed over a few phoenix feathers. "These probably don't do much for you anymore, but want to snack on them." The bird accepted them and swallowed them in one gulp. "Anything else?" "Yeah, could you ask your headless friend for me? I'd like to know how much gold, or whatever else it might take, to acquire 80 milliliters of shadowless demonic wolf's blood." "Okay. One more thing." Edward looked at the bird and asked, "If you can't remember your original name, how about choosing one? Otherwise, I never know what to call you." "Name." A flicker of emotion passed through the bird's pitch-black eyes. "But I don't know what to call myself." "Then how about I pick one for you? You can switch back to your real name when you remember it," Edward offered, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Are you a he or a she?" "My headless friend said I'm female." "You needed someone else to tell you that." "Well, to be fair, it was hard to tell the gender of most birds at a glance." "Then how about?" A hint of anticipation surfaced in her eyes. Edward drew out the words dramatically but suddenly flushed in embarrassment. "Ahem, actually, I'm terrible at naming things." How about I ask someone else later and get back to you? Seeing the disappointment on her face, Edward quickly added, or, since you love eating phoenix feathers and are probably connected to the phoenix, why don't we just go with phoenix as in the English word. He spoke the name in English, phoenix, so even if someone overheard it, they wouldn't find it strange, well, except for Klein. Phoenix. She repeated the name, without showing whether she liked it or not. That's acceptable. Edward took out a sheet of paper and passed it to her. Right. After you've spoken with your headless friend, can you also deliver this letter to Danitz, you know, that blonde guy? Sure. The letter was actually meant for Edwina. On the one hand, it asked for her help in acquiring a few specific materials. On the other, it told her that he discovered the secret of Grozel's travels and asked if she'd be interested in exploring it with him. Since he would have to go into that world sooner or later, and since Edwina was not only the true owner of the book but also a reader pathway beyonder driven by curiosity, it only made sense to let her in on it. The messenger spread her wings and sliced through the air, vanishing into the spirit world once more. Edward let out a breath. Now, there's only one last coordinate left to set. Honestly, things had gone a lot smoother than expected with these special coordinate setups, especially the Astral Realm one. The goddess had been surprisingly cooperative. This spot should do. Closing his eyes, Edward began placing a coordinate in the bedroom of his small villa, using a bit of spirituality imbued with his essence to serve as a marker. Just as he was expecting it to work like the last two, he was suddenly startled by the feedback. A coordinate has already been set in this world. Attempting to set another will be ineffective. What the? When did I set a coordinate in the real world? He was baffled. Wait, don't tell me it considers the spirit world and the real world to be one and the same. Spirit world and reality were technically two different realms, but there was no clear boundary between them. Many Beyonders, upon reaching a certain sequence, could freely traverse between the two. Could that be the reason? If so, what should the final world be? The mind world? Or the world inside Grozel's travels? But those two worlds aren't that distinct from the real one either. Edward suddenly found himself at a loss. After a long pause, he sighed. Guess I'll just have to test them one by one. Let's start by asking Emlyn to help purchase the trapped ghost residue powder. Edward tapped himself with his wand, instantly changing into a grey overcoat commonly worn by gentlemen in loan. He then walked over to the door, picked up the hat from the coat rack, and operated into a quiet alley near the Harvest Church. As soon as he stepped out of the alley, he saw the golden exterior of the Harvest Church gleaming in the distance. Inside the Harvest Church, Klein had originally planned to blend in with the worshippers and slip inside for a look, but it turned out that there were so few believers of the Earth Mother in Backland that he'd been waiting outside for half an hour and had only seen a single priest cleaning at the door, handsome, but alone. He'd learned a few days ago that there was a commission posted here, and the reward happened to be a potion formula for the apothecary pathway. For someone like him, having an apothecary as a subordinate would be extremely useful. He could get injured, fall sick, or run into enemies capable of harming him. Having an apothecary close at hand would be an invaluable asset. However, since the commission was posted by a Beyonder, walking in too openly felt a bit too risky. After much hesitation, Klein decided to return at night. Just then, the handsome priest looked his way, leaning lazily on his broom. Hey, friend. You've been staring from over there for a while. Not planning to come in and take a look? Klein stiffened in alarm. What the hell? I was hiding in a blind spot. How'd he spot me? After a few seconds of hesitation, Klein stepped forward and got straight to the point. I heard there was a commission posted here. Emlyn made a small sound of recognition. The one from Bishop Utravsky? That's right. Come in, then. Emlyn turned and walked back into the church, speaking casually as he did. You're way too cautious, friend. The Harvest Church may be small, but it's still an Orthodox God's church. Unless you're a wanted criminal or something, there's no reason to act so sneaky. Klein shrugged. Exactly, because it's an Orthodox church, one should be extra careful. Official Beyonders aren't exactly friendly to wild ones like me. Fair point. As they stepped into the church, Emlyn remarked, but honestly, the Earth Mother's church in Backland barely counts as an official presence. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck with such a shabby little place. Father Utravsky, someone's here to see you. Klein looked over to see a broad-shouldered man in his 40s or 50s seated in the front pew. Dressed in a brown clerical robe, the man sat like a mountain, immense and imposing, yet his face radiated warmth and kindness. What can I help you with, sir? He asked gently. I heard you posted a commission with a reward being an apothecary formula. The priest blinked, then offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, sir, that was over a month ago. Someone's already helped me resolve the issue, so the commission is no longer valid. He turned to Emlyn. Emlyn, would you please cancel that for me later? Emlyn fumed internally. Why do you only remember to order me around for this kind of nonsense? Do I look like your errand boy just because I'm a vampire? He really wanted to snap back and say he had dignity, that he had a temper too, but when the words reached his mouth, they came out meek and obedient. Yes, Father. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Is It Really Cursed? Klein felt a bit disappointed, but since he was already here, he gritted his teeth and asked, Then, may I ask if you're willing to sell your apothecary formula? Father Yutravsky shook his head. Sorry, I don't have any plans to sell it for now. After a pause, he added, But, you could try asking Emlyn. Emlyn immediately muttered, How many times do I have to say it? I'm a noble sanguine. I don't need to drink potions step by step to advance like you humans. The last guy was just like this too. Besides, don't you think asking a vampire for an apothecary formula is a form of provocation? Vampire? You mean, a real vampire? This handsome priest was actually one of those legendary supernatural beings. But Klein was still a bit confused. He had no idea that the sequence 7 of the apothecary path was vampire, nor that vampires were used as advancement materials for later sequences in that pathway. However, I guess it'd be a waste to turn away money that walks right up to my door. Tell you what, I'll try asking around in the next few days. Come back again this weekend. All right, thank you. Just call me Emlyn. All right, Mr. Emlyn. I'm Sherlock. Having achieved his goal, Klein didn't linger. He turned and left the church. But just as he stepped out the door, a voice of prayer reached his ears. That voice, was it Mr. Sun? He immediately quickened his pace, planning to find a nearby washroom to head above the gray fog. Inside the Harvest Church, Emlyn was just about to start cleaning another area when he noticed Father Yutravsky staring intently at Klein's departing back, lost in thought. He chuckled. Father, don't tell me you want to recruit him into the church too. Emlyn rolled up his sleeves. Just say the word, and I'll go drag him back right now. Father Yutravsky shook his head and said, He's not like you. You are a sinner who's lost his way, while he is a guest of honor. Emlyn was instantly fuming. He threw the broom aside and exclaimed, I've been working diligently every day helping you clean and receive visitors, and I'm the sinner. That guy shows up looking shady and it's his first time here, and he's a guest. Why? The priest calmly looked at him without saying a word. Emlyn puffed up his chest and gathered his courage. Why you can't just look at me like that? I really am angry this time. I won't obediently pick up the broom today. At that moment, the priest softly said, I too am a sinner who lost his way. Huh. But ever since we became believers of the Mother Goddess, we've all been her children, we're one of our own. And no matter how noble a guest is, he is still an outsider. Do you understand now? Emlyn scratched his head. Sounds like you're trying to trick me again. But still, he bent down and picked up the broom, quietly going back to work. A few minutes later, Edward walked in. Good morning, Father. Good morning, Emlyn. Good morning, Mr. Edward. Father Yutravsky smiled and nodded at him. Here to see Emlyn. Yes. I just need a few minutes of his time. Emlyn's eyes lit up. I was just about to look for you. Ah. Edward's expression turned strange. You're not trying to ask me for another doll, are you? Emlyn flew into a rage. How could you doubt my undying love for Alicia? You said the exact same thing about Emily, Andrea, Catherine, and Beatrice last time. I loved them all equally. Besides, Emily and the others were taken away by that bastard Danitz. What could I do? Edward said with a hint of amusement, you could always sail out to find him. Last time you said Father wouldn't let you leave. But now, you're free, aren't you? Emlyn's eye twitched. Pretending not to hear, he quickly changed the subject. Ahem, didn't you buy an apothecary formula before? Did you manage to get it? I did. Why? Sell it to me. What do you want that for? Edward asked casually as he pulled out a piece of paper, wrote down the apothecary formula, and handed it over. Emlyn replied, someone wants to buy it from me. I figured I could make a small profit. The formula's worth about £300, right? I'll give you 200 for it. Let me earn 100, how about that? Sure. It was an unexpected windfall anyway. Edward didn't mind. Besides, he needed a favor from Emlyn. I'll go grab the money then. Emlyn turned to leave. Wait. Edward stopped him. I came here today to ask you for a favor too. What is it? I want to acquire the residue powder of a trapped ghost. You Sanguins are from an old and powerful lineage, surely you have that sort of thing. Emlyn scoffed, old and powerful might be true, but that's not my house. All we've got are my dad's crappy coffee beans and my mom's 7 or 8 wardrobes full of old dresses. That's it. And your collection of useless dolls, Edward silently added. I'll ask around for you. If I find it, I'll let you know. He didn't bring up payment, he hadn't forgotten that his beloved Alicia was still technically on credit from Edward. Edward saw through his reaction and thought to himself, just one silicone doll was enough to make this proud little vampire obediently run errands for me. Definitely worth every penny. With that in mind, Edward smiled and said, all right, if I get the chance, I'll ask Danitz where he's hiding your beloved treasures, so you can be reunited with them soon. Emlyn's eyes lit up, but he quickly muttered, that's fine, as long as you also bring Danitz over so I can beat the crap out of, wait no. On second thought, better not bring him here. Edward was immediately curious. What's wrong? Emlyn's expression shifted uncertainly, his face flickering between emotions. After a long while, he whispered, Father Yutravsky told me that Danitz snuck back last time and secretly spied on me from outside the church. Before leaving, he even specifically told Father not to tell me that he had been here. And I suspect he might have feelings for me. Edward's face was full of punctuation marks. Bro. I admit you're good looking, but not to the point where both men and women are falling for you, right? And anyway, Danitz's heart is obviously all set on Edwina. You're overthinking it. Edward resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Anyway, I'll leave the residue powder of a trapped ghost to you. I look forward to good news. But Emlyn continued muttering, I'm not overthinking, that bastard's behavior was just way too suspicious. That evening, Miss Executor, Raynette, finally replied. The message was once again delivered by the giant bird messenger, Phoenix, who relayed it aloud. I will help you deal with the shadowless, demonic wolves. You should go to the Brave Bar and look for Sharon. Edward rubbed his forehead. I've told you before, you really don't have to imitate the way she talks. Phoenix tilted her head. Okay. Still, Raynette's response was quite unexpected to Edward. Didn't she tell me to stay away from her? Why is she now directing me toward Sharon and the others? She didn't say why I should find Sharon. Nope. All right. Thanks for your help. Edward took out his pocket watch to check the time, then disapparated, vanishing with a soft pop. As he reappeared in front of the Brave Bar, he changed his appearance and walked inside along with the crowd of workers just getting off their shifts. The bar was in full swing. A group of burly men were excitedly watching a match between a dog and a rat, cheering loudly and enthusiastically. Edward tossed a coin into the air 3 times, confirming the room where Marek was staying, then walked over and knocked on the door. Who is it? Marek's deep voice came from inside. It's Edward. A few seconds later, the door clicked open. A pale-faced zombie stood there, and behind him, Marek was playing Texas Hold'em with more than 10 others. There it is, the classic scene. Should have brought a camera for this. At that moment, Marek tossed down his cards, waved his hand for the undead to line up against the wall, and greeted Edward. Good evening, Mr. Edward. Good evening, Mr. Marek. Edward looked toward the gaslight cover behind him and nodded, and good evening to Miss Sharon. Sharon, dressed in a Gothic-style court gown, stepped out of the gaslight fixture, her body shifting from incorporeal to solid. Good evening. Your teacher asked me to come find you. Is there anything I can help with? Sharon's voice was slightly hoarse. The people from the Rose School of Thought who are hunting us have already locked onto our location. They'll likely strike in the next day or 2. But we have no intention of sitting and waiting to die. You want me to help? No. She shook her head. We've already found a partner to deal with the 3 who are hunting us. Marek added from the side, it's the friend you introduced to us last time. But right now, we're not sure whether the demigod from the Rose School is still in Backland. If he intervenes, we'll have no chance of winning. A flicker of emotion appeared in Sharon's usually calm eyes. Our teacher said, you might be able to hold off that demigod and buy us enough time. Your teacher really seems to think highly of me. Edward scratched his head. He had just finished beating up low-level characters in the Harry Potter world, and now he was expected to face a demigod. That's quite the jump. She said it's only about holding him off. That shouldn't be a big problem, Sharon explained. Edward raised a brow in suspicion. Did your teacher happen to mention that she once said I was filled with misfortune and told you all to stay away from me? So, why is she not helping you herself and instead sending me? Sharon's expression turned a little strange. So that's why, no wonder after helping you last time, our teacher ended up attracting the attention of the abomination, Sua. The hell? You really just dumped that massive blame on me without even blinking. So it's all my fault again, huh? Then again, come to think of it, in the original timeline they never encountered the demigod from the Rose School of Thought. And this time, he was originally targeting me. Is this tower card really that cursed? But Audrey, someone closest to him, didn't seem to be affected at all. Meanwhile, a certain little guy at home, happily eating ice cream, silently thought. Who do you think has been carrying the weight for you all this time? Note, enjoy the extra chapter 460 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 273, Audrey attacked. Edward let out a sigh. Alright then, so what exactly do you need me to do when the time comes? During the battle, you'll just need to stay on standby and observe, Sharon replied. If that demigod shows up, we'll need you to lure him away. At that moment, Marek added, as payment, besides the materials you requested, once teacher is free from Sua's attention, she'll also lend her aid to you again. Deal. Edward had already witnessed the strength of another Rose School of Thought's demigod, Shanks, back when he was still at Sequence 7. Even then, Shanks had only used 5 abilities, and under a stroke of luck, Edward had barely escaped. But now he could devour 10 abilities and store more than 20. If it was just a matter of stalling and fleeing, it shouldn't be too difficult. The only concern is if he suddenly pulls out some powerful sealed artifact and one-shots me. With that thought, he asked, do you guys know what kind of sealed artifact that demigod carries? Sharon replied, it seems to be a glove, capable of stealing someone else's abilities or items. A Marauder Pathway sealed artifact. That's a pain to deal with. Maybe I should reach out to a few high-level friends and record some life-saving abilities just in case. Last time, Bernadette's Emperor's new robes was really handy. Also, could Klein's paper figurine substitute ability work too? Probably not. Abilities recorded by the scribe were ultimately weaker than innate ones, and they required casting time. Passive abilities like paper figurine substitute only worked if triggered instantly, recording them might not be effective. This is inferred based on how the scribe's powers worked in the original novel. When are you making your move? We're not certain yet, Sharon said. But on the morning of the operation, we'll inform you of the time. All right. At this point, the room fell silent. Especially Marek, his body language practically screamed please leave now. Edward was speechless. Am I that scary to be around? He reached into his pouch and pulled out a small tin box. Mr. Marek, are you interested in this? As soon as he opened the lid, Marek's expression changed. And beyond a characteristic of a wraith. Correct. This came from Admiral of Blood, Senor, after his death. You know of him, right? Marek stared at Edward in stunned silence. You're that moody and unpredictable Gairman Sparrow. Edward didn't confirm, but didn't deny it either. So. Interested, Mr. Marek. Marek stared at the extraordinary characteristic for a long time before slowly shaking his head. I can't afford it. Sharon, on the other hand, spoke softly, please hold on to it for now. I'll find a way. Sure. Edward put the box away under Marek's longing gaze. Sequence 5 characteristics have volatile prices. They can range anywhere from £5,000 to £10,000. Since we're friends, I'll ask for just £6,000. That's fair, right? Both Sharon and Marek nodded. By Sequence 5, mystical materials were often not something you could buy even if you had the money, so markup was common. Well then, here's another item. Miss Sharon, you might want to take a look, see if it's useful to you. Edward stood up, reached into his palm-sized pouch, and pulled out a coffin. Yes, a real miniature coffin, the mummy brought back by those 5 old idiots from who knows where. To advance from Sequence 5 Wraith to Sequence 4 Puppet, one needed a mummy. Whether it was a ritual component or material, it was definitely essential. In the original novel, Sharon and Klein had to join forces under the protection of several powerful figures to steal a rare mummy. After that, Sharon advanced to demigod realm. But that mummy had belonged to a high-ranking Beyonder in life. Edward wasn't sure if the one he brought back from the Harry Potter world would work. However, as Sharon's expression shifted visibly, Edward realized, it's useful. Thank goodness. Those 5 elders had really gone through hell to get that thing, and at least now it had proven its worth. Next time he went back, he definitely had to thank them properly. Sharon gently caressed the coffin with her pale fingers and murmured, the one inside, was a powerful figure during their lifetime. It should be enough to support my advancement to demigod. Powerful in life. Just how strong could someone from the Harry Potter world be? He couldn't help but think of Ariana and that death again. But he quickly shook off those thoughts and smiled. So, what do you think this thing is worth? Sharon remained silent for several seconds before replying, its value cannot be measured in pounds. I need to consult teacher. No problem. Edward was in a great mood. Hey, Miss Executor, weren't you the one who wanted to stay far away from me? Now look at us, we're only going to get more and more entangled. How about I give it to you in advance? If you manage to ascend to demigod, then this upcoming crisis should be a breeze to handle, right? My wraith potion hasn't fully digested yet. Ah, well, what a pity. Edward placed the coffin back into his pouch. All right then, I'll head back and wait for your message. All of them. He waved casually as he left the poker room. See you. Backland, Psychiatric Hospital. By the time Audrey finished visiting the mental patients, night had already fallen. Today's experience had shown her, for the first time, what truly mentally ill people were like, not the adolescent psychological issues of Hogwarts students, nor the madness brought on by Dementors in Azkaban. These people's values, their entire view of the world, were utterly different from ordinary folks. Several times during deep psychotherapy sessions, Audrey had nearly been drawn into their delusions. Because from their perspective, they were the healthy ones. The people coming in from outside were the ones who were insane. Some of the things they said shook Audrey to her core. It made too much sense. How could such insight come from someone labeled mentally ill? When one patient was asked how he viewed the outside world, he responded, when people get sick, they take medicine. So why, when the world is sick, does it devour people instead? Another was asked about his thoughts on death. I'm not afraid of dying, he said, because I have loved ones waiting for me in both worlds. And just as Audrey was preparing to leave, one patient shook his head at her with regret and muttered, another one's going in. It wasn't until much later that she realized what he meant, the outside was the real asylum. And so, the entire afternoon left Audrey in a state of depression. Lilith, however, had been thoroughly delighted. After all, this was the first place where she could talk to as many people as she wanted. No one would believe a patient who told the doctors that a cat was speaking to them. Even Susie occasionally engaged the patients in conversation, using her mind reading to read their superficial thoughts and attempting therapeutic intervention. She hadn't gathered enough materials yet to advance beyond Sequence 8 as a telepathist, but this was good practice for her acting process. Back in the carriage on the ride home, Audrey rested her chin on her hand and gazed through the window at the passing pedestrians. The maid Annie, who had accompanied her for most of the day, was already dozing off. Sigh, I never want to visit a mental hospital again. As her emotions slowly stabilized, Audrey let out a faint sigh. Susie glanced at the sleeping Annie and said quietly, Audrey, the truth is, you're just too kind. That's why you end up absorbing others' emotions and getting affected. As a beyonder of the spectator pathway, our job is to observe from a distance. We are spectators, not actors. Audrey looked over and said, I understand. But you. But I quickly realized, Audrey interrupted gently, that the more I stayed in the position of a spectator, the more rational I became, so much so that I began losing my ability to empathize. Her voice grew serious. I don't want to become like that. Susie was stunned into silence. Audrey went on, when I became aware of that, I felt lost. Should I act as a pure observer to advance to higher sequences? Or should I delay promotion to preserve my emotional sensitivity? Then Edward told me something that opened my eyes. A soft smile touched her lips. You stand on the bridge watching the scenery, while the people upstairs watch you. When you're observing others as a spectator, you are also an actor in the eyes of other spectators. So really, the line between spectator and actor shouldn't be so clearly drawn. Susie mulled over her words. That's certainly one way to look at it. Crunch, crunch. At that moment, the crisp sound of chewing rang out. Lilith was happily gnawing on one of her prized dried mice. Noticing Audrey and Susie both staring at her, she looked up in confusion and mumbled, Why are you both staring at Miss Lilith? I don't get a word of what you're talking about. Girl and dog exchanged a smile. Oh, how enviable Lilith was. Nay. Just then, a terrified whinny tore through the quiet night. The carriage jerked violently to a halt. Inside, the passengers, human, cat, and dog, were flung forward from the momentum. Susie instantly leapt in front of Audrey, cushioning her fall with her soft body. Annie woke from her nap in a panic. What's going on? Bang. A heavy thud landed on the carriage roof, shaking the entire compartment. The next moment, inertia yanked them backward. The horse had suddenly bolted into a crazed gallop. Peter. What happened? As the carriage wobbled and struggled to stabilize, Annie clawed her way to the front, calling out to the coachman as she pulled back the curtain and slid open the glass window. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Ah! Scarlet blood gushed in like a fountain, spraying Annie's face. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed in a dead faint. Their driver, the coachman who had been seated up front just minutes ago, was now headless. Blood sprayed violently from his severed neck. The horrifying sight made Audrey's heart stop for several seconds, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself to act. She drew her dragonbone wand, casting disillusionment charm on everyone in the carriage. At the same time, she cursed herself inwardly. Audrey, oh Audrey. You got so used to having Edward around that you never bothered to learn apparition properly. Regret it now, don't you? Screech. A grating sound sliced through the air as claws tore jagged openings across the carriage roof. Bang. In the very next instant, the entire ceiling was ripped off. A massive, black dog was now standing atop the carriage. Its maw dripped with blood as it chewed on something. Its body began mutating rapidly, bat wings sprouted from its back, and curved ram horns with mysterious patterns unfurled beside its ears. A dog. A devil. Was this the devil dog Edward had once mentioned? The creature's crimson eyes scanned the now empty carriage, visibly confused. Sniffing the air, it confirmed that humans were still inside. Without hesitation, it raised its razor-sharp claws, and slashed downward with brutal force. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Abyss Card. Frenzy. Oh. Audrey hurriedly activated her Beyonder abilities. Although it was a sequence 7 against a sequence 6, the element of surprise worked in her favor. The devil dog was instantly thrown into chaos and madness, tumbling off the roof of the carriage. She sent several calming placates to the horses, soothing them until they finally slowed down and came to a stop more than 10 meters ahead. Let's go. Grabbing hold of Annie with levitation charm, Audrey jumped down from the carriage alongside the two small companions. In a quick glance back, she saw the devil dog barreling toward them again. It appeared to still lack flight capabilities and was charging forward on all fours. Petrificus Totalis. Stupefy. She cast several spells while running, but they only managed to slightly slow the creature's pace. The hound leapt forward, its speed increasing, and spat out a single demonic word, laced with filth and corruption. Death. In an instant, Audrey stumbled and fell forward. She felt as if her heart had been gripped by an invisible hand, her breathing suddenly labored. Sensing danger, Lilith immediately changed direction and charged straight at the devil dog, becoming visible as she simultaneously used instigation. Ugly mutt. Come fight me. Susie barked loudly, woof woof. I'm right here. The hound turned its blood-red eyes toward them. Corruption. Thump. Lilith froze mid-charge and collapsed, her body drenched in a sticky black liquid. Her expression twisted in visible pain. Recovering her breath, Audrey caught the hound mid-leap and cast another spell. The ground suddenly caved in, forming a deep sinkhole. The hound crashed straight into it and became mired in the swamp. Its massive weight caused it to sink rapidly. Desperately, it flapped its wings in an attempt to break free from the mire. Audrey knew this would only hold it temporarily. She quickly pulled out 2 tracking dung bombs and hurled them into the pit, hoping to throw off the hound's sense of smell. Then she rushed over and picked up Lilith. Expecto Patronum. Silvery white wisps burst from the tip of her wand, swirling and coalescing in the air. The black liquid covering Lilith hissed and dissolved the moment the Patronus appeared, like it had met its natural enemy. Roar. The silver dragon took shape once again, unleashing a mighty roar as it dove toward the hound, which had just managed to free itself from the swamp. The shining light, infused with frenzy and awe, slammed it back down into the pit, eliciting a shrill, anguished howl. The devil dog's skin began to sizzle and melt under the dragon's proximity. It was clearly being seared alive. As expected. The Patronus, a purifying force against Dementors, was just as effective against demonic creatures of corrupted nature. Audrey exhaled in relief, waving her wand again. 2 consecutive weather charms were cast, and the entire street ahead became obscured in thick fog and swirling dust. Without hesitation, Audrey turned and ran. Let's go. She cast another disillusionment charm on herself and Lilith as they fled. All that commotion just now must have already drawn the attention of official Beyonders. As long as I can hold on until they arrive, I'll be fine. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from ahead. A silver figure clad in full armor emerged from the haze. Its left shoulder was slashed diagonally and stained with dried, congealed blood, a gruesome sight that paradoxically gave it an eerie beauty. It moved with immense weight, each step sending subtle tremors through the ground. Audrey caught a whiff of blood, thick, metallic, and overwhelming. How many had to die to create such a suffocating stench? It felt as if an ocean of blood had suddenly appeared before her eyes. Her face went pale, and her legs gave out. She couldn't take a single step. Thud. 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 The blood-stained silver armor drew nearer and nearer, until it simply brushed past her shoulder and continued walking straight ahead, toward the devil dog. Leonard, who wore the armor, felt every step weigh on him like a mountain. As he passed Audrey, he barely noticed anyone other than his target. Just then, the silver dragon dispersed into countless glowing motes. The badly wounded devil dog finally leapt free from the pit, only to find a silver-armored figure striding through the mist. Howl! It bellowed furiously and lunged, but at that moment, countless silver beams burst forth from within its body like exploding fireworks, blooming into a storm of blood and flesh. It died so thoroughly, it couldn't die again. But Leonard's face suddenly changed. He shouted, that was just the devil dog, one of his minions. He used it to cause chaos on the streets, just to draw our attention. That Jason guy isn't here. 10 seconds too late, Soist's expression shifted drastically. Damn it. We've been played. Meanwhile, in the private luxury villa of Duke Negan, a man stood in the attic, his entire body covered in a viscous black liquid, like the embodiment of all the ugly desires and intense emotions buried deep in the human psyche. The room was a wreck, scorched and shattered everywhere. The Duke's mistress lay twisted and contorted, her once beautiful face split open with a gaping wound. Blood poured from her skull, her frozen expression full of madness and terror. She had been dead for some time. The bespectacled secretary lay unconscious nearby, severely injured. If Edward had been present, he would have immediately recognized this man. He was the same person who had twice passed messages from the Twilight Hermit Order to him at the cafe. As for the true target of the attack, Duke Negan, he had already been killed by the so-called Jason, a desire apostle who harvested his life through fear. Hey, if I hadn't known their layout in advance, things wouldn't have gone this smoothly today. Jason let out a cold laugh. Then his body dissolved into countless streams of black liquid and slithered into the villa's courtyard drain. In the damp darkness of the sewer, Jason clung to the cold pipelined walls, forcefully suppressing the bloodthirst and killing urge surging within him. The viscous black liquid coating his body gradually reabsorbed into his flesh. After estimating he had moved 3 or 4 blocks away, Jason relied on his keen perception of danger to confirm there were no pursuers nearby. Then, he exited the sewer and emerged into a dim, shadowed alley. Turning a corner, he stepped into a busy street filled with people. He carried a suitcase and wore a gray overcoat, indistinguishable from any regular office worker. Blending into the crowd, he descended into the subway station and boarded a train. With the rumble of the train beneath him, Jason disembarked at a station in the East Borough. There, a man wearing a hood approached from the opposite direction, also carrying a suitcase. As the two brushed past each other, they completed a seamless swap. Jason didn't even pause, continuing on as if nothing had happened. Click. He carefully unlatched the new suitcase and, under the faint crimson glow of the moonlight, glimpsed the item nestled within, a single, exquisitely crafted tarot card. It was the Abyss card. Empress Borough, a small villa. Something bad happened. Lilith burst through the door, shouting in alarm. Edward, who had been washing up in the bathroom, rushed into the living room. What happened? He asked, tense. Lilith ran over, breathless. We were just attacked by a huge monster. Edward's expression shifted. Is everyone all right? No one was hurt, but Audrey was scared stiff. Edward immediately picked her up in his arms. What kind of monster? Audrey said it was the devil dog you mentioned before. The devil dog? He didn't waste another word. With a pop, he operated straight to Audrey's bedroom. Audrey was curled up on the couch, her face pale as she stared blankly at the cup in her hands. Susie sat beside her, watching with deep concern. Are you hurt, Audrey? Why are you here? Audrey looked up reflexively and then shot a glare at Lilith. Traitor. I thought we agreed not to tell Edward just yet. Lilith responded with righteous indignation. Nope, Miss Lilith doesn't want a long nose. I can't lie. Edward gently knocked her on the head. You're in danger and still want to keep it from me. I always tell you everything the moment something happens. I wasn't trying to hide it, it's just that, I still haven't calmed down. I was going to tell you tomorrow. Edward's expression turned serious. Lilith said you ran into a devil dog, are you sure? It's just a guess, Audrey said softly. At first, it looked like a large black dog. But then, right in front of me, it transformed into a terrifying demon. Edward frowned. That doesn't make sense. In the original storyline, the devil dog was taken down by official Beyonders the day after it attacked Klein. Could it be that Klein didn't encounter it during his theft of the Black Emperor card this time? Or, did something change in the middle? I actually wasn't scared by the devil dog, Audrey added quietly. It was that suit of silver armor afterwards. Her hand clenched tightly around the cup. Her face grew even paler. When I saw it, even though it didn't even look at me, I felt like I was drowning in a sea of blood. I heard the cries and screams of countless dead in my ears. It invaded my mind like a flood. I tried to calm myself, tried to distance myself from it, but that sense of utter despair, the feeling of death looming so close, it's still there. I can't shake it. Edward gently grasped her cold hand, comforting her with warmth. It's okay now, it's okay. This was the first time he had ever seen Audrey like this. After thinking for a moment, he said, that silver armor you saw was likely a grade 1 sealed artifact. He vaguely remembered that in the original novel, the devil named Jason Beria was almost killed instantly by that armor. Leonard had delivered the finishing blow. The armor itself was said to be stained with the blood of an ancient deity, insane and bloodthirsty. It once caused the deaths of 100,000 people in a city. According to some readers' analysis, based on its silver color, light-based attacks, and its devastating effect on demons, the blood on that armor likely came from the Giant King, Ormur. If that were true, then the fact that Audrey had merely been frightened after brushing past it was already remarkably fortunate. Edward shared his theory, and Audrey's eyes widened in shock. You mean, I passed by a sealed artifact tainted with the blood of an ancient god, and I just got scared? Pretty much. At that, she didn't know whether she should be terrified or relieved. Still, the shadow in her heart did ease considerably. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, The Church of the Evernight has arrived. The silver armor is a sealed artifact of the Church of the Evernight goddess. You were unintentionally affected by it, it was just an accident. But the devil dog, that's a different story. Edward's tone turned grim. Susie chimed in from the side, that monster was killed by the silver armor. Yeah, Lilith added, Miss Lilith fainted at the time, and when she opened her eyes, it was already exploding. I know, Edward nodded. But it had a master. In the original timeline, it was the Desire Apostle who was torn apart by the silver armor. But this time, it was the devil dog that died. So, what about its master? Had someone else been sent to deal with him? Or, did he escape? Just as the thought passed through his mind, a commotion erupted outside. The three of them quickly walked to the window and looked out. They saw Earl Hall and Hibbert hurrying toward the manor's main gate, followed soon after by the distant sound of galloping hooves fading into the night. Given what had happened to Audrey just now, this all but confirmed it, Duke Negan was dead. Why are Father and Hibbert heading out in such a rush this late at night? Audrey asked, puzzled. I'll go find out for you, said Susie, standing up. Miss Lilith will go too. Edward didn't stop them. Once they left the room, he said in a low voice, I suspect Duke Negan is dead. What? Audrey turned to him in shock. Why do you think that? Remember at the last ball, when Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos tried to assassinate Duke Negan? Yes. You and the Fool's Blessed stopped him. The master of the devil dog that attacked you tonight is essentially another Kalangos. He was hired by some organization to assassinate Duke Negan. A few weeks ago, I actually gave several churches indirect intel on the case. I reported it under the guise of a serial killer investigation. The Grade 1 sealed artifact that appeared tonight was probably deployed specifically to deal with that killer. But somehow, he managed to lure it away using the devil dog. That killer may have not only succeeded in assassinating Duke Negan, but even managed to escape completely unharmed. Edward flexed his fingers slightly. Originally, someone this dangerous should be left to the official Beyonders to deal with. But now, I have no choice. I must find him and take him down. Audrey quickly said, but I'm fine now, you don't need to go after him just to avenge me. No, it's not just about revenge. Edward shook his head. That guy has a strong sense of vengeance. If you don't kill him, he'll come back sooner or later and retaliate. She blinked, confused. Ah. Why would he come after me? I'm the victim here. For someone like that, someone who kills for pleasure and power advancement, his mind doesn't work like a normal person's. In the original story, every detective involved in investigating the devil dog ended up getting retaliated against. Audrey might have been a victim of its attack, but she was also indirectly involved in its death. Who could guarantee that men wouldn't take it out on her? Tomorrow morning, tell your father everything that happened tonight. Ask him to report it to the church and request they dispatch some high-ranking experts. Got it. Then Audrey seemed to remember something. She said seriously, by the way, Edward, I want to learn apparition. I don't want to be caught in a situation like that again, where I can't even run away. No problem. Want to start now? Yes. She nodded. And I'll teach you how to dance in return. Ugh. He almost forgot about the dancing lessons. After a few seconds of hesitation, Edward asked, if Duke Negan really is dead, won't that affect your family's weekend banquet? Not at all. She shook her head without hesitation. As the leader of the conservative faction, Duke Negan's death marks a major shift in the lone political landscape. Since Father represents the reformists, there will definitely be people looking to contact him in the coming days. A weekend banquet couldn't be more perfectly timed. I don't understand politics, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Just then, a pair of light footsteps approached, and the two little ones burst into the room. Lilith spoke urgently, a lot of people just arrived. Susie added, they're from the Church of the Evernight. After a pause, she continued, Earl Hall went out because Duke Negan is dead. Edward and Audrey exchanged a glance, just as they had suspected. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, followed by Annie's voice, Miss, are you still awake? I am. What is it, Annie? Miss, the church's people would like to speak with you. Audrey looked at Edward. Seeing him give her a slight nod, she replied, all right. Please ask them to wait a moment while I change. Do you need my help? Annie asked. No, just focus on receiving them properly. Okay. As Annie's footsteps faded into the distance, Audrey asked curiously, why would the Church of the Evernight Goddess want to see me? Edward replied, well, chances are the official Beyonders present earlier already noticed when you encountered the silver armor. They just didn't say anything at the time. They're probably here now to understand what happened. Go on, it's nothing to worry about. The Hall family has always been loyal followers of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. They won't make things difficult for you. It's probably just standard procedure, asking a few questions. Audrey nodded. All right. She walked over to the wardrobe and took out a relatively simple formal gown, intending to get changed. Edward quickly said, I'll wait for you by the trunk. I can't get into this dress by myself. Help me. Huh. Audrey scrunched up her nose and huffed, what? I'm not getting naked, I'm just slipping this over what I'm already wearing. Oh, right. She began struggling to put on the gown, while Edward fumbled about trying to assist her. Pull the back part up. No, not like that. Are you trying to strangle me? The left side is bulging. Don't. You almost tore the outer layer of tulle. I'm not doing my hair tonight. Just tuck it all into the hat for me, not a single strand should stick out, or it'll look disrespectful. By the way, why don't we just use the switching spell? You couldn't have said that earlier. Lilith and Susie sat nearby, watching them silently, first glancing at Audrey, then at Edward, their heads moving in sync. It was oddly adorable. 20 minutes later. Audrey, now dressed in a white lace-lined formal gown with a deep green exterior, stepped into the Hall family's reception room. In addition to a few maids and Lady Hall, there were 3 Beyonders from the Church of the Evernight present. One of them was a striking man with tousled hair, dressed in a white shirt, black waistcoat, and trousers. He had a casual, romantic air about him, but something in his demeanor hinted at sensitivity and a craving for safety. Another wore a black trench coat and red gloves. His features were soft, and the streaks of gray at his temples suggested he was in his 40s. Reserved and composed, his expression revealed little of his thoughts. The third was a familiar face, Madame Daly, cloaked in black robes with blue eyeshadow and blush on her cheeks. She wore a smile and gave Audrey a polite nod. From an observer's standpoint, Audrey quickly made a basic assessment of the trio. Since she wasn't sure why they'd come, she didn't reveal her acquaintance with Daly right away. Good evening, honored guests, Audrey said with a pleasant tone. Are you here to see my father? Lady Hall stepped forward, gently squeezing her daughter's hand. No, sweetheart. They said they're here to see you. They want to ask you a few things. Audrey blinked in surprise. Me. At that moment, the man in the trench coat, Soist, spoke up. Lady Hall, would you and the maids mind giving us a moment? We have a few questions for Miss Hall. Nothing serious, just matters involving some confidentiality, so it's best not to have too many ears around. Audrey patted her mother's hand. Mother, you should go get some rest. All right. Soon, Annie and the maids followed Lady Hall out of the room. Audrey sat down across from the 3 visitors, blinking innocently. May I ask, what would you like to know? May I ask where you were about an hour ago, Miss Hall? Let's skip the meaningless preliminaries, Soist cut in, his tone sharpening. Do you recall what happened just now on Laurel Street? Instead of answering immediately, Audrey turned to Daly. Only when she saw Daly give a nod did she respond, yes, I remember. I was on my way back from the psychiatric hospital in a carriage when I was suddenly attacked by a monster. Leonard frowned. As the Hall family's heiress, why were you at a psychiatric hospital? I'd heard about the tragic lives of many patients, and I wanted to offer them some comfort. I also donated a sum of money to help improve their conditions. And then you happened to take that road, happened to run into the devil dog, and just happened to escape unharmed. Daly spoke up calmly, Leonard, your tone is rather rude. Leonard was puzzled. Wasn't this kind of fast-paced pressure exactly how they got suspects to reveal flaws in their stories? Why was it suddenly rude, just because she was an earl's daughter? Was I really that rude, old man? He asked mentally. Pallas chuckled in his mind, you were rude, but your line of questioning wasn't wrong. Hey, that Daly, she clearly knows the girl. Huh. Sost now asked, pardon me for being direct, Miss Hall, but, are you a Beyonder? Yes. May I ask where you acquired your potion? From what I've found, you haven't registered with any official agency. Audrey replied calmly, I acquired it through a personal connection. Which friend? It was me. Daly raised her hand. Madame Daly. Leonard's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside his mind, Pallas laughed softly, she's lying. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 615 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Daly's Inferiority Complex. Old man, when did you switch to the spectator pathway? Palez snorted, this is called experience and insight. You think I've lived this long for nothing? With a smile, Daly explained, by chance, I met Audrey. When she showed curiosity about Beyonders, I sold her a potion. I was worried that if I left her to her own devices, she might get herself into some unknown danger. She paused for a moment before continuing, of course, I know my actions go against church regulations. I'll report everything to my superiors later. Soest quickly interjected, that really won't be necessary. It wasn't uncommon for nobles to avoid registering with the church or royal institutions when becoming Beyonders, since doing Southwest would place them under strict control. Many either chose not to walk the path of the Beyonder or found their own ways. Cases like Daly's weren't rare. And for a devout family like the Halls, who donated a massive sum of gold pounds each year, the church didn't need to rigidly enforce every rule. Audrey, on the other hand, felt a bit guilty. Actually, I got involved with the unknown a long time ago. If not for Mr. Fool being a benevolent existence, I'd either have turned into a monster by now or already be dead. Leonard suddenly realized, no wonder, when we said we were heading to Earl Hall's manor, you insisted on tagging along. Soest smiled at that. Since everyone here knows each other, I'll ask a bit more directly. Miss Hall, would you say the attack you experienced tonight was entirely coincidental? Yes. You had no prior knowledge of that creature. And you've never had contact with anyone suspicious. Audrey hesitated for a moment. I had heard of it before, from a detective. He said it was the culprit behind a previous serial murder case. Oh. Anything else? That's all. All right, I understand. He nodded. The creature that attacked Miss Hall tonight was an extraordinary beast from the criminal pathway. We refer to it as a devil dog. Fortunately, it was killed by Leonard, this guy here with the less than polite tone. Leonard. But this devil dog has a far more powerful and cunning master who has yet to be caught. Based on what we know of him, he's a cold-blooded, cruel man with a strong desire for revenge. If he finds out that Miss Hall came into contact with his pet, and even indirectly caused its death, he may retaliate. So please, be very cautious in the coming days. Indirectly caused its death. You mean the part where I didn't just stand there and let it kill me, but instead used magic to hold it off until official Beyonders arrived and finished it off? Well, my bad, I guess. Audrey muttered inwardly, then nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Soest stood up. All right, we'll take our leave. Leonard was surprised. Captain, that's it. Even if she's Madame Daly's friend, isn't this a bit rushed? He wasn't being unreasonable. Tonight, the two major churches had joined forces and even brought out sealed artifact 1-42. The plan should have gone perfectly, yet Leonard, who had been in charge of controlling the armor, somehow locked onto the wrong target. He felt guilty, frustrated, and angry at himself. Especially now that Duke Negan had been assassinated by that man, the same sense of helplessness he'd felt back in Tingen surged again. Suddenly, Daly reached out and pinched his ear. What's this? Are you implying we're abusing our power for personal gain? You've grown bold, haven't you? No, I'm just frustrated, that's all. Apologies for the disturbance, Miss Hall. Please convey my apologies to the Earl and Madam as well. Audrey replied with an impeccably polite smile, it's fine. I heard Duke Negan was assassinated, was that true? It was. He didn't elaborate. Let's go. At that moment, Daly said, you go on ahead. Soest gave her a look. All right. Once the captain stepped outside, Leonard had no choice but to follow. As the two exited the villa, Soest made a subtle gesture, prompting the other Red Glove members nearby to silently retreat. Walking side by side, Soest looked at Leonard and said, I know you're upset about tonight's failure, but no matter how anxious you get, you can't be reckless. Otherwise, you'll easily be used by others. Why? Do you know who Earl Hall is? A famous banker in loan. Coming from a humble background, Leonard instinctively disliked the rich. Soest said, besides that, he's also a representative of the new party in loan. Politically, he's a rival of Duke Negan, the one who was assassinated tonight. If someone with ulterior motive seizes this moment and frames his daughter, and you foolishly believe it, do you know what might happen? Leonard furrowed his brows, then said, but that doesn't mean she has no suspicion at all, does it? Then tell me, why do you think we personally came to question her tonight, instead of having a nightmare Beyonder question her through a dream? Yeah, I was wondering that too. Soest smiled. So our visit tonight, officially to question her, was actually to warn Miss Hall, and by extension, Earl Hall, to beware of retaliation from the Desire Apostle. Huh. Leonard was stunned. So this is the kind of special treatment rich believers get. Old man, is the world really this unfair? Pallas let out a mocking laugh. I don't see what's so unfair. You're just judging things from your limited perspective, with the shallow understanding you currently have. Deep down, you know that girl wasn't a suspect, don't you? Leonard muttered, it's not about suspicion anymore, it's about procedure and regulations. That's why I said your understanding is shallow. Pallas' tone shifted. Do you realize that girl might actually be a higher sequence than you? Leonard was stunned. In any case, your one and only goal right now should be to increase your strength as fast as possible. Once you reach a certain sequence, you'll naturally see more than you can now. Soest gave Leonard a firm pat on the shoulder. All right, don't overthink it. Go back and get some rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, you'll regroup with the machinery hive minds. The matter of the Desire Apostle is far from over. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at Earl Hall's villa. Once Leonard and the others left, Audrey turned to Daly and said sincerely, thank you for earlier, Ms. Daly. Daly gave her a playful wink. Why so formal with me? We're more than just friends, aren't we? That's true. Audrey nodded and smiled. Then, curiosity getting the better of her, she asked, so, how are things between you and Mr. Dunn lately? Between us? What do you mean? Daly feigned confusion. Oh, you know, your relationship. Last time, didn't you two spend a couple of days together on Demir Island for a little getaway? Surely something must have happened. Daly narrowed her eyes mischievously. Young lady, you sure know a lot. Audrey stuck out her tongue. It was Edward who told me. Daly glanced around and called out, Mr. Edward, you can come out now. A few seconds later, Edward appeared from a corner, taking off his invisibility cloak and walking over with Susie. Miss Daly, you could sense me. I just saw your cat and guessed. She pointed at Lilith, who was lying innocently nearby. Lilith tilted her head, confused. Meow. Ah, fair enough. Edward took a seat beside Audrey. So, you and the captain. Daly gave a slight cough. Actually, the reason I stayed behind was to ask you two lovebirds for some advice. Lovebirds. The two of them made eye contact. Audrey shot him a glare that clearly said, who's a lovebird with you? Daly continued, to be honest, my relationship with Dunn is both simple and complicated. Simple, because we both know how we feel about each other. Complicated, because our experiences and personalities make it hard to take that final step. In truth, I know the problem lies mostly with me. Her eyes dimmed slightly. After he survived the close call recently, he almost confessed his feelings. But I, instinctively avoided it, shied away from the courage he had finally mustered. He misunderstood, of course, and since then, our relationship has stalled. I regret avoiding him in that moment, but I also know, if I had the chance to do it again, I'd probably still make the same choice. Because, I once. But she couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Edward, however, understood clearly what Daly feared, what she felt inferior about. When Daly was 19, she lost her family in a tragic accident and accidentally consumed a corpse collector potion. The combination of trauma and potion effects made her drawn to cold, lifeless things. She sought out corpses, wandered cemeteries, and even slept near graves. Her soul and spirit grew increasingly cold. Terrified, she began using her beauty and body to feel alive. She entered relationships with men one after another, relying on the warmth of physical touch to fight the chill in her soul. Later, she met Dunn and developed feelings for him. She immediately began changing herself, but the shadows of her past, its madness and recklessness, remained a thorn lodged deep in her heart. In the original novel, had Dunn not died, she might have hidden her feelings forever. Edward thought for a moment and said gently, you know, if you just be brave and express your feelings to the captain, he'd definitely be thrilled. At that moment, Daly looked completely lost, like a helpless little girl. I understand, but every time I face him, I can't stop myself from feeling afraid and inferior. Edward thought a bit more and said, then what you need is professional psychological help. I think Audrey might be able to help you. Caught off guard by the sudden mention, Audrey quickly responded, I can give it a try. Daly blinked, looking at her in surprise. I'm a Sequence 7 psychiatrist of the Spectator Pathway, Audrey explained. I specialize in psychological issues. How about this, whenever you're free, you can come to me. I'm sure I'll be able to help in some way. There was a faint ripple in Daly's eyes. All right. Thank you, Audrey. Audrey grew serious. Tonight was rushed and late. How about we have a proper session next time? Sounds good. But personally, I think you should take the first step today. Audrey looked her in the eye and said firmly, wipe off that heavy eyeshadow and blush. And from now on, don't wear them anymore. Daly responded instinctively, but, I'm used to it. I'm your doctor now, you need to follow your doctor's advice. Daly hesitated, then nodded. All right. I understand. She took a deep breath and suddenly turned to Edward, a smile reappearing on her face. Tonight's conversation must stay between us, okay? Don't worry. I'm not a blabbermouth. Women really are fickle. One moment, deeply sentimental and lovesick. The next, smiling sweetly while threatening you. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Number 1 Glazer, a Rhodes. At that moment, Edward asked, by the way, Miss Daly, what has the captain been busy with lately? Daly let out a sigh. Oh, him. He keeps saying he's tired and doesn't want to be a formal Beyonder anymore, but he just can't help meddling in things. She paused, then added, these past few days, he set his sights on that Trissy again. Edward was surprised. Trissy? Didn't she already leave Backland? He had personally seen her board the ship heading for the southern continent. Besides, hadn't the Demonist sect already completely abandoned her and replaced her with another witch at the third prince's side? But recently Dunn tracked her down again. This time, she's been a lot quieter, more low-key, and clearly taking orders from someone else. Taking orders? Could it be that witch more powerful than the Witch of Despair? The thought made Edward's expression turn serious. There's a high chance that someone behind Trissy is a powerful witch of sequence 3 or even 2. Miss Daly, please pass a message to the captain. He must immediately stop all investigations into Trissy and report it directly to the church. Daly's expression changed slightly. Understood. I'll let him know. Audrey suddenly asked, what exactly did Trissy do to draw Mr. Dunn's attention again? In fact, Dunn wasn't the first to discover her. It was Klein. She approached him under a false identity and asked him to investigate the Prince Edisac, especially the woman who recently appeared by his side. Klein initially had no idea Edisac was a prince, so he accepted the commission. But later, through another assignment, he learned Edsac's true identity. So he returned the deposit and declined the job. And that very day, Dunn happened to visit Klein to ask for a divination. He instantly recognized Trissy and started getting suspicious, worried she'd returned to Backland to stir up trouble again. Edward was stunned. Trissy asked Klein to investigate Prince Edisac. What does that even mean? Could it be the intention of the witch supporting her? Surely, it couldn't just be that she cared about Prince Edisac. Is this what people call love? All right, I'll go tell Dunn right away. Daly stood up. Audrey, I'll probably come to see you the day after tomorrow, for treatment. Okay. Once Daly left, Audrey finally let out a breath of relief. All right, you should get some rest too. I need to go find my mother, she's probably very worried. Good night. Good night. Backland, St. Hireland Cathedral. The next day. Ever since that deal with Archbishop Orimic, Edward no longer felt the same resistance about coming here. Especially now that he provided the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery with several revolutionary technologies in one go. Speaking of which, was the God of Steam and Machinery male or female? Edward genuinely didn't know. He'd always assumed it was a him and just followed what the internet in his past life called him, Stiano. Beyond that, he had no idea. Maybe he should ask the goddess next time. Walking into the steampunk-styled cathedral, Edward faced the sacred brilliance representing the God of Steam and Machinery without a shred of guilt. Instead, he tapped a triangle over his chest and greeted the deity. Others were invested in by gods and powerful figures. But me. I am your investor now, got it? Once again, the Heart of Machinery member from before came to receive him and smoothly led Edward to a backroom behind the cathedral. The moment Orimic saw him, he walked over quickly. Do you still have those suitcases? Ah, the ones I gave you last time. They're all broken. Orimic coughed. But I didn't come out of it empty-handed. I've finally realized what's been holding back my research progress. What is it? A Beyonder characteristic from an Apprentice Pathway Beyonder. Edward subconsciously patted the pocket near his coat, but Orimic didn't notice and continued, I'm currently applying to the church headquarters, I believe I'll get approval soon. Ah. Best of luck. Edward pulled out 3 suitcases and handed them over. As Orimic accepted them, his brow furrowed. No, this won't do. What's wrong? At this rate, I'm racking up more and more favors I owe you. I still haven't fulfilled that promise to make you a mystical item. You haven't even used that yet. Edward shrugged. Well, you know how hard it is to get a demigod-level characteristic. And I'm not willing to settle for anything below that. Orimic frowned in thought, then said, what kind of mystical item are you looking for? I've saved up quite a bit of merit over the years. I can try to exchange for a suitable characteristic on your behalf. Oh. So generous? Well then, I won't hold back. Edward thought for a moment and finally said what he'd always wanted, Either something with powerful defense, or something with powerful offensive abilities. All right. I'll give it some serious thought. Orimic nodded. Right, what brings you here today? Oh, I'm here to see Deacon Cancer. I'd like to borrow a sealed artifact, that mirror, for a bit. A Rhodes. No problem. But Deacon Cancer led a team early this morning to go find the Nighthawks. You must have heard about what happened last night, right? Edward's expression turned serious. I heard. Someone attempted to assassinate Duke Negan. He paused. In fact, I'm looking for a Rhodes because of that killer. Oh. Edward briefly explained what had happened, Audrey being attacked by a devil dog. I see. Orimic didn't probe any further. As it happens, Cancer didn't take a Rhodes with him. I'll have someone take you there. By the way, you're aware of a Rhodes' side effects, right? Yes. Then it's fine. Once again, the one guiding Edward was the same Machinery Hive Mind member from before. Apologies, sir. We've met several times now, but it's always been so rushed I never got the chance to ask your name. The men smiled slightly. Bornova Gustav, Mr. Sparrow. Edward suddenly halted in his tracks, turning to stare in shock. What did you just say your name was? What's wrong? The men looked puzzled. My name is Dragon Patronus. No, that's not what you just said. Edward stared intensely into his eyes, hesitating whether to use legitimacy. Bornova Gustav, that was the name of Emperor Rosel's youngest son, a Sequence 2 knowledge magister, a favored one of the god of steam and machinery, someone with authority above even archbishops. There was no way Edward could have misheard that name. But the men still looked confused. My name really is Dragon Patronus. Legilimens. A few seconds later, Edward withdrew his gaze and said apologetically, sorry, I must have misheard. Dirac chuckled. No worries, I do that all the time too. Of course, Edward didn't believe he had misheard. The result of legitimacy was clear, this Dirac truly knew nothing. There was only one possible explanation, Bornova had used some kind of avatar or divine descent to temporarily speak through Dirac. But, he came all the way here just to say his name. What was that about? Could it have been a gesture from the Stiano, sending his favored one to greet me? But was that really necessary? Also, he had addressed him as Mr. Sparrow rather than Mr. Edward. It didn't seem like a big deal, both identities were Edward's, and Bornova knowing he was Sparrow wasn't surprising. Yet, the deliberate use of that title felt off. But what exactly was off, Edward couldn't say. Could this just be a diversion, a smokescreen to lure me to Intis and ask in person? Edward couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought. Soon, they reached a door. Dirac said, a Rhodes is resting in this room. Huh? Resting. Edward was surprised. He knew a Rhodes was a living sealed artifact, the #1 bootlicker of the future Lord of the Mysteries, but a sealed artifact with its own resting quarters. That's right. Last night, while pursuing the Desire Apostle, a Rhodes exhausted itself and requested to rest in the church. Edward's eyes narrowed. Just a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle could wear down a Rhodes. That was suspicious. I see. I'll go in now. Dirac hesitated. Mr. Edward, once you ask a Rhodes a question, you must also answer one of its questions publicly, or you'll be punished. Edward smiled and pulled Lilith out from inside his coat. I know. I came prepared. Lilith cooperated with a meow. A cat. That still counts as in public, doesn't it? Edward grinned and pushed the door open. A Rhodes only bullied the weak and feared the strong. In public, huh? Later on it even let Klein ask questions one-on-one, its lapdog personality was fully exposed. He entered the room. It was less than 20 square meters, simply furnished. In the center stood a table, and upon it lay an ornate silver mirror, its surface carved with mysterious patterns. Edward stepped forward and looked at his reflection. Esteemed Mr. Rhodes, I have a few questions I'd like you to answer. A long silence followed. Then, the darkness in the room thickened slightly. Ripples shimmered across the mirror's surface, and a single word appeared, granted. Lilith's eyes widened. She leapt from Edward's arms and landed on the table, staring curiously at a Rhodes. Edward froze for a second. That shouldn't count as a question, right? The moment he spoke, he wanted to slap himself. If that counted as a wasted question, then so would this one. Fortunately, a Rhodes replied, it doesn't. And added, this one doesn't either. Thank you. Then, my question is, the Desire Apostle, the one you were chasing last night, where is he now? The silver surface rippled again. A scholarly man wearing glasses appeared, riding a train. The view outside the window was an open field, it was hard to pinpoint his exact location. He's left Backland. Do you know where he's going? The image faded. In its place appeared a line of ancient face-act glyphs. By the law of equivalence, it is now my turn to ask a question. If you lie or answer incorrectly, you will be punished. The word punished was blood red, as if still dripping liquid. Edward nodded. All right. The silver surface rippled again, and a new line of text appeared. You know my future great master, don't you? Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Lilith's Question. Edward genuinely hadn't expected this guy, who hadn't even met Klein yet, to already be this eager to play the loyal lapdog. Yes. The surface of a Rhodes mirror shimmered brightly, as if overjoyed. It's your turn to ask, Mr. Edward. I want to know where that desire apostle went. He went to seek an opportunity to become a demigod. Edward frowned. Isn't that answer a little too vague? It's basically saying nothing at all. New words appeared on the silvery surface of the mirror. Beria intends to go to sea to search for the inheritance of the Beria or Andariel families. He might also go to the Noise family in search of opportunity. But at present, I cannot determine where he will ultimately end up. I only know what has happened or is currently happening, not what might happen in the future. After a pause, Rhodes posed another question. According to the law of equivalence, it's now my turn again. Can you bring me to my future great master? Damn, that's a bit much to ask, isn't it? Don't be fooled by Rhodes' relatively low seal designation, just 2 to 111. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery still valued it highly. In the original timeline, after the Church backed the wrong side and got kicked out of Backland, it was Bornova himself who personally came to retrieve Rhodes. Edward thought for a moment before answering. Not for now, but I can create an opportunity for you to meet him. The mirror instantly burst with fireworks and even flashed a cheering emoji with pom-poms. Thank you, Mr. Edward. How about today? Don't be hasty. It's my turn now. Edward raised a hand, signaling a pause. Why did you give the machinery hive mind false information last night? Rhodes suddenly began flickering like a short-circuited television. After about 30 seconds, he finally replied. I don't know. I did locate Beria's position, but when they went there, they only found the devil dog. I suspect someone interfered with me, and I got scared, so I lied and said I was too tired and needed to rest. So that's what happened. Then, who could have interfered with Rhodes? The Russian priest again. But to what end? All right, your turn to ask, Rhodes. When can you take me to meet my master? Edward chuckled. I'll need to speak with the Church of Steam and Machinery first. Very well, I leave it in your hands, sir. Do you have any other questions? Just one last thing, do you know where the formulas for the Apprentice Pathway sequence 3 and above are? Edward quickly added, aside from the Abraham family. The mirror shimmered and then dimmed. The outline of a massive wooden object began to appear. As the image zoomed in, a few words emerged. Laurel, an ancient ship from the 4th epoch. The Laurel again. Edward's eyes gleamed. I see. Thank you. The Laurel faded from view, replaced by a line of text. You're sure you have no more questions? Oh, so I get to enjoy Rhodes' famous bonus questions, too, huh? Looks like basking in Klein's glory has its perks. Nope. I look forward to the day I can meet my future great master. Thank you, sir. As the text disappeared, Rhodes returned to its dull, ordinary appearance. Having watched all this quietly, Lilith finally couldn't resist. Edward, I want to ask him something too. Go ahead. Lilith nudged Rhodes' mirror with her little paw so it turned to face her. After advancing to sequence 7, will Miss Lilith really turn into a humanoid? Waves of silvery light rippled across the mirror's surface. Yes. Lilith lifted her chin with a look of gracious pride. Your turn to ask me now. What is 86 plus 45 minus 21? Lilith's eyes widened in shock. She lifted her paw and tried to count, but there simply weren't enough toes. Frustrated, she started circling in place, scratching her head in confusion. Edward looked on, completely speechless, unsure how to help. Rhodes didn't offer assistance either, just waited patiently. 2 minutes later, Lilith finally said in a hesitant voice, 100, 100, 101. Correct. Lilith exhaled in relief, then beamed with pride. Hee, Miss Lilith is so smart, there's no way a little math problem could stump me. Any more questions, Miss who shares a name with a great god? That's a pretty unique way to address her. Nope. Lilith shook her head and hopped into Edward's arms. Let's go, Edward. All right. See you later, Rhodes. As they exited the room, Dirac was waiting not far off. How did it go, Mr. Edward? I got the answers I needed. That's good to hear. Anything else I can help with? No, you go ahead. Thanks again. Just as Edward stepped out of the cathedral's front doors, Lilith suddenly panicked. Oh no. My pendant. She lowered her head and clawed at her neck. Sure enough, the little pendant was missing. It must have fallen in that room while I was doing the math. I'll go get it. With that, she leapt down and dashed back at full speed. Sigh. Edward shook his head, half amused, half helpless. This little rascal. Just as he was about to follow, a boundless, grayish-white mist appeared before him. It was Mr. Fool. Meanwhile, Lilith quickly retraced her steps and reopened the door to the room. She spotted the pendant on the floor, picked it up, and then, rather than leave, leapt back onto the table. She looked seriously at Rhodes. I want to know, does Chris Mona really harbor goodwill toward me? And if so, why? In the endless grey sea of fog, the figure of the hanged man, Alger, emerged. Maintaining a devout and respectful posture, he said, Honorable Mr. Fool, may I trouble you to pass on a message to Mr. Tower? I'll obtain that extraordinary item capable of withstanding fatal damage by tonight. However, I currently don't have enough money on hand. May I request an advance payment? I'll also charge only half the usual commission. The final price I negotiated is £7,200, with an additional £300 as a reduced fee. That's a total of £7,500. The image of Alger ended there. Despite the hanged man being one of the more cautious members of the Tarot Club, Edward still trusted him completely. He replied, That's acceptable. I'll offer the money as a sacrifice once I return home. Praise the Fool. Mr. Fool's silhouette flickered in the grey mist, leaving behind only a plain Edward's vision returned to normal. He clicked his tongue. Good thing I was outside the church, or else you'd be hopping around right in front of an orthodox god again, you cheeky evil deity. Edward. I'm back. Lilith came dashing toward him, leapt up, and landed perfectly in Edward's arms. She dropped the pendant into his palm. Tie it back on for Miss Lilith, please. Sure. He helped her retie the pendant and even added a neat bow. All done. Looks beautiful. Of course. Lilith nodded happily. So, where are we going next? Home first. 15 Minsk Street. Klein descended from the grey fog and still couldn't stop thinking about the thick stack of banknotes he'd just passed to the hanged man. His eyes reddened. £7,500. How long would it take him to earn that much? If not for maintaining the Fool's prestige, he would have definitely charged everyone a platform fee every time they transacted through his fog. People always said running a platform was the most profitable business. Look at Amazon. Klein had indeed earned plenty of occult knowledge this way, but money? Not so much. Ugh. Klein sighed. Lately, his cases had only included things like finding lost dogs, investigating unfaithful lovers, or accompanying journalists to the docks in East Borough. After several days of effort, he'd barely made £50 total. He did have one commission that offered a staggering £1,000, helping Prince Edisac find his missing maid and uncover the truth behind Talam's death. But that involved the royals and the nobility. Worse still, Klein later found out from Captain Dunn that the person who initially commissioned him to investigate Prince Edisac was a witch, the same one responsible for the Alfalfa tragedy back in Tingen. There was no doubt this job was riddled with danger. Klein once again took out the yellow crystal for divination. The result was the same as it had been in the grey fog, dangerous, but not overwhelmingly so. Maybe, I should try it. If things go south, I'll bolt immediately. Otherwise, who knows how long it'll take to gather the materials for Faceless. After struggling for a while, Klein finally made a decision. Still, £1,000 is £1,000. Desire Apostle Jason Beria had already left Backland for the sea. With his devil's intuition toward danger, he'd likely sensed something and fled preemptively. So for now, the matter had to be shelved. But once Beria successfully advanced to Sequence 4 as a demon, things would get very troublesome. The only thing Edward could do was report him in advance and hope that when Beria eventually returned to Backland, the churches would be prepared enough to take him down. At noon, Edward picked a roadside bistro in the Sherwood Borough, ordered a stew, and ate it with roasted bread. During the meal, Lilith repeatedly tried to toss her dried mouse into the pot, but Edward stopped her each time. Lilith, this is someone's business. Don't throw rats in their stew. Oh. Lilith blinked. Then will you stew it for me tonight? With lamb. Don't you think it's more satisfying to cook it yourself? She looked down at her little paws. I can't. Try using magic. Haven't learned that yet. You silly cat. She instantly puffed up. Miss Lilith is not silly. Her whiskers twitched as if she'd made up her mind. I must digest my potion quickly and advance to Sequence 7. Go for it. Humph. Just then, a beautiful woman approached. She wore a laced blouse with floral trims, a gray skirt that fell below the knees, tall leather boots, and a soft hat with sheer black veils. Her long chestnut hair draped over her shoulders. She sat down beside Edward without invitation, removing her hat. "Mind if I sit here?" "You're already sitting." "Thanks." Today, Bernadette's attire was relatively normal. Under the influence of Emperor Roselle, her fashion choices had always been a little eccentric. Or perhaps the term was avant-garde. She asked the owner for a set of utensils, then casually forked out a tender piece of lamb from Edward's stew and tasted it. Not bad. TSK, Queen Mystic is getting awfully familiar with me now. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 800 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Demonic Wolf, with 8 legs. Your Highness, have you not returned to the sea lately? Bernadette nodded. I've been waiting for the opportunity to advance to Sequence 2. That prophecy I made for you last time showed me a possibility, right here in Backland. The ritual for advancing from Sequence 3 to Sequence 2 in the Mystery Prior Pathway required one to prevent a disaster involving high-level forces. If the Great Smog was still destined to happen, it would definitely qualify as such a disaster. Were you able to see when that disaster happens, and exactly what happens? No. Bernadette's deep blue eyes became distant and profound. All I could see was a disaster full of variables and unknowns. She smiled faintly. That's precisely what makes the advancement to Sequence 2 so difficult. I can predict most things, but once it involves my advancement ritual, the future becomes murky and uncertain. I believe that's due to the interference of high-level powers involved. I see. Just then, Bernadette set down her fork and asked casually, "Has Bornova come to see you yet?" Edward blinked, then suddenly understood. "So, you were the one who sent him to greet me." And here I was, racking my brain trying to figure out what our interaction from earlier was supposed to mean. "That's right," she propped her chin on one hand, "you know Bornova's current condition, right?" I've heard a bit about it. That's why I asked him to find you, see if he could awaken some sliver of humanity in himself." Edward was stunned. What kind of logic was that? Bornova had lost his humanity and was left only with divinity back when the Emperor was still alive. Even Roselle had been completely helpless, and even suspected that the god of steam had deliberately taken his youngest son hostage to threaten him, leading to their eventual falling out. Even if I am Roselle's resurrected form, I'm not capable of changing that. Let alone when Bornova is just using someone else's body to drop by and say hi. Edward suddenly froze and asked, "Wait, when you say he's coming to find me, do you mean?" Bernadette raised a hand, tapped the table with a finger, then drew a line diagonally down and to the right before tapping again. "I mean he's traveling from Intis to Backland to meet you in person." "That." Edward immediately blurted out, "Your Highness, have you somehow gotten the idea that I can counteract the influence of a god on your brother?" Bernadette's smile widened. "So you really do know?" Edward instantly wanted to slap himself. This is why people say loose lips sink ships. Bornova's condition might not be a secret among the higher-ups, but it certainly wasn't something someone at his level should be aware of. "No, this can't go on, I'm going to get myself killed at this rate." "Your Highness, I..." Suddenly, Bernadette turned to look down the street. "Tell me another story." "Seriously? Are you sensing what I'm about to say and avoiding the truth?" Alice in Wonderland, maybe." "No way. That story doesn't even exist in this world. If I tell it, it'll basically confirm my identity as the Emperor." Bernadette waited for a long time, but Edward remained silent. She frowned slightly and asked, "You don't know that one? Then how about Little Red Riding Hood? Now that story at least exists in this world." Sighing, Edward began, "Once upon a time, there was a sweet little girl. Because she often wore a red hood her grandmother had given her, everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. One day, Little Red Riding Hood looked at the wolf disguised as her grandmother and asked, 'Grandma, what big eyes you have.' 'The better to see you with, my dear,' said the wolf. 'And what big hands you have.' 'The better to hug you with.' 'And what a big mouth you have, it's scary.' 'The better to eat you with.' The wolf could no longer contain itself and sprang up, swallowing Little Red Riding Hood in one gulp. After a big belch, it said, 'Now that hit the spot.' Later, a hunter passed by, cut open the wolf's belly with a knife, and rescued both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother." Edward shrugged. "That's the end of the story." Bernadette rested her chin in her hand, thinking. "Would you say the wolf was a big bad guy?" "From a human perspective, of course." "Oh," she nodded thoughtfully. "I guess that's true. But from the wolf's perspective, it was just trying to fill its belly. You're a Sequence 3 powerhouse and you're over here trying to glean deep philosophy from a children's fairy tale." "Really? Well, thank you for the story. What do you want in return this time? I want to record a few abilities from you. Bernadette narrowed her eyes. You're planning to deal with someone again. A demigod of the Rose School of Thought. Not really deal with, more like distract or draw him away. She nodded and didn't probe further. All right. I'll find you tonight. Bernadette stood up after placing her soft hat back on. Bornova should arrive in Backland within the next few days. He'll come find you. Could you tell him not to come? Edward put his hands together in a pitiful, helpless gesture. I'm scared. Then I'll come along too. As she finished speaking, vines dropped down from the sky. Bernadette reached up, grabbed one, and disappeared. And as miraculous and mysterious as that scene was, none of the passers-by seemed to notice a thing. Well then, if the soldiers come, I'll meet them with a wall. If the flood comes, I'll raise the earth. Edward stabbed a large piece of lamb and stuffed it into his mouth. Lilith nudged him with a tiny foot. Edward, what kind of wolf can swallow a person whole? How big must that be? Do such wolves really exist? Oh yes. Not only are they big, they've got 8 legs. Cough, 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 cough. Edward burst into a violent coughing fit, nearly hacking up his stomach. It took him 6 or 7 minutes to finally calm down. Face pale, he muttered, I didn't specifically mean you. Annihilation demonic wolf, there's also Antigonus the half-fool on Hornassus Mountain, isn't there? 8 legs. Lilith looked down at her own paws, mumbling, I already struggle with 4 legs sometimes. Wouldn't 8 just be a hassle? Edward pinched her cheeks. Topic over. But she shook her head free. Still, if I had 4 more legs, wouldn't I run even faster? I'll ask for you if I get the chance, he muttered. From Antigonus, he added quickly. In Westborough, inside a scarlet bar run by vampires. Emlyn stepped into the dimly lit bar, greeted immediately by the intoxicating scent of fresh blood. Without hesitation, he strode toward the bar counter. 1 glass, half and half. In some bars, half and half referred to a mix of malt beer and fortified wine. But here, it meant a blend of fresh blood and red wine in equal parts. Hey, Emlyn. Didn't you spend all your money on those precious collectibles of yours? What brings you here today? The bartender asked, sliding over a glass of crystal clear, deep red liquid. Emlyn picked up the glass, gave it a light sniff, and replied, even I need a little indulgence once in a while. He took a small sip, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. For most vampires, the best blood was fresh and drunk straight from the source, rich in spirituality and vitality, absolutely delicious. But to maintain peace with humans, vampires had long since stopped drinking directly from them, instead resorting to stored blood. However, a few noble houses had mastered techniques to preserve the freshness and spirituality of blood for long periods. They leveraged the secret to open exclusive bars and made a killing off the business. Gulp, gulp. Emlyn tilted his head back and drained the glass. The crimson gleam in his eyes seemed to brighten. He looked to the bartender and asked, has Viscount Ernst come in today? He has. He's at the far end, playing billiards. Thanks. Emlyn paid, then walked straight over. Oh, Emlyn. First time I've seen you here, said the man with an unusually prominent nose, cradling a cue stick while watching someone else line up a shot. Your lordship, Emlyn greeted politely, then got straight to the point. I'm looking to purchase some trapped ghost residue powder. Might you have any on hand? Ernst raised an eyebrow. I'll have to check my stores to be sure. He picked up a cue cloth and wiped down his stick as he casually asked, what do you need that for? Emlyn shrugged. To make a bit of hard-earned profit as a middleman, of course. You know how quickly I burn through money. Ha ha ha. Ernst chuckled. Honestly, I kind of envy you. To have such a devoted hobby, it's rare among vampires. Our long lives can get unbearable if there's nothing to distract us. Not wanting to get drawn into idle chatter, Emlyn pressed again, so, when will you know for sure? Tomorrow. Ernst thought for a moment. Same place, all right. Fine. Emlyn backed away with a polite nod. Then I won't intrude on your leisure any longer, Viscount. After clearing the table with one smooth stroke, Ernst finally stepped out, boarding a luxurious carriage. To the Odora family estate, he ordered. Last time, Cosme had made it clear, Lord Nibs wanted to be informed of any new moves Emlyn made, immediately. TSK, I can't tell if this Emlyn is lucky, or cursed. Back at the Empress Borough Villa, Edward had just returned when Audrey arrived. She was dressed in an unusually elaborate ball gown. The last time he'd seen her in such attire was at the Duke Negan's ball. Edward had to exert effort just to pull her through the door. Why show up wearing that? To teach you how to dance. Audrey let out a breath. You need to get used to dancing in formal wear. It's better to adjust in advance. Looking at the extravagant layers of her skirt, Edward blinked. I'm definitely going to step all over your ham. Then you'll be making a complete fool of yourself. She pulled out a portable cassette player, then waved her wand to push the sofa and chairs to the edge of the room, clearing a large open space. Come on. With a click, the cassette began playing slightly muffled waltz music, clearly a home recording. The first step is learning how to invite a lady to dance like a gentleman. Oh, I know this part. Edward placed his left hand behind his back, bowed slightly, and extended his right hand. May I have this dance, Miss Hall? Chapter 280, another one looking for a father. Audrey lightly tapped his outstretched hand. Not quite right. Huh. Generally, you need to stand about half a meter away from the lady before making the invitation. Too close seems rash, and too far comes off as distant. As she spoke, she actually pulled out a measuring tape. Edward fell silent for a moment. Being a noble is such a hassle. Next is the angle of your bow and the position of your hand, those matter, too. Audrey went ahead and adjusted his posture directly. She thumped his lower back, then twisted his arm into a specific angle. Roughly like this. This pose clearly goes against human biomechanics, Edward muttered, but still silently committed the posture to memory. Now, we'll learn how to lead a lady into the ballroom. I'll be the gentleman this time, and you'll be the lady. Audrey smoothly stepped in front of Edward, bowed slightly, and said, May I have this dance, Miss Edward? With pleasure. Edward extended his hand, letting her take it, and allowed himself to be gently led into the makeshift ballroom. When dancing, you must maintain proper distance. You should place your left hand lightly on your partner's lower back and use your right hand to support her left hand. Throughout the dance, it's crucial to match your partner's rhythm and steps. Especially during spins, the gentleman must have firm footwork and coordinated movements. As Audrey explained the intricacies of partner dancing, she demonstrated each step. Edward felt like a marionette, moving wherever she led. At first, Lilith had watched them curiously from the sidelines. Before long, she yawned. This is so boring. She skipped over, nimbly dodging their slightly clumsy footwork, and looked up. Edward, Audrey, why are you two walking back and forth like this? Isn't it boring? Frankly, yes, it is boring, Audrey replied. But we have no choice. It's part of social etiquette. Ah, you just stepped on my skirt again. Sorry. Lilith shook her head. You guys are weird. I'm going out to play. With that, she leapt onto the windowsill and zipped off. Audrey's dancing lesson continued all the way till dusk. When she finally declared the session over, Edward collapsed onto the sofa, completely drained. Anything tied to learning was exhausting, even if it meant spending an entire afternoon in close contact with a beauty like Audrey. You've got the basic steps down today. Tomorrow, we'll learn some more advanced techniques. At your service, my dear Miss Hall. Edward straightened up and gave her a gentlemanly bow. Audrey chuckled and patted his head. Good boy. Oh, right. Edward suddenly sat upright. This morning, I went to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and asked that all-knowing mirror, erodes. You mean, about the Devil Dog's master? Exactly. The Devil Dog's master has already left Backland. He's headed to sea to seek a chance to advance to demigod. So, for now, we don't have to worry about him. But if he succeeds and returns... Edward's expression darkened. It'll be a big problem. A demigod on the Abyss pathway is called a demon. Besides those terrifying demonic voice attacks, they can manipulate and detonate others' desires and emotions, and they gain a much stronger perception of danger. I suspect that without using sealed artifacts, even the saints of the major churches in Backland might not be able to defeat him. The real issue was that Edward had never fought anyone on that pathway before. He still wasn't sure how to avoid emotional manipulation. So the best strategy was not to give him a chance to make a move at all. In the original novel, Beria was nearly insta-killed the moment he encountered the silver-armored knight. Too bad my scribe potion is fully digested now, but it can only record 4 demigod-level abilities at most, and only reproduces about 60% of their power. Otherwise, I'd have recorded more of Bernadette's Lance of Longinus, see if he can handle that. Just as the thought crossed his mind. Knock, knock, knock. May I come in? It was Bernadette's voice. Please do. Audrey quickly added, help me change into something lighter. Edward lightly tapped her with his finger, and her elaborate gown transformed into a simple dress. Bernadette stepped into the room, her gaze lingering briefly on Audrey before she spoke with her usual calm, hope I'm not interrupting anything. Not at all. Edward waved his wand, restoring the furniture in the living room. Audrey, this is Queen Mystic, Her Majesty Bernadette Gustave. And this is Miss Audrey Hall. Hello, madam. Audrey gave a somewhat formal greeting. This should be our second meeting. Indeed. Bernadette nodded. The last time we met, you still seemed like a naive noble lady. But now, you're quite different. Audrey bowed slightly. I must have made a fool of myself in front of you. No. I was once like you too. A faint smile appeared on Bernadette's face. It's something determined by a person's background and station. Later, someone showed me the truth behind all that hollow prosperity. My father once tried to change all of it. But unfortunately, one day, it was as if he had been struck by a massive blow, and after that, he never recovered. The ambition he once had was gone. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That was a long time ago, Bernadette said lightly. Then she turned to Edward. Shall we begin recording now? Edward quickly nodded. Yes. Should we find an open area? No need. Have you forgotten? I can create a separate space. As soon as she finished speaking, peach blossoms began to bloom within the room. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a lush peach grove, with green mountains stretching into the distance. The three of them now stood within a picturesque peach blossom spring. Audrey looked around in awe. We were in a room just moments ago, and now we're standing in a valley filled with blooming peach trees. Is this space real? It's not. It exists in the gap between reality and the spirit world. It both exists and doesn't, so generally speaking, it's difficult to break into. She turned toward Edward. So, what do you want to record? 1 Lance of Longinus, 1 Emperor's New Clothes, and 2, I haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? She didn't answer directly. You can start by considering your opponent's abilities. Edward thought for a moment. This time, he was preparing to go up against a demigod from the Rose School of Thought, a puppet. In addition to spiritual possession, this opponent could transform into magical puppets or enchanted paper dolls, and use various curses through these connections, even injuring himself to harm Edward. What's more, the opponent possessed a sealed artifact from the Marauder Pathway, one with a terrifying, theft, ability, something Edward was all too aware of. The Emperor's New Clothes can help you temporarily avoid the puppet's curse-based powers. But considering its duration, I suggest you record 2 of them, Bernadette advised. As for the artifact from the Marauder Pathway, you could record Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves to counter it. Ah. That ability didn't appear in the original novel. What does it do? It allows you to simultaneously have 41 separate thought processes, each one is an independent version of you. Its original function is to aid rapid thinking and combat analysis so you can determine the best course of action in the shortest time possible. It also helps resist attempts to steal your thoughts. Edward's eyes lit up in realization. All right, let's begin then. Bernadette took a step forward. Without any visible movement, a long spear appeared before them, its ancient design engulfed from tip to hilt in layer upon layer of blood-red flame. The aura it emitted was enough to make one feel suffocated as it shot forward with terrifying force. In front of Edward, a phantom notebook materialized. Record, record, record. Failure. 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 That was the reality for a Sequence 6 scribe. The success rate for recording demigod-level abilities was dismally low. That's why a powerful helper had to be patient and unrelenting, repeatedly using the same abilities until he succeeded. Truly, both the apprentice and seer pathways relied heavily on connections. A scribe and a scholar of yore were useless without good people around them. An hour later, the 3 reappeared in the original room. 2 Emperor's New Clothes, 1 Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, and 1 Lance of Longinus had all been successfully recorded. They even added a few mid- to low-level abilities like Starlight Cage and Starlight Leap along the way. Bernadette didn't linger. Before disappearing into shimmering foam, she left just one message. I'll have you translate a few pages of a journal in a few days. Phew. Audrey let out a long breath. Ah, the pressure is intense. Edward chuckled. But you're not like this when facing Mr. Fool, are you? That's different. She glanced around cautiously, then lowered her voice, with her, I'm afraid of slipping up. Edward scratched his head. Actually, I almost came clean with her today. What? But, it felt like she didn't want that. Edward mulled it over. Maybe she sees me as a sign of hope. Something she's waited more than 100 years for. And maybe she doesn't want to break that illusion, to avoid falling back into despair. But she doesn't seem like that kind of person to me. True. In the original novel, Bernadette had once misunderstood Mr. Fool, but she cleared things up quickly and never showed much inner turmoil. Oh, right, she said her brother will be coming to see me soon, Edward added. Her brother, Bornova, is a Sequence 2 angel. His status in the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery probably isn't any lower than the Pope's. Audrey blinked in confusion. So this Pope, no, angel, is also here to look for his father. She rubbed her forehead and sighed. Oh dear. I really can't imagine how this is all going to end. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, The Hanged Man Got Robbed. Anyway, I've always respected her. I never once asked her for anything without offering something in return, so I've got nothing to feel guilty about. Let's just leave it at that for now. Edward shrugged, then added, by the way, didn't you say yesterday you were determined to learn apparition? Ah. Audrey was momentarily stunned. A trace of worry appeared on her face, but she still bit her lip and nodded firmly. Yes. Why don't we start now? You keep an eye on me and heal me if anything goes wrong. Edward laughed. Honestly, I think it's not difficult at all for the current you to learn apparition. She blinked in surprise. Why do you say that? Think about it. After your first failed attempt at apparition, you never tried again. Why? I was afraid of splinching again. I was scared of getting hurt, maybe even dying. And more importantly, I just didn't have confidence that I could succeed. Exactly. Edward snapped his fingers. But aren't you forgetting something? You're a psychiatrist now. With cues and self-placates, you can easily overcome this kind of psychological hurdle, can't you? Audrey paused, then her green eyes lit up with sudden realization. Oh, right. She quickly took out her dragonbone wand, closed her eyes, and murmured. The 3 principles of apparition: destination, determination, deliberation. Fix your target location with absolute clarity. No hesitation, no fear. Believe that you will succeed. Her calming techniques brought her emotions into balance, and psychological suggestion filled her with confidence in her ability to apparate. In the next second. Crack. Audrey's figure twisted and vanished, reappearing several meters away. She quickly opened her eyes and looked down at herself. No injuries. No splinching. She had succeeded. With delight lighting up her face, she turned to Edward. I did it. Edward gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Crack. She disappeared again, and then came in through the door. After taking a few more steps, she uproared once more. About 10 seconds later, she reappeared, this time with a bewildered Susie in tow. Susie quickly perked up and wagged her tail excitedly. Audrey, you've learned to apparate too. That's right. Audrey grinned. Susie, once you're promoted to psychiatrist, you'll definitely be able to master it quickly too. Fantastic. Audrey rushed over, grabbed Edward by the wrist, and said, come on, I'll treat you to dinner. Before Edward could react, the 2 humans and 1 dog vanished on the spot and reappeared in Audrey's bedroom. Wait here a bit. She stepped out with a hop and vanished again, leaving Edward and Susie staring at each other in silence. But then again, come to think of it, nearly every witch or wizard who just learned apparition did the same thing, using it for everything, even just to go to the bathroom. He had done it too back in the day. No wonder people always say the 2 most desired superpowers are flying and teleportation. 5 minutes later. Audrey reappeared. The already messy room now looked like it had been hit by a storm. The residual shockwave from apparition made her stumble as she arrived, and the dinner in her hand spilled all over the floor. She stared blankly. What just happened? Edward waved his wand to clean up the mess. That's perfectly normal. Even now, when I use apparition, there's still a bit of disruption. That's its biggest drawback. Apparition creates a lot of noise and movement. In battle, it's mainly useful for dodging or escaping. Oh. Audrey pouted. But, our dinner's gone. Edward reached out and smoothed her slightly tousled hair, smiling. Shall we eat out instead? Let's go. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed Edward's wrist again. I'll take you. All right. The Berserk Sea. Waves roared across the turbulent sea as the Blue Avenger was tossed about like a leaf caught in a storm. It was flung into the air one moment, then slammed down the next, but somehow it managed to maintain a perfect balance, never capsizing despite the chaos. But on the deck, things were far less stable. The ship had suffered heavy damage. Both hull and deck bore deep scars from battle. Most of the sailors were injured, some slumped in corners tending to wounds, others groaned where they lay, and still others bled out on the planks, their fates uncertain. Inside the captain's quarters, Alger sat with a stormy expression. He was wounded, blood streaking his face. Opposite him sat a young, handsome man, his hair neatly combed back, glasses perched on his nose, giving off a scholarly, gentle air. I'm sorry, Captain. It's my fault you all got dragged into this, he said apologetically. Alger clenched his fists. He very much wanted to shout, what did you think would happen? But the situation had already spiraled out of control. If he lashed out now, all those earlier losses would have been for nothing. This spectacled man was named Roy King, a member of the Life School of Thought. A few days ago, when the Blue Avenger had docked, he had snuck on board while being pursued. Of course, Alger had noticed almost immediately once they set sail. Roy had come clean, explaining his identity and the fact that he was being hunted. Then he made an offer, £1,200 if Alger would escort him safely to Byam. Alger had considered it, a bit of money, and a chance to build ties with the life school of thought. Why not? But from that moment onward, everything descended into chaos. The sails had inexplicably been blown away, the ship struck a hidden reef and started leaking, sailors fell overboard without reason, a storm hit, and they lost their way, one misfortune after another descended on them all at once. That was when the hanged man realized something was terribly wrong. He then learned that Roy had been cursed by his enemies and was caught in a vortex of misfortune. The reason Roy had boarded the Blue Avenger was because, amidst endless bad luck, he had glimpsed a sliver of fortune. Alger had been torn. If he abandoned the commission now, all the previous misfortunes would have been for nothing. But if he kept going, who knew what worse fate might lie ahead? Just as he was hesitating, their luck turned, smooth sailing, clear skies, and every random cast of a fishing line yielded large fish. They even netted a crate full of gold coins. Roy's explanation was that when misfortune piled up, sometimes luck would swing back around. So Alger had decided to give it 2 more days. Until today. He'd arranged to meet a seller on Dino's Island for a transaction, and ended up not only losing the money and the goods, but nearly his life too. Recalling it all now made Alger seethe with anger all over again. As someone who'd weathered the storms at sea, he'd already shown incredible restraint by not exploding earlier. Roy, how long is this curse of yours going to last? And when exactly is your contact from the life school supposed to show up? Roy smiled bitterly. I'm under a curse. Whether it's bad luck or good, I can't control it. If you'd rather, just drop me off on the nearest island. After a pause, he added, I swear, once I meet my teacher, I'll repay today's losses, double. This is the Berserk Sea. You think I can just drop you off on a random island? Alger's voice was cold. We'll discuss your compensation later. Aren't you an apothecary? Go help treat my crew first. I need some time alone. All right. Roy nodded apologetically and left the room, heading to tend to the wounded sailors. Alger, meanwhile, entered the ship's lowest hold through a hidden door. After hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to offer a prayer to Mr. Fool. The fool that does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good fortune. On the other side. After dinner, Edward returned home with Audrey. The moment Lilith saw him, she huffed, Edward, where have you been? When Miss Lilith got home, the whole house was dark, and there was no one here. I even went to Audrey's place, and you weren't there either. We went out to eat, Edward said, scooping her into his arms and sitting down on the sofa. Lilith looked shocked. You and Audrey and Susie went out to dinner. And you left me, a poor little cat, all alone. How cruel. I'm not talking to you anymore. She flailed all 4 legs, trying to escape Edward's hands like a proper sulking diva. But you were the one who went out to play first. Before we left, we came back to look for you, but you hadn't returned yet. Lilith's ears perked. Really? Really? Fine, then I forgive you. But next time, you're not allowed to go out without Miss Lilith. Okay. Edward said, pulling a wrapped steak from his pouch. Here, I packed some steak for you. Want a bite? Yes. She pounced on it with an eager "oh." Edward chuckled and was about to head to the washroom when a familiar grey mist appeared before him. Is Mr. Hangman here to deliver the goods? The next moment, he found himself surrounded by the thick grey fog of the ancient palace, seated on his usual bronze chair. Mr. Fool remained cloaked in mist, resting his chin on one hand, seemingly smiling faintly. The hangman wishes to speak with you directly, the Fool said. Edward immediately turned to the hangman and asked, What's the matter, Mr. Hangman? Alger stood stiffly, looking like he had something difficult to say. There was an accident. What happened? It's about the mystical item you wanted to purchase. It was stolen. His tone was filled with anger and shame. Edward, what about the money? I paid for it in advance. Edward was silent for a moment. So what's the situation now? Alger gritted his teeth. Don't worry. I'll reimburse the £7,500 in full, but I'll need some time. If I can recover that item, then I'll sell it to you for half. No, a third of the price. The last part was clearly just an attempt to soften the blow. Edward asked, who took it? We're still not sure. It seems the other party was originally targeting the seller. I just got caught in the crossfire. Edward thought for a moment, then asked, do you need my help? No. Alger answered without hesitation, even sneaking a glance at Mr. Fool. Losing both the money and the item was humiliating enough, how could he ask other members for help? How would he ever face the Tarot Club again? All right then. I'm sorry, Alger finally said, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing slightly. I promise, I'll return the 7,500 pounds you gave me. Even if I have to use the coordinates of that mysterious island to cover part of it. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 990 power stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, the operation begins. Edward reassured him, but don't put too much pressure on yourself, Mr. Hangman. Your safety comes first. Thank you. Alger turned to the Fool. Mr. Fool, thank you for your help as well. Klein said lightly, Mr. Hangman, why didn't you tell the tower why you've been so unlucky? Alger shook his head. I just think all of it would sound like excuses. Klein nodded. All right, then let's leave it at that. With that, he severed the connection with the two and left the space above the grey fog. On the Blue Avenger. Roy King was feeding a sailor a potion when he suddenly heard a faint clack. He immediately stood up, walked to the side, and, making sure no one was watching, pulled a delicate ring box from his coat and opened it. Inside was a milky white die, currently showing the face with a single pip. Roy King's face turned pale. The worst luck he'd ever gotten before had only been a 2, but now it was a 1. He stared blankly at the endless ocean around him. What kind of disaster was coming next? Pirates? Thunderstorms? Tsunamis? Sea monsters? Or something even worse? Seconds ticked by. Yet, no disaster came. Roy grew more confused. He checked the die again. It still clearly showed a blood-red 1. But why hadn't anything happened? Or, was the probability dice holding back, waiting to unleash something truly catastrophic? No. I can't keep dragging Alger and the others down with me. Maybe I should just jump into the sea and end it here. Just as the thought passed his mind, clack, the die flipped again. This time, it landed on a 6. Almost immediately, the ocean around the Blue Avenger seemed to boil. Schools of fish leapt out of the sea in droves, landing right onto the deck. One after another, the sailors watched in stunned silence as the deck filled with fish, soon forming a small mountain. They looked at each other, wide-eyed and speechless. Roy King murmured, the bad luck of a 1 really just passed by like that. At that moment, the first mate who was monitoring the route shouted, Captain. Pirate ship sighted 3 nautical miles ahead. Alger stepped briskly out of the captain's cabin. Suspected to be the Black Death, Vice Admiral of Ailment's ship. Alger took the spyglass and looked. Sure enough, a black-painted vessel was approaching from the distance, flying a massive white flag with a skull emblem. He took a deep breath and glanced at the confused Roy King before shouting, prepare for battle. Wait, Captain. Their flag signals say they have no hostile intent. You new to the seas? Since when do we trust a pirate's good intentions? Despite that, Alger, knowing the power gap between them, still ordered everyone to stay alert, but not to strike first. 10 minutes later, the Black Death stopped a few hundred meters away. On its prow stood Tracy, dressed in a white linen shirt and a dark red coat. The Blue Avenger, huh? I remember you, you're that friend of Gairman Sparrow. Alger paused, then nodded. That's right. I heard you got robbed on Dano's Island. Damn it, who's spreading gossip so fast? It's only been an afternoon, and it's already across the 5 seas. Alger's lips twitched. So what? I can help you. Why? She smiled seductively. Because I owe Gairman a few favors. The next morning. After spending the morning tracking leads from the maids at Prince Edisac's estate, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street, only to find a note lying on his coffee table. It was penned in neat yet slightly stiff handwriting. 10 p.m. tonight. Meet behind the Bravehearts bar. Klein blinked in surprise. He turned to look out the window and sighed silently. So it's finally beginning. At the same time, Edward also received word from Sharon, tonight at 10, we act. In a certain townhouse in the West Borough, Viscount Earns of the Sanguin also received a letter from Cosme, tonight is the operation. 9:50 p.m. Having spent the afternoon practicing ballroom dance, Edward slipped on his invisibility cloak and quietly arrived at the back door of the Bravehearts bar. 10 minutes later, Klein met Sharon and Marek behind the bar, and the three finalized their operation plan. They then rode in a corpse-driven carriage to the abandoned West Byam dock warehouse area, scheduled for renovation after lying idle for a year, where they planned to ambush the 3 Rose School pursuers. After the plan was set, Sharon and Marek split up to lure the enemies, while Klein planted explosives that Marek had prepared throughout the area. He didn't expect the bombs to harm the enemy, they were more for theatrical effect during his magician performance. Edward nodded in admiration. As expected of our Mr. Fool, he sure knows how to make an entrance. Not long after, 3 figures darted into the warehouse at lightning speed. Leading the charge was Marek, followed closely by a werewolf and a zombie, both from the Rose School of Thought. A few minutes later, the battle began. Thanks to the ambush, Marek was able to hold his own at first. But as the fight dragged on, the weaknesses of the Temperance faction became more apparent against the Indulgence faction's brutal style. Soon, Sharon joined the battle, only to be suppressed by the werewolf Tyre, who had clearly come prepared and was wielding the Scarlet Lunar Corona. Ha 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 ha. Tyre raised the crimson glowing, palm-sized circular ornament and laughed maniacally. Lord Steve was right. You lot would try to strike back. And Sharon, you'd obviously use a host who's lower in sequence than you, so he gave the Scarlet Lunar Corona to me. Wanna guess where he is right now? Under the glow of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, Jason wantonly indulged in the ecstasy brought by lust. Without the need to suppress his desires, his strength surged dramatically. I wonder what Sharon would look like stripped naked, ha ha ha. He licked his lips and laughed maniacally, just about to launch an attack when the blessing of the Scarlet Lunar Corona suddenly vanished. The cruelty and madness in his eyes froze for a second. He turned toward Tyre in confusion. Tyre, where's the Scarlet Lunar Corona? Werewolf Tyre stared blankly at his raised, empty hand. Yeah, where was that big, red, glowing accessory? Sharon and Marek acted immediately, charging forward. At the same time, the Indulgence faction's Wraith, Steve, joined the fray. Klein, having spotted the Wraith with the help of the All-Black Eye, used the Golden Sun Brooch and Purification bullets to attack it. In the original plot, even with the interference of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, Sharon and her team still managed a narrow victory at the critical moment. Now, without it, the tide clearly turned in their favor. Hidden and invisible on a high vantage point several hundred meters away, Edward sat with a crimson, palm-sized ornament in his hand. Yes, he had used Magnify plus Theft to swipe the Scarlet Lunar Corona. Although they'd agreed he wouldn't interfere as long as no demigods appeared, now that he was here, could he really just sit back and watch? At that moment, dazzling, illusory lights burst from Sharon's palm. They devoured her spirituality and intertwined into a massive bronze door inscribed with arcane runes and emanating an indescribable scent. From the gap of the door stretched out dozens of hands, pale, transparent, toothed, or bloody and skinned. They reached across space and grabbed Jason, who had just been repelled by Marek. But then Marek's body stiffened. Suddenly, he grabbed Jason and started pulling him back from the door. He had been possessed by the Wraith Steve. Klein instantly channeled his spirituality into the dark gold sun brooch, which emitted a warm, pure beam of light down onto Marek. Though it hurt Marek, being a zombie, the light freed him from Steve's control. He immediately slammed his foot into Jason's chest, sending him hurtling toward the bronze door. Jason screamed as he desperately clawed at the edge of the door to keep from being dragged in. Help me! He shouted hoarsely. Tyre immediately dashed toward him. But just then, a purification bullet glowing with golden light struck Jason square in the forehead. Though not fatal on its own, the sheer impact was the final straw. No. In the next second, Jason was dragged through the bronze door and vanished completely. Damn it. The Wraith Steve's expression twisted in horror. He hadn't expected to lose the Scarlet Lunar Corona inexplicably and watch Jason get taken down within mere minutes. Now only he and Tyre remained, victory seemed far out of reach. He quickly retreated, raising his head to let out a piercing scream. Humph. Useless. Hundreds of meters away from the warehouse district, a figure rapidly materialized midair. Dressed in a black clerical robe, wearing a black glove on his left hand, his face was gaunt and corpse-like with deep-set eyes and dark, grizzled facial hair trailing from mouth to ears. He was Zatwin, the demigod from the Rose School of Thought, responsible for hunting down Sharon and Marek. He took a step forward, just about to lend his aid, when a voice came from behind him. Why's an old man like you jumping into a kid's fight? Zatwin immediately turned and let out a screeching cry. A visible shockwave burst forth, but Edward had already blinked away, reappearing several hundred meters away. Magnify, Avada Kedavra. Cull. A deep green spell shot straight at Zatwin. His figure distorted, dodging with mirror blink, while dozens of glowing blue ice arrows launched in return. Fiendfire. The inferno met the ice arrows in midair, creating a cloud of steam. Edward blinked again to gain distance, shedding his invisibility cloak and provocatively beckoning at Zatwin. Zatwin sneered, ignoring the taunt as he rose into the air toward the warehouse. I'll finish off those traitors first, then come for you. Magnify, distortion. Edward twisted Zatwin's trajectory, then followed up with another Avada Kedavra. Bribe. Confusion. He stomped the ground, his body floating into the air as he raised his arms to embrace the sun. A scorching pillar of light descended from the sky. Zatwin, caught off guard, took several hits head-on. Were it not for his enhanced zombie-like body, he would have been overwhelmed by now. Edward landed lightly, once again beckoning with his finger. It was a crude, childish gesture, but it worked. Zatwin had no memory of being this humiliated since becoming a demigod. You really want to die? He charged forward, but Edward merely smirked and repeated the gesture. In the blink of an eye, Zatwin vanished, and Edward teleported again. The two flashed across rooftops along the dock district. Edward occasionally turned to fire off spells, while Zatwin stayed silent and locked on like a hound. Finally, when Edward turned to fire once more, Zatwin seized the chance. He leapt into Edward's pupil and simultaneously activated possession. Unfettered. Possession is forbidden here. Edward instantly ejected him. A blue-black dragon of flame roared forth. As Zatwin used Mirror Blink to evade, Edward tried several Magnify plus Theft combos, but failed to snatch anything. At the same time, Edward felt several abilities vanish, Distortion, Cull, and more. He looked down at the glowing black glove on Zatwin's hand. Edward's illusory grimoire flipped rapidly. He cast Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, and suddenly his mind buzzed with chaotic voices, like dozens of people talking at once. But the noise quickly organized itself, analyzing, assessing, and reaching a consensus. The final vote was unanimous. Go report to the Church of a True God, immediately. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Tarot Card. You want to talk? At that moment, Zatwin successfully stole Edward's current thoughts and was about to seize the opportunity to finish him off, when his own mind suddenly erupted like a boiling pot, filled with the clamor of 7 or 8 different voices arguing at once. Edward had already rejected the idea of reporting to the church. Instead, he flung out 5 coins. Bribe, Disorder, Magnify, all 3 powers were applied to the coins at once, greatly weakening his opponent's morale and making the projectiles terrifyingly destructive. Zatwin's expression changed dramatically. He immediately shifted into his wraith form and used the stolen distortion ability to cause the flying coins to miss him by a hair's breadth. Then, in return, he twisted Edward's intentions, forcing him to run toward him. Magnify, no stealing allowed here. Edward immediately banned the act of theft to prevent Zatwin from stealing more of his powers. Magnify. This time, the amplification targeted the sealing artifact on Zatwin's hand. Edward magnified its negative side effects. Zatwin instantly fell from midair, switching erratically between wraith and corporeal states as if he'd short-circuited. Bang. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating cracks over 2 to 3 meters wide. He re-entered wraith form and let out a piercing shriek. The Emperor's new clothes. A non-existent layer of protection formed around Edward, completely isolating him from the damage of the wraith's shriek. At the same time, the illusory book in his eyes flipped again, and the terrifyingly ancient spear of Longinus materialized out of thin air. The next moment, the spear appeared right in front of Zatwin. His instinct was to dodge using Mirror Blink, but no matter how he tried to teleport away, the ancient spear relentlessly tracked him. It was impossible to shake it off. Even a demigod-level distortion couldn't budge the spear in the slightest. Magnify, Ink is banned here. This use of the Sequence 5 power prohibition was ordinarily difficult to enforce against a demigod, but with the help of Sequence 4's Magnify, the restriction approached the level of divine authority, though the spiritual energy consumption skyrocketed accordingly. Zatwin failed to teleport. His expression twisted into a cold sneer. Humph. Then let's die together. Meanwhile, in a small villa in Empress Borough, Lilith lay sprawled on the bed, playfully hooking her little wand with a claw and trying to cast spells. Wingardium Leviosa. With a gentle wave, the pillow on the bed wobbled into the air. Petrificus Totalis. She gave a forceful flick. The pillow instantly turned to stone and thudded onto the bed. Miss Lilith is simply too clever. Satisfied, Lilith nodded and tucked the wand away. Why isn't Edward back yet? She rolled over, jumped onto the desk, and looked up at the crimson moon outside the window. Why does it look like someone's living in the moon? Suddenly, her ears twitched. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, her body turned into a shadow and vanished into the corner of the room. Moments later, the moonlight spilling onto the floor coalesced, stretching upward and forming 2 humanoid figures, both with crimson eyes, clearly vampires. You sure this is the place? The clues we found on Emlyn pointed directly here. All right then. The 2 didn't speak out loud but communicated instantly. Relying on their sharp vampire senses, they silently advanced toward the bedroom. Suddenly, one of them stiffened and quickened his pace. The targets escaped. After her. The 2 flashed out of the room using moonlight and summoned ghostly bat wings from their backs, gliding swiftly forward. Lilith sprinted frantically, but the 2 vampires closed in rapidly. Her eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, she turned and bolted toward a sewer entrance, diving straight in. Seconds later, the 2 vampires arrived. They glanced at each other. Do we go after her? Duh. Ugh. My brand new custom-made suit. Zatwin's body suddenly transformed into a paper figure that looked exactly like Edward. Instead of dodging the spear of Longinus, he charged straight at it. Edward instantly felt his spirituality explode. Without hesitation, he dispelled the spear, turning it into countless sparks that vanished into the air. Zatwin didn't give him a moment to think. The paper figure suddenly reached for its own head. Magnify, no self-harm allowed here. Confusion. Edward threw a few enchanted coins, stunning Zatwin and making him momentarily lose all will to fight. The confusion effect followed, throwing off his balance and coordination. He couldn't even stand. Edward's eyes flipped through the phantom book again. Brilliant starlight flared around him, then compressed and surged toward Zatwin, forming a massive translucent amber that encased him and locked him in place. Ding! A coin popped up. Attacking the opponent now will harm yourself. Heads, affirmative. Damn it, that ability is so damn broken. Edward immediately activated Madman to the right to reverse the result, then donned Ravenclaw's diadem, unleashing a torrent of spells and recorded supernatural abilities that blasted the area where he was trapped. Boom. For a long while, the light blazed. Zatwin's body was riddled with wounds, so many that in several places his pale white bones were exposed. Even with his doubly enhanced zombie physique, the bombardment he had just endured had left him badly injured. Meanwhile, over half of Edward's spirituality had already been consumed. Zatwin's eyes gleamed with malice as he stared at Edward, rage now completely overtaking him. I want you dead. Boom. 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 Just then, the skies above the warehouse lit up with columns of flame, each blooming into brilliant, dreamlike flares, especially the largest one at the center, dazzling and resplendent. It was Klein and the others. Having successfully completed the kill, they were now executing a flashy escape using pre-planted explosives in the role of a magician. Edward grinned. The official Beyonders will be here any minute now. Are you sure you want to keep fighting? Zatwin's face darkened. He knew that Edward definitely didn't have the power of a demigod, yet the men somehow wielded or recorded abilities from multiple demigod pathways, enough to counter even his prized thief's gloves. And if this dragged on, who knew what would happen? But, to lose 3 subordinates and retreat with nothing to show for it. He'd become a laughingstock. His expression turned vicious. The black gloves on his hands lit up once more as he stared daggers at Edward. His form began to shift again. He was transforming into the source of curses. Edward immediately cast a second, Emperor's New Clothes, followed by, Magnify, no self-harm allowed in this area. But Zatwin's hand still pierced directly into his own heart. At almost the exact same moment, cracks appeared across the non-existent Emperor's New Clothes. A creeping pain began to spread through Edward's heart. Zatwin had ignored the self-harm prohibition. No, he hadn't ignored it. He'd acted before it. Edward's eyes widened in realization. He stole a moment of my time just now. It had only been a fraction of a second, but it was enough for him to complete the curse before Edward's prohibition could take effect. If it hadn't been for the Emperor's New Clothes absorbing the brunt of it, his heart might have exploded from the sustained curse the moment the clothes shattered. Magnify, no curses allowed in this area. The pain in his heart lessened, though it didn't vanish entirely. Magnify, no self-harm. Magnify, weaken mysticism, strengthen reality. With the third prohibition layered on, the heart pain nearly disappeared completely. Meanwhile, Zatwin let out a pained scream as he reverted back to his original form. Puppets were terrifying because it could harm enemies by harming themselves. And with its massive vitality, it could survive even if its heart or head were destroyed. But with mysticism weakened and reality enhanced, that supernatural resilience was gone. The puppet's strength plummeted, and Zatwin bore the full backlash of his own self-inflicted curse. Afg. Edward immediately tried to follow up with magic to finish him off, but found that his magic abilities, too, were now being classified as mysticism. His wand sparked, but nothing came of it. Soon, the prohibition effects, undermined by weakened mysticism, wore off completely. Zatwin swiftly yanked his hand out of his chest and flung the blood from it in one sharp motion. Cull, distortion. The blood morphed into countless crimson ice arrows. With the added culling effect, they were deadly enough to kill Edward outright. And the distortion forced Edward's escape reflex to instead charge him forward into danger. Magnify, unfettered. Magnify, unfettered. Unfettered. At the last moment, Edward finally broke free from the distortion, then decisively used the resistance of the air to drastically slow down the ice arrows, giving himself just enough time to activate apparition. Zatwin wasn't surprised. He promptly activated the thief's glove once more. After all, the previous prohibitions had been nullified when mysticism was suppressed. Black light glimmered from the gloves. Edward's abilities began to vanish one by one: bribe, disorder, light of holiness. Magnify. Edward reflexively used Magnify again, targeting the thief's glove. But in the very next second, that ability, too, was stolen. Zatwin's face suddenly twisted in shock. The negative effects that weren't supposed to appear until half an hour later hit him now, all at once, and far more violently. On the surface, it looked like he had just stolen 7 or 8 of Edward's abilities. But in reality, he hadn't retained a single one. Every time he successfully stole an ability, he lost one of his own. And the very first thing he lost was the vital body enhancement from Zombie. When there were no more abilities left to lose, his life would be taken instead by the sealed artifact. A wave of intense weakness overwhelmed him. The wounds that had previously looked critical but non-lethal were now turning into life-threatening injuries one by one. Zatwin made a split-second decision. Before he lost his Wraith transformation and Mirror Blink abilities, he teleported away without hesitation. Edward, now stripped of most of his powers, panicked. If Zatwin managed to steal Prohibition or launched another Source of Curse attack, escape would be impossible. So, almost in unison, the two of them vanished. A mutual, unspoken retreat. A few minutes later, a machinery hive mind team arrived at the open lot surrounded by abandoned warehouses. Each member was armed with a different kind of mystical weapon, but when they saw the scorched battlefield, they couldn't help frowning. Until suddenly, one of them let out a gasp. There are tarot cards everywhere. The group moved closer, only to find cards pinned all around, on the ground, on the walls, embedded in crates. They saw cards like the Fool, the Tower, the Hanged Man, the Sun, the World, a mixture of major arcana and numbered minor arcana. Some were upright, some reversed. Some hadn't even been flipped yet, showing only their backs. It looked like an elaborate and ominous tarot divination ritual. Originally, Klein hadn't left any cards at the scene since Edward's appearance had interrupted the kill on Lenivus. But because of tonight's hunt, the tarot cards had appeared all the same. Note, as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from voting. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, Lilith is in trouble. Lilith sprinted rapidly through the sewers. She had taken this route countless times back when she was playing the role of an assassin, so it was deeply familiar to her. Those two scoundrels who had snuck into her house in the middle of the night, she had no idea who they were or how powerful they might be. That was exactly why she hadn't run to Audrey's place. She didn't want to drag her into danger. She was heading for Chrismona. The sewers of Backland were all interconnected, and since they lacked the complicated twists and turns of surface streets, they were actually shorter in distance for a straight run. Miss Lilith usually took a carriage and then transferred to the subway. It took around half an hour. But now, running there would take. Ugh. I can't calculate it. Just as she was fretting over that, a shadow flew from behind and overtook her, then transformed into dozens of ghostly bats that blocked her path before condensing into a human figure. Lilith immediately screeched to a halt with her 4 little legs, skidding hard as she turned to flee the other way, only to find the second figure already waiting. Ha! Lilith shrank back toward the wall, letting out a low hiss of warning. The assassin potion she had taken made her able to swiftly identify the vital points on their bodies. Her hind legs coiled tighter and tighter like a spring, and when the two drew close enough, Lilith burst forward like a shadowy missile. Her razor-sharp claws slashed unhesitatingly at one of their eyes and throat. At the same time, the surrounding darkness and shadows condensed into a phantasmal shackle that seized Lilith midair, pinning her down precisely. Let me go. Lilith clawed and bit at the illusory shackle with all her might, but as a mere Sequence 8, she stood no chance against 2 Sequence 5 vampire Viscounts. Her efforts were futile. At that moment, the high-nosed Urns blinked forward, grabbed Lilith by the scruff of her neck, and lifted her up. Turning to the other men, he said, "Got her, Arlda." He frowned slightly. "Can you stop fussing over your damned suit? Lord Nibs's orders should take priority." Arlda snorted. "I told you, this is a custom piece. I waited nearly 6 months for it." Lilith's eyes turned as she shouted, "That high-nosed one's trying to dirty and ruin your outfit on purpose, because he's jealous you're better looking than him." Arlda frowned and looked over. "Really?" Urns cracked his knuckles. "How did you even become a Viscount? Can't you tell she's trying to instigate you?" My father died, and I inherited his Viscount Beyonder characteristic. I didn't even want it. I'd have been fine staying a Baron, no need to run errands like this all the time." Urns's mouth twitched. "Is there no one normal among our younger generation of vampires? One's into dolls, one's obsessed with suits, another can't stop bragging about his marquis grandfather. Let's go." His figure once again scattered into dozens of ghostly bats. Carrying the bound Lilith, they flew swiftly through the sewers, then emerged from the nearest exit, heading straight for the Odora Villa in the West Borough. Over 10 minutes later, a time-worn villa came into view. Bathed in crimson moonlight, it looked eerily sinister. Normal people would instinctively avoid the place at night, even if they didn't know vampires lived there. Cosme was already waiting at the front gate. When he saw Urns approaching with the still struggling Lilith, a faint smile crossed his face. "Grandfather has been expecting you." He turned and led the way inside, heading toward a staircase on the second floor. Urns and the slightly delayed Arlda hurried to follow. After descending into the basement, they passed through several hidden doors and entered a wide, grey hall. At its center rested a heavy coffin that looked forged from black iron, etched with countless arcane symbols and magical seals. Even Arda lowered his head and grew solemn, because the one lying inside was a mighty vampire who had once roamed the fourth epoch. Time, however, had decayed his vitality to the point that he could only sleep for ages in his cold coffin. "Put her down. All of you, leave," came a voice, old and deep, from within the coffin. Ernst placed Lilith onto a table that had been prepared in advance, then turned and left without hesitation. Arda quickly followed. "You too, Cosme." "Huh." Cosme was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the black cat, still full of questions. After learning that Emlyn had once again sought out Ernst's grandfather had abruptly issued an order to find a black cat, even granting him a sealed artifact to do it. Why search for a cat? No clue. What was the cat for? Still no idea. Did it have anything to do with Emlyn? Completely unknown. Cosme had merely acted as the messenger from beginning to end. But he couldn't defy his grandfather's orders. So, reluctantly, he nodded and turned to leave. Soon, only the coffin and the black cat remained in the hall. If Klein were here, he might think someone was trying to conduct another spooky occult ritual. The abyssal shackles binding Lilith vanished. She immediately dashed toward the door. Bang. The door shut a moment before she reached it. She slashed at it with her claws, but they didn't leave so much as a scratch. She whirled and began darting around the room, looking for another way out. Lying inside the coffin, Nibs frowned. The ancestor gave me a vision of a cat, but said nothing more. Now that I've captured it, what am I supposed to do with it? Ancestor, I have followed your divine revelation and brought this cat back. Please bestow your next command upon me. Since vampires were forbidden from praying to the moon, they no longer used any of the old moon-related liturgies. Only a few demigods could invoke the ancestor's name and receive divine inspiration. Lilith, who was still darting around the hall, froze in place when she heard that. Why are you calling for Miss Lilith? She demanded. Nibs was stunned. What did you say? Lilith glared at the coffin. Aren't you calling for Lilith? That's me. I'm Lilith. For a moment, Nibs was dumbfounded. Then realization struck, your name is Lilith. So, was she the vessel chosen by the ancestor for divine descent? Yes, that made perfect sense. Something major must be coming. That's why the ancestor had suddenly chosen to descend. Though he didn't quite understand why a cat would be chosen as the vessel, it was only natural to be unable to comprehend divine will. That was the essence of faith. If the ancestor was about to descend, could the rise of the vampires be far behind? Wouldn't his chance to break through to Duke level rise dramatically? Could he finally escape this damned coffin? He quickly made his decision. From now on, he would treat this cat to the best food and care, and await the ancestor's descent. Just then, a beam of crimson moonlight seemed to pierce through the heavy coffin lid and shine directly onto Nibs's decaying body. He immediately understood, this was the ancestor's response. He closed his eyes reverently. And then. Immediately. Send the cat away. Now. The divine command echoed in Nibs's mind, and he froze in shock. So, all of that. Completely wrong. Meanwhile, at the Harvest Church in Southbridge District. A woman in a plain black long dress, not particularly striking in appearance, walked into the church. Neither Father Yutravsky, who was engrossed in a thick tome of doctrine, nor Emlyn, dozing off while polishing furniture, noticed someone silently pass before their eyes and head straight toward the holy radiance of life, symbol of the Earth Mother. Revered Mother Goddess. Chrismona clasped her hands together, her expression devout as she softly spoke before the enormous glowing sigil of life. Your people have taken ours. After a long silence, Chrismona added, Mother said you would give us an explanation. Will you? Again, the air remained still. A gentle, serene voice echoed in her mind. Wasn't it she who severed her descendants' prayer to me first and deliberately projected the image of that cat? Chrismona smiled slightly. You know Mother didn't intentionally cut off the prayer. And afterward, you didn't send any new revelation to correct it, did you? The voice paused briefly. Go back and tell her, I will help her this once. Chrismona bowed deeply in thanks. Thank you, great Earth Mother. Thank you, source of all life. Praise you, Mother of all things. She turned and slowly walked out of the Harvest Church. A while later, a soft, helpless sigh echoed through the empty hall. Father Yutravsky seemed to hear something. He turned to glance at the holy radiance, then solemnly tapped his chest in a few specific places, drawing a devout symbol of the divine glow. Outside Deodora Manor. Lilith had a giant question mark over her head. Ernst had a giant question mark. Even Cosme's face was one big question mark. Only Arlda remained focused on his custom-tailored suit, wondering how to get rid of the awful sewer stench clinging to it. "We're just sending it back?" Ernst asked again, trying to confirm. Cosme was clearly irritated. He knew just as little as the rest of them. Just then, Arlda pointed ahead and reminded, "Just so you know, that cat already ran off." The two turned simultaneously, only to catch sight of Lilith sneakily slipping back into the sewer. "Ah, should we go after her?" "Well, we were supposed to send her back anyway. If she ran off, let her go." "Fine, then I'm heading home." Arlda gave a half-hearted wave, then turned into a cluster of illusory bats and flew off into the distance. Ernst also nodded to Cosme before vanishing into the shadows. Back in the sewer, Lilith sprinted at full speed, taking every fork and tunnel she could without the slightest concern for direction. She didn't know how long she'd been running, but eventually realized those two bastards hadn't chased her. They must have lost track of Lilith the Great. Hee, two big idiots. Slowing down at last, she emerged from a nearby exit back onto the street. She shook herself off to rid her fur of dust and dirt, though the filthier, wetter stains wouldn't budge. Resolute, she swore silently, "The next spell I learn must be a cleaning charm." She rolled across the dry, dead grass of a roadside flowerbed, trying to scrub off as much grime as possible. Suddenly, the manhole nearby clanked open, and a girl with long moss-green hair climbed out. She immediately spotted Lilith rolling in the grass. "Oh! A little kitty." Lilith blinked and gave a soft, pitiful meow. The girl carefully replaced the manhole cover, then approached and squatted beside her. "Poor thing. Did you get lost? Or were you abandoned?" Her eyes landed on the bow-tied pendant around Lilith's neck. "Oh, poor kitty, you must have gotten lost. Let's go home first. I'll help you find your owner later, okay?" Lilith hesitated, then decided, "I'll lie low somewhere safe until Edward finds me. Plus, I can finally get a proper bath." Meow. She put on her most pitiful, helpless act and rubbed up against the girl's legs. The girl didn't mind her grime at all, she gently scooped her up and walked toward a nearby courtyard. Just then, she paused as if hearing something, and turned around to walk back to the manhole. She pulled it open and climbed down again, still holding Lilith. Meow. Lilith mewed in confusion. Something felt wrong. She tried wriggling out of the girl's grip, only to find that her arms had suddenly become unusually strong. Lilith couldn't break free. "I'll bite you." With a sharp snap, Lilith bit down hard on her captor's hand. The intense pain made the girl's eyes flicker, her expression clearing up as if snapping back to awareness. "Ah! Why am I down here again?" Then she saw the fresh bite wound on her hand. "Why did you bite me?" Lilith seized the moment to leap from her grasp. "Too weird. This place is creepy. I need to get out of here, now." Suddenly, she froze in place, her whole body stiffening. Some other consciousness was trying to force its way into her mind. Chapter 285, The Marauder Pathway Demigod. All of Lilith's fur instantly stood on end. She let out a shrill cry and bolted, trying to get as far away from the place as possible. But it did nothing to stop the foreign presence that had intruded into her mind. Lilith had a terrible premonition, if that thing succeeded in fully forcing its way in, something disastrous would happen. Without hesitation, she activated her incitement ability, directing it both at the invasive consciousness and herself, attempting to provoke disgust or rejection from it, forcing it to withdraw. But it was useless. Completely ineffective. Her vision blurred. Lilith slammed headfirst into a wall at a fork in the tunnel. She felt her consciousness fading, her control over her body slipping. A chilling thought surfaced in her mind, is Miss Lilith going to die? Die in an unknown sewer where no one would ever find her. Edward wouldn't know. Audrey wouldn't know. Susie wouldn't know either. They would never see her again. And she would never see them again. But, I haven't turned into a real human yet. I haven't even made roast rat for Edward with my own paws. Or rat ribs, stewed rat, deep-fried rat, stir-fried rat. The light in her usually lively and innocent eyes dimmed. Is Miss Lilith really going to die here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, weaken mysticism. Strengthen reality. In an instant, Lilith felt the consciousness trying to invade her mind abruptly retreat. She snapped back to full awareness. Ah. Edward. She found herself in Edward's arms. After a moment of stunned surprise came uncontainable joy. You're here. Edward gently ruffled her head, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry, Lilith. I came too late. 15 minutes earlier. After leaving the docks, Edward didn't head straight home. Instead, he made a detour to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, praying for the goddess to help cleanse him. After all, who knew what curses or marks the Rose School of Thought might have left on him? Once he was sure he was clean, he finally returned to the little villa in Empressborough. Inside, the house was pitch black. At first, he thought Lilith was still out. But when he entered the bedroom, he found the sheets all rumpled, clear signs Lilith had been rolling around. On the desk were splatters of ink, and a trail of tiny inky cat paw prints. Edward's heart skipped a beat. He hurried forward and found a piece of paper on the floor, with a few crooked Chinese characters written on it. Me. The O was obviously a substitute for a character Lilith didn't know how to write. Was she trying to write help? He immediately picked up a strand of her fur from the bed, tossed a gold coin into the air, and asked, "Is Lilith in mortal danger?" The coin landed with the number face up, no. Edward exhaled in relief and pulled out his divination cane. Lilith's location. The cane tilted slightly northwest. Edward immediately operated a few hundred meters in that direction, used the cane again, then kept flashing westward in rapid bursts. Soon, he crossed from Empressborough into Backland's North Borough, where the illuminated silhouette of St. Samuel's Cathedral loomed in the night. Just then, the cane indicated Lilith was nearby. Edward enlarged the cat hair and cast a tracking charm on it, watching as it floated off to lead the way. He followed closely behind. The hair whooshed down through an opening in a manhole. Edward hurriedly lifted the cover and climbed down. After a few hundred meters, he spotted Lilith being carried down from above by a girl with long moss-green hair. Next thing he saw, Lilith bit the girl's hand and broke free, only to slam into a wall. Something was clearly wrong with her. And then, the scene that had just unfolded occurred. Ah. Edward. Just a second ago, she thought she was done for, never again would she get to eat rat meat. But when she opened her eyes, she was in Edward's arms. After the shock came delight. "You're here." Edward softly rubbed her head again. "Sorry, Lilith. I was late." "Nope, you came just in time." She huffed and pointed a tiny paw ahead. "There's a big bad guy in there." He tried to shove his mind into Miss Lilith's head. Edward was momentarily stunned, then followed her gaze. The green-haired girl blinked in surprise, staring at Lilith. Did that cat just talk?" Sensing her suspicion, the girl quickly tried to explain. I thought the cat was lost, so I planned to take her home first and help her find her owner tomorrow. But then somehow I ended up back in the sewer." "Back in the sewer?" In the original novel, wasn't there a noble girl who kept crawling into sewers because she was being manipulated by a Marauder Pathway demigod? Realization struck. Edward's eyes flicked past the girl, scanning her surroundings. So just now, Lilith nearly got parasitized by that Marauder Pathway demigod. With that, he immediately cast another interdiction. Parasitism is forbidden here. The sequence 4 of the Marauder Pathway, Parasite, allowed one to steal another's life and identity by merging consciousness and body. Once parasitism was complete, the host was essentially dead. Edward's heart filled with dread. Had he arrived just a bit later, Lilith might have. He clenched his fists, overwhelming anger boiled over like a supervolcano just about to erupt, but he did not act recklessly. Just over 10 minutes ago, he had suffered a major loss dealing with a demigod-level Marauder Pathway sealed artifact. His stolen abilities had still not recovered. Even though he knew that the Jacob family's Marauder Pathway demigod was in poor condition, a living Marauder demigod surely couldn't be much weaker than a powerful sealed artifact. Retreat. Edward took a step back, his figure twisting and vanishing. Hazel's eyes widened in shock. Though she had been introduced to the mysticism world under her teacher's guidance and had become a beyonder, the extent of her exposure was still quite rudimentary. Things like a cat speaking, or a human disappearing right in front of her, those were still incredible to her. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, she believed that one day, she would be able to do the same. She turned and whispered, "Teacher, what just happened?" A moment later, a woman's voice echoed in her mind, "This place is no longer safe. I need you to dig through the wall as soon as possible." "Yes, teacher." Hazel nodded, then picked up the tools she had hidden earlier and began chiseling away at the wall again. Edward brought Lilith back home and immediately used divination to ensure there were no hidden tricks left on her by the Marauder Pathway demigod. Once certain, he asked, "Lilith, what happened just now?" Lilith looked up at him. "Miss Lilith is all dirty. Clean me first." "All right." Once her fur was returned to its pristine state, she padded over to the washroom, carefully lathered all 4 of her little paws with soap, then dried them thoroughly on the foot towel before leaping onto the bed. "Now I'm squeaky clean." Edward sat down by the bed. "So, I was just waiting for you at home, and then 2 bad guys broke in. Their eyes were all red, and they could turn into bats. Vampires. They controlled me and took me to this big house. There was a huge coffin inside." "A coffin? That Sanguine marquis. Could this be about her name?" When Edward had named Lilith, he hadn't expected to traverse into the world of the mysteries. He had originally planned to name her Lily, but once Snape heard it and used a random excuse to punish him with a week of toilet scrubbing, he had been forced to change it to Lilith. After arriving in the world of mysteries with Lilith, he had considered renaming her again, but the current Lilith, the progenitor of vampires, was now operating under the guise of the Earth Mother. She wasn't like Leotaro or Occases, who would smite you with lightning or fire just for calling their name. Besides, the Earth Mother was an ally of the Evernight goddess, who had his back, so he hadn't thought much about it. Still, he'd always been careful to keep Lilith away from Earth Mother's churches and the Sanguins to avoid any unwanted trouble. And yet, trouble had still found them. But that didn't make sense. The only real contact he had with the Sanguins was through Emlyn, and their interactions had only been about a castle and some materials, nothing at all to do with Lilith. Why would the Sanguins suddenly send 2 people to capture her? In the span of 10 seconds, Edward had played out several mental scenarios before continuing, and then the coffin started talking. Lilith blinked. He said something about the ancestor, Lilith something. So I asked him what he wanted with me. Edward. He looked surprised when he heard my name, then suddenly got super excited. Surprised and excited. He wasn't angry. Nope. Edward suddenly froze. Wait, so he only found out your name then? That's right. So the Sanguins didn't come after her because of her name? Then why? How did you get away? Lilith scratched her head. The guy in the coffin told the others to let me go. He let you go. Edward grew even more confused. He didn't say anything else. Didn't do anything to you. Just brought you back, let you walk around, and sent you home. They didn't send me home. Miss Lilith snuck out while the 3 bad guys were talking. She pouted, then I ran into that weird girl and almost died. Edward gently patted her head, speaking softly, shush, shush, don't say things like that. Lilith is so smart, there's no way you'd die. She blinked and smiled. Right. Edward smiled faintly, but his eyes held no trace of amusement. So what exactly was the Sanguins up to, running in circles like this? Was the Sanguine ancestor Lilith plotting something? But wasn't she an ally of the Evernight goddess? If she wanted something, couldn't she just say it directly? Why play these petty tricks? Backland was practically under the nose of the Evernight goddess. Could anything really escape her notice here? Maybe divine logic was simply beyond the understanding of mortals like him. Then again, why had the Marauder Pathway demigod targeted Lilith? Parasiticing animals came with many limitations: body structure, hormones, instincts. Even if Amon had removed the sequence 4 side notes in the original design, a weakened state with only one chance to parasitic shouldn't have chosen a cat. Sanguins. A Marauder Pathway demigod. There was no way this matter would end so simply. As for the vampire side, he would first consult the Evernight goddess before deciding on any next steps. As for the Marauder Pathway demigod, perhaps it was time to visit Oldman Palace. In the original storyline, he'd agreed to help Klein hunt Amon's demigod clone. Surely, he would be interested in a demigod from the Jacob family too, right? Note, 150 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Lilith's Leg Ring. Harvest Church. Just after finishing his nightly wash, Emlyn had barely lain down when a massive shadow suddenly loomed over him. He instinctively flipped over, nails instantly stained with a crimson pattern, then froze. Father. Sneaking in like that, trying to scare someone to death. Father Yutravsky offered a mild, apologetic smile. Apologies. There's a Sanguine outside asking for you. Go meet him. Huh. Emlyn scratched his head in confusion. What kind of urgent business makes them show up this late? Besides, I don't even have friends there. He stepped out of the church quickly, only to find a handsome man in a sleek, perfectly tailored suit standing at the entrance. The man lowered his head from time to time, tidying his collar or brushing off imaginary dust from his shoulders. Emlyn blinked. Why are you here, you suit-obsessed freak? Oh, Ern said you were looking to buy the trapped ghost residue powder. I happen to have some. What, you don't want it? Lald looked up and returned the jab with a smirk. Doll-obsessed freak. The next morning, Edward received a response from the Evernight goddess. This is your own affair. A god shall not interfere. But the Sanguins are not your enemy. All right then, got it. One moment she says she won't interfere, and the next she's hinting the vampires aren't the enemy. How much more obvious can you be? Later, Edward arrived at Harvest Church. Emlyn was seated in the last pew, yawning and lazily scrubbing the same spot over and over with a rag. Morning, Emlyn. Morning. Emlyn waved sluggishly. I sent someone with the message last night. Thought you'd show up right away. Sorry, I was busy with something else. From the look of him, it was obvious Emlyn had no clue what had happened last night. As expected from the empty-headed silly Mr. Moon. Emlyn touched his own face, puzzled. What's that look for? Feels like you're thinking something nasty about me. No, just thinking, you're really a refreshing breeze amongst the Sanguins. That didn't sound like a compliment. Ahem. The trapped ghost residue powder, you wanted it. I've got 30 grams. It's £560, plus £40 for my commission. Total, 600. How's that? He added, just so you know, the real market price isn't that high, but the seller I found insisted on this rate. Nothing I could do. But. Emlyn took out a tin box and passed it over. But he threw in a little extra, said it's a gift to offset the markup. Edward raised an eyebrow. A freebie. He opened the box and saw, besides some glittering powder, a small blood-red ring. Emlyn explained, says it's a sealed artifact, but I tried it last night, didn't seem to do anything. No wonder he gave it away. The moment Edward touched the red ring, a surge of information flashed into his mind. Wearing this ring grants the abilities of a blood clan, flight, teleportation, and moonlight transformation, along with enhanced regeneration. The side effect, each use triggers a curse that can only be dispelled through sincere prayer to the progenitor. What? This is no minor gift. This was at least equivalent to a sequence 5 level sealed artifact, and the side effect was practically negligible. Edward instantly grasped the meaning. This ring was an apology from the Sanguins for what had happened last night. Had the goddess intervened and mediated with Sanguine ancestor? That would explain her non-interference message from this morning. Wow. The goddess really had his back. So, accepting this ring meant the entire matter from last night was officially over. What is it? Seeing Edward fall into a thoughtful silence, Emlyn asked curiously, not happy with the price. No, it's fine. Edward nodded. Help me thank your contact. Bah, he's not my friend. Just a business deal. Emlyn snorted in disdain. Edward took out 6 crisp banknotes and handed them over. Here. Count it. No need. Emlyn stuffed the money into his pocket. All right, if you need anything else, come find me. I've got more work to do. Nowadays, Father Yutravsky had trained Emlyn into a proper clergyman. He couldn't sit idle in the church even if he wanted to. What was the term? Ah yes, eyes that see work. Later. Edward disapparated back home. He found Lilith still buried under the covers, only her little round butt sticking out. Without ceremony, he scooped her up. The little cat blinked in confusion as Edward slipped a blood-red ring over her right front paw. Though the ring had been sized for a finger, it immediately enlarged to fit around her soft paw pad, then shrank again to snugly settle into her fur, hidden from view. Lilith wriggled her paw uncomfortably, trying to shake the ring off, unsuccessfully. Lilith, feel anything new? She tilted her head and thought hard. I think, I can turn into a bat, fly, turn into moonlight, and teleport. Eh? Aren't these the powers of those bad guys from yesterday? Exactly. This is their apology for offending Miss Lilith. Lilith beamed. Humph, good they know their place. Miss Lilith the big cat forgives those silly little kittens. Then she suddenly lit up. Wait, can they catch me a few more times? Then I can get even more gifts, for you, Audrey, and Susie too. Probably not, but thank you for thinking of us, Lilith. Of course Miss Lilith always shares the best things with you all, especially my favorite, rats. But none of you want to eat them. Next time, I promise. Edward actually considered whether he should catch a few field mice to share with Lilith. After all, field mice were eaten in many places and were even considered a delicacy in some regions. He shivered inwardly. Lilith lifted her right paw. Edward, look. Tell me, does it look good? Yes, very good. Hee hee. Right, Lilith, do you want to give it a name? She thought about it seriously. It's the thing Lilith wears on her leg, so I'll call it Lilith's leg ring. Great name. Edward complimented her with great reluctance. Wearing a leg ring on a cat named Lilith was one thing, but if it were the Sanguine ancestor Lilith wearing it? Hiss, no, he mustn't go there. Can't keep thinking about it. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the window was tapped. Reflected in the glass was a beautiful woman in a black Gothic court-style dress, Sharon. She took a step through the glass and appeared inside the room. Her face was deathly pale, her sapphire eyes calm as a still pond. Mr. Edward, thank you for last night. Lilith immediately turned her head toward the window, then back at Sharon, curious how she had come in. Edward smiled. No problem. We help each other. If I ever run into danger, and Miss X. Ahem, Miss Raynette lends a hand, that'll be enough. She definitely will. Her tone was firm, obviously, she had Raynette's approval. Miss Sharon, I assume you didn't come just to thank me. Sharon nodded. Correct. I'd like to purchase 3 things from you: the Scarlet Lunar Corona, the Beyonder characteristic of the Wraith, and that mummy. No problem. May I ask your offer? My teacher says the Scarlet Lunar Corona and the Wraith's characteristic can be exchanged for another favor from her. As for the mummy, she asked that you name the price. You want me to set the price? Edward thought for a moment. That mummy is a necessary material for your promotion to demigod. In that case, I'd like to trade it for a demigod-level Beyonder characteristic. What do you think? Sharon didn't hesitate. Agreed. Which path do you need? Not sure yet. That would depend on which pathway he needed for Sequence 4. You can owe me for now. Sharon frowned slightly and thought. All right. But please determine it as soon as possible. Searching for demigod-level characteristics is not an easy task. I'll do my best. As for the Scarlet Lunar Corona and the Wraith's trait. Edward took out both items and handed them over. Deal. Sharon's doll-like face showed no emotion. Thank you, Mr. Edward. Is there anything you'd like me to pass on to teacher? Not at the moment. Understood. I'll take my leave, then. Her figure quickly turned transparent and appeared again in the glass. Oh, one more thing. To lure out Steve and the others, we intentionally exposed the Bravehearts bar. We won't be going back there for a while. If you need us, just use your messenger. Got it. Thank you again. This time, Sharon truly left. Lilith immediately leapt onto the table and stepped on the glass with her little paw. Edward, her ability is so cool. You know, your new teleportation ability is even cooler. Oh, right. She was delighted for a few seconds but then pouted. But my teleport only works under the moonlight, and so does the moon phase transformation. Those were vampire abilities after all, the sealed artifact couldn't escape its origin. Edward had no choice but to comfort her. Well, cats are naturally night creatures. Isn't that better than needing sunlight? You're right. But remember, every time you use it, you have to pray to the Sanguine ancestor. Otherwise, bad things might happen. Got it. Edward gently stroked her soft fur, lost in thought. The issue with the vampires was settled for now. But the revenge on that demigod thief? That was still pending. And the best option for that was undoubtedly Palez. But how should he communicate with that old man? He rubbed his chin and pondered. Maybe just go straight to him with Dunn and Klein. Klein should be resurrected by now anyway. He must really miss his brother and sister. He had hesitated before, worried the Evernight goddess had special plans. But after several interactions, Edward understood, what she truly cared about was Klein's gradual growth until he became the Lord of the Mysteries. The process? That wasn't important. In fact, the more Klein engaged with family, the deeper his emotions and ties, the stronger his drive to fight the apocalypse, and the more urgent his desire to grow stronger. Crack. Audrey's figure suddenly appeared. Her expression was serious. Quick. Huh. The banquet's tonight. We need to use the remaining time to reinforce our practice. Oh, okay. Why did this feel like a cram session just 15 minutes before the exam? Chapter 287, Chapter 287, The Hall Family Banquet. At 6 p.m., the luxurious Hall family villa was abuzz with excitement. Carriages belonging to various nobles from all corners of Backland steadily rolled into the estate. Before the assassination of Duke Negan, this banquet had simply been a social event hosted by Earl Hall to maintain connections. But now, it carried a completely different meaning. The upper echelon of nobility would use this opportunity to discuss Lone's political future with Earl Hall, while the minor nobles were mostly here to pick sides. The worst off were the small landowners. The repeal of the Grain Act had bankrupted many of them overnight, ruined families, lives turned upside down. Those who remained had only managed to hold on under the leadership of Duke Negan, Lone's largest landowner, resisting the tide of change with great difficulty. But with the Duke's death, the Conservative Party had become a hollow shell. These small landowners didn't even have time to join the new party now, even if they wanted to. Their land was bound to depreciate again soon. This was the tide of the era that the priest desired. It did follow the natural trajectory of societal development and would ultimately benefit human civilization. But along the way, countless individuals would be sacrificed. Such sacrifices are necessary. To attend tonight's banquet, Edward had rented a luxury carriage. From his small villa, he leisurely made his way to the gates of the Hall estate. Jumping down from the carriage, he glanced at the brightly lit villa and the steady stream of guests. Pulling out a mirror to check his hairstyle and appearance, he adjusted his look before stepping forward. Tonight, Edward wore a neatly tailored black tailcoat, a gentleman's top hat, and held a golden cane inlaid with diamonds. He'd even added a pair of glasses, giving him the perfect air of a cultured rogue. As for his face, he was using the one from his previous life, something he considered a form of honesty. After verifying his invitation and stepping into the estate, he immediately spotted two familiar figures, one tall and one short, Zio and Furs. One stood solemn and upright, while the other yawned lazily, exuding slacker energy. Why are they here? Given their demeanor, Edward quickly deduced they were likely hired as security for the Hall family banquet. His gaze was soon noticed by Zio. She frowned and looked over, spotting a black-haired man in his 20s. When their eyes met, he even nodded and smiled politely. Furs leaned in and whispered, "Zio, that noble-looking young man seems to have taken a liking to you." "Shut up. Oh come on, you're not getting any younger. It's about time you found a boyfriend. This one's young, rich, and not too bad-looking, what's not to like?" Lowering her voice, Furs added, "With him paying for your formulas and materials, your advancement would be lightning fast." Zio actually paused to consider the idea, until she snapped back, "Then why don't you get a man?" "Me." Sigh. Furs sighed dramatically. Who would want a lazy woman who chain smokes, drinks too much, barely writes 100 words a day, and lies around doing nothing? As far as I know, there are people into that type. Just then, a voice came from behind them. It was Viscount Glaint. "If you'd like an introduction, I'd be happy to help." "No thanks." Furs waved him off and pushed Zio away. "Come on, Zio. Time to patrol the other side." "Have a wonderful evening, Viscount Cabbage." "You too," Glaint replied with a chuckle as he walked off. Edward followed the flow of guests and soon arrived at the banquet hall, a massive building designed specifically for such gatherings. The decor and layout catered perfectly to social functions. Audrey had once mentioned she barely visited it more than once a year. The hall was already filled with guests. A heavy mix of perfumes hung in the air. On stage, a band played soothing music. Butlers and maids moved through the crowd, offering wine from trays or preparing food at long tables. Most of the guests had gathered in small groups, chatting quietly about the latest events in Backland. A few wandered with wine glasses, eager to network with aristocrats and social elites. Edward grabbed a glass of wine and retreated to a quiet, window-side spot. His eyes scanned the crowd, hoping to spot some familiar faces. He hadn't expected much, until he saw her. A green-haired girl in a sky-blue gown stood among the crowd, her expression distant, wearing a cold social smile. She was escorted by a middle-aged man in an olive-green military uniform. It was the girl he had briefly encountered the night before, Hazel mocked. Edward didn't actually dislike her. Despite her arrogance and tendency to see herself as superior after becoming a Beyonder, she remained fundamentally kind-hearted. A pity she'd ended up with a mentor who saw her as nothing more than a pawn for reanimation jutsu. After he had intervened the previous night, the demigod of the Marauder Pathway had made no further moves. But knowing the other party had been exposed, they certainly wouldn't stay put. That said, she couldn't easily escape either. Had she already parasitized Hazel in advance? Worried, Edward slipped away toward the washroom, flipping a coin. Has Hazel already been parasitized by the demigod of the Marauder Pathway? The coin landed, no. To be safe, he tried several variations of the divination. The answers remained consistent. Hazel was still herself. That made sense. From what he remembered of the original, the demigod had been seriously injured and was forced to parasitize a rat. She wouldn't be able to switch hosts again so soon. Even if Hazel had been exposed last night, parasitizing her wouldn't solve anything. When Edward returned to the hall, he saw a stir at the entrance. A round-faced, narrow-eyed young man entered with a pleasant smile, followed by a black-haired middle-aged gentleman with a wide forehead, likely Walter, who would later become Klein's butler. Several nobles rushed to greet them. Earl Hall himself stepped forward to receive the guest, Prince Edisac. After a brief exchange, he raised his wine glass and moved on to chat with others, glowing with enthusiasm and a beaming smile. Audrey followed her father closely. She wore an unfamiliar gown tonight, and her makeup was more refined than usual. She looked stunning. The moment she stepped into the hall, she attracted the attention of every male in the room, regardless of age. She stayed close to her father, politely offering toasts and greetings to the elders. Almost everyone who saw her complimented her beauty, and she always responded with a sweet, grateful smile. When all the distinguished guests had arrived, Earl Hall, along with his wife and Audrey, ascended the staircase to the second floor. From the balcony directly above the grand entrance, he raised his glass of red wine and declared, "Thank you all for attending this evening's ball. First, let us praise the deities, the source of all that is good." He then tapped his chest 4 times in reverence, offering a silent prayer to the goddess. The guests followed suit, each blessing their own gods in the manner of their faith. Earl Hall, still smiling, continued, "Secondly, praise to the kingdom, alone, the foundation of our long-standing prosperity and stability. Without it, we wouldn't be able to gather here in peace, enjoying wine and fine food. Praise the kingdom." He then looked around the hall, his gaze lingering momentarily on a few individuals. Lastly, let us have a moment of silence for the Duke's misfortune. Though we differed politically, I held great admiration and gratitude for him, admiration for his character, and gratitude for his contributions to the Kingdom of Loan. May he rest peacefully under the protection of the gods. With that, he downed the red wine in his glass. The guests echoed his sentiment, lifting and finishing their own drinks. Well then, please enjoy tonight's banquet. As he finished speaking, Earl Hall took his wife's hand and descended to the main hall. As soft music began to play, they opened the dance floor with the first waltz. The gentlemen present began scanning the room for the partner they wished to invite first. As expected, the moment Audrey followed her parents down to the first floor, she was immediately surrounded by a group of young men. Everyone wanted to seize the chance to win favor with the brightest jewel of Backland. Prince Edisac also approached, though instead of inviting Audrey, he simply nodded at her with a warm smile, then turned to invite another lady nearby to dance. This small gesture brought visible relief to the others, none of them really wanted to compete with the prince. Just then, Hibbert stepped forward and took his sister's hand, leading her onto the dance floor. It was the perfect way to resolve the tension. After all, a brother dancing the first waltz with his sister was perfectly appropriate. Edward. Lilith, now in her Persian cat form, leapt into Edward's arms. She was dressed in an adorable light-colored kitty princess dress today, which made her look especially cute and charming. Was this prepared by Audrey? Yes. Susie's wearing one too, but mine's cuter. She leaned close to Edward's ear and said proudly, Miss Lilith is absolutely the prettiest tonight. Yes, yes. Tonight, you're the most beautiful one at the entire banquet. That's right. Edward patted her head gently, but suddenly felt a gaze on him. He turned, and saw Hazel. She quickly looked away, but after a few seconds, turned back again, her eyes filled with suspicion and curiosity, as if trying to figure out who he really was. But last night, in the dark and damp sewer, they had barely caught a glimpse of each other. Even if Edward hadn't changed his appearance, there was no way she could recognize him. So why was she suspicious now? Oh. Lilith. But she had changed form too, she was a cat now. Edward simply pretended not to notice, silently walking off to a quiet spot and watching Audrey and Hibbert on the dance floor. Audrey occasionally glanced over at him, her eyes full of warmth and amusement. Tap, tap, tap. What Edward hadn't expected, though, was for Hazel to approach him with a glass of wine in hand. Mister, have we met before? Girl, who taught you to be this bold in the world of mysticism? Oh, right. Her teacher, other than teaching her potion making and acting, probably hadn't taught her anything else. Her understanding of the mystical world and beyonders was basically zero. Oh really? Edward raised his brows in surprise. I thought that line was usually used by men trying to hit on women. She glanced at Lilith and said seriously, that cat may have changed her appearance, but I can feel it, it's the same one. TCH, must you be this sharp? What exactly happened last night? She pressed. Hazel was clearly panicked. Her teacher had suddenly told her the place wasn't safe and urged her to dig through the wall, which was obviously impossible without explosives. But explosives strong enough to do that would have severely injured her teacher further. She'd kept digging until dawn, and only then did her teacher let her return. But thinking back on it this morning, she'd realized something about her teacher's tone didn't feel right. She'd rushed back, only to discover her teacher was gone. Hazel had gotten used to growing steadily stronger through her teacher's guidance. She couldn't accept returning to being an ordinary person again. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Edward turned to leave, not because he was putting on an act, but because, was it really appropriate to discuss beyonder matters at a public banquet like this? Besides, he was planning to use her to track down the location of the Jacob family's demigod and hunt them down. If he revealed too much now, wouldn't that just scare the prey away? But Hazel was used to being the one rejecting others, no one ever walked away from her. She immediately caught up. Just then, a graceful figure stepped between them. Audrey, her face perfectly made up, smiled sweetly and asked. Good evening, Miss Mocked. May I ask if something's the matter? Hazel froze. What? Audrey, ignoring the stunned looks from Edward and the people around them, naturally slipped her arm around Edward's. If not, I'll be taking him away now. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, the new party gets wiped out. Although Audrey maintained a gentle smile the entire time, Hazel still felt an invisible pressure and instinctively said, why yes, of course. Let's go. As she watched the two walk away, Hazel couldn't help but feel uncertain, did I really get it wrong? Audrey led Edward into the dance floor, smiling as she looked at him. Come on, it's time to see how your lessons these past few days have paid off. Edward hesitated, mumbling, but, aren't I supposed to begin by formally inviting you? Stand half a meter away, left hand behind my back, extend right hand. Should I go sit down and wait for you to come invite me then? Edward's eyes lit up. Really? I can. She narrowed her eyes. What do you think? Just then, the music changed, the tune shifting from soft and elegant to upbeat and lively. Edward didn't think further. He placed a hand gently on her soft waist, held her slightly sweaty hand, and began dancing to the cheerful rhythm. She's sweating. So when you linked your arm with mine in front of everyone earlier, you weren't as calm as you looked, huh? Edward couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. What are you grinning about? I asked you to dance, and you went off chatting with another girl instead. I was the one being chatted up, thank you. Audrey gave Edward a careful once-over, realizing that he was saying the truth. Also, he looked handsome. It wasn't that kind of chat up, Edward explained while holding her hand, spinning her away lightly before pulling her back into his arms again. She was the girl I ran into last night. Audrey looked surprised. But you changed your appearance, how did she recognize you? She recognized Lilith. She said she felt it was her. Honestly, sometimes a girl's intuition is sharper than spiritual perception. What did she want from you? I'm not sure. I didn't admit anything, but odds are it has to do with that demigod. She tilted her head in thought. So, when are you planning to take revenge? Edward looked taken aback. When did I say I was out for revenge? Audrey puffed her cheeks, grumbling, If it were you who almost got into trouble last night, maybe you'd let it slide. But that person laid hands on your precious daughter, and yet you're still attending tonight's banquet, that's already giving me way more consideration than I'd have asked. That's serious. You know exactly how serious it is. Ahem. Edward cleared his throat and then said earnestly, by the way, Audrey, you look stunning tonight. You're the brightest star of the whole event. Do you think I need you to tell me that? Audrey was, of course, more than confident in her own appearance. Not far away, Lilith, who was being cute in front of some noble ladies for free snacks, suddenly sneezed. She looked over in confusion. What are Edward and Audrey talking about? After finishing the first dance, Earl Hall stood to one side with a group of nobles. Watching his daughter twirling in the dance floor with Edward, his brow twitched repeatedly. Just then, Member of Parliament mocked, Hazel's father, walked over with a smile. Earl Hall, which family is that young man from? Yes, we're curious too. So the most dazzling gem of Backland already has a suitor, huh? Ha ha ha, congratulations, congratulations. What a shame. My son's going to be heartbroken this time. Look over there, all those lads are heartbroken. Say, do you think someone will lose their temper and throw down a glove for a duel? Bwahahaha. Earl Hall forced a smile. Let the children sort out their own matters. We best not interfere. He gestured with a hand. Gentlemen, shall we? It's time to talk business. The men immediately straightened their expressions and followed Earl Hall toward the second floor. Just then, Prince Edisac suddenly walked over and asked, Gentlemen, may I join you for this meeting? Another bystander munching on the drama was none other than Viscount Glaint. To his surprise, after a brief absence, Audrey had already switched partners. And this time, she even boldly marched up and snatched him right in front of another girl. TSK. Ever since becoming a Beyonder, her courage has been growing by the day. But what about that mysterious fellow from before? Dumped. Figures. Even someone like Audrey wasn't immune to the fleeting affection so common in social circles, just another girl with a short attention span. A faint sense of schadenfreude arose in Glaint's heart. While he had never considered pursuing Audrey, Backland's most dazzling gem, he certainly didn't enjoy watching someone else claim her. Just as he was thinking that, Edward spun Audrey around and caught sight of Glaint. He instinctively gave a slight nod in greeting. The smile instantly vanished from Greelint's face. Shit, it's still that guy. Damn it. The cheerful song ended, and the orchestra transitioned to a soft, romantic tune. The dancers on the floor began to slow their steps, moving more intimately with the music. Some couples, including husbands and wives, wrapped their arms around each other. Of course, there were also a few bold individuals embracing someone else's spouse. When father and the others finished their meeting upstairs, I'll take you to meet him. Audrey suddenly said. Edward's steps faltered. Why yeah, okay. Nervous. Well, a little. Edward looked away. Liar. Ahem, I'm a bit thirsty. I'll grab something to drink. All right. The two walked to the edge of the dance floor, arms linked. Mimicking the gentleman around him, Edward held Audrey's hand and gave a light air kiss to mark the end of their dance. After politely declining a few noble youths who tried to ask her to dance, the pair made their way to the refreshment table and each picked up a glass of juice. Audrey leaned in and spoke quietly, by the way, Glaint told me just now that at the scene of last night's Beyonder incident at the docks, a lot of tarot cards were left behind. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Was that you? Edward blinked, then shook his head. No, I think it was left by one of Mr. Fool's blessed. Audrey's eyes lit up. Is Mr. Fool trying to spread awareness of the Tarot Club? That. Edward figured it was more likely just the residue from Klein's card-based fighting techniques, or perhaps part of his magician persona. Then, should we start leaving tarot cards at the scenes of our actions too? Edward shrugged. We should probably ask Mr. Fool about that. MHM. I'll ask at tomorrow's tarot meeting. Audrey clearly looked thrilled by the idea. Whenever a tarot club member resolved a Beyonder incident, they could leave behind a symbolic card. What a striking image that would be. She couldn't help but wonder, where might the Justice and Tower cards have landed among the ones scattered by the Blessed this time? Alright, daydreamer, stop fantasizing, maybe it wasn't even Mr. Fool's intention. Edward lightly tapped her forehead. Audrey covered her head, muttering, you never know. She took a delicate sip of juice, then suddenly glanced outside and said. Isn't that Furs and Zio? What are they doing here? Edward blinked. I thought you invited them to help out at your place. That kind of thing is usually arranged by the butler. Come on, let's go check. Setting down her empty cup, she picked up 2 more drinks and took the lead. Good evening, Furs, Zio. The 2 women had been chatting by the door. Hearing the voice, they turned to look. Oh, good evening, Audrey. And you're, Edward. Edward scratched his head, a little sheepish. Well, I've made quite a few enemies in Backland, so. The 2 nodded in understanding. They had also moved house countless times for similar reasons. Audrey handed them the drinks. Thank you for your help tonight. Have something to drink. Thanks, they said in unison. Zio added earnestly, it's no big deal. We're getting paid anyway. Just as she was about to take a sip, she paused and asked, drinking this won't dock our pay, right? Audrey blinked. Furs coughed twice and smacked her on the back. Zio chuckled, just kidding. She raised her cup toward Edward and Audrey. Cheers, and congrats. Furs also smiled. I'm sure your names will be all over the gossip pages tomorrow. Audrey glanced at Edward. I'm also sure the reporters will dig through every record and still have no idea who he is. So they'll make something up. The king's secret son, a mysterious noble from the southern continent, a forbidden romance between a noble lady and a penniless young man. Furs, you really are a novelist. Ha ha ha. The group laughed. Suddenly, a sharp scream tore through the air. They immediately rushed toward the banquet hall, only to realize the sound came from the 2nd floor. The guards stationed by the stairway charged up, while the guests all froze, exchanging glances filled with curiosity or concern. Hibbert quickly stepped forward to calm the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. It was likely just a clumsy maid knocking something over. I'll go take a look. He gave a subtle glance to Edward and Audrey before heading upstairs. Edward flicked a coin into the air. Earl Hall's in danger. But before the coin could even land, he was already certain something had definitely gone wrong. One of the rooms on the vast 2nd floor had a terrified maid collapsed by its door. The guards who had rushed up were all staring into the room in horror. Edward. Audrey clutched his arm in fright. Without hesitation, Edward activated Madman to the right and said firmly. It's going to be okay. Just then, 2 figures dashed into the room, Beyonder bodyguards hired by the Hall family. But soon, they reappeared, supporting Earl Hall between them. Careful. There's poison in there. Edward darted forward, immediately assaulted by a dense scent of perfume and cigar smoke, along with an unsettling feeling that made his stomach churn. A quick scan of the room showed that over a dozen people lay sprawled on the floor, faces flushed and drenched in sweat. Whether dead or alive, it was impossible to tell. This is carbon monoxide poisoning. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 320 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 289, Chapter 289, The Return of the Quill. Papa. Audrey rushed over, her face pale. Edward, my father, He's not in any immediate danger, one of the Beyonders responded. She let out a breath of relief, and the tension in Hibbert's clenched fingers finally eased slightly. Furs, Zio, help move them to another room first. Got it. Edward stepped into the room, opened all the windows, and used a blast of wind to drive out the carbon monoxide. He scanned the surroundings quickly, and soon noticed the lit fireplace. But every fireplace had a chimney that vented smoke to the roof. How could there be carbon monoxide poisoning? Unless... He hurried to the hearth. It's really blocked. That was clearly illogical. In a wealthy household like the Halls, the chimneys would be cleaned regularly, especially if they were planning a gathering in this room. Everything should have been prepared properly. Just then, a guard shouted in alarm, Earl Windsor is dead. Councilman Chris too. And Viscount Mountbatten, he just stopped breathing. Everyone immediately realized the gravity of the situation. This room had been filled with core members of the Lone's new party. If they all died here, the entire political landscape of Lone would be thrown into chaos. Mr. Griff, Mr. Cullo, do you have a way to detoxify them? Hibbert turned to the two Beyonder bodyguards. The two exchanged looks and shook their heads with pained expressions. They were both elites among Sequence 5, excellent in combat, but detoxifying and healing people. That was far from their expertise. I'll go find someone who can help, Edward said. In the modern world, there was a known treatment protocol for carbon monoxide poisoning. But in this age of mysticism, Edward instead felt helpless. His only option was to seek out Emlyn. Harvest Church. Edward stormed into the dim church, shouting, Emlyn! Emlyn! A tall figure stood up from the shadows, Father Utravsky, who spoke gently, Sir, may I ask who you are? I'm Edward, Father. Oh, no wonder you felt familiar. He nodded slightly. What happened? I need Emlyn's help, he's here, right? I am, came Emlyn's voice, walking out looking quite annoyed. What's the rush? I was dressing Alicia in her new outfit. Do you know how to treat carbon monoxide poisoning? Emlyn looked blank. What kind of poisoning? Oh never mind. Just come with me and see for yourself. Edward stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and brought them back to the Hall estate. Hey! Show some respect. Emlyn snapped. Edward didn't even look at him. The payment is a new doll. For real. His eyes lit up. All right, what's the problem? Carbon monoxide, do you know what happens if you burn things in an unventilated room? Emlyn's face cleared with understanding. Oh, right, after the Grain Act was repealed, there were cases of people killing themselves that way. Can you treat it? This time, Emlyn didn't boast blindly. That was always my dad's job. Take me to them first. Audrey came over just then. Father and the others who were poisoned have been moved, but 4 people have already died. I told the guards not to say anything, but the guests downstairs have started to guess something's wrong. Hibbert is trying to calm them, and Furs and Zio are helping. Don't worry, Edward said. Once Earl Hall wakes up, he'll know how to handle this. Right now, we just need to save the rest. The 3 entered the room where the poisoned guests were placed. Emlyn checked each one, then gave them all some potion. Relax, they'll live. But to fully recover, my dad needs to step in. He actually developed an antidote for this. When can he come? Emlyn crossed his arms. If you want, I can call him now. But. No buts, Audrey interrupted. Let him rest properly. Fine. I'll go get him. Since their last move, they haven't come to see me once. Selfish old folks. You're not one to talk, Edward thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He dropped Emlyn back at the Harvest Church, then rushed back to the estate. Lilith was softly comforting Audrey. Don't worry, Audrey. Everything will be fine. Yes, I know. Thank you, Lilith. You're welcome. Edward stepped forward and flipped a coin. Is Earl Hall in life-threatening danger? The result showed heads up, no. Soon after, Hibbert returned hastily, with the 2 Beyonders following behind. How are they? They'll be fine, just unconscious for a while. Hibbert exhaled deeply. That meant the rest of the mess would fall entirely to him. Was this an accident? No idea. Edward shared everything he had gathered so far. From what I can tell, Mr. Hall and the others were all poisoned. The cause appears to be the burning of coal in a sealed space, which produces a toxic gas. Normally, that gas would be vented out through the chimney. But when I checked the chimney just now, it was blocked. That's impossible. I had it cleaned just yesterday, Hibbert said, face darkening. So, someone blocked it deliberately. Edward looked down at the coin in his hand. The number side was facing up. Apparently not. At that moment, one of the Beyonders, Cullo, spoke up. Griff and I were stationed on the 2nd floor and the rooftop. Neither of us saw anyone approach. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the perpetrator's strength vastly exceeds ours. Vastly exceeds them, that would mean a demigod. That was well beyond their ability to handle. Could it have been blocked before the banquet began? Someone suggested. There was only one uninvited guest during that time, the other Beyonder offered. Edward looked surprised. Who? Both of them looked straight at him and replied in unison, you. But, every time you came, you only stayed in Miss Hall's room. Edward. Audrey suddenly remembered something and asked, wait, where did that maid go? Everyone froze. Then the realization struck. Right. If that maid hadn't screamed, Earl Hall and the others might have just silently died of poisoning. But where was she now? In a lavishly decorated room, a quill scratched rapidly across parchment, the strokes forming word after word, filling the air with a faint rustling sound. The arrival of Prince Edisac took Earl Hall by surprise. He quickly grasped the intentions of the third prince, who enjoyed the king's favor. Given that the king had long maintained a delicate balance between the conservatives and the new party, the Duke Negan's sudden death upset that balance. If the new party used this opportunity to expand unchecked, it would likely invite royal suspicion. Having a prince join their side might alleviate those concerns. In the short term, the new party sought only influence, not a challenge to royal authority. Besides, there was nothing unsavory about this gathering. Although Hibbert Hall had arranged for the chimney to be cleared in advance, he didn't realize that, due to the room's long disuse, 2 birds had built a nest inside. After the nest was removed, the birds returned from foraging to find their nest and chicks gone, and in a frenzy, they flailed in the chimney, and got stuck, completely blocking it. As advocates of air pollution control, Earl Hall and his guests had already switched to smokeless coal. Combined with the cigars and cigarettes being smoked in the room, no one noticed that the chimney was blocked. This gathering was intended to discuss Lone's political situation following Duke Negan's death, and how to seize the moment to eliminate conservative influence. Hence, strict orders had been given to avoid the second floor and to keep doors and windows shut. And so, disaster quietly descended. A room full of champions of clean air, all nearly killed by the very smokeless coal they promoted. Ironic, isn't it? Crossed out. Fortunately, a maid, actually a witch in disguise, noticed something was off. But just as she. Before the quill could finish its sentence, a hand gently caught it and set it aside. A soft voice said, "That's enough for now." That night was undeniably a harrowing one for the Hall family. The room had been filled with some of the most elite nobles in all of Lone. They'd arrived in high spirits, but not all of them would leave. The nobles who survived were mostly calm. They were, after all, in the same boat as the Halls. Now that even the host had been brought down, their immediate priority was to close ranks and find whoever was behind this. But the families of the 4 deceased. They were far less forgiving. They immediately called in MI9 and the 3 major churches, demanding an explanation from the Hall family. The incident even drew the attention of King George III himself. By around 8 a.m. the next morning, those who had taken the special antidote from Emlyn's father, Mr. White, had regained some color and began to wake one after another. But no sooner had they opened their eyes than they were bombarded by wave after wave of reports, so much so that even these seasoned, emotionless foxes were left in a whirlwind of fear, confusion, and disbelief. Their last memories were of laughing, smoking cigars, drinking red wine, and confidently analyzing the kingdom's future. And then, they were nearly dead. Still, those feelings passed quickly. With a few subtle glances exchanged, they composed themselves. Earl Hall was the first to speak. "What are MI9 and the churches saying?" Hibbert, under the scrutiny of so many powerful gazes, couldn't help feeling nervous. They've confirmed through various methods, this wasn't deliberate sabotage. The chimney was blocked by 2 birds that got stuck inside. That's what prevented ventilation. So you're saying, last night was just an accident? The gathered nobles were clearly unsatisfied. We stared death in the face. Windsor, Chris, and Mountbatten are cold and stiff in the next room, and you're telling us it was just bad luck. Earl Hall's expression darkened immediately. If this really was just an accident, the blame would fall squarely on him. Who hosted the banquet? You. Who failed to ensure the chimney was clear? You. Who didn't take proper safety precautions? Again, you. Even if no one said anything outright, doubts would fester. The conservatives would seize this as ammunition, not to truly destroy him, but to sow discord within the new party. If he were a conservative, the headlines this morning would read something like, "For noble deaths just a coincidence. New party infighting may be the real cause of tragedy." And for the families who lost someone, how could they not overthink it? Why did your people survive while ours died? Everyone's eyes flickered. Clearly, they had reached similar conclusions, but none of them spoke. They all turned to Earl Hall, waiting for his response. No one noticed the cat and dog curled up in the shadowy corner, silently observing everything. Chapter 290, Bornova. On the other side, Audrey and Edward escorted Mr. White and his son out of the villa. "Thank you so much, Mr. White." "Hey, no need to be so polite. I never expected that a potion I developed on a whim would one day play such a huge role," Mr. White said cheerfully, patting the thick wad of cash in his pocket. With this, he could not only buy the coffee beans he had his eye on, but also gift his wife a few new outfits. Emlyn huffed in dissatisfaction. "Hey, I was the first one to save their lives. I was the one who spent the whole night getting my dad here." Edward handed over a suitcase containing the doll. "Here you go." Emlyn's eyes lit up. "Whoa. This case looks even more expensive than the doll. Why so generous all of a sudden? The doll was what I promised you. The case is a bonus from Audrey. Emlyn peeked inside and beamed. Next time there's a good gig like this, don't forget to call me again. The two exchanged a look, hopefully there won't be a next time. By the time they returned to the villa, the nobles and MPs had already left. Earl Hall was whispering something to Hibbert, while Lady Hall sat beside them, worry written all over her face. Seeing the two walk in, the father and son paused their conversation and turned to Edward. Edward quickly used Transfiguration to return to his original appearance. Good morning, Mr. Hall, Mrs. Hall. Lady Hall now had a very favorable impression of Edward. If not for him helping to bring in a doctor last night, she might have been a widow by now. She gave a small smile. Good morning. Earl Hall nodded. Thank you for last night. No problem. Edward smiled. Hibbert gestured. Come, let's sit and talk. Edward sat down obediently, while Audrey walked over to Earl Hall. Father, how are you feeling now? I'm fine. He looked at his daughter and gave a tired smile. What do you two think about what happened last night? Edward thought for a moment before replying, all the evidence so far points to it being an accident. Earl Hall nodded. That's what the church believes as well. Two birds just happened to fall into the chimney and blocked it completely. He stroked his mustache and gave a self-deprecating smile. Edward, I was originally planning to officially meet you yesterday, but then that mess happened. Must have seemed like quite a joke. Earl Hall sighed. So let's skip all the formalities and testing the waters. I don't know your exact relationship with the church, but I know you're no ordinary person. So all I want to say is... He glanced at Audrey. Protect Audrey. Don't let her get hurt. He paused. No matter what your relationship is now, whether it's friendship or something more. Edward quickly nodded with sincerity. I understand. Good. Earl Hall cleared his throat. After what happened last night, I've had another idea. If possible, cough cough, I'd like you to extend that protection to me, Audrey's mother, and her brother as well. The church will send someone, of course, but usually, they only act after something happens. I don't want to end up like Duke Negan. Oh, didn't expect the old banker to have a sense of humor. Of course. All right, then let's leave it at that. Earl Hall stood up. Hibbert, ask the butler to prepare a carriage. I need to visit the four families. Understood. After the father and son left, Lady Hall gave a few more reminders before heading off to rest. She hadn't slept a wink since last night. Once back in Audrey's room, Susie and Lilith came over and relayed what they had just overheard. In short, Earl Hall planned to offer a share of benefits to appease the four angry noble houses, for one reason only: the new party must not be divided. The new party was unlike the Conservative Party, which was made up of deeply rooted old aristocrats who had wielded power in Lone for generations. The new party consisted mostly of newly risen nobles who had gained status under the king's support. Only through unity could they maintain even a slight advantage over the Conservatives. Once fractured, the new party could be easily crushed and devoured one by one, and in the end, no one would be left standing. Hearing this, Edward fell into thought. The rise of the new party should have been a part of a certain priest's tide of times. After painstakingly removing Duke Negan, the mainstay of the Conservatives, the path ahead should have been smooth, further intensifying conflicts, igniting wars, and riding the chaos toward godhood. Yet now, the new party had stumbled into such a mess. If the Conservatives took this chance to strike a heavy blow, wouldn't that be like setting history in reverse? Would he allow that? No. Then how would he respond? Send someone to kill the Conservatives all over again? Audrey suddenly asked, Edward, was it really just an accident last night? Couldn't it have been a beyonder who erased all traces of their presence? Edward frowned deeply. What I'm worried about is, what if it really was just a coincidental accident? In the world of the Lord of Mysteries, a coincidence was often a sign that someone had orchestrated it. But the only beings capable of such arrangements now were the Russian priest and the quill. The Russian priest had no reason to harm the new party. That would go against his plans and objectives. That left only the missing quill of Alzahad. If last night's accident was a setup, then it meant the damn quill had likely fallen into the hands of someone from the Conservative camp, or perhaps someone unaffiliated, whose only aim was to sabotage the Russian priest's plans. After all, when a certain someone ascended to godhood, it would mark the end of the quill's existence. Which meant, the quill's new master was openly challenging the priest. In the original storyline, although the quill remained in Zangwill's hands for quite a long time and he had successfully used its properties to repeatedly evade the Russian priest's pursuit, in the end, everything he and the quill did still seemed to have been orchestrated by the priest. So what about this time? At that moment, Audrey thought of something. Right, Hibbert thoroughly checked all the maids in the house last night, nothing suspicious was found. Edward wasn't surprised. My current guess is that last night's incident wasn't related to that maid. Otherwise, why would she alert others to save you? Audrey nodded thoughtfully. But then, what was her original plan? A question with no foreseeable answer. Edward gently said, all right, you've been up all night. Try to get some rest. You still have the tarot gathering this afternoon. Okay. Audrey bit her lip, hesitating slightly. Edward, could you help me ask that mirror about what really happened last night? Sure, Edward replied. But, I'm afraid it might not give us anything useful. If this really had something to do with the quill, or worse, the priest, then even a Rhodes probably wouldn't know anything. In that case, I'll make a request during the tarot meeting later. Ask everyone to help find that maid. Good idea. But that would mean my identity. Edward chuckled. So what if it's revealed? Everyone at the tarot club is trustworthy. Still, that doesn't guarantee they can help you. The more eyes, the better. Fair enough. Maybe with Klein under the blessing of the Sapphira Castle, he really could find that mysterious maid. Edward stayed by Audrey's side until she finally drifted off to sleep. Then, bringing along Lilith, he returned home. After a quick wash-up, he took out Will's origami paper crane while still groggy with sleep, and wrote down a single word, help. Then he quickly fell asleep. Darkness descended, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing on that same desolate plain. Not far away stood the towering black spire, and Will lay on his rocking chair, yawning with a helpless look. What is it now? Do you know what happened at Earl Hall's place last night? Nope. Will shrugged. I'm not omniscient, you know. Then he shut his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened them again. Okay, now I have a rough idea. Could I trouble you to keep an eye on the Hall family from now on? I mean, just in case something like that happens again, just make sure they make it out alive. Edward knew plenty of powerful people by now, but someone like the Snake of Mercury Will, strong, idle, and available, was still one of a kind. Will crossed his arms and gave a little hum. And what can you offer in return? Edward paused, then awkwardly asked, what do you want? Will broke into a laugh. Haha, what do I want? Obviously, the right moment, the perfect chance to accommodate the uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 characteristics to ascend to sequence 0. Then, is there anything I can do to help with that? Edward asked earnestly. Will akimboed dramatically. Sure. Just go and catch Ouroboros for me. He spread his hands. See? You can't. So you mean, I could help you find the right moment instead? Maybe. Will sighed. I can only vaguely sense the tiniest shadows of it. He waved dismissively, clearly losing interest. All right. I'll take your request. As for what you owe me. He gave a sly grin. We'll keep it open-ended for now. After all, a blank check is the most expensive kind. You know what I mean. Deal. Ah, someone's looking for you. I'm out. Don't come to me for nothing, no, actually, don't come even if it's something. Crack. The next second, the dreamscape shattered. Edward woke with a start. Someone's looking for me. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, followed by Bernadette's voice. Is anyone there? Edward had just gotten out of bed when he heard a soft click, and then Lilith's voice came through. Edward is sleeping. You can come in first, but shhh, be quiet, don't wake him. Lilith, who is it? Edward already recognized Bernadette's voice, but still asked knowingly. It's that lady who likes stories, and someone I don't know. Lilith came sprinting into the bedroom. Edward, did I wake you? Nope. Lilith's amazing, you can welcome guests all by yourself now. Yup. Edward picked her up and walked into the living room. Good morning, Your Majesty. And this gentleman is. Bernadette's outfit wasn't too different from last time, just a change of colors, she looked slightly more mature. Standing beside her was a tall young man with ocean blue eyes and long chestnut hair. To be honest, his appearance could only be described as strikingly handsome, and yet, there was a strange distance about him, as though he wasn't human but a sculpture carved to perfection. There was no need to ask. This had to be Bornova Gustav, Roselle the Great's youngest son. So the angel of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery had really come all the way from Intis to Backland. This is Bornova, my younger brother. Chapter 291, Another Tarot Gathering. Bernadette's voice was flat as she said, You saw him just a few days ago, Edward. Though technically, that didn't really count as seeing, did it? Hello, Mr. Sparrow. Bornova offered a polite smile, but it was clearly just for show. Not a single real emotion stirred behind those calm, ocean blue eyes. No wonder the great emperor eventually fell out with the god of steam. If his own son turned out like this, anyone would snap. Also, why was he still calling me Mr. Sparrow? Greetings, Prince Bornova. After the brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them sat down on the sofa, only for silence to settle between them like a heavy fog. Lilith tilted her head this way and that, curious as always. She looked at each of them in turn, but she knew instinctively that these two weren't ordinary guests, so she sensibly held her tongue. After a long pause, Edward finally broke the silence. Your Majesty, may I ask, what brings Prince Bornova here this time? To see you, Bernadette answered casually. And that's it. Her tone was utterly natural, as if this whole affair wasn't the least bit strange. What am I, an endangered species? And this angel of a man came all the way here just to take a look. Edward didn't know what to say. Thankfully, Bernadette turned to Bornova and asked, do you feel anything? He shook his head. No. Did anything come to mind? I never forgot him, Bornova replied calmly. Bernadette stared at him for a long moment before finally sighing. All right. You can go. Okay. Bornova stood up. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, Mr. Sparrow. He walked toward the door at a measured pace. Before stepping out, he added, no need to waste your energy, I haven't lost any memories. With that, he stepped out and disappeared down the corridor. I thought, seeing you might trigger something in him. Like the effect you once had on. Edward hesitated. I'm sorry. I couldn't help. No, it was my own wishful thinking, Bernadette said quietly. Even from a young age, he was never very emotional. And after being influenced by the gods, it only got worse. Now, aside from his faith in the god of steam and machinery, he has nothing left. She gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. The fact that he agreed to come to Backland at all was already a surprise. Come to think of it, that might have been the god of steam's will, too. At this point, Bernadette took out a few pages of a diary and placed them on the coffee table. Help me translate these. Of course. Edward picked up the pages and began reading from the first entry. Lilith quickly scampered onto his shoulder, peering at the text with wide, curious eyes. May 20th. Last night was supposed to be a birthday celebration for my little angel, and somehow, I woke up in Lady Ursia's bed again. Damn it. Must have gotten drunk, again. This seemed to be a continuation of the previous diary entries. Honestly, they had clearly overestimated the great emperor's moral boundaries. Celebrating his daughter's birthday, only to end up in someone else's bed. June 1st. Children's Day. Of course, this world doesn't have such a holiday, but that doesn't stop me from giving my little angel another gift. She's been sneaking around with Bornova lately, not a bad thing. Looks like my previous methods are working. Bornova is slowly, ever so slowly, regaining a sense of humanity. In the afternoon, I attended another one of those nameless gatherings. Unlike the earlier times, I wasn't a total noob this round. Thanks to the diary of that predecessor Transmigrator, I had plenty of mystical knowledge ahead of time. Edward blinked. Hold up. That sounds familiar. Wait a minute. So from Roselle to Klein, using the diary of a senior Transmigrator to flex was a tradition. Which meant Roselle had found more of that senior's writings, and they contained quite a bit of mystical knowledge. June 2nd. Zeridal came to me again. He asked how I came across all that secret knowledge. Clearly, yesterday's enlightenment made him suspicious. Damn, I got a little carried away. With that old man's divination ability, he's bound to find out something eventually. So I burned the senior's diary. What? You think I've been writing my own diary too? A few more pages in Chinese, what harm could that do? Well, you're underestimating Zeridal. That guy's a scheming old bastard. Divination in this world is disgusting. One day, I swear, I'll invent something that can't be divined. June 6th. Ever since my last conversation with Mr. Dorr, I've felt like someone's watching me in secret. I asked Green and Edwards, they saw nothing. Could it be Zeridal again? Still suspicious. No way. I don't do anything intimate with women while under surveillance. I need to confirm whether this feeling is real. June 7th. Set up an inescapable trap to catch the guy spying on me. Result. Nothing all day. Damn it. Was it just my imagination? Or did Mr. Dorr mess with me somehow during our last chat? Ugh, these mysterious folks, each one sketchier than the last. Gotta go to church and have them purge me just to be safe. June 12th. Edwards discovered a ship carrying gold, jewelry, and all kinds of treasures, gifts from East Balam to loan. Heh. I now declare that ship mine. This ship, why does it sound so familiar? Wait. Could it be the sunken Laurel? Edward hadn't expected to find a mention of that ship in the Emperor's diary. What came next? He hurriedly turned to the next page, maybe he'd learned something about its secrets. June 15th. Got lost. Damn it. How did a whole ship full of Beyonders get lost? Ridiculous. We finally found an island this afternoon, turns out to be the same mysterious one we discovered before. This world really is round. No matter which way you go, you always end up back at the start. So you didn't even find the ship. Great. That was a waste of hype. Edward rolled his eyes and looked at the final entry. June 25th. That senior transmigrator is still alive. Edward instinctively flipped to the next page, but there was nothing. What the? You're ending it there? He immediately looked up at Bernadette. Where's the rest? Bernadette said, it was lost. Really? She raised an eyebrow. You seem to have seen something important, eager to know what came next. I suppose so. She glanced at the diary. Then start by reading me the translation of these pages. All right. As before, Edward filtered out the information related to the transmigrator before translating for Bernadette. Of course, he also conveniently omitted the part about the Emperor ending up in another woman's bed on her birthday. No need to ruin the Emperor's image in her mind, after all. After listening, Bernadette pondered for a while. I may not know this script, but I can tell the entries contain far more than what you just told me. Are you hiding something? Of course. You couldn't fool someone who'd lived for over 100 years that easily. And not at all. Edward hesitated for a long moment, then decided to admit a sliver of the truth. I just cut out a few irrelevant bits about the Emperor's social outings. Nothing important, really. Is that so? Bernadette narrowed her eyes at him, as if she could see straight through his soul. Hey. I'm doing this to maintain the image of a great, loving father. Why does it feel like I'm the one being caught in a lie? Ahem, Your Majesty, I've used up all the recorded abilities from last time. So, would it be? She gave a slight nod. Fine. After a pause, she added, need help. If you're willing to accompany me to Intis, I'll assist you once. Edward quickly waved his hand. That won't be necessary for now. He had zero desire to go play house in the Intis Royal Palace with Bernadette. All right, she didn't press. Once again, she used Peach Blossom Spring to carve out a pocket of space, where Edward recorded the following abilities: Spear of Longinus, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, the Emperor's New Clothes, and another Peach Blossom Spring. Afterwards, Bernadette asked him to tell her the story of the ugly duckling, then quietly departed. Edward checked the time, it was almost 1 p.m. With rest out of the question, he took Lilith out for a meal, then swung by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery to consult Rhodes. As expected, the events of the previous night were just as much of a mystery to Rhodes. Regarding the maid, all it could do was reproduce her appearance at the time, though it clearly stated that was not her true form. After relaying this to Audrey, Edward returned home and patiently waited for the 3 p.m. appointment. At exactly 3 o'clock, the echo of the chime still lingering in the air, Audrey appeared within the majestic, towering palace bathed in that deep crimson glow. She materialized beside the ancient long table. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, she smiled and gracefully rose to bow toward the head seat. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Klein gave her a slight nod. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. She then greeted the others one by one. Once the greetings were done, Mr. Fool casually placed 2 tarot cards on the table and said, "Let's begin." Almost instantly, Audrey, Death, Priscilla, Little Son, Derek, and the Hanged Man, Alger, all prepared to speak, but Audrey and Alger immediately noticed the overlap and wisely held back. Derek and Priscilla, however, spoke at the same time. Derek, I think I'm in trouble. Priscilla, I'm looking for someone's help. They both looked at each other in surprise after speaking. Klein silently observed them, a little astonished himself. This was the first time so many people had tried to speak at once in the history of the Tarot Club. Propping up his chin, he entered bystander mode. Don't rush. One at a time. Derek spoke urgently, Miss Death, may I go first? His uncharacteristic forwardness surprised the veteran members. Derek usually chose to yield the spotlight. Priscilla shrugged. All right, Mr. Sunday. Derek took a deep breath. I've run into trouble. Edward paused, recalling this part. Wasn't this the segment where Derek didn't want to go on a mission with Lovia, so he faked a breakdown following the Hanged Man's advice? Which meant, Amon's entrance must be coming up soon. 5 days ago, Elder Lovia and I led a team to explore the ruins of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple. We encountered multiple attacks along the way, but thanks to Mr. Tower's hand of glory, the team suffered no losses. As he spoke, Edward froze. That's not right. Why was Derek going on a mission with Lovia? Wasn't he supposed to be wary and suspicious of her? He was meant to be distancing himself from her, not following her into danger. Damn it, could it be because he had told Derek in advance that Lovia wouldn't betray City of Silver, and that influenced him to trust her? Note, enjoy the extra chapter 490 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 292, Chapter 292, The Hanged Man's Suggestion. This time, apart from Lovia the Shepherd, everyone else in the expedition team had been contaminated. Wouldn't that put Derek in grave danger? What a classic case of good intentions gone awry. After we went deeper into the temple, we discovered a new mural. It said that the Lord did not abandon this land, but when the cataclysm came, he bore the vast majority of our sins. That's how he went from standing upright to hanging upside down, from walking freely to being nailed to the cross, and he bled in our place. We are not the forsaken ones. On the contrary, we are the beloved chosen. If the Lord hadn't borne our sins and bled for us, the City of Silver would have been destroyed long ago, and humanity would have ceased to exist. If I didn't already know that the one hanging upside down is the fallen creator, I might have believed it myself. Derek continued recounting. Then, we reached the bottom of the temple and quickly got lost. Everyone began to feel an overwhelming hunger. All the black-faced grass we brought was gone in half a day. Under the influence of hunger, everyone grew more irritable and aggressive. Just then, someone discovered some strange plants. They looked like the mushrooms recorded in general education classes, brightly colored and incredibly appetizing. I'd never had such a strong urge to eat something before. We all lost control and dove toward them, snatching and devouring the mushrooms. I was no exception. At this point, he looked a little embarrassed. But Elder Lovia yanked me back and forcibly restrained me. Although she was clearly affected too. In that moment, all I could do was pray to Mr. Fool. I thank Mr. Fool for bringing me here and removing my desire to eat those mushrooms. Klein gave a faint nod. When I returned to my senses, I realized that those mushrooms. Derek's emotions suddenly surged, were actually the rotting flesh and blood of the dead. What they ate wasn't mushrooms, it was. Audrey and Furs both felt their scalps tingle as a wave of nausea hit them. This was only Furs' second time attending the Tarot Club. She knew almost nothing about Mr. Sun, City of Silver, or the so-called fallen creator. She couldn't even enjoy the gossip, she simply couldn't comprehend it. Afterwards, everyone who had eaten the mushrooms started to change. I could sense intense malice from them. If it weren't for Elder Lovia's protection, they probably would have attacked me directly. Instead, they kept trying to force me to eat those mushrooms as well. I knew I mustn't eat them. I knew I'd be polluted too and become like them. But the hunger kept growing. I was afraid that if it continued, I'd eventually lose control. His fists clenched, and his body trembled slightly. The hanged man, Alger, immediately frowned. So you came to the Tarot Club this time under the eyes of all those people? I'm sorry, Mr. Fool. I tried my best to avoid their notice. Sigh. A bigger team really does bring more trouble. Klein silently complained to himself and then, as the Fool, replied calmly, it's all right. I know you had no other choice. He then controlled the world to speak to the Fool. Mr. Fool, I request permission to offer a food sacrifice to temporarily ease Mr. Sun's hunger. Granted. As for your current predicament. Klein felt a headache coming on. After obtaining the Book of Secrets, he'd mastered borrowing the authority of the Card of Blasphemy and could use paper effigies to summon a protective paper angel. However, this angel was only effective against mental corruption and divination. It could help Derek endure his hunger for a short while, but it couldn't actually remove him from danger. At this moment, Audrey asked, Mr. Sun, you said Elder Lovia has been protecting you all this time. Yes. This incident made me believe that although she may have chosen a dangerous path, she's still loyal to the City of Silver. Then why didn't she deal with the contaminated team members herself? Derek shook his head. Elder Lovia said, she can't attack them here. Why? Edward spoke up, the force polluting you is likely the power of the true creator. That so-called pollution can be understood as a distorted form of faith in the true creator. As believers of the same God, you can't kill each other inside his temple. Derek looked around the circle, desperate. Then what should I do now? In the original timeline, Lovia's team managed to return to the City of Silver in less than a week. But by then, everyone apart from Lovia had been completely corrupted. No, Lovia herself had been polluted as well. It was just that, as a shepherd on the Hangman Pathway who worshipped the true creator, she slowly recovered afterwards. Did that mean they had to wait until everyone was corrupted before leaving the temple? If so, the real issue here was the true creator. If Derek could declare that he was my friend, would the true creator show some favor on my account? But how could that be proven? The silence from everyone, including Mr. Fool, made Derek increasingly anxious. Did this mean no one had a solution? Not even Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool thought inwardly, don't look at me, I'm just here for the gossip. It was then that the hangman bit his lip and spoke up, Mr. Sun, I might have a solution. But it'll require the help of both Mr. Tower and Mr. Fool. Edward and Klein were both startled. This was the true creator they were dealing with. Did the hangman really have a way? Derek quickly responded, Mr. Hangman, please tell me. Actually, Mr. Tower's mystical storage items can also be used to store a person, Alger said with hesitation. If you offer yourself up as a sacrifice to Mr. Fool, and then enter the container, you might be able to reach our world through Mr. Fool's channel. Derek was stunned. Though normally simple and good-natured, Derek was far from stupid. The first thing he thought of was, if he could leave this way, didn't that mean others from the City of Silver could too? He immediately looked excitedly at the Fool. Alger then added, of course, that's only if this method can actually complete the sacrificial offering. Edward hesitated. In truth, he had thought of this possibility a long time ago, but hadn't voiced it. His concern had always been Klein's future ritual to advance to Sequence 2, bringing a lost piece of history back into the current era. When Klein advanced to Scholar of Yore, he had proven that rituals could be prearranged, so letting the people of the City of Silver come out early shouldn't interfere with his promotion to Miracle Invoker. But the real issue was, would this method of bringing them out count as fulfilling the ritual? If it did, everyone would celebrate. But if it didn't, and City of Silver had already returned to the current era, even sending them back for a do-over would be pointless. At that point, how would Klein advance to Sequence 2? Open the seal to the Western continent. That could only be done after he became the Lord of Mysteries. Naturally, Klein didn't think through that deeply. He simply nodded and said calmly, it's worth a try. Then he turned to Edward. Mr. Tower, can you lend a suitcase to the Sun? Of course, no problem, Edward replied. Once this meeting ends, I'll offer it up to the Fool. The conversation had reached this point, there was no room for him to refuse. Derek's current situation was, after all, indirectly caused by his own suggestion. He would just sacrifice a suitcase barely big enough to fit a person. Even if this method proved feasible, with so many people in the City of Silver, Derek probably wouldn't dare ask the Fool to ferry them out one by one. What, did he think the Fool was a taxi service? Audrey hesitated. But, what if it fails? Derek's excitement immediately dampened. Edward sighed. If it doesn't work, I'll think of something else. You know, I have some decent ties with the Aurora Order. Maybe I can find another way. Aurora Order? Furs nearly jumped out of her seat. Wasn't that the name of the notorious cult that appeared in newspapers all over Backland? And this Tower gentleman had connections with them. Not only was he a terrorist, he was a cultist too. Derek gave a deep bow. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool, given my current situation, could you let me return now? Klein waved his hand and severed the connection. Be careful. Derek's figure quickly faded and vanished. It's your turn now, Miss Death. Priscilla immediately spoke up. Lately, I've been sleepwalking quite a bit after I fall asleep. Sleepwalking? Everyone froze in surprise. She looked a little embarrassed. Actually, it's those three evil spirits. After I fall asleep, they take over my body. Edward was startled. Hadn't Mr. Azek said those three were subordinates bound to Priscilla? How could they reverse the relationship and start controlling their master's body? But then he suddenly understood. Those three were once Sequence 1 angels, after all. It wasn't surprising that even Azek could misjudge them. Did you ask them about it? I did. Priscilla said. They told me it's beneficial for both of us. Klein, through the world, asked in a hoarse voice, how so? She scratched her head. Something about how it helps them gain freedom faster, and helps me ascend to demigod more quickly or something. Edward pressed on. Do you know what they actually did? No. At this, Priscilla quickly added, that's why I want your help. I need to figure out what they're really up to. I'm sick of waking up in the middle of the night only to find I'm no longer even in Backland. They've taken her out of Backland. Alger asked, can they only control your body when you're asleep? She thought about it. Yes. Every time I wake up, they stop. Alger furrowed his brow. That's very strange. How could the power of 3 angel level evil spirits be so affected by whether a mere Sequence 5 is awake or asleep? As he said this, he couldn't help muttering internally, I'm only Sequence 7, and I dared to say, mere Sequence 5, out loud. Furs, sitting nearby, was trembling. So in the Tarot Club, Sequence 5 was just mere Sequence 5. Then again, in the last 2 meetings, they'd been casually discussing gods and angels, Sequence 5 really was mere in comparison. But I'm just Sequence 8. She suddenly felt like a husky that had accidentally wandered into a pack of wolves. No, a chihuahua. Chapter 293, Cliffhanger Troll. Edward raised his hand. Miss Death, I'll take your commission. Okay, thank you. Priscilla then realized something and asked, may I ask, what do you need in return, Mr. Tower? Edward smiled. What do you have? She instinctively reached into her pocket, then remembered, this wasn't the real world. She said, I only have the £200 I earned last time. Furs immediately turned her head, that's my money. Edward nodded. Then £200 it is. Deal. Alger frowned slightly. It seems Mr. Tower and Miss Death know each other in real life. And not just casually, either. Otherwise, how could he accept a commission involving angel-level evil spirits for just £200? Come to think of it, he and Mr. Tower had also formed a profit-based relationship and met in real life. Their relationship should have grown stronger with time, but then came this mess. Damn it. With a darkened expression, Alger said, Mr. Tower, regarding the sealed artifact you purchased, I've found out who robbed me. Furs perked up, instantly shifting into gossip mode. She remembered that during the last tarot meeting, the Hanged Man and Mr. Tower had made a massive transaction worth £7,800. Now it seemed something had gone wrong. Edward asked, who was it? A member of the Secret Order. The Secret Order? Klein couldn't help but be surprised. Wasn't that the organization founded by Zeradal, who had close ties to the Emperor? They probably possessed most of the formulas on the Seer pathway. He had even sent the Hanged Man to investigate them. That sealed artifact apparently originally belonged to the Secret Order. It was stolen by a traitor and, after changing hands multiple times, ended up with the person I was dealing with. And on the day of the transaction, members of the Secret Order tracked it down and showed up, hence the conflict. The dealer was killed, and both the money and the artifact were taken. Furs couldn't help blurting out, they took everything. She quickly covered her mouth. Oh my God. That was £7,800. How many lifetimes would I have to write for to earn that kind of money? Later, with the help of Admiral of Ailment, we caught up to the Secret Order's ship and engaged in combat. But the artifact had already been taken away, back to Intis. Alger looked at Edward. Mr. Tower, Admiral of Ailment helped me because she owed you a favor. Before she left, she said she wanted to meet you. Edward froze, then recalled that he had deliberately avoided giving Tracy any contact information, to prevent her from using her messenger to lock onto his location and then have her mother cause him trouble. He hadn't expected her to reach out through the Hanged Man instead. He wasn't sure what she wanted, was she planning to scam him, or did she really have intel to deliver? All right, I understand. But please tell her, if she has something to say, she can do it through you. He paused. After the meeting ends, I'll give you the method to summon my messenger. Understood. Alger said with a bitter tone, I'll repay the £7,500 as soon as I can, but I'm afraid that artifact is gone for good. No worries. As the saying goes, if I gain it, I'm fortunate, if I lose it, it's fate. In the world of mysticism, nothing can ever be forced. Edward smiled. I'm just curious, why would the Secret Order pursue a mid-tier artifact so relentlessly? The world said in a sinister voice, probably because they don't want others to divine the Seer pathway's formulas. Ah, makes sense. No wonder the three scoundrel families are so infamous, they really do have an obsessive sense of copyright. Especially Amon, who outright devoured everyone on the Marauder pathway. That's why the entire path has barely any mid-sequence Beyonders left. Seeing that Mr. Tower wasn't blaming him too harshly, Alger sighed in relief. It wasn't that he feared Mr. Tower, it was just that they had a collaboration for reselling and storing mystical items. Although not many items had sold recently, due to high prices, it was only because his sequence was too low. Once he advanced and met more high-level Beyonders, the business was bound to take off. Seeing the Hanged Man fall silent, Audrey spoke up. I'd like to issue a commission. Everyone turned to look at her. Those of you currently in Backland have probably heard about the incident at the Hall family's villa last night. My commission is related to that. Everyone nodded, except Priscilla, who looked confused. What incident? I didn't hear anything. Klein, speaking through the world, asked, Miss Justice, I read in the newspapers that it was an accident. Are you suggesting otherwise? Audrey shook her head. I don't intend to investigate the incident itself. Rather, it was a maid who first discovered the situation and screamed, alerting the others. That was the reason things didn't end worse. But afterwards, that maid disappeared. My commission is to find her. As someone who had been present at the scene, Furs had helped move everyone to safe rooms and maintained order downstairs. She had no idea a maid had gone missing. But what shocked her more was that Justice's commission practically confirmed her suspicion from the last meeting, she really was Audrey Hall. Which meant, was Edward also here? Obviously. Wasn't that three-part prayer to Mr. Fool taught to her by Edward? She quickly scanned the men present, the Hanged Man, the Sun, the World, and the Tower. The Sun could be ruled out, the Hanged Man was at sea, so Edward had to be either the World or the Tower. Wait, last time when she mentioned wanting a Sequence 7 formula, they had said the Tower had it. And wasn't Edward on the same pathway as her? So the terrifying terrorist, cultist, was Edward. My God. Of course, she wasn't the only one shocked, Klein was also stunned. Justice had just casually outed herself, which completely defied Klein's principle of cautious secrecy. But thinking it over, he could understand. If Benson or Melissa were in danger, he would have done the same. Wait, so Justice, who has an unusually close relationship with Edward, is actually the daughter of a lone banking tycoon. Holy crap, no wonder that guy throws money around like it's nothing. He's got himself a rich lady. Once again, Klein felt his soul split with envy. Audrey then stated her commission reward, for concrete information about the maid, £500. For finding her, £5,000. Klein and Furs raised their hands at the same time. I'll take this commission. They had the same idea, whether they could find the maid or not was a matter for later. Priscilla reacted a beat late and also raised her hand. Even though I still don't know what's going on, I want to help too. Audrey nodded. From now on, you may go to the Hall family estate whenever you like. I'll have everyone cooperate with your investigation. All right. At this point, Audrey looked toward the Fool. My apologies, Mr. Fool. We've taken up quite a lot of everyone's time just now. Klein gave a faint smile. It's fine. This is precisely what the Tarot Club was created for. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey continued, respected Mr. Fool, I've acquired 3 new pages of Roselle's diary this week. These 3 pages had been collected for her by Hibbert. They recorded some of Roselle's early experiences and thoughts upon transmigrating to this world, not particularly informative, but still valuable. Klein took the manifested diary pages into his hands and smiled slightly. Very good. What would you like in return? Now that he had mastered Paper Angel, Klein spoke with more confidence than before, so long as Justice didn't ask for money or materials. That, he truly couldn't provide. I'd like to know more about the Secret Order. The last time she'd heard of this organization was through the Hanged Man. He'd mentioned it had connections to the Intis Republic, but its exact nature remained a mystery. Now that she knew the sealing artifact Edward wanted had been snatched by them, Audrey hoped to gain more insight into the group. Certainly. Klein secretly let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, he had learned quite a bit about the Secret Order from the Emperor's diary recently, otherwise, this would have been very awkward. Do you mind if everyone listens in? He deliberately made his tone sound more profound. Since Mr. Hangman has already encountered them, it's likely the rest of you may cross paths with them in the future. It would be wise to prepare. Everyone replied, thank you, Mr. Fool. Of course. Agreed. The Fool began to speak. The Secret Order was founded by Zeradal and is believed to have emerged during the 4th epoch. He proceeded to relay everything he had read in the Emperor's diary regarding the Secret Order. Once he finished, the members expressed their gratitude again. Mr. Fool, I also have a few pages of the diary. Edward manifested the fresh diary pages he had read earlier that day from Bernadette. As before, Audrey puffed out her cheeks. This Edward. He doesn't even share the diary with me first anymore. Humph, I must have spoiled him too much lately. Klein smiled slightly. Shall I continue accumulating them as usual? Yes. Edward wore an apologetic expression. After all, I trouble you every 2 days now. Hearing this, Klein actually felt a little guilty. One of the 2 cards of blasphemy had been retrieved thanks to Edward, and the other had been sacrificed by him. He hadn't asked for a single cent, only requested to examine them occasionally. No matter how you looked at it, Klein was the one profiting. No. I really need to find a way to repay him. Otherwise, this'll just get more awkward over time. Despite that thought, he maintained his usual calm and mysterious demeanor on the surface. With a slight nod, he turned his gaze to the diary in his hands. May 20th. Last night was clearly my little angel's birthday. I don't know why, but I woke up this morning in Lady Orsia's bed. Damn it. I must have drunk too much again last night. Damn. Emperor Roselle really was. Klein struggled to find the right word. He kept reading. June 1st. Children's Day. Seeing those 3 words, Klein blanked out for a moment. Some distant memories flickered across his mind. It seemed that the Emperor, like himself, would often reminisce about his homeland. If he were still alive, if I could meet him, maybe we 2 wanderers from another world could offer each other a little comfort, a little companionship. But alas. Klein pressed down the flicker of sorrow in his heart and continued reading. In the afternoon, I attended that nameless gathering again. This time, it wasn't like the previous ones where I felt like a total noob. Thanks to that Transmigrator predecessor's diary, I was able to prepare in advance with plenty of mystical knowledge. Ah. Klein's expression grew strange. This operation seemed a little familiar. So I used the Emperor's diary to act cool, and he used the previous Transmigrator's diary to act cool. Is this some kind of tradition now? If only the Emperor had a cheat like the Grey Fog. Then I really would be retracing the exact same path he once walked. June 2nd. Zeridal came looking for me again. June 6th. Klein read all the way to the final page. June 25th. That senior Transmigrator is still alive. His pupils shrank instantly. He made the exact same expression Edward had earlier, then turned the page, only to find it was one of Audrey's pages. What the F? What about the next part? The senior Transmigrator is still alive, then what? Did the Emperor meet him? Did they talk? What happened afterwards? Klein took several deep breaths to calm the frustration in his chest. In the end, he clenched his jaw and cursed furiously. This damn cliffhanger. Chapter 294, Chapter 294, interesting. Mr. Fool's reaction did not escape Audrey's notice. She instantly grew even more curious about the content of those diary pages. What could possibly be written there to cause such an emotional response in Mr. Fool? I really want to know. Damn you, Edward. Klein turned his attention back to the remaining diary pages. Year 1343, February 23rd. It's been more than a week since I transmigrated to this world. I have to write something to pour it out, otherwise I feel like I'll go mad. He quickly read through the 3 pages and couldn't help but feel puzzled about the century-long gap between his own transmigration and the Emperor's. Unfortunately, there was no way to investigate the truth of it now. Klein leaned back in his chair and smiled lightly. You may proceed with your own trades. Furs was the first to speak. Mr. Tower, I'd like to purchase the astrologer potion formula. Sure. 800 pounds. She gritted her teeth. All right, but I'll need a week before I can pay you. No problem. She hesitated, then added, also, does anyone know the formula for the Arbiter Pathway's Sequence 7? Edward spoke up again. I only know that the Sequence 7 potion is called Interrogator, but not its ingredients. It's said to be held by the lone royal family and military. Maybe you can try that angle. The royal family and military. Furs pulled a face immediately. How on earth am I supposed to approach them? Zio, I'm out of ideas here. She sighed inwardly, glanced around, and asked very sincerely, does anyone here have good ideas for making money? As soon as the words left her mouth, the room fell silent. She quickly realized, Audrey obviously didn't worry about money, neither did Edward. Miss Death was a child and likely didn't need to earn money yet. As for Mr. World, well, she didn't know much about him, but he didn't look like someone strapped for cash. And Mr. Fool obviously transcended such mortal concerns entirely. Oh Furs, that was a stupid question. She promptly shut up and said no more. Audrey couldn't help but chuckle softly and raised her hand. I'd like the same things as last time, pair of eyes of the Mirror Dragon, the fruit of the Tree of Elders, and the Sequence 6 formula for the Spectator Pathway. The Hangman replied, I can acquire the Eye of the Mirror Dragon and the Elder Tree's fruit. Ever since that encounter with Admiral of Ailment, the curse on that life school member had inexplicably vanished, and he even seemed to experience the occasional stroke of good luck. Those 2 materials were what Alger had come across while stopping to resupply today. Audrey's eyes lit up. Then let's trade after the tarot meeting ends. No problem. Susie, you can finally advance to Sequence 7. After a few seconds of silence, Klein maintained his air of profound mystery as the world rasped. Help me keep an eye out for the mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, human-skinned shadows characteristic, and the hair of a deep-sea naga. Edward thought for a moment, then said, I know where you can get the pituitary and blood of a thousand-faced hunter. Klein's heart stirred. Where? You can go to the Harvest Church south of the Backland Bridge and look for a priest named Emlyn. Because of his earlier interception, Edward wasn't sure if Klein would still get the chance to meet Emlyn. Now was a good time to introduce them. Klein was taken aback. Emlyn. What a coincidence. He'd just bought the apothecary formula from him yesterday. All right, thank you for the tip, Mr. Tower. You're welcome. After a moment of quiet, the hangman, Alger, said, Mr. Tower, I believe I'll be able to find a few more clients interested in mystical storage items soon. Good. You can contact me anytime. I'll also try to help you locate more mystical items that meet your needs. Much appreciated. Alger hesitated. He had considered asking for the Wind-Blessed Potion formula but ultimately held back, until he repaid his debt to Tower. Buying a formula didn't feel quite right. He changed the topic instead. Also, I need you all to keep an eye out for someone involved in the recent colonial slave disappearance cases. He goes by the name Baron, has reddish-brown skin, and bears clear southern continent racial features, but some witnesses say they've heard him speak with a Backland accent. If you find him, payment won't be an issue, at least £100, or an equivalent item. At this point, Mr. Fool glanced around the group and said, "Feel free to speak freely." Audrey once again transformed into the class rep and raised her hand. "Mr. Fool, the incident in the dock area 2 days ago, was that your blessed doing?" Klein froze for a second, then smiled slightly. "Yes. I heard many tarot cards were left at the scene. Was that on purpose, to promote our tarot club? Can we also leave tarot cards at the scene in future operations?" As Audrey finished, both Alger and Furs were taken aback. Alger was surprised. Was Mr. Fool now reaching out beyond the tarot club? Did this mean his power was awakening again? Was he no longer content to remain confined within the tarot club and now wished to reveal his influence to the outside world? Furs, on the other hand, was shocked that the incident publicly explained as a gas explosion had actually been orchestrated by their own group. Klein was a little speechless. "Miss Justice, you're really overthinking this." But if he denied it outright, wouldn't that make him look insecure? After thinking for a moment, he leaned back slightly and said a single word in a calm, unfathomable tone. "Approved. Forsaken land of the gods. The bottom of the half-destroyed, fallen temple of the true creator." Derek was curled up in a ruined room, feigning sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt 2 malicious gazes peering through a hole in the wall from outside. It was that man, Dark, who had come looking for him before. He grinned widely, stuffing several human fingers into his mouth and chewing with audible crunches. "Really not going to have a taste, Derek?" Dark pulled out another handful of fingers from his pocket. "These are way tastier than black-faced grass." Derek instinctively swallowed, his fear deepening. Even though he knew they were eating human flesh and blood, he couldn't help but feel that it was an irresistible delicacy. A wave of intense hunger surged again. His eyes fixed on the things in Dark's hand. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, those grotesque fingers of flesh and blood had transformed into mushrooms with a tantalizing sheen. He wanted to eat. So hungry. Far too hungry. Maybe, just a little, eating a little might not be a problem, right? Just then, Lovia's hand lightly landed on his shoulder. "I still have some black-faced grass. Here, take it." Derek snapped out of it. Without bothering to be polite, he grabbed the foul-tasting grass and shoved it into his mouth. A few forceful chews later, he swallowed it down, feeling significantly better. Dark let out a displeased grunt but said nothing more, turning to leave. Only then did Derek ask, "Elder Lovia, what about you? What will you eat?" Lovia replied calmly, "I can still endure." She walked over to the doorway, sat down on a stone, gazed at the murals of the true creator on the surrounding walls, and closed her eyes in silent prayer. Derek tightened his grip on the hurricane axe and looked through the pitted walls at the team members outside. They were all eating mushrooms and nuts, occasionally casting sinister glances around and whispering among themselves. Derek didn't know how long Elder Lovia could keep suppressing them, but right now, all he could do was wait. Who? Just then, a gust of wind that seemed to come from illusion itself blew through, and a mystical, illusory door silently appeared beside Derek and slowly opened. He hurriedly glanced outside. Seeing that the others hadn't noticed, he let out a breath of relief. A few seconds later, the illusory door vanished again, but in front of him now sat a suitcase and a cloth bag. As he stepped forward to pick them up, he saw Elder Lovia glance back. His heart began to pound. Though he and Elder Lovia had reached a kind of tacit understanding, this situation still made him uneasy. Lovia's eyes paused briefly on the suitcase and the cloth bag, but she said nothing and turned away again. Derek wiped the sweat from his forehead and first opened the cloth bag. A rich, savory aroma hit him. Inside were steaks, bread, and fruit, clearly sent by Mr. World. The hunger he had just suppressed surged up once more. This time, he didn't restrain himself. He picked up the food, things he had never seen before, and stuffed them into his mouth, devouring them eagerly. The tenderness of the steak, the softness of the bread, the sweetness of the fruit, they awakened sensations in his taste buds he had never experienced before. After a lifetime of eating nothing but black-faced grass, this was true flavor. If black-faced grass was for survival, then this bag of food from the outside world taught him what enjoyment meant. Tears streamed down his face. He didn't even know why he was crying, but he couldn't stop. As his empty stomach began to feel full, he picked up the remaining food and quietly walked to the door. "Elder Lovia, have something to eat," he said softly. Lovia glanced at the food radiating with fragrance and instinctively shook her head, but her stomach growled in protest. Derek said seriously, "We have to live, live and take this delicious food, and hope, back home." She froze for a moment, then silently picked up a steak and a piece of bread, eating slowly. Her expression remained unchanged, but a ripple stirred deep in her eyes. Derek quickly glanced at the others in the distance and whispered, "Soon, I'll find a way to save myself." He didn't explain in detail. Lovia finished eating and suddenly stood up. "I'm going to check on the others." She then walked straight toward the polluted members of the team. Derek hurried back into the ruined house, took out a candle he carried with him, and lit it with spiritual power. Then he began to chant. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your faithful servant prays for your gaze. Prays for your acceptance of his offering. Prays for you to open the gate to your kingdom." A wild wind howled through the ruined house, infusing the surroundings with shades of silver and deep black. The two colors intertwined and collided, merging into the flame that symbolized the fool, which then swelled and tore open a normal-sized illusory door. Derek immediately climbed into the suitcase. The interior space wasn't large, but it was enough for him to sit in a crouch. He also noticed more food stored inside. He knew this was sent along by Mr. Tower and couldn't help but feel grateful. He hurriedly closed the suitcase and shut his eyes, waiting for the sacrificial ritual to proceed. Just then, a voice with a hint of amusement suddenly rang beside his ear. "Interesting. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 660 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 295, Chapter 295, The World Within the Painting. Derek jolted awake in panic, but saw nothing around him. "Who's there? No wonder I had such a strong premonition this morning. I thought there might be some harvest here. I never expected such a pleasant surprise. Truly, thank you. It seems my one day of protection wasn't in vain. I'll be accepting your reward without hesitation." Although Derek couldn't identify the owner of the voice, a powerful sense of fear gripped his heart. Without hesitation, he tried to stand and alert Mr. Fool, but to his horror, his body wouldn't move an inch. No. At the same time, atop the grey fog, Klein was watching as an illusory door formed behind the high-backed chair. It extended spiritual power and, accompanied by a suction force, began pulling the suitcase inward. Suddenly, he sensed the entire mystical space tremble slightly. The normally static grey-white fog began to flow visibly. Through the suitcase, Klein saw Derek curled up inside, his face filled with terror. A transparent figure had wrapped itself around the boy like a python. This figure wore a black, vintage robe and a matching soft, pointed hat. A crystal-like monocle clung to his face. "What is that?" Klein gasped, a chill sweeping through him. That eerie being seemed to be using Little Sun's sacrificial ritual as a channel to enter the space above the grey fog. And once he got in, Klein didn't believe for a second that the entity just wanted a tour. The most likely outcome was that it would try to kill him and seize the grey fog for itself, usurping its power and replacing him entirely. No way. He couldn't let it ascend. Klein immediately severed the connection with the sun. But it was as if the other party had anticipated this, his mouth curled into a smile, and a gleam flashed across his monocle. The next second, the ritual that should have been cut off, resumed on its own. Damn it. Klein's scalp tingled. His eyes quickly scanned all the tools he had on hand, dismissing each one, until his gaze landed on two cards, the cards of blasphemy. Right, the paper angel he had just recently developed. At that moment, the figure entwining Derek suddenly thrust a shriveled hand forward. It looked skeletal, nothing but skin and bone, as it pierced through the illusory door into the realm above the grey fog. Klein's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he grabbed the Black Emperor and Red Priest cards and used his elevated spiritual rank to invoke the mysterious powers of the grey fog. Then he threw out the paper figure. In a flash, it grew enormous, radiant with golden light. 12 pairs of massive, jet-black wings unfurled behind it. Each feather was inscribed with glowing, alternating patterns of sacred and forbidden symbols. Silently, that figure, sacred and fallen, bright and shadowed, flashed through the door, entered the suitcase, and merged with Little Sun. Light and darkness collided. Gales howled. Within the flood of overlapping voices and chaotic illusions, the figure that had been clinging to Derek was struck by a terrifying force. It fell backwards and downward in disintegration, howling in rage and unwillingness. Several seconds passed before the grey fog and the space above it returned to their usual calm. The distorted and illusory presence had vanished from Derek's body. Then, with a loud thud, the illusory door shut, returning the suitcase, and Derek, with it. Phew. Klein exhaled deeply. The crisis brought on by that mysterious figure had been overwhelming. Though it looked like the paper angel had dealt with it, Klein didn't dare let down his guard. His instincts told him, things weren't over yet. It wasn't ideal, and felt somewhat undignified, but he had no choice now but to keep Little Sun outside the grey fog for a while, at least until he could confirm that everything was truly safe. At the base of the ruined temple, Derek crawled out of the suitcase, gasping like a drowning man. Terror gripped him. He had nearly brought an unknown, incredibly dangerous entity into Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. He was afraid Mr. Fool might blame him and cast him out of the tarot club, never answering his prayers again. And he was grateful that Mr. Fool had saved him with that golden-winged black angel, dragging him back from the edge of despair. Just then, gray-white fog once again enveloped his vision. Derek saw a replay of what had just occurred, how Mr. Fool had intervened to eliminate that unknown intruder. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Praise the great Mr. Fool. Derek prayed devoutly. Tap. 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 Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the air. He turned his head quickly and saw Lovia leading the rest of the team toward him. Her voice was hoarse. I found a way out. Let's go. Derek quickly stuffed the cloth bag into the suitcase, grabbed the axe in one hand and the case in the other. Understood. The others still cast malicious, ravenous glances his way. Fear lingered in his heart. Just then, Lovia stared forward and murmured almost to herself, the city of silver, and the future, huh? Derek was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly. Yes. There will be one. She gave a small nod. Then let's go home. The group walked into the darkness through the shattered temple. At 15 Minsk Street. Klein collapsed onto the sofa, drained of all strength. For the longest time, the space above the gray fog had been his greatest cheat, his ultimate refuge. Yet today, it had nearly become his tomb. That eerie figure, what was it? It seemed to be after him, or after the gray fog itself. Did it know what this place really was? One question after another filled his mind, leaving him anxious and unsettled. After a long while, Klein finally calmed down and muttered to himself. In the end, it's because my sequence is too low, and my strength too weak. I need to accelerate my advancement. Elsewhere, in a small villa in Empress Borough. After leaving the Sapphira Castle, Edward first sacrificed the suitcase and some food to Mr. Fool. Only then did he turn his gaze to the pile of scrap metal and junk scattered across the floor. As expected, none of the items absorbed the gray fog. Although he'd anticipated this outcome, Edward still felt somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, there's still the Hufflepuff cup as a fallback. Edward picked up the golden cup and quickly figured out the two abilities it had gained after its evolution. First, Gourmet. When food is placed into the cup and imbued with spirituality, it transforms into a large amount of delicacies. Eating these can satiate hunger and keep one full for a much longer time. Second, Fine Wine. When items with spirituality are placed into it, the cup can transform them into exquisite wine. Drinking this wine helps restore spirituality. The downside? Over time, consuming these enhanced foods and drinks would spoil one's palate, eventually making it difficult to stomach anything not processed through the Hufflepuff cup. The first ability, Gourmet, was relatively ordinary, but City of Silver would definitely desire such an item. It could turn black-faced grass into edible delicacies. The only question was whether the converted food would retain the plant's curse. The second ability, Fine Wine, was quite useful to Edward personally. Ever since gaining the ability of the bookworm, his biggest problem had been insufficient spirituality. Wine that could restore spirituality. That hit the spot. He guessed, items with spirituality likely meant beyonder materials or traits. How exactly this worked, though, would require some testing. Edward once again surveyed the pile of treasures and began checking each item, tossing them into the suitcase one by one with increasing frustration. Shroud of Turin, fake. Spear of Longinus, fake. Kusanagi Tsurugi, fake. Excalibur, fake. Jusien Sword, fake. Wheel of the Sun God's Chariot, fake. Even Merlin's smelly old shoe. As expected, just a pile of useless scrap and rags. Sigh, looks like the only genuinely useful items in the Harry Potter world were the few specifically mentioned in the original books. Maybe next time, he should try borrowing the Sword of Gryffindor or the Sorting Hat. Just then, he casually picked up the supposedly divine picture frame. He was about to toss it into the suitcase when he suddenly froze mid-motion. Huh. Staring at the plain wooden frame, Edward's eyes gradually lit up in surprise. This nameless item had actually turned into a mystical artifact. It possessed only one ability. World within the painting, within a certain area, it could create a stationary pocket dimension separate from reality. It would envelop both the user and target, with the option to exclude the user. Duration and range depended on the amount of spirituality invested. No negative effects. This ability felt strangely familiar. Edward remembered that most Orthodox churches possessed similar sealed artifacts to isolate beyonder battles and prevent collateral damage to civilians. But if one excluded themselves, couldn't this also work as a prison? The only thing unknown was how long it could last. He went through the rest of the items one more time, but sadly, found no further surprises. Lilith, come here. The little creature who had been playing nearby skipped over. Coming, what is it, Edward? Holding the frame, Edward poured in 1/5 of his spirituality. Instantly, everything around them grew blurry, like being surrounded by frosted glass. They still appeared to be inside the villa, but Edward knew they'd entered another space. Eek! Startled, Lilith shouted, Edward, where are we? Don't panic. I'm running a test. Edward checked his pocket watch, then strolled forward, eventually passing through the villa's walls until he was stopped by an invisible barrier on the roadside. The range covers just the area around the villa. Lilith caught up and curiously scratched at the invisible wall with her paw. Is this the power of a sealed artifact? Yes, it creates a space separate from reality. Lilith nodded. When can I go back out? Just be patient a bit longer. Okay. She yawned and began poking and pawing at random objects to entertain herself. About 15 minutes later, the surrounding blurriness abruptly vanished. With a sensation like shattering glass, Edward and Lilith were returned to reality. 1/5 spirituality gives roughly 15 minutes. That should be enough. Edward stroked his chin, murmuring, but how tough is this world within the painting, really? This time, he poured in 2/5 of his spirituality and activated the frame again. In the next moment, he and Lilith re-entered the painted world. This time, the range had roughly doubled in width and length. Lilith, come here. Okay. The little one scampered over and leapt into Edward's arms. He perched her on his shoulder, then raised his wand and unleashed spell after spell, Bomb Arta Maxima, Fiendfire, followed by various spells enhanced with Magnify, Distortion, and Cull, all aimed at the invisible wall. Yet none had any effect. Phew. This confirmed that the world within the painting was durable enough to withstand even attacks from most demigods. 20 minutes later, the effect faded, and Edward returned to reality once more. Too bad the duration didn't double. Back inside the villa, he put the frame away carefully. I'll need a real demigod to test the strength someday. Next up is the Hufflepuff cup. He pulled out a Sequence 9 apprentice trait and was just about to toss it into the cup when... You're hoarding the Emperor's diary again. Audrey had arrived, cheeks puffed in mock anger, clearly not amused. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Gourmet and Fine Wine. Wrongfully accused. Edward scooped Lilith up into his arms. Lilith can testify. I only got those diary pages right before the Tarot Club began, and just like last time, it was Queen Mystic who sent them to me for translation. Lilith nodded. Edward's telling the truth. You two really are in sync, father and daughter working together to fool me. Audrey sat down beside Edward, puffing out her cheeks. So, tell me, what was in those pages that shocked Mr. Fool so much? I was shocked too, honestly. Edward recalled the contents and summarized the pages for her. Audrey interrupted now and then with questions, until he finally reached the last page. That Transmigrator Senior is still alive. Audrey's eyes widened. So, there really is another person in this world who came from your world. At least, that's what the Emperor's diary says. Do you think he's still alive now? Edward shook his head. I don't know. But just like the Emperor questioned in his diary, if such a person really exists, why are there no other traces of him in this world besides the diary? Audrey thought for a moment. Either he was just extremely low-key and didn't want to draw attention like the Emperor did, or maybe he arrived a long time ago, and whatever traces he left behind have already been erased by time. Edward agreed with that line of thinking. Aside from the Emperor, who clearly saw himself as a chosen one determined to reshape the world, many like the Evernight Goddess and the ancient Sun God had left barely any traces after a few epochs. In truth, Klein was in that same category. Years from now, the world might only remember the Tarot Club and the Fool, but not a transmigrator named Zhou Mingrue. As for Edward himself, he probably lay somewhere in between. If he transmigrated to a backwards, unfamiliar world, he'd definitely use his modern knowledge to bring change, but not in the showy, domineering way the Emperor had. Come to think of it, Roselle's over-the-top personality probably wasn't just a quirk, it was likely necessary for his eventual advancement to Black Emperor. Audrey's gaze finally landed on the golden cup. Wait, are you testing out Hufflepuff's cup? Yeah. Edward explained the two abilities of the cup. Audrey perked up immediately. Let me try. She put on her gloves, carefully picked up the Apprentice Beyonder characteristic, and dropped it into the cup. The trait melted instantly, and a few seconds later, a thin layer of clear liquid appeared at the bottom of the cup, carrying a faint aroma of wine. It really did become wine. Edward cautiously poured the liquid into a glass, then rapidly cast Magnify in quick succession, moving it back and forth multiple times until he'd used up roughly a third of his spirituality. He took out a divination crystal. Will drinking this liquid be harmful to me? After 7 repetitions of the divination chant, the green crystal slowly began to spin counterclockwise, meaning it wasn't just harmless, but actually beneficial. Still frowning slightly, Edward muttered another divination chant under his breath and closed his eyes. Audrey looked puzzled. What's wrong? I was wondering, since this fine wine comes from a beyonder characteristic, wouldn't drinking it be the same as consuming the characteristic itself? Edward pondered aloud. Based on the divination, the wine only retains spirituality. But that raises the question, where did the original beyonder characteristic go? Did it just vanish? That clearly violates the conservation of beyonder characteristics. Oh, right. Audrey's eyes lit up, then she said curiously, but didn't we already break that rule when we brought traits and materials from one world to Hogwarts? He nodded. That's why I just did a divination to figure out where the trait went after entering the cup, but it came up blank. He paused. It would make sense if moving items across worlds caused the issue, but this cup, it's just a mystical item. How could it break the rule on its own? They stared at each other, analyzing the situation from multiple angles, but still couldn't come up with a solid explanation. Audrey asked worriedly, if there's potentially something wrong with the cup, is the wine it produces still safe to drink? Edward stared down at the crystal-clear wine, still emitting its alluring scent. At least the divination says it's harmless. And it's only made from an apprentice-level trait, so even if there is an issue, it'd just be a small one. He brought the glass to his lips. I'm drinking it. Edward downed the wine in one gulp. His first sensation was, delicious. No. Not just delicious, but sublime. A level of pleasure he'd never experienced before. Compared to this, every drink he'd ever had before tasted worse than horse piss. He immediately understood the cup's negative side effects. This thing could ruin your entire palate. The next moment, he felt a huge surge of spirituality restore within him. Based on a rough estimation, it was about half of his original Sequence 9 spirituality. Audrey quickly asked, how was it? It really is just pure spirituality. Edward carefully examined his body again and ran another divination. No problems, no added traits. Let's try with a Sequence 8 trait now. He dropped in the Trickmaster's trait, poured out the resulting wine, and drank it. It was just as heavenly. This time, it restored half of his Sequence 8 spirituality. Phew. Edward exhaled a breath of wine-scented air. If the pattern holds, drinking wine made from a Sequence 6 trait should restore half my current spirituality. Audrey shook her head. Not quite. Why not? You forgot, your spirituality has been higher than the norm ever since you advanced to Sequence 7. The sequence system shifted slightly for you. True, then it should restore about a third. Edward thought for a moment. So if I drink 3 glasses made from Sequence 6 traits, I can go from empty to full. Same for Sequence 5, 4, and higher. TSK. This ability is expensive to maintain. Suddenly, Audrey had a thought. Wait, since you're drinking wine, is there a chance you could actually get drunk? I never even thought of that. Imagine, you're in battle, take a swig of magical wine to restore spirituality, and end up drunk. That'd be ridiculous. He scratched his head. So far, one Sequence 9 and one Sequence 8 isn't enough to affect me. Wanna try a Sequence 7 next? And we still have Sequence 6. Edward gave a wry smile. This experiment is getting real expensive. Audrey looked both worried and hesitant. But if you don't test it now, what if you get caught off guard in a fight and really do get drunk? You've got a point. Edward sighed, tossed in an astrologer's trait, poured the resulting wine, and drank. A few seconds later, he smacked his lips. I do feel a little buzzed, but not drunk yet. Seeing Audrey about to speak again, he quickly added, no need for the Sequence 6. I think I've figured out how it works. What do you mean? No matter if it's Sequence 9, Sequence 8, or Sequence 7, the amount of wine produced from the beyonder characteristics is always the same, and the taste and alcohol content don't change. That likely applies to higher sequences too. That means, if someone wants to accumulate spiritual essence by using low-sequenced beyonder characteristics, they'd have to drink a lot more wine. More wine means a higher chance of getting drunk. Conversely, if the characteristic is high sequence, just one cup could restore a large amount of spirituality, making it less likely to get drunk. Edward shrugged. Even if you don't get drunk, in real combat, taking a sip might be doable, but chugging an entire bottle. That's a luxury you can't afford. By the time you're done, the enemy might have already taken you out. Audrey suddenly understood. So that's how it works. In short, this thing is expensive. Super expensive. And once you reach the demigod level, it's not even that useful anymore. I mean, where am I supposed to find a steady supply of Sequence 4 or above characteristics to make wine? Even if I had them, I wouldn't bear to use them. But then again, at the demigod level, you rarely worry about spiritual exhaustion anyway. At least in the original story, battles at the demigod level never seem to run into that issue. When the time comes, I'll sell the cup to Mr. Sunday. I'm sure the City of Silver will find it useful. He turned. Oh right, there's also gourmet food to try. They dropped some bread into the cup and poured in spirituality. The bread immediately expanded to 10 times its original size. It still looked like bread, but when eaten, it became an otherworldly delicacy. Even Audrey, who was raised on fine cuisine, couldn't help but take another bite. All right, this thing is supposed to keep you full for a long time. If you keep eating it now, you won't be able to eat anything for the next few days. Edward quickly stopped her. She stuck out her tongue and pulled her hand back. But it's just so good. This gourmet food essentially converts spirituality into food. I wonder if it still complies with the law of conservation of energy. He chuckled right after saying that. In a world of mysticism, talking about conservation laws almost seemed like a joke. At that moment, Audrey asked, by the way, Edward, how do you plan to help Miss Death? Edward put the cup away and said, facing those 3 schemers who've been alive for thousands of years, with my IQ, I might as well give up trying to outwit them. I'll just ask directly. Huh? But would they actually tell you anything? No idea. He shrugged. But it's worth a try. If the Medici trio had really been set up by that Russian priest, Edward was sure that Medici wouldn't be able to escape the trap easily until the priest had achieved his goals. Medici surely knew that as well. Yet he still insisted on stirring trouble. Either his chaos served the priest's plan, or he believed that it could help him break free from it. Based on the original plot, Edward felt it was more likely the latter. In the novel, Medici played the role of a symbol of war in Adam's story. His arrival in Backland as the Crimson of War symbolized the outbreak of conflict and marked the beginning of a larger war. So the Medici trio could have just stayed in Backland as a symbolic mascot. But according to Priscilla, she sometimes woke up in the middle of the night to find herself no longer in Backland. Also, Edward was very curious why Adam arranged for Medici to become Priscilla's spirit, a move that deviated from the original storyline. Just as he'd been thinking earlier, Medici's role in Adam's script had been merely symbolic. Why, then, the sudden control? When are you planning to ask him? Audrey asked. No time like the present, today, Edward replied. Okay. Be careful. Medici was fuming. Well, even if you're now bound to Priscilla, it's still better than being sealed in a pitch-dark tomb for centuries, right? Medici didn't reply, at least not with his usual mouth. Instead, a new mouth sprouted on the left side of his face. I'd rather go back. Why? Medici's eye twitched. Ask this girl. Priscilla blinked innocently. Ask me what? The mouth on Medici's left cheek snarled, this girl can't sleep at night unless we tell her bedtime stories. Then another mouth sprouted on the right side of his face. We tell her, but she never likes them. Priscilla huffed and put her hands on her hips. Because the ones you told were boring. All emperors and gods and monsters, so dull. The left mouth roared, that was my personal experience. It was full of 4th epic secrets, most people would kill to hear those. The right mouth harumphed. I even shared inside knowledge about the underworld emperor, Salinger, that stuff could help her with role-playing and advancing. Edward felt a bit helpless. These 2 old geezers, could it be that all Priscilla really wanted was a simple bedtime story? Still, asking 3 Sequence 1 angels to tell bedtime tales was a little much. Though he thought that, he couldn't help asking out of curiosity, so, what happened after that? Priscilla beamed. After that, Medici started telling me stories himself. Edward turned in surprise. Medici snorted coldly. What are you looking at? That little raven was raised by me. If I could handle him, dealing with one bratty girl is nothing. Note, 810 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, The Guy Inside Leonard's Body. Medici snorted, enough nonsense. You don't need to meddle in the brat's sleepwalking. We have our own reasons. Edward raised his hands in surrender. You flatter me, Lord Medici. Even if I wanted to meddle, I lack the capability. He quickly added, just wanted to confirm whether there's any risk to Priscilla's life. Medici replied calmly, I've already explained it to her. What we're doing will help us gain freedom faster, and help her ascend to demigod sooner. Could you be more specific? The mouths on either side of his cheeks immediately growled in protest. Kid, you've got some nerve. Are you interrogating us? Hey. Don't make me come out. Medici, give me control of the body. No, give it to me. Screw off, both of you. Medici's face darkened rapidly. At last, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Shut up, you 2 old hags. Both mouths vanished immediately. He looked back at Edward and said coldly, you know who got me into this situation. Since we can't escape his arrangement and control, we've decided to seek someone else who can help us. Edward was startled. The true creator? Umph. Medici gave a dismissive grunt that still counted as agreement. But, isn't he trapped in the forsaken land of the gods? Can he really help you? Medici's gaze flickered. Oh. You know more than I expected. You really are his blessed. Strange, in his current state, how are you not insane? Maybe I'm just built different, Edward replied, feeling a little guilty. In truth, this blessed of the true creator label was one he'd given himself. As for what the true creator actually thought of him, he had no idea. Medici continued, although he can't help me directly right now, his church in the outside world still holds a bit of power that we can use. So they were going to the Aurora Order. In the original story, Medici deliberately avoided the true creator and his affiliated Aurora Order after regaining freedom. Not because he had changed loyalties, but because he was too ashamed to face his god after getting hot-potted by Adam. But this time, Medici seemed eager to reconnect with the true creator. That likely meant more than just being tricked again, it probably meant he realized that Adam's upcoming plan posed a real threat to the true creator. I see. Thank you for your honesty, Lord Medici. After thinking for a moment, Edward asked, so, what you're doing really won't endanger Priscilla's life? Heh. I wouldn't dare. Medici let out a sarcastic chuckle. Edward blinked, he could tell Medici meant something more by that, but the other party clearly wasn't going to elaborate. Thinking it over, Edward simply flipped a gold coin. The words Medici just said, are they true? Under Medici's gaze, he caught the coin and opened his hand. Heads. Affirmative. Medici stared at the coin, a touch of surprise crossing his face. Kid, your divination seems a little unusual. No, I'm far worse than a real seer. Ha. Not a single honest word in that mouth of yours. Medici scoffed, then turned into a streak of shadow and re-entered the gate of the underworld on Priscilla's forehead. Priscilla rubbed her forehead and asked quietly, Big brother Edward, how'd it go? Are they bad people? Before he could reply, Medici's voice echoed out, Brat, we're just back in the underworld inside your body, not dead. Keep your voice down, we can still hear everything. Don't eavesdrop. She pouted indignantly. Edward thought for a moment and said, I believe Lord Medici, Lord Sauron, and Lord Einhorn won't harm you. But if anything happens, you can always turn to Mr. Fool for help. Edward knew that, given Priscilla's level of awareness, the trio of old schemers definitely already knew about the Fool. Medici had been to the City of Calamity and had even been corrupted there, so he could likely sense the Sapphira Castle's essence, hence, he would be wary of the Fool. Okay, I understand. Edward glanced inside. Where's Mr. Azik? He's been out for days. He goes out every few days lately, don't know what he's up to. Does he know about your sleepwalking? Yup. Priscilla nodded. Once, during my sleepwalk, he even followed along. I think he said something to Medici afterwards, and then he left again. Edward was stunned. Had Medici told Mr. Azik something about the fourth epoch? Could that have triggered Azik's memories and sent him off in search of answers? Was this a deliberate ploy by Medici to get Azik out of the way? At that moment, Priscilla checked her pocket watch. I've got to go now, or I'll be back too late. How are you role-playing a corpse collector? Edward glanced at the shovel in her hand. You're not really going to dig up corpses from the graveyard, are you? She sighed like a little grown-up. Every day in Backland, lots of people die and get buried in shallow graves outside the city. I dig them up, rebury them in a proper graveyard, and give them headstones. Then let me come with you tonight. Yay. She grabbed Edward's hand and tugged him along as she skipped ahead. Let's go. Near Backland Dock, Lime Bar. It was a recently opened establishment. The name sounded refreshing, but the interior was basic at best, just a rundown warehouse with a makeshift counter and a dozen or so tables. The drinks sold here were cheap watered-down beer. In fact, Southville beer was considered top shelf in this place. But it was precisely because of this setup that business had been booming since day one. Klein sat near the bar's entrance, rubbing his temples as the surrounding rowdiness gave him a mild headache. Just then, old Kohler walked over with 2 mugs of beer, one cheap and diluted for himself, and a slightly better Southville for Klein. His face beamed with gratitude. Sir, this drink's on me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found such a stable job at the docks. And now, I even get to enjoy the occasional beer. Klein smiled. No, you earned it all on your own. He raised his mug. To you, old Kohler. Thank you. Old Kohler took a small sip and smacked his lips, savoring the taste. Have you heard anything interesting around the docks lately? Old Kohler scratched his head. Most interesting thing? Probably this Lime Bar opening up. You know how chaotic and poor this district is. There were bars here before, but not ones we could walk into. This place, well, even if you don't drink, you can still come in and sit. Oh. Klein raised his eyebrows slightly. So yeah, some guys from other bars tried to stir up trouble early on, but they never came back. Klein chuckled. Looks like the owner of this place isn't ordinary either. He paused. Old Kohler, I need your help with something. Name it, sir. Old Kohler quickly nodded seriously. Klein took out a photograph. In it was a young girl dressed in a maid's outfit. This girl's name is Cynthia. She used to work at the Red Rose Manor as a maid, but according to my investigation, she originally came from the Dock District. Old Kohler studied the photo. You want me to find her? Exactly. But more than that, I'd like you to gather more information about her. Understood. Klein raised his mug. Same as before, only help within your ability. If anything dangerous comes up, drop it immediately. Got it. Old Kohler grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Got it. I know how precious staying alive really is. Clink. Their wooden mugs clashed together in a simple toast. Klein drained his beer in one go and was about to leave when he noticed someone enter the bar. It was a man with clear southern continent features, dark reddish-brown skin and fierce, sharp eyes. Wait a minute, he looked familiar. Klein paused, then suddenly realized, isn't this the man the hangman wanted to track down at today's tarot meeting? No, no. There are plenty of people in Backland who look like that. I can't jump to conclusions just yet. The man approached the bar and exchanged a few words with the bartender. The bartender quickly turned and disappeared into a back room. A moment later, a one-eyed man emerged. He paused at the sight of the newcomer, then burst out laughing and ushered him inside. Klein's eyes narrowed. That confirms it, it's him. When the man spoke, Klein noticed his third left molar was missing. That was the critical detail. Skin tone and facial features could be coincidental, but a matching missing tooth. That was too specific to be a coincidence. Hey, that's 100 pounds in the bag. Klein was secretly delighted. He had no intention of investigating further. After all, the hangman had only asked for the man's whereabouts, extra work didn't pay extra money. All right then, I'm heading back. Klein handed Old Kohler 15 solely. Here's your weekly expense fund. If you manage to dig up any leads on that girl, there'll be a lot more in it for you. Thank you, detective. Old Kohler stood and gave him a grateful bow. Klein donned his hat and stepped out of the rowdy pub. Meanwhile, inside the back room of the bar. As soon as Baron walked in, he scoffed, "One-eyed Cage, I never expected this, you lot actually set up a bar here in Backland." Cage looked helpless. "Mr. Baron, the hook is gone. We had to find a way to survive." Bang. Baron slammed a palm on the table. "Gone. I paid Ironhook John in advance, don't think you can just say, it's gone and be done with it. We didn't know about that either. John took the money, we never saw a penny." Baron stepped closer. "I don't care. I want results. There's only 5 of you left from the hook. So either you pay me back, earn the money back from me, or prepare to die." Cage was silent for a moment. "What do you want us to do?" "The same kind of work John used to handle, freight transport." "Transport what?" "Knowing too much won't help you." I understand." Cage hesitated. "But you know we don't have much strength between us. Is that okay?" "Strength doesn't matter. What matters is that you all have clean identities." Baron turned and left. "I'll be back." As he pushed open the door and departed, Cage and the remaining 4 looked at each other. "Cage, what do we do?" "Don't panic. Just remember, we're not pirates anymore. We're not bad guys now." 15 Minsk Street. Tuesday. When Edward knocked on the door, Klein had just woken up. He'd been hoping to sleep in. He opened the door groggily, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "What is it? Coming over so early?" He slumped onto the couch, and before he knew it, his eyelids began to droop again. "I want to pay Leonard a visit." Edward got straight to the point. Klein blinked in confusion, then snapped awake. "What did you just say?" "I said, it's time to selectively let a few trusted people know that you and the captain didn't really die." Edward smiled. "Like Leonard, for example. Or your brother and sister." Klein held his breath. "Really? I can go see Benson and Melissa again." "Of course. But before, you said." "Back then, I may have been overthinking it. But after everything I've learned recently, I believe your current resurrection won't cause any real problems." "Believe?" Klein sighed. "Edward, can you ever explain something without being so cryptic?" Edward thought for a moment. "Well, in this case, no. But if you have any doubts, you can always pray to the Evernight goddess for confirmation. You're serious? Very. Klein stood and began pacing the room anxiously. After a while, he sat back down. So why do you want to meet Leonard? I want to collaborate with him on something. Collaborate? Is he that strong now? Technically, he's not, the guy inside him is. Klein froze. Wait, the guy inside Leonard, is he an old grandpa by any chance? Chapter 298, Palaz's request. Klein coughed twice. Could you be a little more specific? Edward chuckled. Roughly speaking, an old, powerful angel-level being was injured and had no choice but to parasitize Leonard's body. Leonard provides him with a small portion of life force, and in return, this being guides and helps him grow rapidly. This is literally every cultivation protagonist ever. Klein was stunned. I thought having access to the gray fog made me the only one with a unique cheat, turns out everyone around me is out here hacking the system. Miss Justice, born with a money buff. Never short on cash. Edward, no visible cheat, yet he can already fight demigods. Can you believe that? Miss Death, a 7-year-old Sequence 5 who hosts 3 Sequence 1 evil spirits. Leonard, has a literal angel grandpa living in his body. Mr. Sun, hails from the mysterious forsaken land of the gods. Miss Magician, seems like a normal newbie in the Beyonder world, no money, no resources, no background. But, does hearing murmurs under a full moon count as a cheat? The Hanged Man, only he hasn't shown any cheat-like traits so far. After managing to suppress the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Klein asked, so, what do you want to collaborate with Leonard on? Edward replied casually, I want to hunt down a demigod from the Marauder Pathway. Klein, wow. Just wow. Incredible. Apparently demigods are pigs to you, just something to be hunted at will, huh? We'll visit the captain first, then go see Leonard, Edward said, shrugging. You probably don't know this, but ever since I knocked Leonard out back in Tingen, he's always believed I was a traitor, one of the culprits behind your supposed death. I mean, I'd have thought the same, Klein said honestly. Actually, I've always wondered, why did you knock him out? I thought you had some secret plan. But no, you just knocked him out and left. Edward chuckled, brushing it off. That's a story for another time. So, are we heading to the captain now? Let's go. Dunn now lived in the East Borough of Backland. These days, aside from occasionally taking detective commissions to earn some pocket money, he mostly went on missions with Daly. He was quite happy to receive the 2 guests, quickly ushering them into the house and preparing something for them to drink. Who's here? A lazy voice called from inside. A moment later, Daly appeared barefoot from the bedroom. She wasn't wearing her usual hooded robe, but simple pajamas. Her face was bare, no eerie eyeshadow, no theatrical rouge. She looked fresh, clean, and stunning. The 2 men almost didn't recognize her at first glance. Oh, it's Edward and Klein. Daly yawned. Morning. Oh, both men immediately turned to look at Dunn with gleeful, gossipy expressions. Dunn's face turned slightly red, though he tried to keep his composure. Daly's lease ended. I had a spare room, so she's staying here temporarily. She'll move out once she finds a suitable place. Klein turned to Daly with a grin. Miss Daly, what kind of place are you looking for? I might have a few vacant rooms on my side. She leaned against the wall, pinching her chin in thought. Monthly rent no more than 10 solely. Preferably a 2-story detached house, in Empress Borough, the North Borough, or Hillston Borough. Oh, and free gas, if possible. Klein's mouth twitched. You're not house hunting, you're making a wish. Actually, you're not planning to move at all, are you? Meanwhile, Edward couldn't help but admire how effective Audrey's psychological counseling for Daly had been lately. Ahem. Dunn cleared his throat. So what brings you here? Edward explained, Captain, I plan to visit Leonard. While I'm at it, I want to tell him, and Klein's brother and sister, that you 2 are alive. Dunn blinked. Why so suddenly? Edward briefly outlined his plan to collaborate with Leonard and explained the misunderstanding. Daly chimed in from the side, Leonard already knows Edward is in Backland. He's been searching for him every day. Edward was surprised. How did he find out? Probably through Casimir, she said with a sly smile. You forget, it was Casimir who recommended you to join the Tingen Nighthawks team. I heard Leonard was asking him for answers during his Red Glove training, even got physical a few times. Bold move. Casimir was frustrated too. You were placed in the Tingen team by Backland's orders. He also wanted to know why you betrayed the church. Until recently, when they came to Backland and went straight to Archbishop Anthony, but he wasn't around. Edward now understood. Just a few days ago, Casimir had told him that the higher-ups had cleared him of being a traitor, but hadn't revealed the whole story. To avoid further trouble, they simply told Leonard that Edward was in Backland and let him look on his own. Edward smiled. Then he'll be pleasantly surprised when I show up myself. Daly added cheerfully, I'll go help you call him over. Klein and Dunn exchanged a glance. Why does this feel like we're teaming up to ambush Leonard? 2:30 p.m. After another round of meetings with the machinery hive minds, everyone had to accept a hard truth. The Desire Apostle who assassinated Duke Negan had most likely already escaped Backland. Which meant the joint operation had officially failed. This was a heavy blow for Leonard. Everyone had placed their trust in him, even letting him control the silver armor, but in the end, all he'd managed to kill was the Desire Apostle's decoy pet. Of course, that wasn't the only thing weighing on him. Two of his enemies, Zangwill and Edward, were still missing. And the deaths of the captain and Klein remained unresolved. It made him feel like all his recent efforts had been in vain, as if he were completely useless. TSK, giving up so easily? Came Palez's voice in his mind. I'm not giving up. Leonard said at once. Sure, I'm feeling frustrated and like a failure, but I haven't given up. How could I give up? Then keep improving your strength. Palez snapped. Your digestion progress with Nightmare isn't looking good at all. Leonard mumbled, but I've been training, participating in operations, and investigating those two guys. You know full well, Palez sneered, that the performance of a nightmare involves entering others' dreams while in a sleeping state. Look at what you've been doing lately. Leonard lowered his head. I'm sorry, old man. You're not apologizing to me, you're apologizing to yourself. To Klein and to Dunn. Leonard clenched his fists tightly. Just then, a figure approached. It was Miss Daly, dressed in her signature hooded black robe. Leonard always held a deep respect for her. Though he didn't fully understand the relationship between Dunn and Daly, he knew they had been close. He'd seen her crying during the captain's funeral. Daly spoke up, Leonard, come with me to the East Borough. What's going on, Miss Daly? There's an extraordinary incident. We need your nightmare ability. Leonard asked in surprise, is it related to the recent mass disappearances in Backland? Lately, a number of people had gone missing in Backland. Originally, the Church of Evernight had assigned the case to the Nighthawks. However, due to lack of progress, the Red Gloves had been called in to assist. No. You'll understand once we're there. All right. Palez said coldly, something's off. Leonard frowned. What's wrong? Heh. If this extraordinary incident really required a Sequence 5, she wouldn't have brought just you, she'd bring a whole team. That's not necessarily true, is it? You're overthinking this. To this, Palez replied with just 2 words, heh heh. The two of them boarded the Red Gloves' designated carriage and headed for the East Borough. Leonard wanted to make small talk, but as soon as Daly got into the carriage, she closed her eyes and said nothing. Left with no choice, he leaned back and tried to nap. He was exhausted from the sleepless days spent hunting down the Desire Apostle. He had no idea how much time had passed when. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a stop. Leonard's eyes flew open. What's going on? Before Daly could respond, Palez urgently said, it's an ambush. Let me take over. What? There's no time. At that moment, Daly looked toward Leonard and said calmly, Leonard, someone wants to see you. Leonard replied flatly, I don't want to see them. Daly blinked. What? But before she could press further, Leonard, or rather, Palez wearing Leonard's usual expression, smiled and said, who wants to see me? Daly opened the carriage door, jumped down, and smiled sweetly. Come down and see for yourself. But I'm warning you, try not to get too emotional. Why so secretive? Leonard stepped down, still full of doubt. He saw that they were on a relatively remote street with no one in sight. The coachman was already slumped against the carriage, fast asleep. Good afternoon, Leonard. Edward, Klein, and Dunn stepped out from behind a nearby corner. Dunn and Klein had shed their disguises and appeared as their true selves. The three of them were prepared for every possible reaction, disbelief, anger, shock, joy. But all Leonard did was pause slightly, then say calmly, good afternoon, Edward, Klein. Captain. The other three were stunned. That wasn't how it was supposed to go. Even if you believed immediately that Dunn and Klein were alive, shouldn't you show some emotion? Then Leonard said, Edward, can I speak with you alone? The moment he spoke, Edward understood. He gave Klein and Dunn a look and said, Captain, Klein, give us a moment. The two of them walked off together. Edward frowned and asked, Old man, what's the meaning of this? Palez snorted, I should be asking you that. I just wanted to clear up Leonard's misunderstanding. He's always thought I betrayed the church and helped kill them. I figured showing up with Klein and the captain would explain everything. Edward then frowned in confusion. But why didn't you tell him the truth all this time? Because I wanted to use that hatred to change his formerly lazy personality. Palez's tone was calm and detached. What happened in Tingen gave him not only hatred, it gave him motivation. If he loses that driving force, I fear he'll return to his old self. Edward nodded in realization. So you kept the truth from him on purpose? Yes. At least until he reaches Sequence 5, I think it's better if he keeps that fire alive. But, isn't that a bit too cruel? Cruel? Palez scoffed. It's just a grudge that doesn't actually exist. Better that than having him reach the apocalypse still a mid-sequence ant. Ha! Didn't he always fancy himself the protagonist? I'm just giving him the chance to become one. Edward raised a brow. So, you really are training Leonard like he's your own student? Palez didn't answer directly, but continued, you seem to know quite a lot about me. I've been meaning to ask, how did you discover my presence? And why do you know so much about me? Are you perhaps a student of one of my old friends? Sort of. Edward offered a vague answer. Everything I know about you came from a mysterious and great being I worship. Oh. Who? Edward smiled faintly. That's a secret. Note, wow, we missed another Power Stone goal. Good for me though, less work. 932 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 299, Chapter 299, The Better Growth for Leonard, Plan. Palez's eyes glinted. He snorted lightly and said, Speak. You didn't come here today just to clear up a misunderstanding with Leonard, did you? Edward gave a half-smile. That was just one reason. The main thing is, I have something I'd like to work with you on. Work with me? Palez raised his brow in surprise. What could you possibly work with me on? You're injured, aren't you? That's right. Well then, if you could devour a Sequence 4 demigod of the Marauder Pathway, wouldn't that help with your recovery? Palez replied calmly, go on. There's a wounded demigod of the Jacob family hiding in Backland. A few days ago, she nearly managed to parasitus one of my relatives. So, I want revenge. And your plan? I'll find her for you. You take her out. Even injured as you are, it should be no problem for you to kill a fellow Marauder Pathway beyonder who's even more gravely wounded and lower in sequence. Palez frowned. No. Why not? He countered, did that mysterious being you follow ever tell you about Amon? Yes. Palez said flatly, if I make a move, I could attract Amon's attention. In my current state, if he locks onto me, I'm as good as dead. I see. Edward hadn't considered that. But now that he thought about it, one of Amon's Sequence 4 avatars was known to be lurking somewhere around Backland. Then what if you simply restrain that Jacob demigod, and I'll figure out a way to kill her? Oh. Palez raised a brow in mild surprise. You actually think you can kill a demigod? There was no condescension in his tone, despite Edward's relatively low sequence. Instead, Palez simply stated, I can only suppress her when she transforms into a worm of time, using my higher level to suppress her. Edward lowered his head and considered it. Understood. Then I might need to bring in another ally. Since Palez couldn't take direct action, Edward wasn't foolish enough to assume he could kill a demigod alone, even one who was wounded. She was still a demigod, after all. But, who could he turn to? The first group that came to mind was the Sanguins. Lilith being endangered was ultimately the result of them capturing her, so asking them to help deal with that marauder demigod doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Besides, it'd be a great opportunity to establish a connection with the Sanguins. I could use that kind of backing in the future. Still, all this was just hopeful speculation. He'd have to actually meet and talk with them before knowing what was possible. All right, Palez nodded. As for Leonard's situation, we'll stick with the plan. Once he's grown enough, the misunderstandings will naturally be cleared, and it'll be a joyful reunion. But that means I'll have to explain your existence to the others. Aren't you worried that too many people knowing might cause trouble? Of course I am. Palez didn't bother hiding his fear of Amon. A secret is only a secret when no one knows it. The moment you found out about me living inside Leonard, it stopped being a secret. That left me with two options, either kill you all, or trust you. I don't know whether I should trust you. But I do know, Leonard, that foolish boy, would definitely choose to trust you. As expected of the last shred of conscience among the thieves. Klein, Dunn, and Daly waited in confused silence for quite a while before they finally saw Edward and Leonard returning. Leonard gave them a slight nod, then quietly re-entered the carriage. Edward, meanwhile, stepped forward and quickly explained Leonard's situation. Klein had already known about Palez's existence beforehand, but was still surprised by the request to keep it hidden. Dunn and Daly were outright stunned, so all this time, Leonard had a literal angel-level entity living inside him. At that moment, Klein looked at Daly, who seemed unusually calm. He asked, "Miss Daly, you seem to have accepted this angel inside Leonard rather easily." Daly smiled. "The higher-ups in the church, even the goddess herself, have accepted it. What reason would I have not to?" "Huh. Have you forgotten? Lately, Leonard's either been training with the Red Gloves at Cathedral of Serenity or wandering around St. Samuel's. If that angel inside him really posed a threat, you think we'd be the first ones to notice?" Klein was suddenly enlightened. Edward gave Daly a silent thumbs up in his heart. Working with smart people really does make everything smoother. Then starting now, he declared, our plan to ensure Leonard's growth officially begins. Everyone. Edward grinned. From this moment on, I'm a scheming traitor who betrayed the church. You too, he gestured to Klein and Dunn, are innocent victims who died tragically under my machinations. And Miss Daly here is a grieving widow who appears calm on the surface but is secretly burning with revenge. Dunn and Daly. Klein scratched his cheek, half laughing. Let's hope Leonard doesn't hate us too much when he learns the truth in the future. Edward shrugged. Hey, don't blame us, blame the old man. He's an angel. Are we really going to go against the will of a Sequence 1? Daly pursed her lips. What now? I did, after all, drag Leonard out under the pretext of investigating an extraordinary incident in the East Borough. Don't worry. The old man's prepared a script. Just follow his instructions. A script? Daly's expression turned odd. At this rate, who knows what Leonard's going to turn into by the end of all this? 10 minutes later. Leonard suddenly regained consciousness and immediately shouted, "What happened, old man?" He looked around, and saw the carriage destroyed, its wreckage scattered across the ground. The driver and Daly lay motionless nearby, their condition unknown. What the hell happened here? Then came Palaz's weak voice, just now, we were attacked. If I hadn't taken control of your body in time, the consequences. Who attacked us? Palaz sighed. All I know is, one of them was Edward. Leonard's pupils contracted sharply. Edward. Achoo. Achoo. Edward sneezed several times in a row while sitting inside the room. Lilith immediately jumped onto his lap. Edward, did you catch a cold? No. He rubbed his nose. Someone's probably cursing me right now. Lilith perked up, bouncing her little feet excitedly. Who is it? Miss Lilith will go curse them back for you. Forget it. He's pitiful enough as is. Edward shook his head, then changed the subject. By the way, where did you and Audrey go this afternoon? She sat upright, her tail curling around her legs. We just stayed indoors chatting with a group of people. They were talking about things Miss Lilith didn't understand. Oh. Sounds like the psychology alchemists. And then, on the way back, someone followed Audrey home. Said, she'd be her teacher. Looks like the psychology alchemists are preparing for the final assessment to officially invite Audrey to join them. Klein had already obtained the Book of Secrets from Sharon some time ago, so the Paper Angel should be nearing completion. With the Paper Angel's protection, there shouldn't be any major safety concerns with Audrey joining. Oh. And Susie's advanced to Sequence 7. Lilith pouted, clearly unhappy. She always prided herself on being smarter than Susie. All right then, once I'm done with everything in the next few days, how about I take you to the sea for some acting? Yay. Just mentioning the sea seemed to thrill her. Edward suddenly remembered, wait, it's been days since I sent that letter to Danitz. Why hasn't he replied? Could something have happened? With that, he summoned his messenger, Phoenix. Good afternoon, sir. As soon as Phoenix appeared, Edward noticed something different. It looked slightly smaller than last time. Why have you shrunk again? Phoenix replied, previously, I was growing due to unstable internal energy. That instability is now being brought under control. So that's it. I thought you were just going to keep growing bigger and bigger. Phoenix shook its head. No, an overly large body would hinder mobility. But I can enlarge myself during combat. Edward looked over at Lilith. Did you hear that? Bigger isn't always better. She pouted. But it can grow bigger whenever it wants. This little rascal. By the way, do you know why there's been no response to the letter I sent that blonde guy? Phoenix replied, he said he had to show it to the captain before he could reply. Edward blinked. He's not on the same ship as before. Nope. When I delivered the letter, he was on a small island. That explains it. Edward then asked, can you locate the captain, Edwina, for me? Yes, I can. Good. Then help me deliver a letter to her. With only one final special coordinate left, Edward didn't have many options remaining. The two simplest choices were either the Mind World or the Grosel's Travels book world. Calling it the Mind World was a bit misleading. Technically, it referred to the sea of collective subconscious, an ocean of thought connecting the consciousness of all living beings. It could definitely be considered a world in itself. In the original story, Audrey had once used psychological cues to enter the collective unconscious. But that kind of maneuver was actually extremely dangerous. Still, danger or not, it had to be tried. The other option, Grosel's Travels, also posed complications. Unless one reached the end of the story, it was impossible to leave the book. And reaching the end meant the lives of Groel and his companions would also come to an end. Edward didn't know them personally, but most people still remembered the couple fondly. If their deaths ended up being his fault, he'd definitely feel guilty. Wait, in the original story, after defeating the Frost Dragon, they pushed open a door. Once everyone exited, time resumed, leading to their deaths. If they avoided the door when it opened, could that stop them from being pulled out of the book world? Then again, what if that final door was purely symbolic? Maybe the moment it's opened, it marks the end of the story, and the story ending is what triggers their departure. If that's the case, they'd still die. So what if they prepped some blood in advance and, as soon as they exit, immediately smear it on the book to go back in? That way, they could return. But then, would time still stop for them after re-entry? Was there a way to halt the flow of time on their bodies? Amon had once accelerated Klein's aging in an instant in the original novel, but Palez had later reversed it. So, maybe an angel-level marauder could manage something like that. But given Palez's current condition, that was clearly out of the question. Ask Amon for help. I'm not suicidal. Edward furrowed his brows, thinking hard. What if I have them recite Mr. Fool's prayer in advance, and pull them above the grey fog right before the ending? Even if their bodies decay, wouldn't their souls survive? Then have Priscilla take them into her underworld. That would be a different kind of survival, wouldn't it? But could they really ask Mr. Fool to pull so many people into the Sapphira Castle at once? Wasn't that too much? If it came to that, Klein would have to be involved. Knowing his personality, he'd probably do it voluntarily without even needing to be asked. Chapter 300, The Vampire Countess. As Edward sat massaging his temples, lost in deep thought, Phoenix tore through the air and flew back into the room, gently dropping a letter into his hand. He opened it. It was a reply from Edwina. Dear Edward, I'm delighted to receive your letter. I would be very pleased to join you in uncovering the secrets of Grosel's Travels, but I am currently engaged in a confrontation with Vice Admiral Dusk in the Sonia Sea. I may not be able to spare the time in the short term. Once this conflict is resolved, I'll get in touch. Edwina. After reading the letter, Edward raised an eyebrow in surprise. What kind of treasure could be valuable enough to spark a fight between two pirate admirals? Since Edwina was unavailable for now, the plan to explore Grosel's Travels would have to be postponed. Better to test out the collective unconsciousness first. If it could serve as a stable anchor point, there would be no need to enter the book world prematurely without a solid strategy. Lilith, could you do me a favor? Go to Audrey's place. Once her teacher leaves, ask her to come see me. I need her help with something. Okay. Lilith flitted off quickly. Edward, meanwhile, made his way once again to the Harvest Church. Father Yutravsky greeted him with a warm smile. Mr. Edward, you've been coming to church more and more lately. Oh, really? I'm beginning to wonder if this is the Earth Mother's divine guidance, leading you to join our church. Edward drew the goddess symbol over his chest. Alas, my faith in the Lady of the Night has never wavered. What a pity, Father Yutravsky said with a slight shake of his head. Before the Earth Mother betrayed the god of war, their two churches had been allies. Naturally, that meant relations with the Church of the Evernight weren't the friendliest. Of course, as a blessed of the Earth Mother, Yutravsky wasn't qualified to know about secrets of that magnitude. Is Emlyn here? He's in his room. I'll take you there. Despite having visited the church numerous times, it was Edward's first time seeing the residences, a few simple rooms built into the back courtyard. This is the place. Father Yutravsky led him to one of the doors. Through the window, they saw Emlyn seated at a chair, changing outfits for two dolls. He was muttering something to himself as he worked, wearing a big goofy smile. He seemed completely absorbed, so much so that he didn't even notice someone watching from outside. Edward could tell that Emlyn's smile wasn't creepy or perverse, he genuinely treated the dolls like friends. Which, honestly, might have made it even weirder. What exactly are you getting out of this? Damn it, I forgot to ask Danitz about Emlyn's dolls again. Edward immediately took out a notepad and jotted the reminder down, just in case he forgot again later. Knock, knock. He rapped on the wooden door. There was a rustling sound inside, and after a minute, Emlyn opened it, visibly surprised. Ah. You again. Edward peeked past him. Sure enough, the dolls were gone. Probably tucked safely into the suitcase. I'd like you to introduce me to one of your clan's higher-ups. What? Emlyn blinked. How high are we talking? Marquis, Duke, something like that. Emlyn's face filled with question marks. He pointed at himself. Do I look like someone who has that kind of pull? If I did, you think I'd still be stuck here, working as a priest day in and day out? I'd have. What was that, Emlyn? Father Yutravsky's gentle voice came from behind. Emlyn's face stiffened. Ah, Father, you're here. I was just rambling nonsense, heh. The priest gave him a look and turned to leave. Emlyn spun back around, furious. Why didn't you tell me the priest was here? Edward shrugged innocently. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly blurt out something so blasphemous? TCH. Emlyn pouted. Anyway, the most important person I've met in our clan is just a viscount. Then, could you ask that viscount for me? Emlyn rolled his eyes. You think marquises and dukes in the blood clan are easy to meet? Edward folded his arms. Wasn't your Alicia still paying off a debt to me? You. Come on, Emlyn. Just ask. You've got nothing to lose. Emlyn hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Fine. But let me make it clear, I don't even hold a title. I can only try. Understood. I appreciate it. You say that now, but still send me running around. He ducked back inside to grab a few things. Wait for my message. No, I'm coming with you. Emlyn frowned. If I go alone and get rejected, it's just me getting humiliated. But if you're there too, it's both of us. This guy's unexpectedly loyal, or maybe it's just because of Alicia. No problem. All right then. If you don't care, I won't either. Edward lightly clapped him on the shoulder. Which district? Northborough. The Crimson Tavern. Oh, I've been there before. The next moment, the scenery around them twisted. Emlyn's vision blurred, and suddenly, they were standing in the North District, not far from the Crimson Tavern. Was that spirit world traversal? Emlyn was stunned. For the first time, he realized, after all this time, do I even know what this guy's real strength is? TSK, what a mysterious guy. The moment Edward and Emlyn stepped into the tavern, the surrounding vampires turned to look at them. They had caught a whiff of the fresh, fragrant blood flowing in Edward's veins, far more enticing than the diluted drinks they currently held. But after a brief glance, everyone returned to their conversations and activities. As a race that relied on human blood for sustenance, the vampires had managed to coexist peacefully in Backland by adhering to a strict rule: never feed through assault or violence. Even if you were tempted, the most you could do was mildly sedate your target and extract a small amount of blood, nothing more. Judging from the current state of human-vampire relations, most vampires still abided by this rule. Emlyn walked over to the bar and tapped twice on the counter. 1 half and half. The bartender served him a glass of red wine laced with blood, then turned to Edward. And for you, sir? Before Edward could answer, Emlyn interjected, he's good. Hey, has Viscount Ernst come by today? The bartender shrugged. Not today. Do you know where he went? Come on, Emlyn. I'm just a bartender. How would I know where the Viscount is? Emlyn turned to Edward. You heard him. Edward frowned. You seriously don't know anyone else? Hey, I'm a lone wolf. The only reason I've even been coming to this place lately is to run errands for you, Emlyn muttered. I'd rather be home with Alicia and Leona. Leona, Edward remembered, wasn't that the name of the new doll he'd gotten recently? Emlyn drained his glass of blood wine. Let's go. I'll come back tomorrow and try again. Just as they turned to leave, a mocking voice rang out. Well, the doll freak. You actually came to a bar. The voice came from a sharply dressed man in an impeccable suit, Arlda. Suit freak, Emlyn muttered under his breath. Arlda grinned smugly. Please, it's Viscount Arlda now. Emlyn's face twitched slightly. Viscount Arlda. Ha ha ha. Arlda was delighted. He waved at the bartender. Get Emlyn a Bloody Mary. It's on me. Emlyn leaned close to Edward and whispered, this guy's name's Arlda. He used to be just like me, no title, no status. Total idiot obsessed with suits. Blew all his money on custom tailoring. His tone and expression were dripping with disdain. Edward couldn't help but think, being obsessed with suits is way more normal than your obsession with dolls, and you're looking down on him. Wait, suits. Hadn't Lilith mentioned that one of the vampires who'd captured her was wearing a suit? Could it be this guy? Emlyn continued, then, somehow, good luck or bad luck, I dunno, his parents, grandparents, and even great-grandfather all died in freak accidents. That's how he got promoted to Viscount. His older sister also got bumped up to Countess. Everyone calls them the lucky siblings. A peculiarity of vampire promotion: if your elders don't die, the younger ones rarely get a chance to rise. And the stronger their elders, the longer they lived. No wonder the younger vampires tended to just lie flat. "Oh, right," Emlyn added, "that extraordinary material you got a few days ago. He was the one who delivered it." "Oh." Edward's eyes lit up. So Arlda was the one who delivered Lilith's anklet. He looked toward Arlda, and their gazes met. Unlike Emlyn, who was still mostly in the dark, Arlda had a vague sense of what had happened that night. First, he'd been ordered by Lord Nibs to kidnap a cat. Then, before long, he was ordered to return the cat. Before they could do so, the cat escaped. The trio had slacked off, only to be dragged back for a thorough scolding. Afterwards, Arlda was made to deliver the materials and a sealed ring to Emlyn in the middle of the night. He didn't know the full story, but he suspected, just from the events, that the ring was probably compensation. And for a Marquis to personally apologize, that could only mean the other party was not someone to mess with. Now, standing face to face with that other party, Arlda's first instinct was, run. The farther the better. Getting involved with someone like this could only mean trouble. I've got something to do, so I'll just. Viscount Arlda. Arlda froze and forced a smile. Yes. Would you mind introducing us to? Before Edward could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt someone squeeze his butt. His expression changed instantly, and he leapt aside in shock. At the same moment, Emlyn clutched his own rear in fury. Akasha, what the hell? A woman with short golden hair, tight leather clothes, and a killer figure sauntered over, a wicked grin playing on her lips. Her beautiful features were marred by a greasy sort of leer. Yo, Emlyn. Your ass is still just as soft as ever. She turned to Edward and added, this one's not bad either. Edward. Emlyn clenched his fists. You're a woman. Akasha laughed uproariously. So what if I am? She crossed her arms. To be precise, I'm a countess. I do whatever the hell I want. Arlda leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Her eyes gleamed. She tilted her chin toward Edward. Hey there, handsome. Wanna chat in one of the private rooms? She grinned wider. Relax. I'm not into men. We're all just brothers. Edward's eye twitched. So much for the vampires being a noble and elegant race. What the hell is this chaos? Chapter 301, Lilith. Scarlet Tavern, private room. Akasha downed a full glass of blood-red wine in one gulp and let out a long, satisfied breath. I love this flavor. I'm quite sure the owner of this blood was a virgin under 18. She suddenly seemed to remember something and turned with a slightly guilty expression. Sorry, I forgot there's a human present. But I promise, all blood here is legally sourced. Edward didn't respond to the jab. He got straight to the point. Miss Akasha, are you aware that your younger brother kidnapped my family member not long ago, nearly resulting in her death? Emlyn, who had been lounging carelessly on the sofa, shot upright, shocked. What? When did this happen? Why don't I know about any of this? Arlda, for his part, didn't hesitate. I was acting under Lord Nib's orders. He paused, frowning. But didn't your cat, a family member, run back on her own? She was intercepted on the way, Edward said coldly, by a demigod-level marauder. If I hadn't arrived in time, she'd have been parasiticed and killed. Arlda was stunned. How's that my fault? If your clan hadn't kidnapped her in the first place, she would have stayed home that night, safe and sound. She'd never have crossed paths with that demigod. From Edward's perspective, he wasn't being unreasonable at all. Akasha chuckled. Well, from what I understand, once you accepted the gift Arlda brought, wasn't that whole matter considered, resolved? Of course. Then your visit today is for. Edward said earnestly, Miss Akasha, I'd like the Sanguins, your clan's help, to eliminate that demigod marauder. Akasha crossed her arms under her already explosive chest, making her figure seem even more alluring. Oh. So is this a request, a commission, or a mutual benefit exchange? Edward asked cautiously, is there a difference? Of course. A request means we work for free, but you owe us a favor. A commission means you pay us, either in money, materials, or sealed items. And mutual exchange means a trade, we do something for you, and you do something for us in return. And which would you suggest I choose? Akasha looked him up and down. I don't mind either way. But higher up seems to prefer you go with the first. Higher up? Edward's eyes narrowed slightly. So her being here isn't a coincidence. Could it be that vampire Lilith, who overheard his conversation with Emlyn at the Harvest Church, had sent Akasha here. But he was just a small pawn of the Evernight goddess. Surely that wouldn't attract the personal attention of a being like Lilith. Edward didn't believe for a second that the goddess would reveal his uniqueness to the vampires, even if they were ancient allies. Then Akasha suddenly changed the subject. You have a grudge with the Rose School of Thought, don't you? What? Edward blinked, then nodded. You could say that. Perfect. I've got a score to settle with them too. Akasha's smile widened. My parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents were all killed by the artificial vampires led by the shaman King Klarman. If it weren't for his grace stepping in, their beyonder characteristics wouldn't have fallen into our hands, and Arlda and I wouldn't have risen to Viscount and Count. She grinned with genuine joy. That's why we're known within the clan as the Lucky Siblings, and I think they're totally right, ha 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 ha. Emlyn, who'd been silently digesting the entire scene, now looked like he'd swallowed a melon whole. Akasha rolled her shoulders and nudged Edward with a grin. So how about this? Forget whatever the clan or higher-ups think. I'll help you kill that marauder demigod. After that, when I go after the Rose School for revenge, you come help me. Deal. You want to go up against Shaman King Klarman? You think I'm that strong? She burst out laughing. Come on, anyone who can make the ancient geezers of our clan bow their heads isn't just anyone. Maybe you're weak now, but time's on your side. With that, she pulled a sheet of parchment from her chest. It was inscribed with a dense set of blood-red Hermes text. Come, come. Sign your name right here, and we'll be allies, attack and defense. She grabbed his hand, shoved a steel pen into it, and pushed it toward the signature line. Edward quickly pulled back. Wait, is this woman really trying to force a pact out of me? Relax. Sign it, you won't lose anything. Come on, come on. Akasha added cheerfully, I've still got my father's beyonder characteristics. Just give me a few more years, and I'll be a marquis. Or how about this, sleep with me. I'm only 900 years old. Still young and fresh. And no thank you. Edward backed away in horror. Trying to sell me a binding pact wasn't enough, you're coming for my body too. Arlda beside them had already covered his eyes, unable to watch. Even Emlyn was speechless. How did this whole thing take such a wild turn? You really won't sign? I'll think about it. They stared at each other for a long while before Akasha finally flopped onto the sofa with a sigh. Ugh, knew it wouldn't work. Next time the old geezers want to pull this kind of crap, let them go themselves. I'm done. Edward blinked. Wait, did she just admit this was all orchestrated? Akasha scratched her face with the air of someone who'd already given up. Anyway, that's the deal. Either bring out something valuable to trade for our help, or sign the pact, and we'll help for free, but in exchange, you fight the Rose School with us. Edward frowned. Truth be told, even without this pact, he was bound to become enemies with the Rose School eventually. After all, the entity behind them was one of the final bosses of the mysterious world. But still, the vampires, no, Lilith's attitude, was far too strange. Huh. Wait a minute. Whether it was the Sanguins or Lilith herself, they were all beings who had lived for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Could they really be unaware that their heavy-handed approach would only arouse suspicion? Was there a possibility that they were doing it on purpose? Just like Miss Executor, who always kept her distance, seemingly intent on avoiding involvement with him, could it be that the vampires were doing the opposite on purpose just to throw him off? With this sudden thought, Edward spoke, Can I have some time to think it over? Akasha frowned. What's there to think about? Either you sign or you don't. I hate indecisive men. I take back what I said earlier, even if you do sign, I'm not sleeping with you. That's what you're focusing on. Seriously. She stood up. Fine, I'll leave the contract with you. Decide when you're ready. Let's go, Arlda. Arlda quickly hurried after her. Edward turned to Emlyn. Emlyn, this Akasha, were you familiar with her before? Has she always been like this? Yeah. Emlyn still looked dazed, like his brain was lagging behind after processing so much absurdity in one night. What do you think, does she want me to sign, or not? How would I know? After a moment of thought, Emlyn added, but one thing's for sure, Akasha is definitely smarter than me. Why do you say that? Because the Makavi family, her and Arlda's bloodline, after all their elders died, a bunch of people tried to go after their families beyonder characteristics. But in the end, they became a Viscount and a Count, and Akasha still holds the Marquis beyonder characteristic. Emlyn sighed, a Viscount and a Count are already impressive, but a Marquis. There are only a handful of those in the entire clan, and even more people just waiting to move up. Edward understood now. Damn, is it just me or is everyone in this world a master actor and manipulator? He'd actually believed she was just some loud, brash woman with no filter. I'm still too young. Outside the Scarlet Tavern, Akasha strolled out alone, holding a bottle of wine. As she drank, she muttered to herself, I just love dealing with smart people, because... Her bright red lips curled upward at one corner. They're so easy to overthink. She casually tossed the empty bottle into a trash bin and whispered, you tried to make me owe you one. Well, I can just as easily flip the script. Buffed, this little pre-apocalypse performance is getting more and more interesting. The next moment, her body burst into a spray of moonlight and vanished. Empress Burrow, Edward's small villa. By the time Edward returned from the Scarlet Tavern, he found Audrey already waiting inside. She was reclining at the center of the sofa with a book in her hand. To her left sat Susie, to her right Lilith. She was teaching them both how to read. The two little ones wore seriously studious expressions, though that probably had something to do with the fact that Audrey was reading them fairy tales. Edward. You're back. Lilith perked up instantly. Audrey's been telling us stories while helping us learn. Susie looked over and blinked but didn't say anything. Her mouth was full of mandrake leaves, and she couldn't speak without causing a scene. Audrey folded the page corner and closed the book. All right, that's enough for today. We'll continue next time. She stretched and yawned. Where'd you run off to, Edward? I've been waiting so long I'm about to fall asleep. Just went to meet with the Sanguins. Edward recounted what had happened at the tavern, and sure enough, Audrey immediately honed in on the key detail, she offered to sleep with you. Edward massaged his forehead. That's not the key point. No, that's exactly the key point. She raised a brow. So, are you going to sign the contract or not? He nodded. I will. Given the current situation, making more allies and fewer enemies was the most logical course of action. As for the future, well, they'd deal with that when it came. Edward sat down beside her on the couch. And you? How was your night? Audrey smiled. Lady Escalante Ocelica has officially become my tutor. And tonight, she revealed some deeper information about Beyonder matters. I think in another 2 meetings, she'll formally invite me into the Psychology Alchemists. Edward was a little surprised. That fast? It's not that fast. Remember when I told you about that psychology salon with all the young nobles? Some of them have already passed the vetting and joined. Quite a few come from backgrounds similar to mine. Huh. That's odd, Edward thought. Wasn't it way harder to join the Psychology Alchemists in the original timeline?